Chapter 1. Devin Moore peered through the windshield of the sprawling mansion. He took in the small pond, the English garden with its ornate fountain, and the hedge maze. Butterflies fluttered above the bushes, a frog hopped from a lily pad into the water, and a squirrel ran down the side of a tree. There were no standoffs, no fighting lions, no gun-toting agents, no people whatsoever. For the scene of a shifter trafficking deal, the property was essentially deserted. Only the fancy red sports car parked near the front door offered any indication that the large home was occupied. "Are you sure this is the place?" Devin asked. Cade, his pride leader, caught his gaze in the rearview mirror. "I put the address Shifter Affairs gave us into my phone's GPS. I'm sure." 6 hours ago, Shifter Affairs, the small unit of the government dedicated to shifter-related issues, contacted their pride with an update on Molly, their missing lion cub. The agent working her case had not only found their preschooler, but was in the process of organizing a retrieval. Time was of the essence. He discovered Molly was set to be sold to a lion shifter pride. The older human had broken protocol by contacting the Alexander Pride directly. Devin, along with his pride members, were liaisons to the department, not full-fledged agents. They did recon, followed up on low-probability leads, and helped rehabilitate recovered shifters. As civilians, they weren't supposed to be exposed to any dangerous situations. Devin didn't care if his life was endangered. He'd wade into a gunfight, a fire, anything, if it meant saving a kid. But the closer they got to the quiet house, the stronger his unease grew. The 3 predators who shared his body, tiger, lion, and jaguar, matched his wariness. They were walking into a trap. Trained task force members should have been called in to deal with any confirmed shifter trafficking case. Yet no government cars were on site. Hell, there should have at least been a Delaware state trooper here. Although not all humans knew shifters existed, many larger law enforcement agencies had at least one individual who did. That person was often the first responder. Not today. Devin focused on the expensive car. It's odd nobody from Shifter Affairs has arrived. Xander, the male Devin considered a brother, despite the fact Xander housed wolves instead of big cats, turned in his seat and leveled a stare from hardened brown eyes at Devin. "You know how slow the humans can be, especially when it's not one of their own in jeopardy. But why call us immediately?" "Guilt?" Cade shrugged. "The agent who called is the same one who had Rafe escorted out with an order not to return until he could act like a civilized person, not an animal." Rafe, Cade's twin, had contacted the humans for help finding the little girl a few weeks prior, but hadn't been given the warmest of responses. The agents had hundreds of missing shifter cases. Molly was only one of many lost kids. The explanation hadn't soothed Devin, not when Molly's sister, Megan, was crying for her twin. "Look." Xander motioned to the side of the house with a jerk of his head, his black hair swinging with the move. He shoved it out of his eyes with an annoyed grunt. "Guess the humans will have to sit this one out." Devin turned his attention to the group moving from the house to the 5-car garage. Close to a dozen shifter males surrounded a human woman and a little girl. Only glimpses of the 2 females were visible between the tight circle of bodies, but Devin saw enough. Molly's white blonde hair was unmistakable. So was the human's hand, twined with the largest of the lion shifters. "Recognize them?" Xander asked. "Yeah, they're members of Edmund's Pride." The aura surrounding them was one Devin was intimately familiar with. He'd watched it fade as his sister's rapist lay dying in a pool of his own blood. "Devin's right. They're from the Crisbin Pride." Cade gripped the steering wheel with claw-tipped hands. "Last I heard, they were in trouble with the human government for keeping human females as sex slaves too." "So, what are we going to do to them?" Devin asked, even though he knew the answer. As a lower member of the Pride, he knew his place, and that didn't allow him to order his alpha around. "Invoke Pride law. I want first blood. And if the government decided to punish them for it, Devin would be the one who paid for the crime. Just as he'd paid for his sister's crime when she'd murdered her rapist. It's yours." Cade turned the wheel hard, exposing Devin's side of the car to the group. Devin leapt from the moving vehicle, hitting the blacktop on a roll. 2 fully shifted lions charged him. He spread his legs and waited until they jumped him before unleashing his claws. 1 swipe, 2, and their heads fell with a thump. He kicked them aside and ran toward the throng of males. Cade's car spun, coming to a stop on the other side of the group. Devin didn't look to see if Xander and Cade ran to the house or attacked the rival shifters. His gaze remained locked on the human female's fingers twined with the bastard who'd thought to kidnap Molly. Devon wanted the woman away from the male. The urge built into a compulsion. His cats fed it. Devon didn't know why it suddenly seemed important, but he wasn't about to give in to it. Getting Molly away from the pride known across the globe for their cruelty was all that mattered. He focused on the need to save Molly and charge them. The other shifter released the female's hand and spread his arms wide, inviting the fight. The male's cockiness wouldn't last, not once Devon ripped him open with a single slash from his sharpened nails. Movement caught his attention. The female picked up Molly and ran toward the house. He wanted to go after them, but it was better if they hid. Molly didn't need to witness the bloodshed he'd deliver. However, the sooner he eliminated the threat, the sooner he'd be able to help Kate with Molly, calming her and easing her fears. Devon curled his upper lip, exposing his fangs, and met the lion shifter, slamming into the smaller male's body. They hit the hard pavement and rolled onto the grass next to the driveway. The lion shifter pinned Devon to the ground with clawed hands, dug into Devon's shoulders. Glowing hazel eyes focused on him. Hatred burned in them. The sight of them yanked a memory out of the depth of Devon's mind when another lion shifter had stared at him. Those hazel orbs had been unfocused and hazed with pain, yet the depravity in them had been clear.
Your whore sister sealed her fate. She'll suffer for this. My pride will make sure of it.
Devon shook his head to clear it of Edmund's dying words. It didn't do any good. For 3 centuries they had replayed in Devon's soul, taunting and angering him, reminding him of his biggest failure. Devon slammed his forehead against the other male, knocking him back, then reversed their position, Edmund's image superimposed over his distant relative. The male's hair lengthened and his lips thinned. It wasn't real. Devon's mind was messing with him. He recognized the signs, couldn't stop them. His hatred for Edmund had never abated. Devon had failed Mira, gotten to her too late. She'd had to save herself. A snarl tore from Devon's throat. He gave himself over to the anger, to the guilt he could never escape, and ripped the male's throat out. The shifter's death didn't ease his remorse, but the searing laugh echoing in Devon's head cut off. At least for the moment. He dragged his hand across his bloody mouth. A weight landed against his back, knocking him to the ground. With his eyes closed, so as not to be pulled into another memory, Devon rolled with his attacker. Devon's cats supplied the sensory details to replace the loss of his vision. The male's heartbeat betraying his rage, his scent identifying him as Crisbin, and the flexing of his muscles warning of an attack. Devon took the cues his cats supplied him, and acted. With a swipe of Devon's hand he tore his opponent's gut open. Another blow, and the male's growls stopped. More males came at Devon. All met the same fate. He lost track of how many lives he took. Didn't care, either. They'd meant to steal Molly, hurt her, just like the Crisbin males had wanted to do to Mira. Their women were treated as slaves, breeders. That hadn't changed over the 3 centuries since Edmund wanted to trap Mira into the role of his breeding mate. Devon knew. He kept tabs on this pride. He pivoted on his heel to attack the last male. The other shifter's heartbeat grew fainter. Devon glanced over his shoulder in the direction of the sound, and got the rear view of the other shifter's arms and legs pumping as the coward fled across the front lawn. Devon took 2 steps after him, then stopped. The screech of squealing tires pierced the air. He turned. Taillights disappeared around the bend. Shit. He swept his gaze over the scene of carnage. Bodies littered the ground. No sign of his friends, the human female or Molly. He glanced toward where the expensive car had been. Gone. He snarled, fists clenching and releasing at his sides. His anger fed the predator sharing his body until he vibrated with the effort it took to contain the 3 big cats he'd been born with. The animals wanted to be released, to hunt, to kill. Colors faded from the world around him. Vertigo took hold, making the ground tilt under his feet. He stumbled and nearly fell in the blood-soaked grass. A door slammed behind him, saving him from slipping into one of the mental episodes that had plagued him since his youth. For years he'd hidden the blackouts, a result of time spent in prison serving Mira's sentence. Lately, he'd had trouble keeping the episodes in check. Not surprising, really. Stress and rage triggered the memories. He'd lived with both these past few months, ever since the prophecy involving Mira became a hot topic at the shifter council meetings. The reason given to Devon by one of the single shifters, curiosity, didn't satisfy him. The council was up to something, Devin was sure of it, but he didn't know what. That lack of knowledge had left him frustrated and tense. And the situation with Molly? Yeah, it drove him to the brink of insanity. No way would he walk away, though. He hadn't saved Mira, but he would save Molly. He faced the house. Kate and Xander ran toward him.
She tricked us. There are freaking hidden corridors in that house. We lost them,
Kate called out. Devin pointed in the direction the car had gone with a thankfully steady hand. No need to let his pride leader know how close he'd come to losing complete control.
She took off.
A savage grin spread over Cade's face that didn't match his blonde beach bum features.
Then let's go round us up some prey.
That was exactly what they'd be. Devin had no mercy for anyone involved in the trafficking of shifters or humans. One question remained, though. What side did the brown-haired female fall on? No matter what her involvement in Molly's situation, the woman wasn't getting away. Devin would make sure of it. Chapter 2.
Guess that means I'm left with cleanup duty, Xander grumbled.
Devin met his friend's gaze.
Hey, dogs like to bury stuff. It's a perfect job for you.
Xander bared his fangs but waved him away.
Go, get the kid.
Devin nodded and climbed into the idling Barracuda they had arrived in, a classic from the era of gas-guzzling muscle cars. Kate stomped on the accelerator before Devin's ass hit the seat. The wheels spewed chunks of grass and dirt behind them as they cut across the yard. At the end of the drive, the car bottomed out. Cade didn't ease up on the gas. He spun the wheel and skidded onto the main road, working through the gears until he barreled down on the woman's car. Devin leaned forward and stared at the little convertible, unable to believe what he was seeing. No denying it, though. With the top down, he had a perfect view into the car.
Unless she stashed Molly in the trunk, our kid's not with her. Too late to turn back. This female's our only lead.
Devin watched helplessly as the human's vehicle raced toward a railroad crossing. Red lights flashed, the safety arms lowered. Honks blared, quick, short bursts. He flicked his gaze between the approaching engine and the woman. She wasn't stopping. He held his breath, the wreck already playing out in his head. All three predators slammed into his chest and tore at his stomach. A different emotion spurred them into trying to break free. Not rage. Fear. The female gunned it, the vehicle jerking with the increased speed. The horn blast turned into one continuous screech. His inner animals roared. The woman's car slid under the thin crossbars, breaking off one in its wake. He let his breath escape through clenched teeth, relief and anger warring within him. Cade slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding the train thundering past. Claws burst from Devin's fingers, colors faded from the world around him, and blackness hovered at the edges of his vision. Groaning, he pressed the heels of his palms to his temples. Cade shook Devin's shoulder.
Keep it together. We'll get the human, and she'll tell us where to find Molly.
Devin nodded, unable to speak while he fought his unstable cats for control. The sound of his panting filled his ears along with the clickety-clack of the train. The noise faded. The car moved. He unclenched his jaw and focused on the road ahead of them. No sign of the red sports car, but the woman's fresh scent lingered in the air, guiding them like a tether to their prize. Cade was right. They'd capture her and retrieve their lost cub. Devin refused to accept anything less. The Cuda picked up speed, and Cade swerved around a slow-moving pickup. Devin braced himself against the jerky movement. His hand left a wet handprint on the dashboard. The sight of it made his failure real. He'd fought, defeated a dozen rival shifters, yet still lost the child he'd promised to save. The animal spirits that shared his soul picked up on his agitation. They paced, their distress growing with each successive lap around the metaphysical enclosure he kept them in. The sight of the barbed wire fencing spurred another wave of guilt. Most shifters' animals lived freely in a metaphysical field with their psyche. Not Devin's cats. His were caged. Devin had spent years mentally constructing their cell, and cringed every time he unlocked it. Keeping them contained wasn't right, but it was the only way he could function without the label feral being slapped on him. That would guarantee his ass in a cage too, or maybe a beheading. In an effort to distract himself from those grim thoughts, he motioned to the bloody handprint on the dashboard.
Jazz is going to have a coronary when she sees all this blood in the vehicle she spent weeks restoring.
A splash of color darkened Cade's cheeks. He ran a hand over his skull.
My twin's mate is a vicious little human. She'll understand as long as we bring Molly home.
Devon scrubbed at the palm print on the vinyl with the edge of his shirt. He only succeeded in rubbing the blood into the tiny grooves. Yeah, but I don't want to be around when she sees the state of... What did she call this hunk of metal? A sweet, rare example of what a car should be? I think she might have used words like beautiful and irreplaceable, too. You've got a point. Cade glanced at the seats. He shrugged. Leather wipes clean. It'll be fine. Devon decided not to comment on how the nice white stitching was blotched pink in several spots. Instead, he pointed to the split in the highway up ahead. Decision time. Which way? Cade smacked the steering wheel, the turn-off closing in on them. He inhaled, mouth parted to take in more sensory information. Devon did the same. A hint of coconut and female drifted on the breeze. The little brown-haired human was close. He just couldn't tell which direction her scent came from. They were moving too fast. They drove past the side road. Her fragrance faded. His heart skipped a beat. He couldn't lose her. Turn around. She went the other way. Are you sure? He nodded, unable to speak as his cats roared their displeasure. Every minute more Molly spent with her kidnappers was one too many. He closed his eyes and sent his agitated felines calming thoughts. It didn't help. They still prowled restlessly. Nothing he said would ease their worry until Molly was safe. Cade did a 180, backtracking to the turnoff. The smell of burning rubber overpowered the human's lingering scent. They took the turn so fast, the tires on his side of the vehicle lifted. Devon grabbed the "Oh, Jesus" bar as the car bounced. You're going to get us killed! Nah. Cade flashed a crooked smile that showed off one glinting white fang. This is nothing. Just a little off-road fun. Devon narrowed his eyes, but held back his smart-ass retort. Up ahead, the human's flashy red sports car was visible on the side of the road. The vehicle was stuck, hood first, in a ditch. A dust cloud hazed the air around it. The tiny motes caught the rays of setting sun, making the whole car sparkle, like some sort of gift from the gods. If he gave two shits about cars, he'd drool over the expensive two-seater. Yeah, he didn't. It was the woman driving it he wanted. For the second time he leapt from the Cuda, before it came to a complete stop, then ran the few feet to where the open door revealed nothing but a discarded shirt. No female, and no little platinum-haired girl. He snatched the human's hot pink tea and brought it to his nose. The rich scent of woman invaded his lungs and spiked his primal drives, a completely inappropriate response. Damn if he could stop the surge of lust. As a multi-feline shifter, he lived with the wants and demands of the animal spirits existing within him. At the moment, his cats found something they liked. A lot. He rubbed his face into the damp shirt. Although annoyed with his visceral response, he parted his lips and drew her personal fragrance into his mouth. The lush scent coated his tongue, as if it were a rich drink he could savor. His mouth watered. He dragged in another deep breath to assuage the sudden craving for more. With an embarrassing moan, he closed his eyes. The throbbing in his shaft required a relief he couldn't give. Not now. Any other time he'd welcome such an intense reaction to a female. Today, he hated his sexual appetite and the woman who smelled like sin. Cade cursed, drawing him back to the problem at hand. We've been followed. Devon peered over his shoulder at the approaching sedan. With each foot the vehicle crawled closer. His rage grew, killing the arousal the human's fragrance had stirred. Fools. Didn't they see what happened to their pride mates? Devon balled the shirt he held. No matter. They die. Cade blocked Devon from charging the car. Not so fast. You have the female scent. She's your problem. I'll handle the lions. The order grated on his nerves. He was strong enough to head a pride. The shitty circumstances surrounding his youth had ensured he never would. He'd forever be an alpha, forced to submit to his pride's leader. At least he liked Cade. Devon nodded, then stripped, and wrapped the female's shirt with his, so as not to lose it. He tossed the rolled pile into the Cuda and embraced his tiger's form. The change flowed over him like an exhaled sigh, a release of tension. No pain, no contortions, simply the flickering of one image for another, a flip of a coin that displayed one of the other spirits who shared his body and soul. Bonded with his cat, they were the ultimate fighting machine, the strength of a predator, the reasoning of a man. When both shared a common goal, they were unstoppable. At the moment, they did. The female. He would capture her, and she'd tell him where to find Molly. The world around him took on new depths. The vibrant hues became shades of gray. The dim woods brightened as if it were high noon. Sounds reached him he hadn't heard in his human form. The scuttling of mice in the underbrush, the individual pinging of rocks hitting metal as the other vehicle skidded to a stop. But it was the increased sense of smell he valued most. It would help him capture his prey. He dragged in a lungful of air. Information seeped into his brain, the stench of manure from a nearby field and the decaying flesh of an animal. Both pungent smells filled his nostrils. He shook his head to clear it. Another inhale brought her fragrance. It pushed everything else back, clearing the horrid odors from his lungs. He focused on its richness and let it become a part of him, so he'd know it anywhere. A shiver raced down his spine. He ignored the intimate response and leapt into the pond, following her trail. The water masked the female's scent. An odd sense of pride rose that she knew enough to camouflage the direction of her escape route, not that it delayed him. The wet tracks on the other side of the pond showed her direction. Still, her actions suggested intelligence, and smart women were incredibly sexy. On the other hand, those who messed with his family had to have a few screws loose. The sudden curiosity to discover which description, smart or crazy, applied to her didn't make sense. He shrugged it off. The extended chase appealed to his animal's instincts, that was all. The longer she evaded him, the more intriguing she became. Her capture would be that much sweeter. In his tiger's body, he crawled from the water and pressed his nose to the bushes along the bank. She'd rubbed against the leaves, leaving her unique scent all over them. He inhaled, and a chuffing grunt crawled up his throat as her personal fragrance overloaded his senses. He'd never encountered a woman whose scent was so sweet yet heady. It left him lightheaded and unsteady on his paws. He dragged in another lungful, just to feel the tingle run through his skin. A sense of contentment settled over him. The response shocked him, yanking him out of his contemplative state. While he stood, enjoying her scent, the female was getting away. He shook the water from his fur and followed her trail. Within minutes, he caught sight of her. She fled across the woods, appearing as attuned to the natural landscape as any shifter. Selecting the path with the least undergrowth, she leapt over a fallen tree, arms out to the side to keep her balance. She grunted as she landed, but fell into the rhythm of her run without missing a beat. Mesmerized by the sight she made, he stumbled. His paws slid in a pile of wet leaves. Without a good grip, he skidded down a small embankment. At the bottom, he sat on his hind legs. He couldn't move. The wave of awe gripping him left him shaky. He swept his gaze over the female, searing her image into his mind. She was tiny, yet she used every inch of her petite frame to her advantage. Her sleek muscles flexed and bunched as her ground-eating pace propelled her forward. Sure, he could easily outpace her in his tiger form, but he didn't close the distance. He let her run. The rage choking him faded the longer he watched her. Maybe it was the sight of her tight ass molded in the shorts she wore that accomplished the feat, but whatever the cause, he didn't want the moment to end. A few twigs and dried leaves were stuck in her long brown hair. His ears perked up. The female must have fallen. He drew her lingering scent into his lungs. Blood. She'd hurt herself escaping him. Kidnapper or not, that was unacceptable. She was female. If she had thought to sell Molly, her punishment could be meted out in the human's jail, not with her blood, never with her pain. Snarling at her foolishness, he pushed off with the strength in his hind legs and took off after her. She peered over her shoulder, and her brown eyes locked with his. An odd sense of recognition passed over him. Other than the glimpse he'd gotten of her standing with the lion shifters, he'd never seen her before. He didn't understand what the sensation meant, but pushed the response aside to figure out later, and gave chase. The female ran faster, stumbling and slipping along the forest floor. She tripped over a rock and fell. Her scream rang out, the cry echoing in his ears. Instead of trying to stop her downward roll, she tucked her head, letting gravity guide her. She splashed into a stream at the bottom of the small hill, then hopped to her feet. Swaying only slightly, she reached for a crevice on the rock face on the opposite side of the stream. He shifted to his human form, knowing he couldn't follow her as a tiger, but didn't move. He watched her climb, expertly traversing the surface. Her stamina shocked and, excited him. Humans were generally weak. Not this one. She was a sight to behold. Strength in a compact package. Already halfway up, the female's sweat-slickened skin stretched over taut muscles as she strained to hook her fingers into another crack. Beautiful. Yeah, she might be the loveliest creature he'd ever laid eyes on, but she also had a hand in trafficking cubs, whether first-hand or by association. She was important to the Crispin pride. Had to be. The strongest of the males had been holding her hand as if she was precious to him. Of course, she probably was. Devon doubted they'd take a sex slave along to a trafficking deal. As if he'd conjured them up, 5 Crispin lion shifters approached from the side. He glanced from them to the woman climbing the wall. The trap his cats had sensed earlier had found Devon, and the woman had sprung it. She'd tricked him, separating him from his pride, exactly as his human nanny had done when she'd locked him in the basement of his father's keep with his favorite snack. His nanny had wanted to kidnap his twin, Mira, sell her, ruin her life exactly as the woman in front of him was trying to do to Molly. He'd been duped by another human, another female. His vision clouded as thoughts of the past came roaring back. He fought the memories. It was too risky to allow them to surface. There was nobody around to stop him from lashing out at everyone and everything within striking distance. Why had Cade sent him out here alone? He knew Devon was fucked up. Cade had even warned him to get his shit together. He'd seen him struggling and sent Devon to face his horrors anyway. His mistakes. No, Cade trusted him. That was why he told Devon to go after the female. The thought helped, but it didn't stop the shadows slipping over his vision as the past tugged at his mind. He scrambled for something else to think about besides his failures. Megan's voice came to him, overcoming the roars in his head. Molly can make everything better. She can fix their mistake. Help me save my wolf. You just need to bring her home. Promise me, Uncle Devon? Promise me. Not the right memory. It was too late to think of something else. His rage grew. Fangs filled his mouth. Claws sprang from his fingers. He trembled and shoved at his cats as all 3 big predators slammed into him at once. They didn't like the shadowed gloom that descended over them. Bad things happened to them in the dark. No, no, no. He clenched his jaw and pushed hard against the animals living inside him, trying to force them back into their cage. He sent them soothing thoughts. They were fine. They weren't little cubs anymore. He was mature. He could protect them, make sure nobody hurt them. The abyss opened up, wiping out their cage, and his comforting words drifted away. Blackness crept over his vision. His legs gave out, and he fell to his knees. No, he couldn't lose control. If he did, the woman would get away. That couldn't happen. He'd promised Megan he'd bring her twin home. He needed the human to do that. The reminder gave him strength. He fought the blackout, inhaling deeply to ground himself in the present. The scent of heaven drifted to him. It pushed back the darkness and cleared the fog. He opened his mouth to draw in more of the calming fragrance. The rich scent was familiar, intoxicating, and so damn delicious his body burned with need. He ignored everything else and focused on the image of the woman who went with it. Long brown hair, flowing behind her as she ran. Soulful brown eyes, and lips he wanted on every inch of his body. He knew her, yet he didn't. No matter. With her image held in the forefront of his mind, the constant guilt plaguing him lessened. Peace filled him. Peace. It meant something important. He couldn't figure out what. The sudden quiet in his head confused him. There were no growls from his cats, no images shoved into his mind displaying their rage, no swipes of their claws as they tried to dig their way out of his body. Had something happened to them? He stepped into their metaphysical field. The cage he'd worked on so long and hard to erect was gone. His cats sat on their haunches, relaxed. Why? It didn't make sense, but their peace flowed through him too. He joined them on the ground. His tiger leaned against his side, and Devon wrapped his arms around the animal. He wanted to hold on to the feeling overwhelming him, never let it go. A woman's piercing scream cut through the tranquil state. Awareness returned. The female, the lion shifters. He let the connection to his cats fade and opened his eyes. The scene playing out across the small valley in front of him stopped his heart. One of the males had a hand wrapped around the woman's ankle. She kicked blindly at his head, and her heel hit his forehead with a satisfying whack. The lion shifter stumbled backward. "Fucking bitch! You dare double-cross us? I'll kill you!" Snarling, Devon pushed from where he'd fallen. Before he could take a step, another male leapt onto Devon's back, knocking him to the ground. The shifter dug his sharpened nails into Devon's sides and gnawed on his shoulder. Devon reached behind him, dug his own set of claws into the shifter's chest, and flung him away. A shout rang out, then the loud crack of bone sounded. The scream stopped. The male at the rock face glanced over his shoulder. He cursed and yanked the female from the wall. She shrieked. The horrifying cry cut through Devon. He lurched forward with an arm outstretched. She hit the ground before he could get to her, and the smack of her body onto the hard-packed earth resonated in his ears. His vision wavered, and pain radiated up his spine, as if he'd been the one tossed. His legs gave out, his knees connected with the rocky soil. The world darkened, spreading dots over his vision, and fuzzing the female's face. No, he had to keep it together. Couldn't lose control. Not now. Sensations returned. The black faded. He glanced at where the female was sprawled on the ground. Her arm was bent at an unnatural angle, and blood covered her temple. She was hurt. She needed him. He ran toward her. A foot away from her prone body, a fully shifted lion rammed into his side, knocking him away from her. He rolled with the big cat, and its hot breath bathed his face. Devon locked his elbows and pushed at the animal with talon-tipped hands. The woman screamed. The sound cut at his heart. With the strength in his legs, he threw the lion off and jumped to his feet. Another male was dragging the female by her uninjured arm. She dug her feet into the dirt and fought him. The shifter backhanded her. Her head whipped to the side under the force of the blow. She crumpled to her knees. The male yanked her to her feet, and her shrill cry accompanied the sound of crunching bone. Black edged Devon's vision, stealing the image of the female's eyes. Rage, guilt, fear. The emotions whipped through him, unraveling the tight control he kept over his primal side. His inner animals swamped him with their desires. The swirling emotions condensed into one. Annihilation. He embraced their instincts and closed the distance between him and his prey. The male released the woman and scrambled backward to avoid the blow from Devon's clawed hand. Devon grabbed the male's ankle and jerked him close, exactly as the shifter had done to the female. The guy's eyes widened. Fear shone in them. Good. Devon wanted him afraid. Let him feel what the woman had. Devon twisted the male's arm, snapping it. The shifter's scream echoed around him. Devon fisted the male's hair, exposing his neck, and bit. The hot blood gushing over Devon's tongue fed the primitive instincts, ramping up his need for retaliation. His tiger pushed against the inside of Devon's chest. It wanted to be released, to kill, to punish. There were more males in the woods. They needed to die. Devon agreed. He gave himself up to his primitive side, allowing his tiger freedom. The big cat tortured and toyed with the Crispin males, showing a ferocity Devon had never known before. Edmund's descendants suffered, exactly as Devon wanted. Finally, the last male fell. Devon shifted back to his human form and stared at the bloody body, but instead of enjoying the defeat of his enemies, his thoughts kept drifting to coconuts. All he could think about were the lazy days of summer, the warmth of the sun on his skin, the sweet taste of fruit in his mouth, and the sensation of his lover's skin under his on a hot, sultry night. Yearning built with each breath he took. He wanted that, to feel relaxed, sated, at peace. It wasn't something he'd ever thought to experience. In this moment, he did, though. It settled over him. The reason why skittered across his mind with some life-altering significance, but he couldn't get his mind to work. Why would he be thinking about peace or holding a woman's body close? Cuddling with her? He only touched females long enough to get off before hightailing it in the other direction. He never wanted to simply hold one. But it wasn't just any woman he craved. He wanted a special one. His. Her brown eyes filled his vision and became his world. He knew her from somewhere. But where? Confusion surfaced, and with it another wave of dizziness. No, not again. He latched onto the other sensory information seeping into his mind. He had to get his shit together and fix his mistake. The idea took hold. He'd done something horrible. His breathing quickened. He forced his eyelids open and scanned the area. The early evening left the world around him blanketed by shadows. It didn't hide the aftermath of the fight. He barely glanced at the body parts littering the ground. He focused on the female lying face down in the midst of the slaughter, blood soaking the ground beneath her. Her muffled sobs twisted his gut. Another memory surfaced, one that chilled his soul. Chocolate eyes, an angel's eyes, locked onto his. They widened, So did her mouth. No scream escaped, only a garbled grunt. A haze spread over her eyes and replaced the shock. She fell. He shook his head to clear it of the image. It didn't help. The betrayal in her brown eyes haunted him. He lifted his partially shifted hand and stared at the blood coating it. Human blood, the scent unmistakable. He'd blacked out, lost his precious control and hurt a woman. The significance of what he'd done hit him, but there wasn't time to wallow in self-pity or berate himself. She needed help. He jogged closer, but stopped after a couple of feet. His gaze landed on the female. She dug her fingers into the dirt and dragged her beaten body forward, away from him. He swallowed hard around the lump in his throat. "Stop moving." She halted her forward crawl but stretched out her hand, straining to reach a small rock. The sight of her dainty fingers wrapped around the pathetic weapon did something funny to his chest. He pressed a fist hard against the feeling centered there. "I won't hurt you." Not again. A soft hiccup came from her, the only indication she'd hurt him. He blew out a rough breath and knelt. His knuckles brushed against her side, barely touching her. She whimpered. He hadn't jarred her. Fear drove the reaction. He moved his hand. "I said I won't hurt you." A tremor racked her frame, but she didn't speak. He cursed. He didn't want her to be frightened of him. He hadn't meant to hurt her, but he had. Probably grabbed her broken hand or knocked her over. His thoughts didn't seem right. Why did he have her blood in his hands? He swept his gaze over the rest of her small frame. Minor cuts and bruises covered her limbs. He didn't see any wounds that would account for the amount of blood soaking the ground beneath her. His pulse kicked up. Trepidation squeezed his chest and robbed him of breath. "I need to roll you over." She trembled, but didn't offer any other response. Gently he gripped her shoulder and hip. "Ready?" No answer. He rolled her into his arms. His gaze zeroed in on her torso. The confirmation of his sin stared up at him. Dear gods. He flicked his gaze to her face. Beautiful. More than just beautiful. Gorgeous, with the biggest brown eyes he'd ever seen. At the moment, pain hazed them, but intelligence and the force of her will burned through the glaze. He watched them close, and one thought took hold. He'd lost his sanity, once and for all. Chapter 3. Devon stared at the evidence of his biggest mistake. 4 slashes marred the female's belly. Blood flowed steadily from them, and the pained sounds she made told him moving her had aggravated the injury. He smoothed his hand over her hair, hoping to comfort her. It didn't help. The pitiful noises she made reminded him of a wounded animal. "I'm sorry. So sorry." Sorry didn't always help. For her it meant nothing. She was going to die. His chest squeezed, stealing his air. No, she couldn't die. He glanced from her injured stomach to the woods. She wouldn't survive long enough to get her medical help. He'd have to share his blood with her in order to save her life. He couldn't make his hands move. Sharing blood wasn't as simple as slicing open a vein. While she drank from him, he'd be consciously pushing his aura, the powerful tie that linked him to the goddess who'd birthed his forefather, into the blood he fed her. It would weaken him. Then again, he was the one who hurt her in the first place. Without another wasted moment, he sliced his wrist on a distended fang and pressed it to her lips. Blood dribbled down her chin. His heart raced. He cradled her closer in order to free his other hand and smacked her cheek in an effort to wake her. "Don't die on me, woman." He gave her a little shake. Nothing. His blood continued to drip off her chin. He massaged her throat. She didn't swallow. Her heartbeat slowed. The beats lengthened, stuttered. His cats roared. They shoved an image into the forefront of his mind, the female wearing his mate bite. Mating her would save her, no doubt about it. He'd be extending his immortality to her by soul bonding with her. He couldn't do it, not without her permission. She had to willingly allow his crazed cats to take up residence in her soul, agree to be his for eternity. No, soul bonding was out of the question. But he couldn't allow her to die. There had to be another way. He studied the picture his cats held, front and center in his mind. The answer was there, even if it wasn't the one his cats had intended. He didn't have to soul bond with her in order to stop her from dying. He could sacrifice his only shot at having kids, so she could live out her short human lifespan. Could he do that? Give up his ability to claim a mate? Whether she was a true mate or just a breeding partner? For her? A woman he didn't know? The memory of her widened eyes and the betrayal displayed in them made his choice. He gently pushed her hair out of the way and bent toward the delicate spot where her shoulder met her neck. A deep inhale filled his lungs with her scent, and a wave of rightness gripped him, as if he was coming home. He focused on the act, not his reaction to it, and bit. Warm, rich blood slid down his throat. Instead of triggering violent instincts, visceral ones rose. Lust, as he'd never known, gripped him. He ignored it. His wants didn't matter. He ground his teeth into her bone. She didn't respond to the pain he knew he caused her. That worried him more than anything. Eyes closed, he let his mind surround the woman and reached for her soul. The light in it dimmed. He wrapped his essence around her fading core and allowed her misery to soak into him. She didn't fight him. Her sigh slipped through him, and a sense of acceptance came with it. He doubted it was for him. More likely she was responding to the comfort he offered. Still, it encouraged him. She wouldn't resist him, not as long as he held her agony at bay. He pushed a piece of his soul inside hers, linking him to her, and allowing her to not only feel his emotions, but to share in his strength when they were touching each other. The partial bond, what shifters referred to as a breeding bond, even though in their case they'd never create a child, didn't offer her immortality, but the piece of his soul she now carried would save her from dying. At least, today. That was all he cared about. He released her without claiming a piece of her soul, the act needed to soul bond to a mate. For one, he didn't have the right to take anything from her. For another, he didn't want her emotions influencing his. He didn't know her. It would destroy him if he learned the female was in love with another male, or involved in something Devon couldn't forgive. His cat's growls echoed within him, and he tightened his control over them, shoving them back. No way did he want them to frighten the female. Fear could kill as easily as the wounds she'd sustained. His tiger rammed into him. It wanted to walk through the female's soul, judge her, claim her, lock her to him for eternity. Soul bond to her. Devon swayed, his resistance to his cat's wants wavering. He felt at ease with a female's soul shining upon him. Even hurt and dying, she chased away the darkness that hovered within him. He wanted to hold on to that warmth she offered. But she wasn't offering her light. He was stealing it. He slammed a metaphysical door on his cats and eased away from her. "Don't leave me. Stay." Her voice slipped through his mind. Terror fueled the female's plea. Devon refused to believe anything else did. Why would it? She didn't know him any more than he did her. The knowledge didn't stop him from responding. He pulled her closer, sheltering her in his metaphysical arms. He took her fear, exactly as he had her pain, and left her with his strength and reassurance. With her comforted, he stepped back and looked upon her as he did when he checked in on his cats. A thin tether extended from her soul to his. It glowed exactly as he'd always been told a bond to a female would. But it didn't look complete. The tether consisted of a frail strand, not the thick woven cord she would have possessed if he'd taken a piece of her soul and allowed his cats to tie themselves to her too. No matter. The tiny piece of his soul she held acted as a lifeline, halting her slip into death. After a moment, her warmth returned, and her heartbeat quickened to match his. She was healing herself, exactly as he'd hoped she would. He breathed a sigh and released her shoulder. Saliva pooled in his mouth. Because she held a piece of his soul, she was technically his mate, according to shifter law. But unless he sealed his scent into her body, nobody would know to whom she belonged. And if he did seal his scent into her, he'd never let her go. That would cause a problem if she despised him, or if she did love another male. Maybe that Crisbin shifter who'd been holding her hand. Devon locked his jaw and allowed the bite to heal on its own. Had she been a mature shifter, her own healing ability would have guaranteed no sign of the bite would remain. She wasn't a shifter, though. She was human. As such, she'd carry the scars from this encounter. No doubt those would include emotional ones. She groaned as the entry points sealed, and the agonized sound pierced his heart. He automatically reached inside himself to comfort her, but instead of his mate's presence, he found a hole in his soul. Because he didn't take a piece of her soul to fill it, he mated her as if she was his breeding partner. How ironic was that? He formed a one-way breeding bond with a woman who'd never be able to conceive his child. She was the wrong species. Actually, it was better he waste his chance of procreating on this female. The world didn't need his kids in it. His luck they'd be as fucked up as him. He pushed away the anger over not having her soul inside him, and focused on why he'd mated her in the first place. He might have stopped her from dying, but she wasn't out of danger yet. Without his immortality, she was human, albeit slightly stronger because of her partial tie to him. It wouldn't stop old age from weakening her body, or death from claiming her. It would only delay it. With his wrist pressed to her lips, he pinched her arm. She groaned, the action forcing her to swallow the blood filling her mouth. After a moment, she parted her lips wider and sucked weakly on his torn flesh. He brushed his knuckles over her cheek. "That's it, my little maid. Take more." Due to the severity of her wounds, she hovered on the edge of consciousness. That was probably a good thing. Even with the bond they shared, he doubted she'd willingly accept his gift. Actually, she might not even recognize she held a piece of his soul. Humans didn't have the ability to look inside themselves. The mystical bond he'd formed with her was exactly that. Mystical, unseen, unexplainable, yet undeniable. At least for him. He'd never be able to give a piece of his soul to another woman, shifter or human, and when this female died, she'd take it with her, leaving him with a permanent hole in his soul. Although it bothered him she wouldn't be aware of what he'd shared with her, he was glad as well. He was too broken, his mind too shattered, to offer her a home. Besides, she might not be worthy of him. He had no intention of loving a kidnapper, whether she was tied to his soul or not. Spots danced across his vision as the female drank from him. He leaned against a nearby tree to support himself, and ran his free hand over her arm, murmuring comforting words. She needed to remain calm, and take enough of his blood to help her body heal itself. Finally, the slashes on her stomach closed, and her misshapen fingers straightened. He breathed a sigh of relief. She was going to live. He closed his eyes against the dizziness the loss of blood caused, but her groan yanked his attention back to her. She grasped his arm and pulled him closer. Her blunt nails dug into his flesh. She sucked harder on his wrist, and the sensation of her mouth tugging on him whipped through him, jerking on his cock. She could have been on her knees with his dick in her mouth. The knowledge that it was his mate drinking from him intensified the feeling. His eyelids drifted shut. Each time she pulled on his vein, another bolt of electricity skipped to his balls. He reached for her leg, needing to touch her. His hand met something warm and sticky. Blood. Shame filled him for allowing lust to surface. He had no right to feel anything pleasant, not while the woman he'd injured was fighting for her life. He yanked his hand from her thigh and ignored the heaviness in his balls. Normally he could keep his primal drives in check around humans. His mate's scent destroyed his hard-won control, and the memory of the few moments of peace she'd given him made him consider things he shouldn't. Crazy shit, like thinking she was his true mate and would welcome an eternal tie to him, despite his unstable cats. No, he didn't deserve one. A few seconds of peace was all he'd ever get. Trying to distract himself, he stared at the blood and dirt streaking the female's face. Neither obscured her features or hid her beauty. Spiky, dark lashes lay against her skin. A sprinkling of freckles dotted her cheeks. A pert nose and delicate cheekbones gave her an innocent appearance, but the full pink lips wrapped around his wrist destroyed the image. So did her muffled moans and the way she squirmed on his lap. His dick lengthened the longer she rubbed her tight ass over him. He couldn't stop the reaction, especially with the sweet scent of her arousal surrounding them. He wanted to carry her to his bed and keep her there. Not the smartest choice. Once he got her body under him, he might be tempted to finish what he'd started when he touched her soul. He tore his gaze from the side of her throat working as she swallowed and glared at the darkened woods around him. Anything to stop the direction of his thoughts. He guessed they were a couple of miles from the road. A remarkable feat. He'd never seen a human, especially a female, move so well. He didn't consider himself a chauvinist. Mira could hold her own against any male, even him. But the woman he now held was tiny, breakable, and mortal. Someday she was going to die. His eyes burned. A lump formed in his throat. He coughed around it and rubbed his arm over his face. The loss of blood had to be causing both the prickling of his eyelids and the rough time he was having swallowing. He'd never experienced either reaction to sharing his blood, but he'd never given as much to anyone. No matter. He could suck it up. The female needed this. Teeth gnawed at his wrist, dragging his attention right where he didn't want it. A flush had replaced the paleness on her cheeks and her nostrils flared. She flicked her tongue against his skin. A smoldering fire ignited within his blood, and her feeding turned into a kiss he couldn't return. She worked her mouth harder, sucking, licking, nibbling, before finally releasing his wrist with a low groan. Her head lolled to the side. A soft sigh escaped. He grinned, pleased that she found the taste of his blood enjoyable. According to the few humans with whom he'd shared blood, its flavor was sweet and rich. To him it was just blood, nothing special. But humans were different in so many ways. He'd be lying if he said he understood them. Before moving to West Virginia to help protect his Pride member Rafe's new family, Devon had avoided humans except for the times he needed a woman. Those encounters were centered on sex, not talking. That would have to change, at least where his little mate was concerned. He'd have to convince her to tell him everything about Molly and herself. Carefully he smoothed her hair, dislodging the leaves and twigs. She wrinkled her nose and snuggled closer. He stifled a chuckle. She looked damn comfortable. Not wanting to wake her, he cradled her close so her head rested against his chest and her short muscular legs draped over his arm. With her secure, he started the trek over the Delaware countryside to where her car was stuck in the ditch but paused at the top of the ridge she'd rolled down. He looked over the area. His chest tightened. The woman could have killed herself running from him, and it would have been his fault. Who was he kidding? All her pain was his fault. It had started here and ended by the rock wall with his claws in her stomach. The thought fed the anger and the shame he constantly lived with. He hated being broken, half a man. Now he was hers, every messed up inch of him. Good thing she didn't have to keep him. He focused on putting one foot in front of the other in an effort to stop his thoughts from drifting to her. When he finally reached the pond, the sedan belonging to the line shifters was nowhere to be seen, but a few tire marks near the water hinted at its new home, and Cade leaned nonchalantly against the side of the Cuda. He was blood-free and wearing a spare set of clothes. Devon circled the pond, inwardly cringing at the sight of his Pride leader's nostrils flaring. Yeah, Devon, too, could smell his scent on the woman. She reeked of him. He tucked her more securely against his chest to hide her mate mark and her wounds, but wasn't sure why he bothered. He wouldn't be able to hide his sin for long. Cade's gaze locked onto her shoulder. He stiffened. I meant for you to capture her, not mate her. Devon motioned to the woods with a jerk of his chin. There were more of those line shifters in the woods. They attacked me, and I accidentally hurt her. I had to do this. The lie sat heavy on his tongue. Truth be told, he'd been too far gone to know if his actions had been accidental or not. He hoped they had been. Otherwise, he didn't deserve to live. Explain, Devon. How did you hurt her? I want to know everything. Now. Devon turned her body to expose the marks on her belly. His sin. Cade cursed and glanced from the sealed wounds to his face. You soul-bonded to a stranger? How did you manage to pull that off? I didn't soul-bond to her. Cade flicked his gaze from the woman's shoulder to Devon's face. Confusion pinched Cade's brows. The lines marring them faded a moment later, and he nodded. You had to have, but you were probably too far gone to realize what you were doing. I'm sure that helped the woman as she didn't pick up on your worry for her. I didn't soul-bond to her. Cade sighed. He lowered his voice. You had to have, Devon. There's no other way to mate a human. Eyes closed, Devon reached inside himself to confirm he wasn't confused about what he had done. The sight of his cats lounging in an open metaphysical field greeted him. No cage in sight. Great. Years of work down the drain. How was he supposed to restrain them? The question sped his pulse. He shoved away that concern for the moment and focused on the reason he'd stepped into their realm. His soul overshadowed it, acting as their sun. It didn't exactly brighten their world, but it offered some light, leaving the field in a perpetual state of dusk. But the empty hole in his soul cast a dark shadow over the grass, exactly as he'd expected it would. He met his alpha leader's gaze. I didn't soul-bond to her. Cade pinched the bridge of his nose. Devon, you had... Soul-bonding is not the only way to take a mate. She didn't need to be exposed to my crazy cats for me to stop her from dying. He cleared his throat. The lump was back, choking him. Today, anyway. Cade closed the distance between them. Fury pulsed from him, and his aggression stirred Devon's cats. Each big feline stood, body tensed and fangs bared, ready to meet the threat approaching them. Tell me you didn't do what I think you did. Cade growled the words in Devon's face. The familiar rage gripped him, tinting the world red and fuzzing his view of Cade's face. Devon stroked the female side with his thumb. The slight contact pushed his anger back, allowing him to think. It was the only way. She was dying, you understand? I had no other choice. She was too far gone to take my blood. Licking her wounds would have done nothing. I pierced organs. Cade pivoted on his heel and strode to the small sports car. Bracing his arms against the open door, he hung his head. Several minutes passed while Cade seethed. Devon focused on the female's steady heartbeat to keep his anger at bay. Cade finally turned. You'll finish it. Do you understand me? Once she's stronger, you will soul bond to her. Devon's first instinct was to snarl at the blatant order he had no intention of fulfilling, not without talking to the female. She might wear his claim, but it wasn't one she'd chosen. I didn't lick her mate, Mark. It'll just be another scar, and she won't even know she's made it to me unless I tell her, which I have no intention of doing any time soon. Or maybe ever. It all depended on her and her reaction to him. That's impossible. Cade tilted his head. Once our mating instincts are triggered, there's no pulling back empty-handed. Yeah? Tell that to the majority of our males, who only enter into the breeding bond. That's different. Those unions are deliberate. They want kids to carry on their genes. That's it. This was a conscious choice, too. I hurt her, and I refused to let her die. I get that. But to go to the extreme you did? You gave up your only chance at having a mate to a human who will die in a few decades. Cade shook his head. No, I don't believe it was as simple as that. This female is important to you, and the goddess has pushed you into a situation where you wouldn't miss out on her. The goddesses don't give a shit about me. If they had, they would have saved me from that hell I endured, not wait 3 centuries before bothering to try and help me. No, this female isn't some gift from the heavens. She was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. As if she wanted to prove him wrong, she brushed her mouth against his bare chest. The tip of her tongue touched his skin. The slight contact was all it took to make his cock stand at attention. He turned away from Cade, not quickly enough. Cade's chuckle told him he saw Devon's reaction to the female. Oh, really? Devon breathed through the arousal. Once sure he had himself under control, he glanced over his shoulder and met Cade's eyes. I'm male, and I react to sexual stimuli the same as you do. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Cade muttered a string of curses under his breath. You're taking this whole situation pretty well, aren't you? He supposed he was, but he needed to stay calm for the female's benefit. He wouldn't stress her while she was healing. What else am I supposed to do? I did what I had to do in order to save her life. Now I'll deal with the consequences. Guilt motivated you then? Nothing else? Yeah, guilt. That's it. He wasn't positive he quite believed his own words, but if he mentioned the peace he'd experienced while in her presence, Cade would latch on to the topic of how the goddesses did their best to help their children. Devon didn't believe a word of it. He and Mira were proof that the goddesses had forgotten them, or no longer cared what happened to the race they'd birthed. And what are you going to feel when the female dies? Nothing. I don't have a piece of her soul, remember? You don't need a piece of her soul in order to grieve her death. Depending on what her story is, I might not stick around long enough to watch her grow old or die. You're a fool if you think you'll be able to walk away from her. Cade rubbed at his eyes. And if the unthinkable happens, and she dies before you can tie her irrevocably to you, then you'll lose your mind completely. Devon shrugged. Then I lose my mind. You can take my head and put me out of my misery. Cade stepped forward. I told you never to ask me that. Never. Then you can lock my ass in a cage. I don't give a shit. I will not take the choice out of her hands. I also won't soul bond to a kidnapper. Until I get her story, my mated status stays between you and I. Cade snorted. She wears your bite and smells like you. There's no way to hide it. I didn't lick or bite her wounds. In a couple of days, there'll be no way to tell who bit her. She'll be free to walk away if that's what she chooses, along with a piece of your soul. Hands clenched, Cade inhaled deeply, then released his breath through clenched teeth. We'll talk more about this later. Much later. She's got a lot of healing to do before I start asking her questions about us. You're right. As soon as she gains consciousness, you're going to find out where Molly is, and whether or not she was involved in selling Molly to the Crispin Pride. Devon cradled her closer and rested his chin against her head. I will. If she's guilty, I will get the truth from her first. There's no need to plan her punishment yet. We know nothing about her. You said so yourself. Cade motioned toward the sports car. We know one thing. According to her registration, her name is Lena Burnett. Devon glanced at the female. No, Lena's face. No more lines of pain by her eyes, just a slack, relaxed expression of sleep. I'll try waking Lena in a few minutes to find out what she knows, but I doubt she'll stir anytime soon. The moment she does, I'll talk to her. That could take hours, days. And there's not a lot I can do about it. I'll ask Xander to search the town for Molly. Maybe you can call Shifter Affairs and find out what went wrong with the retrieval. I will, but that doesn't change my concern for you. Me? Cade motioned to Lena. You realize you won't be able to leave her side until she's healed, and the more time you spend with her, the more attached you'll get. If she decides to walk out on you, she'll take more than your soul with her. Although the chances of Lena falling for a shell of a man were slim, it didn't change anything. If you're talking about love or some shit, I never expected a female to stick around me because of it. I'll be fine. Cade's knowing gaze held Devon's. He waited for Cade to call him a liar. Devon had made no secret of his desire for a family, or his anger over knowing he'd never have one. After a moment, Cade shook his head. Okay then, I'll drive Lena's car. Your mate will be too uncomfortable all scrunched up in her two-seater. The two of you can take mine. We'll head to a hotel so she can rest. Great. Devon carried Lena to the pond to wash the dirt and blood from her sealed wounds. With her tended to, he carefully laid her on the back seat of the Cuda and covered her with a spare blanket from the trunk. He glanced over his shoulder. Will you watch her while I clean up? Of course. Cade brushed a lock of hair from Lena's cheek. Devon grasped his alpha's wrist. Watch her. Don't touch her. Cade snickered and raised his hands. Wouldn't think of it, my friend. That troublesome female is all yours. No, he was hers. The only question that remained was, did she want him? Chapter 4. The blanket of sleep slowly drew away, and Lena smiled. The details of the dream she'd had escaped her, yet a feeling of contentment remained. Cool air bathed her skin. The sheets under her body were soft, and the heavy weight of a lover was pressed against her back. Lover? What was she doing in bed with a guy? She opened her eyes. The darkened room didn't give her many details. Enough, though, to realize it wasn't hers. Great. Not only had she fucked a stranger, she'd gone home with him. Not smart. When it came to sex and men, however, she had a long list of regrets. She forced back the anxiety. There was no use berating herself. She knew the drill. Discuss safety, then get her ass out of here before her one-night stand got clingy. No way was she going to stick around and talk. Or worse, spend the day together. Not happening. She did not do relationships. Been there, done that. Got the broken heart to prove it, twice. Her lover licked her arm. She sucked in a shaky breath. The swipe of his tongue skipped energy across her skin. She closed her eyes to enjoy his attentions. Maybe she didn't have to leave yet, but his beard tickled her and ruined the experience. How had she ended up with a bearded guy? She hated facial hair. He moved closer, and the hair on his legs rubbed against her thigh. She frowned and focused on the sensation. It didn't quite feel like hair. More like fur. The memories of the last few hours returned in a rush. The lion shifters who tried to steal her adopted sister, the promise she'd made to her dying stepdad, and him, the man who went on a rampage and clawed her stomach. Her heart raced, fear replacing the budding desire. Her lashes stuck, but she opened her eyes. Slowly she turned, and came face to face with a spotted cat, a jaguar to be precise. She swallowed hard and willed herself to remain calm. The cat draped its paws over her, pinning her hips to the bed, then lowered its head to her stomach. She screamed. One high-pitched shriek followed another. The cat morphed into a huge, muscular, and very naked man. She caught a glimpse of wickedly long canines before he rolled their bodies and pressed her back to his chest. He clamped one big palm over her mouth and pressed the other over her hip, silencing and restraining her. So nobody would hear her when he ripped out her throat, maybe. Quiet, woman! Her muffled cries embarrassed her. She couldn't stop them, though. It was him. She'd know his gravelly voice anywhere. The room closed in around her, and the memory came rushing back. Her screams, the enraged roars of a big cat, the sounds of men dying. Her chest constricted, making it hard to breathe. She had to get away. She bucked and fought, but he draped a leg over her thrashing limbs, effectively trapping her. I'm not going to hurt you. You're safe. I swear it. She needed to calm down. Predators liked fear. She took a slow breath in, held it, then let it escape in a soft hiss through clenched teeth. Focusing on the mechanics of breathing helped. So did the utter stillness of the man in bed with her. Did he do that on purpose to convince her of the truth of his words? Or merely so she'd stop screaming? Either way, her fear lessened. That's a good girl. He brushed his lips against her temple. A very good girl. Her belly warmed with the praise. She hated the reaction but couldn't stop it. She'd dabbled in the bondage scene enough that his words, along with the inability to move, triggered her instincts. Are you going to scream again? She shook her head. Now I want you to relax. Can you do that for me? She nodded. Perfect. He slid his hand to her throat and massaged gently. Breathe. Just breathe and let your fear go. She did as he ordered and used the time to assess her body. No sharp pain accompanied her inhalations, and the burning agony in her gut had dimmed to a slight twinge. She wiggled her fingers. Not broken. Had she imagined it all? She closed her eyes and drew the memory forth. No. She recalled every vivid detail from the first moment she'd locked eyes with the tiger chasing her, to when he'd whipped around at her plea and caught her belly with his outstretched arm. He hadn't acted as if he'd noticed her or cared that he'd hurt her. He'd yanked his hand back and attacked the nearest lion without missing a beat. A chill ran down her spine. The man at her back adjusted his body to press more of his hot skin against hers, as if he thought to warm her. Unless he could wipe the images of his cat's vacant eyes, or his face contorted in rage from her mind, he couldn't counter the ice in her blood. Are you calmer? She nodded. I'm glad. I want you to stay that way. So tell me where the child is, and I'll let you go. He wanted information from her. That's why he saved her life. A human wouldn't have been able to walk away, given the injuries she'd sustained. She'd been around shifters long enough to know some of them could share their healing ability. The how was a mystery she'd never cared to unravel. She'd been trying to escape their world for years, but kept getting sucked back into it. No, she answered. I need to find her. That's nice. We all want things. Her sarcasm came out at the worst possible times, always getting her in trouble. She bit her lip and berated herself for allowing her attitude to peek out. This is not a game. I have to find that child. No, it wasn't close to being a game. Lives were at stake, and she'd continue to dangle hers in the crosshairs if it meant saving her younger sisters, one biological and one adopted. Lena had purposely run to give Gwen and Molly a chance to escape. Nothing said by the shifter holding her would convince her to betray them. Well? The shifter paused as if fully expecting her compliance. I said tell me where she is. No, he growled. With their bodies pressed tightly together, the vibrations from that animalistic sound traveled down the length of her spine. She tensed and waited for him to strike. Torture her, maybe. All the scary things that could happen to a woman in the wrong man's arms flashed through her mind. She choked on bile, anticipating the worst, but all he did was stroke her neck and nuzzle the sensitive spot behind her ear. In the face of the gentle stimulation, her traitorous body relaxed in his embrace. Several minutes passed in silence while he cuddled with her, as if they were lovers. The soft stroke of his fingertips over her hip and the intimate way he spooned her messed with her mind. Her thoughts drifted to sex. Hard not to, especially with his erect shaft poking into her cloth-covered backside. She was in bed with a naked shifter, one who'd torn other men apart before her eyes, one who'd nearly gutted her without so much as a blink of an eye. Why wasn't she afraid? She should be, except the contentment she'd felt when she first woke had returned. Not good. The man holding her was her kidnapper, not someone she should want to spend the night with. She reached for the memory of what had happened in the woods. The blood and gore, the agony. Instead of her screams, she heard his apologies for hurting her. In place of her pain, she remembered the cocoon of strong arms as he cradled her against his chest and pressed kisses to her face. His actions didn't make sense. Why touch her so tenderly after callously pushing her body off his claws and letting her drop to the ground? The image of his vacant feline eyes came back to her. They hadn't even focused on her face. He hadn't seen her, didn't know he'd hurt her. Great. Her kidnapper was crazy. Her luck he'd turn on her if she looked at him wrong. Before she could take the thought any further, he flicked the tip of his tongue to her neck. She swallowed a moan. He did it again. She clenched her hand until her nails dug into her palm. The sting stopped the sound from escaping, but not the slight shudder that ran through her body. He murmured something, mouth pressed to her neck, so the words were muffled, but she knew they were ones of approval. He couldn't fake that tone. The cock poking her pushed a little harder into her bottom. He adjusted his body so his erection lay nestled along the seam of her butt cheeks. With a tilt of his hips, he wedged his rod between them. She squirmed, automatically countering his motion and arousing herself with the involuntary reaction. What was wrong with her? She should not be thinking of sex, especially not with her kidnapper. But she couldn't help it. Her body refused to listen to her mind. He slid his hand across her stomach and stilled with his fingers splayed over her belly, the spot that should hurt, yet didn't. You're safe with me. The cub will be too. I will protect her. Now tell me where she is. What cub? I don't know what you're talking about. He nipped her earlobe, and her inner muscles quivered. Do not lie to me. You know exactly what I'm talking about. She ignored the desire building within her and focused on his question. No way was she telling him anything about her adoptive sister. He could say he'd protect her all he wanted. The government had told her the same lies. All they saw were dollar signs when they looked at Molly. She moved her bottom away from the stranger's hard cock. I don't know what you're talking about. If you're missing a cat, maybe you should check the lost and found section of the newspaper. Growls, louder than before, rumbled his chest. He leaned over her, so his mouth pressed to her ear. No lies. No games. I don't have time for either. The cub is the child I'm looking for. Tell me where she is. I saw you with her, Lena. Do not lie to me again. Tell me how to find her. She's special and can't fall into the wrong hands. Molly is special, Miss Burnett. I personally guarantee she will never fall into the wrong hands again. That includes the scientists who are searching for her and other shifters. It's why I've placed her with your father. Who better to guard her than a former agent? Colonel Mallory's words from 6 months ago repeated in Lena's head. She'd believed him, putting her faith in him. That had changed when he'd shown up at her house with a bunch of shifters who'd come for Molly. Plans change, Miss Burnett, and the offer I've received from the Shifter Council is one I'd be foolish to pass on. Colonel Mallory had accepted a briefcase of money from the largest lion shifter, and walked out, leaving Lena and her family to face their fate. A wave of grief choked her. Her mother, her stepdad, dead, murdered, all because they trusted a man who'd sworn to protect Molly. No, she couldn't let those memories consume her. Their deaths would not be for nothing. The man holding her brushed his nose against the spot below her ear, yanking her out of her sorrow, and tightened his hold on her body. If there's any male in this world you should trust, it's me. I would never betray you. Wouldn't that be a dream come true? Too bad she'd stopped believing in fairy tales, unicorns, and happily ever afters a long time ago. Lena forced a bored sigh. I really don't like repeating myself, but since you're basically an animal, I'll take your low IQ into account this one time. She paused, ignoring the tensing of muscles pressed along her back. Not on your life. He surprised her by chuckling, the deep rumble flicking a switch inside her. She arched into him. Whether she liked it or not, she desired him. With the utmost care, he gathered the tousled strands of her hair so they fanned out over her shoulder. I'm sorry, little human. I've neglected to take your failings into account. She waited for him to tell her about her faults. He never did. Minutes passed while he sifted his fingers through her hair, finger-combing it. A slight tug accompanied his attentions as he untangled the mass. Once smooth, he twirled a lock and rubbed the strands together before repeating the process. By the 4th time, she caved. Exactly what flaws are those? No response. He continued to play with her hair, not even pausing in the twisting of her tresses to indicate he'd hurt her. The deliberate snubbing frayed her last nerve. She opened her mouth to repeat herself. The words got stuck there, her focus on the hand tracing the length of her arm. Wide-eyed, she watched talons extend from the fingertips. He dragged them over her skin, not bleeding her, but the threat was clear. The sight triggered the memory of watching blood drip off those claw-tipped fingers. Her blood. The lust abated, fear replacing it. He could kill her as easily as he aroused her. Her pulse sped. She whimpered. There was no stopping the frightened sound or the trembling in her limbs. Shifters enjoy the scent of fear on humans, Lena. She really wished he'd stop saying her name. His European accent sounded sinfully sexy and sophisticated. Men she hated shouldn't make her toes curl. He twined their fingers and lifted their joined hands. His clawed, hers with short blunt nails, until they were inches from her face. "You're tiny, Lena. Fragile." He loosely gripped her wrist. "If I squeeze just a little, your bones will break." She swallowed hard, gaze locked onto her fingers. She could have sworn had already been broken. "Go ahead and hurt me. I'm not telling you anything." "Am I hurting you?" He might be treating her nicely now. That didn't mean he'd continue doing so. She knew what he was capable of, and how easily he killed. Seeing his claws reminded her of that. She pressed her lips tightly together and stayed quiet. "Are you giving me the silent treatment because I didn't tell you what your flaws are?" He lowered their linked hands. "Sorry, little female. I assumed you wouldn't appreciate hearing about my low opinion of your species. You see, in my experience, most humans are untrustworthy, lying individuals who wouldn't understand loyalty if it bit them in the ass." Before she could respond, he pressed his mouth to her neck. Not a kiss exactly, but the warmth of his breath made it feel as intimate as one. She stilled and waited for him to make the next move. Without the visual reminder of the threat he posed, her other senses kicked in and overrode the fear that had left her body strung tight. He smelled of the forest, a slight hint of evergreen and moss that both filled her with peace and kicked her lust into overdrive. The hard contours of his body molded to hers, reminding her he was a man built to quench the fires he ignited. The only thing she hadn't experienced was his kiss. She'd bet money his mouth tasted equally as decadent. Chocolate came to mind. It would be just her luck. Everything else about her kidnapper's body appealed to her. Why shouldn't he taste of her favorite food, too? "Do you understand now, beautiful Lena, why I remained silent?" Her eyelids drifted shut. His voice, oh God, his voice whispered into her ear was pure sin. Its deep timbre slid through her body and touched every inch. He nipped an earlobe. "Answer me." She nodded immediately, unable to ignore the huskily delivered order. "Good. With that in the open between us, let me rephrase my question." The butterfly caresses of his lips sent shivers through her body. She squirmed, hating her easy reaction to him. "If you tell me where the cub is, not only will I allow you to leave, I'll also throw in $5,000 for your troubles." Lena laughed. "First off, if that's the opinion you have of humans, you're hanging around the wrong people. Second, $5,000 is pocket change to me. Your great motivator is lacking. You might as well either kill me or let me go, because my answer stands." He sighed. Not the reaction she was hoping for. She wanted him annoyed, so he'd stop touching her. It was hard to resist him when he touched her. He could have had some hold of her that made her want to believe him. Good thing she'd been burned enough times not to fall for such a ploy. "I didn't want to resort to this, but you leave me no choice." He rolled them, blanketing her body with his. With her wrists grasped in one hand, he tugged her arms above her head. She should have been terrified, considering his huge erection pressed against her thigh. But she stared at him, open-mouthed. The sight of him in all his naked glory had the same effect it had the last time. It left her muddled inside. No man should look as he did. Hauntingly beautiful, as deadly and gorgeous as the tiger he housed. Corded muscle roped his chest and arms, the definition showcasing the incredible strength packed onto his body. A soft dusting of hair covered his torso and tempted her gaze lower. She wanted to look, knew his cock would be drool-worthy, but couldn't tear her attention from his face. Sharp cheekbones hardened his features, making him more striking than handsome, but the wider, flatter nose softened his harsh face. Long black lashes framed exotic up-tilted eyes. With them closed, she couldn't see their color, so she turned her attention to his hair. Sections of gold, red, and brown decorated the thick black hair covering his head. She'd call it a dye job, but she knew shifters always returned to the body they were born with when they morphed from animal to human. The amazing display in front of her was natural. "Lena?" She flicked her gaze to his and gasped. Yellow eyes, streaked with green and brown, studied her, the odd color complementing the patchwork hair. "Wow." She squeezed her eyes shut, then opened them. Nope, not crazy. She thought his feline eyes belonged to the werecat form he'd taken while attacking the other shifters. Apparently not. And these eyes weren't vacant as they'd been then. They were hot, hungry. He looked as if he wanted to eat her alive, but in a good way, one that would leave her begging for more. Her breath escaped in a long sigh. "Disgusted?" She said the only thing she could. "Beautiful. You're the most beautiful man I've ever seen." His grip eased on her wrists, and he stared at her, as if she was a bug he studied. I'm not a man. No, he wasn't, and she shouldn't desire him. She knew firsthand the dangers of getting involved with a shifter, but the ones she'd tangled with before were nothing compared to the incredible man watching her with guarded, wary eyes, as if waiting for her to change her mind. Shifter, man? Doesn't matter. You're still gorgeous. He cleared his throat and bent closer until his breathtaking eyes became her world. Then you should be happy with your fate, little human. Fear slithered into her stomach, churning until bile rose. And that is? I won't rape you. He spat the words, obviously following her train of thought. She licked her lips. That's good to hear. But I won't let you go until you tell me where the cub is. Her belly flip-flopped. The determination in his voice left no room for discussion. That's kidnapping. You would know a thing or two about kidnapping, wouldn't you? You're the one who was ready to hand an innocent child over to a fucked-up pride of lions. Disgust etched his features. Why? What's in it for you? Do you hate us so much that you destroy a little girl's life? She didn't answer. What was the point? He wouldn't believe her, and she'd made a promise. Nothing he did would make her betray her little sister. Molly had been through too much, suffered more than any child, shifter or human, should. She had to stick to the plan, give her younger sister Gwen the chance to get Molly to safety, away from all the shifters who wanted to get their hands on one of the last unmated female white lion shifters. Yeah, she knew exactly what those men wanted, to secure their incubator, so when she came of age she could pop out babies for them. Not fucking happening. Answer me, she sneered. Make me. He covered her mouth with his tongue prodding against her lips, incessant and demanding. Instead of forcing his entry, he adjusted his hold on her wrists. He rubbed gentle circles into the center of her palm, the soft touch at odds with his hungry kiss. He was seducing her. She knew that was his goal. The knowledge helped. She remained passive under him, ignoring the warmth heating her limbs. He moved over her, blanketing her body completely, and his aroused member poked against her cloth-covered opening, pushing the fabric between her lower lips. She shuddered, a soft gasp escaping. He took advantage of her reaction to a suggestive position. He slipped his tongue into her mouth and kissed her as if she was his salvation or his favorite meal. Only her stubbornness stopped her from returning his passion. He pulled back, frustration tightening his features so creases ran across his forehead. She glanced from his narrowed eyes to his mouth. Fangs descended, the sharpened canines moving easily into place. He gave her shoulders a little shake. Kiss me back, woman. I know you want to. With her eyes locked to the fangs that had ripped a man's throat out, she whispered, I want you to let me go. He climbed off the bed and grabbed sweats from the edge of the chair. She turned away from the side of his firm ass and studied the nightstand, its dark wood scratched and nicked. A black phone sat in the center, with a sticker reminding the checkout was at noon. They were in a hotel. That was good. He probably wouldn't kill her in a hotel. Too many witnesses. Her belly twisted at the thought. She almost felt guilty for thinking he would hurt her. Okay, scratch that. She did feel guilty. Other than scaring her, he hadn't done anything to hurt her. She studied her kidnapper. She guessed he stood at over 6.5 feet, a wide back tapered to a tucked-in waist. Loose gray pants hung low on his hips, and bare feet that matched the proportions of the man. Gigantic, flattened the plush carpet. Biceps thicker than her thighs, bunched as he flexed and released those dinner plate-sized hands. He ran his long fingers over his patchwork hair. The strands stood on edge. With a second sweep over his skull, he linked his fingers over the back of his head and groaned. She dropped her gaze before she gave in to the urge to ask if he was all right. Her fascination with him wasn't healthy. Outward appearances didn't make the man, and he was a dangerous predator. Big cats did not make good cuddle buddies. She pushed her body into a sitting position. The movement tugged her abused stomach. Preparing for the worst, she glanced at her belly. Instead of a bruised and beaten body, she saw her familiar tan skin, blood-free, without any ugly black and blue splotches, with just a gauze square taped over her belly. How long was I unconscious? He tensed and rubbed one of his big hands over the back of his neck, but didn't turn around. She glanced away when it became apparent he wasn't going to answer and ran a finger over a splotch of shiny new skin on her knee. Anxiety settled in her bones. A lot could happen in a matter of days. Few hours, he muttered. She looked at him. His arm was folded against the wall, his forehead resting on it. I tended your wounds. Most won't scar. Lena opened her mouth to ask how he tended them, but decided against it. Engaging him in conversation wasn't the smartest move. Besides, something told her she didn't want to know. Eyes narrowed, she studied him for some clue as to his motives. Tension radiated from him. Any number of reasons could have caused it. Guilt, frustration, animosity. She dismissed the reason as unimportant and asked the question that bothered her the most. Why did you attack me? I didn't attack you. No apology this time. When he'd held her cradled against his chest, it was all he'd done. Maybe he'd gotten over his regret. If she was honest with herself, he hadn't attacked her. The more she replayed the scene, the more details she picked out. He'd truly been lost to his anger. He'd acted as an abused dog would when cornered, lash out at everyone within striking distance. She wasn't even sure why she'd wobbled on her twisted ankle to get to him while he'd been fighting those men. She'd only known that she needed to touch him. Lena? She glanced from the neatly dressed injury to the shifter who'd caused it. His chin dropped to his chest. I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm sorry. The sincerity in his voice struck her as truth, but instead of absolving him of the act, she asked, Who are you, and what do you want from me? He glanced over his shoulder. The muscles in his back flexed. He turned the simple move into a masculine show of strength. Devon Moore, and you know what I want. His gaze skimmed over her body before zeroing in on her stomach. He scowled. You're bleeding again. She pressed a hand to her belly and sucked in a sharp breath. More expletives fell from Devon's lips. She moved to get up. The motion sent pain shooting down her arm, the one the other shifter had yanked on when he tried to pull her from the rock wall. Devon knelt in front of her, his concerned expression at odds with the image she'd imprinted of him while she'd been writhing in pain on the forest floor. He cupped her cheek in his large hand. She barely stopped herself from leaning into it. I'm sorry, Lena, but you shouldn't have run from me, or led me into a trap. A trap? Did he think she was in cahoots with those asshole shifters? She snorted and immediately grimaced as dizziness made the world sway. Devon pulled her close and pressed her head to his chest. The warmth of his skin and his strong, earthy scent soothed her. Her body went lax in his embrace. Damn, the man was dangerous. If he'd seduced her, she might have told him everything. You're telling me this is my fault? With his hands on her shoulders, he eased her away from him and captured her gaze. No. I'm saying that maybe you should pick better friends. They weren't my friends. A long moment passed in silence. He cleared his throat. Yeah? What are they to you, then? You were holding one of those shifters' hands. To me? Nothing. I was playing along so they wouldn't separate us. To the cub, they were a bunch of sick fucks who wanted to destroy her life. She glared at Devon, letting him see all the hate she felt for pricks like them. Never. Do you understand me? I will never allow men like that near Molly. And if you want the same, you might as well kill me, because I won't ever tell you anything. He slipped his hand into her hair, cradling the back of her head. Don't accuse me of something when you don't know all the facts. Molly is not a potential mate for me, or an object to sell. She belongs to a human I know. I would never hurt her. Belongs to a human? Was that supposed to be better than belonging to a shifter? She laughed, the sound bitter and shaky even to her own ears. And it's okay to accuse me without knowing the truth? What is the truth? Tell me. The truth? She waited until he nodded. Okay. I love Molly, and I'll protect her with my life if I have to. I will never give her over to a shifter who'll take her choices away and use her as a breeder. That's good to hear. But you need to tell me where she is, so I can protect Molly from those threats too. You can't do it alone. Lena agreed. That was why Molly wasn't with her. I don't know you, and I don't trust you. Why would I tell you anything about Molly? He pressed his forehead to hers. I haven't handled this conversation well, have I? If your goal was to coerce information from me, then no. He slid his arm around her waist and pulled her closer. I want many things from you. Information, and your trust, being top of the list. Then you failed your interrogation class. You're not getting either from me. And while you're being stubborn, Molly is in danger. She's not. At least, Lena hoped Molly wasn't being threatened. Devon pressed his lips to her cheek. I pray she's not. But you need to realize, I can't allow you to escape me until you change your mind. Returning Molly to where she belongs is more important than anything. Her chest tightened on a wave of fear. Not for herself, but for her sisters. With her out of the picture, Gwen was in charge. While Gwen knew how to take care of herself, protecting a child from a bunch of shifters was a lot to expect from a young woman who'd just graduated college. Lena considered her choices. Since her injury seriously impacted her running ability, escaping and meeting them before they left the state didn't seem likely. That left her only one option. Luckily, the means to put her plan into motion sat next to the bed. "Okay, then. If you're not letting me go, may I get a shower?" Devon studied her carefully. She blinked hopefully innocent eyes at him and waited. "Don't try to escape me, Lena." "Unless there's a window big enough for me to climb out of in there, I'm not going anywhere. Besides," she motioned toward her belly, which was starting to ache, "I'm not really in any shape to run." He jerked back and retrieved her duffel bag from the floor. Without looking at her, he carried it to the bathroom, started the water, and rummaged through her belongings, pulling out the travel-sized bath products she used at the gym. He placed the shampoo and conditioner in the stall and faced her. "Try not to let the bandage on your stomach get too wet, but the bite on your shoulder is fine." "Bite on my shoulder?" She slapped her hand over the mark. The raised bumps brushed against her palm. Tingles skipped across her skin. She dropped her hand. You bit me." He shrugged as if it was no big deal. "Yeah, I bit you." His gaze traveled over her body and left a burning path in its wake. "If you need help showering, call me." She wanted to question him about the bite but decided against it. That would require her to spend more time with him. Time was something she didn't have. She had to get her shit together, ignore her wayward hormones, and act. Lena peeked into the bag and grinned. Not because of Devon's offer, but with the knowledge that men were men, no matter the species. He had examined everything except the tampon box she'd left in her bag from the previous week. Hiding her cell phone in there had been a brilliant idea. "I'll manage." He stopped her as she tried to squeeze past him. "You're not going to say anything?" The hurt look on his face confused her. She frowned. "About what?" He skimmed his fingers over the scar on her shoulder. Awareness skipped through her. Her knees gave out and he caught her with a hand around her waist. She stared at him, unable to speak. One corner of his mouth lifted in a lopsided smile, and she grabbed his shoulders to steady herself. "About my—" The grin faded. He lifted her and set her away from him. "Cade went to the store to buy you some clothes. Until he gets back, wear the robe that's hanging on the door." The urge to ask him what he'd meant to say grew the longer he held her in his heated gaze. She ignored the compulsion and stepped around him, breaking the trance he'd cast over her. Before she could make it into the relative safety of the bathroom, he snagged her sports bra with a clawed hand. With one swipe, he slit the back open. She held the top to her chest. "And Lena?" She glanced over her shoulder. "Yeah?" He grinned, the tips of fangs making his smile wickedly sexy. "Unless you want me to come in there, you'd better hurry." Chapter 5. Devon closed the door on the frustrating female before he did something else he'd regret. He'd already messed things up with her, starting from the moment she'd regained consciousness to when he'd almost asked her if she felt the growing connection between them. Maybe it was only lust, but the desire to lose himself inside her was stronger than it had been with any other woman. How did he go about fixing his mistake without alienating her for good? His goal hadn't changed, no matter how much he was drawn to Lena. He needed to know where Molly was being kept. He paced the bedroom and listened to Lena as she made use of the bathroom. Each time she sucked in air or released an involuntary gasp, his shame increased. With his blood revving up her body's ability to heal itself, the smaller cuts were already closed. Shiny new skin covered the wounds, but the scars on her belly stood out starkly, reminding him of his sin. After speaking to Lena, he was pretty sure it was the worst mistake of his life. Her shock when he'd accused her of being associated with the Lion Shifters was genuine. So was her anger when she'd thought he meant Molly harm. The sharp tang of her rage had soured her fragrance. If that wasn't proof enough of her innocence, his cat's convictions drove home the truth. They saw her as honorable and brave, everything a male could want in a female. Though they couldn't speak to him in words, the animals he housed communicated to him in images and emotions. After 300 years, he knew their souls as well as he knew his own. They looked at Lena and judged her worthy, So worthy they wanted to keep her, soul bond to her, exactly as they'd urged him to do. They'd showed him images of Lena petting them, of her massaging his shoulders and soothing him with words and kisses, all things he never thought to have, yet yearned for. He'd never regretted taking his twin's punishment for killing her rapist. It was his right and duty to shoulder Mira's prison sentence. After Devon left the prison torture chambers with a fragmented mind and 3 crazed predators sharing his soul, however, he knew he could never take a mate. How could he, when he spent every waking moment fighting to maintain his hold on reality? To stop himself from turning feral? A female didn't deserve to suffer in his personal hell, too. But if there were one who could bring him peace... Devon glanced at the bathroom door. Had he found his true mate? Could his perfect match be a petite, brown-eyed angel whose connection to Molly was still a mystery? Maybe Cade was right in claiming the goddess of their pride had intervened. Devon never would have considered Lena as anything more than a human who was somehow involved with Molly. He never would have talked to her or touched her if he hadn't taken the path he had. Lena wasn't the type of woman he would have sought out for a quick fuck. She was the kind of girl a male worshipped for life. She also deserved better than him. He squeezed the bridge of his nose. Whether or not Lena was his true mate shouldn't be his main concern. Molly was. He had to keep his focus on learning her whereabouts from Lena. Asking outright had gotten him nowhere. Threatening her had sickened him. And seducing her? That probably would have worked, but it wasn't right to use their attraction against her. What was he supposed to do? He pressed the heels of his palms to his eyes and tried to get his mind to focus on the question. A whirlwind of ideas bounced around in his head. He couldn't latch onto any. The harder he sought to come up with some sort of plan, the more disorganized his thoughts became. He hated how fragmented his mind got at times. It always happened when he needed to concentrate on something important, too. Black dots spread over his vision, and his pulse quickened as his frustration mounted. Fucking telltale signs of a lapse. He'd suffered with them long enough to recognize them, and he refused to walk down that path again. His delusions had caused enough damage already. Desperate for a way to avert it, he lifted his wrist Lena had fed from, pressed it under his nose, and dragged in a deep breath. Her lingering scent cleared the haziness. Instantly. His cats were right. She was the key to maintaining his sanity. He didn't dare assume it meant she was his true mate. There was only one way to tell that. If she could bridge him. The rare occurrence allowed man and beast to merge, bringing peace and incredible strength. The shower turned off. He closed his eyes and listened as she dug through her bag. The click of the lotion bottle he'd spied among her belongings came first, followed by a plop as she squirted it into her hand. Silence stretched as she no doubt rubbed the moisturizer into her tanned skin. Would she apply it only to her legs, or all over? His chest rose and fell as he imagined her massaging her breasts until her nipples stood firm and erect. She'd slide her hand lower to smooth white cream over her stomach and thighs. His cats shoved the image of Lena, spread out beneath him on the bed, to the forefront of his mind. She had looked inviting, and she'd wanted him. The luring scent of her desire had been unmistakable. He took a step toward the bathroom. Stopped. He couldn't go in there. Fisting his hands, he took slow, deliberate breaths and waited for her to finish getting dressed, although he knew her injuries would make it difficult. He glanced at the door. The urge to see to her care hadn't faded in the time since the accident had occurred. He hadn't been able to leave her side since. The quick dip in the pond had been pure torture. He froze with his hand on the doorknob. If he went in there and saw her naked, he wouldn't walk away. He'd pull her into his arms, and their bond would draw them together. Lust would flare, the raw and primal kind that didn't take emotions or circumstances into account. A soft thump reached his ears. Had she fallen? He flung open the door. Lena shrieked and dropped her phone. She scrambled to pick it up, but he snatched it away. A growl crawled up his throat along with a surge of anger. She'd blinked those innocent angel eyes at him, but they'd masked a lie. She'd played him. Like a fool, he'd fallen for it. With one hand wrapped around her neck, he held her still while he read the text she'd sent. I've been delayed, but don't worry about me. I'm fine. Initiate Plan B. If I don't meet you at the designated time and place, call Vader. The answering text sent dread through him. Okay, but I'm scared. Another man found us. I had to use the present you gave me. We're safe for now. Over and out. He placed the phone down before he crushed it. Who has Molly? Lena trembled. Her pulse raced under his palm. The scent of her fear incensed him more. He cursed. "They're in danger! Don't you get that?" She jerked her head to free herself. He eased his grip but didn't let go. She strained against him until lines creased her smooth brow before relenting and sagging in his hold. "Yes, I get it. But I can't protect him when I can't even save myself. I tried. Look at what happened to me." Damn it. He didn't care that she'd played him. The turmoil in her expression upset him. He tucked her against his chest and rubbed her back through the terry cloth robe. "I'm sorry. And I know you have no reason to trust me. But I want to protect Molly, too. I don't want to claim her as my future mate, nor will I allow any other male to do so without her agreement." She tilted her head back. "You're right. I have no reason to trust you. That won't change because you told me to." He picked up the phone and sent another text. "Where are you?" Minutes passed. There was no response. Lena cleared her throat. "They probably turned the phone off." He snarled, the cell crunching in his hand. He dropped it in the sink and fisted her hair. Backing her against the counter, he leaned over her arched body. With his cheek pressed to hers, her fragrance wrapped around him. It pushed the rage back. Lust replaced it. The change came as easily as flipping a coin. He leaned back enough to look upon her face. "You've made a mistake. Those lions won't give up until they've killed your friend and captured Molly. Please, tell me where she is." She studied him for a long moment, with eyes darkened by fear and arousal. He scented both, but she shook her head, not giving in to either. "No, I'm not telling you anything. I don't care what happens to me." He skimmed his fingertips over her jaw. He couldn't resist touching her. "You're not getting away from me." A promise or a threat? He wasn't sure. Anticipation built as he waited for her to make the next move. A long moment passed before she bent her head for him. He took the offering. Brushing his lips along the delicate length of her neck, he drugged himself on her scent and the exquisite sensation of soft skin touching his. He gave himself the same lecture he had before he'd come in here. Their attraction was merely the pull of their bond, an attempt by his primal side to urge him into completing the soul bond. They'd both be better off physically, if not emotionally, if he gave in to his cat's insistence and finished this thing between them. He couldn't. He knew it. Yet even as he warned himself away from her, he kissed his way to the sensitive spot beneath her ear. He was starving for what she could give him. Peace felt so incredibly good. Better than the most intense orgasm. Better than the joy of the kill. Better than anything he'd ever experienced in his life. He wanted to latch on to that feeling, never let it go. Was that so wrong? At the moment it didn't feel wrong. Nothing did. There was only Lena's scent in his lungs and her soft skin under his lips. With the first flick of his tongue, she released a shaky breath, the sound encouraging him to get closer. He lifted her onto the counter and pressed his groin to hers. The heat he found tore a hungry sound from his chest. She grabbed his shoulders, neither pushing him away nor tugging him closer. The flexing of her fingers betrayed her inner conflict. So did the mix of scents surrounding them. Finally, she gave him a small shove. "I don't want this." He inhaled to test the truth in her words. The growing fragrance of her arousal contradicted her statement, but he still put a slight distance between their bodies. He couldn't quite make himself step back completely. Devon ran his fingertips across the top of her thigh. "Don't you?" She licked her lips. "I shouldn't want you." "And I shouldn't want you." He abandoned her leg and repeated the gentle caress along her neck. "But I do." She studied him without speaking, but he didn't need the confirmation. The lust hazing her eyes told him she felt the same. He slid his hands into her wet hair and skimmed his parted lips to her temple, allowing his breath to heat her skin. "I want to crawl inside you, and never," he flicked the tip of his tongue to her skin, "ever leave." She curled her fingers around the elastic of his sweats, but didn't respond. "You want the same. I know you do." Holding her still, he captured her earlobe between his teeth and gave it a little tug. A shuddered sigh met his efforts, pleasing him. "Don't you?" She pulled on his pants, drawing him back into the space between her legs. His dick lined up to her sex. Only the cloth of his sweat separated them. She didn't speak. didn't move. Answer me. Yes, Devon, I do. He'd known his name spoken in her husky voice would sound good. He wanted to hear it again. He tipped up her chin. Tell me what you want. I want... She linked her hands around his neck and pulled him closer, without finishing her demand. He drew her closer, aware of her injuries. Her stomach pressed against his chest, and her soft sigh washed over his neck. Oh, yes. Without a way to touch his soul and take his strength, she needed skin-on-skin contact. Tell me if anything hurts. Immediately, Lena. Do you understand? She pressed her open mouth to the base of his throat instead of answering. The tip of her tongue touched his skin. She kissed her way up the column of his neck to his jaw. His pulse quickened. Answer. She nipped his jaw, and his breath rushed out. His mate was seducing him. Damn, he couldn't help but enjoy the knowledge that she found his body pleasing. It'd be so easy to give in to her. He pressed his finger against her open mouth. You're not healed. No, I'm not. But... She curled her tongue around his fingertip before easing back. Touching you makes me feel better. Stronger. He understood that. It was why he'd remained curled around her since they'd arrived at the hotel, mostly in his animal's forms. Their body temperature was higher, and she'd been chilled. Then take from me anything you need. He waited, with his lips brushing hers so their breaths mixed. The significance of the act hit him. The intimate kiss was one shifters only shared with their mates or closest lovers. Never had he shared air with another woman, but Lena wasn't just any female. She was his mate. A long heartbeat passed before she kissed him, slipping her tongue into his mouth and stroking it against his. He moved with her, letting her control the moment. All the while his convictions grew. Every one of her caresses eased the pressure on his chest, making him feel normal, at peace. He hadn't imagined it, and with Lena's nails digging into his biceps and her core pressed over the hard dick in his sweats, he could almost forget his mind was broken. This woman tamed him, healed him. She gathered the fragments of his scattered mind and built them up around her. She became his focus, and he eagerly centered his attention on her. No longer content to merely enjoy her kiss, he tilted his head and deepened the strokes. He explored her, memorizing the dips and contours of her teeth and cheeks until the sensory memory became a part of him. From the moment he'd taken her scent into his lungs, he'd known he'd want to experience more. Every minute since had amplified the need for her, and what he found in her arms appealed to him. Her sweet fragrance, her decadent taste, and this, a passion that promised heaven once he dipped his dick inside her. As if she desired the same, she slid her bottom closer to the edge of the sink, her legs automatically widening to accommodate his hips. Her pulse kicked up. She kissed him harder. Her hands swept over his back, pulling him closer, as if she wanted to crawl inside him. Or she wanted him inside her. A whimpered noise betrayed her emotions. The sound of her submission pleased him on so many levels. His fangs extended as he too lost control, a first for him. Angling her head, she ran her tongue along the length of one. Her exploration sent sparks of electricity skipping down his spine. His shaft throbbed. He pushed it harder against her, the ache unbearable. Moaning, she captured his tongue and sucked. The sensation tugged on his cock and drew his balls up. He jerked back, completely caught off guard by his instantaneous response. The look he found stamped on his mate's face nearly broke what little control he had left. Slumberous lust. Hunger that darkened her eyes, reminding him of the paintings he'd seen of pagan goddesses. A sexual siren. It wouldn't surprise him if she was one. Devon. The slightly pleading inflection to her voice did it for him. He wanted to love this woman. Right here. Right now. He had to be sure she wanted the same. Lena? She squeezed his forearms. No sex. I'm not into relationships. Not into relationships. That cut him. Fucking ripped him open. His mate was... what? Denying him? No. It was better this way. He still didn't know her. She was still healing too. But she needed the skin-on-skin contact. Touching her made her stronger. While he knew that was the truth, he couldn't lie to himself. This moment was as much for him as it was for her. She made him feel normal, sane. But the reality was that he wasn't sane. He teetered on the edge of insanity every minute of every fucking day, and he couldn't blame her for not wanting to share in it. Just kissing. He pressed his lips to her cheek. Got it. He ran his hands over her back. A groan escaped him. Touching her felt too good, too damn right. He was playing with fire. In the back of his mind, he recognized the dangers of what they were doing. Still, he didn't want to stop, not completely. This okay? She nodded, and he pulled her flush against him, giving her everything he could without the intimacy that came with sex. Honey, I'm home, Kate announced as he stomped across the floor. Lena stiffened in his arms. Instead of pushing him away, the reaction he expected, she dug blunt nails into his back and clung to him. Her breathing turned ragged. Fear fueled her pants, not pleasure. The scent was unmistakable. The change in her mood bothered him. He liked the sexy Lena, not the frightened one. He rested his cheek on her shoulder. Go away, Kate. Sorry to interrupt you, but you'll have to finish whatever it was you were doing later. We need to get moving. I spotted more line shifters in town. Lena trembled. He nuzzled against her cheek in an effort to calm her. How many? He asked. 4. And there are too many humans around to just kill them. The soft sound of cloth brushing against itself warned him of Cade's approach. His friend cleared his throat once he leaned against the bathroom door. Devon met his gaze in the mirror. I'm assuming you found out where Molly is, if you have the time to be. Cade chuckled. Getting to know each other. Devon glanced into Lena's face. She looked away. He met Cade's reflection. Not yet. Lena says she's safe, though. Oh, is that what Lena says? How about she tell us where, so we can decide for ourselves? Lena shook her head and pressed her body closer to Devon's. He wrapped her tighter in his embrace, then glared at Cade. She doesn't trust us. Stay out of this. I'll handle it. Can't. That human endangered an innocent kid. We need to get Molly back before she's given over to her buyers, and you're not going to get any answers with your tongue down this woman's throat. Lena gripped his biceps, her slight tug urging him to look at her. He did. Her wide-eyed gaze captured his. I didn't sell Molly. Then where is she? She pressed her lips firmly together in answer. He growled at her stubbornness, and she flinched. The reaction tore another snarl from his throat. He hated seeing the fear in his mate's eyes, when only moments ago passion had hazed them. He brushed the damp strands of her hair from her cheek. Please, sweetheart. We want to protect her, too. You need to trust me. Her eyes pleaded with him, the chocolate color deepening. She was going to deny him, feed him some bullshit line. He didn't want to hear any excuses. Lena, just listen. I'm sorry, but I can't. I'm not a stranger to the shifter world. I know what shifters are capable of. I've seen it firsthand, heard stories. She lifted her hand from where it covered her belly and rested the tips over his sternum. So many horrible stories. How am I supposed to trust you with a child, especially after what you did to me? He laid his palm over the slashes she'd uncovered. Her skin felt as if it was on fire. He frowned and gently traced the reddened flesh around the scabs, not understanding why the wound looked different. It hadn't been puffy or pink-tinged before her shower. His cats picked up on his confusion and reacted the only way they knew when he was troubled. Aggressively. The lion snarled at the tiger, and the jaguar trotted over to join in the commotion. He hated when they fought. They tore him up inside, made his head hurt with their howls. He gave each cat's metaphysical leash a sharp tug, reminding them Lena was here and she was upset. They calmed. He turned his attention back to the female patiently watching him. I'm sorry. He slid his hands to her tiny waist, spanning it with his fingers. I was angry that I allowed the male to hurt you. He paid for it, and you're safe now. You tore his throat out. Her brown eyes that had looked upon him with lust moments ago held uncertainty, but she held his gaze, even as the scent of her fear increased. You didn't just kill them. You slaughtered those men, ripped them to shreds. You were so lost to your rage that you didn't even notice me. He pressed his palms to the counter and tried to ignore the doubt in her expression. She was afraid of the situation, that was all. It wasn't because she was terrified of him. He'd explained that it was an accident. She had to feel the truth in his words and believe him. She did carry a piece of his soul. Then why wasn't she trying to comfort him? That was what a female did for her male. But then again, she was only human. She might not have been able to separate her feelings from his. Hell, maybe that was why she was so afraid. She felt his anxiety and thought it was hers. The rationale calmed him. He'd have to be more careful of his strong moods around her. He ran his thumb over her lower lip. They hurt you. Trust me when I say males like that would torture you just for fun. It's a power trip for them. They deserved to die. You have the right to decide that? Yes. I'm not human. You can't hold me to the same standards. But know this. You're safe with me, and so is Molly. I won't lose control again. I promise. He prayed it was a vow he could keep. With Lena's soothing fragrance cocooning him, it felt like the truth. He wanted it to be. She tensed in his arms. And how would you protect us? I'd watch over you. How? She dug her nails into his biceps. Keep us close? He nodded. Her eyes narrowed. Watch our every move? Decide who we're allowed to be with and where we can go? Of course. Your safety. She cut him off with an annoyed little growl that sounded incredibly sexy. Get this straight. I'm not a shifter female who cowers to males, nor will I give up my Molly to someone I don't know. His cats caught the spike in her pulse. Her quick amendment hid something significant. He studied her expression but couldn't guess what. Whatever she hid angered her, though. What were you going to say? Nothing. Lena pushed at his chest. He didn't budge. She shoved harder. Back off, Devon! Instead of releasing her, he held her chin and stared into her chocolate-colored eyes. After a moment, black overtook the brown, and the tension in her limbs eased. The confirmation that what they'd shared wasn't an adrenaline surge calmed him. This isn't over. I meant what I said. I'm not letting you go. Maybe not ever. Cade's warning chuff stopped her retort. Devon allowed his cats to rise and assess the threat. The scent reaching him was weak but distinctive. Lion. And he's been hurt. Cade motioned toward Lena. Get your female out of here. I'll handle the shifter. No, we need to stay together. Cade glared at him in answer, a silent order not to disobey him. In this, Devon had to disagree. His mate's needs overrode his leader's. If there are more waiting for us, how am I supposed to fight them and protect Lena? Cade's gaze shifted to Lena's shoulder. He nodded without saying another word. Devon tightened the sash on her robe, grabbed the plastic shopping bag with the items Cade had bought, shoved it inside her duffel, and slipped it over his shoulder. He scanned the room one last time, ensuring they hadn't left anything behind, then lifted her into his arms. I can walk, you know. He glanced at her face. She watched him warily. The anger from a moment ago was gone. I know, but you're not going to. Afraid I'll run? He didn't answer. He'd shared enough of his inner turmoil while Cade was within hearing distance. His pride leader didn't need to know how much he needed Lena's touch. Don't I even get the chance to get dressed? No time. The fewer scenes we cause around the humans, the better. We don't know what's waiting for us outside. After a moment, she clasped her arms around him and buried her face into the crook of his neck, obviously choosing not to question his reasoning. Devon sighed. Despite everything, she trusted him enough to seek his protection. He wouldn't let her down again. He brushed his thumb over her exposed leg and focused on Cade. Why would he come here to confront us? We haven't messed our scent. He knows who we are. Cade shrugged and flung the door open. The stench of blood lingered in the hall, but the male standing by the elevator didn't have any visible wounds, nor did he look fearful. In the presence of two royals from a rival pride, the single shifter should have been cowering. There's the bitch I've been waiting for. The strained lines around the male's mouth and the way he favored his left side gave away his weakness, but cockiness dripped from his words. He sneered at Lena and casually swung a locket from his fingers. She sucked in a rough breath. That's right. I met your sister. What did you do to her? Lena asked in an agonized whisper. Oh, she got away. But now that I got a taste of her sweet little mouth, I'm anxious to get her body beneath me. He tossed the necklace up in the air, then caught it. That is, unless you want to tell me where the child is. Cade leaned casually against the wall, ankles crossed and a brow raised. And why would she do that? Delaware is part of my territory. By council law, the young girl is mine. Your pride has no right to her through adoption or sale. She has a perfectly fine home awaiting her. The injured male turned his pain-laced gaze on Cade.
My Alpha paid $3 million for that kid. He's got paperwork signed by the council. As of yesterday, she's ours.
$3 million? Lena squeaked.
Freaking bargain if you ask me. That cub is one of the last unmated white lion shifters alive. My pride leader wants to pair her with his son. I don't give a shit how much your Alpha paid for her. She belongs to my pride, and I'm not selling her to anyone.
Cade stepped closer and leveled his hardest glare at him.
Do you understand me?
The other male cringed.
Look, man, if I don't come home with that kid, I'm going to be punished. She'll eventually be the Alpha's mate and live a good life, and...
Cade muttered under his breath about stupid people, then moved so fast the shifter didn't have a chance to block the punch. The snap of bone and the male's pathetic scream echoed in the hall. Cade grabbed the shifter as he fell and slammed his body into the wall a few times before releasing him. He slumped in a boneless heap on the floor.
Let's get out of here before management calls the cops, Cade ordered.
Devon stepped into the elevator, but Lena wiggled in his arms.
The locket!
Cade snagged it and shoved it into his pocket. The doors swished closed, and he glanced at Cade. The concern on his face matched what Devon felt. The Shifter Council, the group of elders from all the animal groups, acted as their government. They were supposed to be the final voice in conflicts, not make deals with any one particular family. Nor were they supposed to condone the sale of women or children. The human government had put an end to that horrific practice a century ago. He pushed away the unease. Nothing good would come of it. They'd deal with the Crisbin pride when and if they became a problem. Finding Molly came first. It'd be hard to protect the preschooler from threats if they didn't have her in the first place. The doors opened, and they stepped into the basement parking level. He scanned the floor, looking for trouble or stray humans, and settled his gaze on Lena's car. Slashed tires added to the scratches and dents marring the once shiny paint. He didn't care about cars, but even he felt bad over its sad condition.
My car!
Cade peered over his shoulder.
Sorry, little human. I couldn't take the chance you'd run again.
Devon clamped his hand over her mouth in case she thought to complain. They didn't need any more scenes in public. Cade opened the door of the Barracuda for them. Devon crawled inside with Lena held firmly to his chest. She struggled against him, pushing at his shoulders and wiggling to get free. He crouched over her body, urging her to lie still, while Cade got behind the wheel and started the car. Heat radiated from her, and a few beads of sweat dotted her brow. He studied her face but didn't see a reason for it. Only a growing awareness that matched his flared in her eyes. Settle down, my little wildcat. His breath stirred the tendrils of her hair, and her heavenly coconut smell wafted to him. He licked the rim of her ear. Okay? She nodded. He waited until they merged onto the highway before easing back. The robe gaped over her torso. His gaze followed the path from where the terry cloth barely covered her breasts to her stomach. She quickly covered her bare sex with her hands. While he had plenty of time to look there before she did, the horrible mark left on her smooth skin captured his attention. Blood once again ran in angry lines from the cuts, and reddened flesh puffed around the gouges.
I told you to stop me if anything hurt.
Nothing did. It felt... She glanced toward the front seat, then lowered her voice. Good, with your hands on me. Maybe she had. It didn't excuse him, however. He should have known better than to let primitive instincts control him, no matter how his rationalization seemed right at the time. Devon touched her stomach near one of the cuts. She flinched and his throat tightened around the sudden lump in it.
Oh, Lena, what am I going to do with you?
Let me go.
I can't. I promised to bring Molly home. I won't go back on my word.
Lena narrowed her eyes. More sweat beaded on her brow. It didn't deter from the determination that hardened her features. She was a fighter. He met her gaze, dominant to dominant. And I promised to protect her. I don't break my promises either. She wore the look of a female shifter who'd rip the throat out of anyone who'd dare harm her cubs. Damn if that didn't impress him, too.
Why do you care?
He had to know. With bumper-to-bumper traffic turning the highway into a parking lot, Cade turned around and dangled the locket Lena had insisted they retrieve.
I think this has something to do with your little human's motivations.
She reached for the necklace, but Devon easily snagged it first. Engraved on the antique oval locket was the word, Sisters. He ran his thumb over the etchings, the grooves worn down as if the wearer had done the same thing hundreds of times before. Trepidation at what he'd find inside tightened his throat. He opened it and studied the pictures inside. One side held Lena's image and that of another female with the same big brown eyes. The other half's picture was of a smiling platinum-blonde preschooler with a purple headband and pale blue eyes. "Molly is your sister?" He glanced at Lena when she didn't respond and cursed. Goosebumps covered her arms and legs. He slipped the locket over his head and pressed the back of his hand to her forehead. Hotter than before, clammy. His heart raced. "She's burning up." She weakly shoved at his hands. "I'm fine." He wiped away the drops of perspiration with trembling fingers. He couldn't make his freaking hand stop shaking. "Get us to a hospital, Cade. She's got an infection." "That's not possible. How are we going to explain her injuries?" Devon gently tucked her shivering body next to his. He considered slicing a vein and feeding her more of his blood, but decided against it. The amount she'd taken should have been enough. He'd fed her more right before she woke. "I don't care. She needs more help than I can give her." Cade captured his gaze in the rearview mirror. "You're not willing to—" Devon knew what Cade suggested. Lick her wounds. Whereas his blood merely enhanced her body's ability to heal itself, his saliva had special antigens in it that would actually fight the infection he suspected was causing Lena's fever. Doing so, however, would guarantee he never left her side. His scent would forever be a part of her. His instincts would demand he stay close. That'd be a problem if she didn't want him permanently. "No, I can't. Not like this." Devon ignored his inner animal's snarls. "It has to be a hospital." "You know we can't risk it." Devon petted her hair in an effort to offer her some comfort, or maybe it was an attempt to calm his nerves. It didn't help. Her teeth started chattering. "The infection is hitting her too quickly to be normal. Something's wrong." Once Cade advanced a dozen or so feet along the road, he yanked on the parking brake and leaned over the seat. He reached for Lena's hand. Devon tensed. "I'm not going to steal her from you. I want to feel how badly she's burning up." He pushed his cats back and allowed Cade to take her wrist. After a moment, Cade gently rubbed his thumb over her knuckles. "I'll call Verna." "Will the witch be able to help her?" "If you're not willing to do anything else, it's the best I can do." Cade shrugged and turned his attention to the road, where they once again inched their way forward. Morning rush-hour traffic left everyone aggravated, but after watching over Lena all night, he could barely keep his cats under control. They paced inside his soul, whining softly whenever Lena flinched. If something happened to her... "Tell Verna to hurry." Chapter 6. Gwen Burnett urged Molly into a jog. She wanted to get them out of sight as soon as possible. Lena had said not to worry, but Gwen did. Nothing would stop her big sister from fulfilling a promise unless she physically couldn't, which meant Lena had been captured. If she had, how had she been able to use her phone to text? Unless she hadn't, and someone else had. Gwen tugged on Molly's arm to stop her and pressed a forefinger to her lips. She glanced around the hotel parking lot, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. What if they were walking into a trap? Although she'd known about shifters ever since her stepdad started working with shifter affairs, she could never tell the non-human members of his unit apart from the human ones. Maybe if she'd spent more time with them, she'd be able to guess. But there was no telltale sign of their species difference. Clues, sure. Only lots of guys wore that dark, mysterious cloak, and lots of men were tall, built, and oozed sexuality. Unless they shifted, she'd have about as much luck picking them out by playing eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Any of the huge men prowling around could be one. Hell, she hadn't even known Vader, the man who'd helped rescue Molly from the medical facility where she'd been experimented on, was a wolf shifter until her stepdad had told her. Her pulse sped up. She swept her gaze over the lot, darting from man to man, and trying to pick out who was human and who wasn't. One guy started walking toward them. She froze and glanced between Molly, who stared straight ahead, and the approaching man. "Molly?" Gwen dropped to her knees. "Can you send other shifters?" Molly didn't answer or move. Gwen squeezed her sister's hand, hoping to get through to the little girl. "Honey, please, I know you're scared, but this is important. Do you smell any other shifters?" Molly didn't look at her, but she shook her head. Gwen nibbled her lip. What was she supposed to do? The man's brows furrowed. He quickened his pace, and Gwen trembled, uncertainty twisting her gut. Lena's voice came back to her.
You can do this, Gwen. I'll lead the shifters away. You get our little sister to safety. We promise we'd do anything to keep Molly safe. That means from the scientists who want her back, and from those lions who want to steal her future." Gwen blew out a rough breath. She'd have to trust Molly and herself. They'd get out of this mess. She stood and plastered a smile on her face for the guy who stepped up to them. "Everything okay?" She nodded and widened her smile. "Absolutely. I was just waiting for my husband to meet us, but he's probably running late." His expression fell. "Oh, well, if you—" "Thanks, gotta go," Gwen stammered. She grabbed the small bag with a supply of chemicals that would mask Molly's scent. Trust herself. Okay. She would. And her first decision was to modify Plan B. She hurried with her sister's hand clasped in hers back to the car. She had a better place to hide. She only prayed Lena would call her soon. If she didn't... Yeah, Gwen didn't want to think about that. Devon paced the hallway of the small house. The scents of lemon, lavender, and clove drifted to him, the comforting smells doing little to cover up the stench of pain and blood hanging in the air. Lena's suffering pressed in on him. His chest hurt with the weight of guilt, and every whimper from his little mate tightened the noose around him. She had him twisted in knots. Less than a day had passed since their paths crossed, but the woman had become the center of his world. He no longer cared what she might have done before him. Whatever it had been was in an effort to protect Molly. Of that he was certain. The child obviously meant a lot to her. If something happened to Lena, how would he explain to Molly that he'd allowed her big sister to die? Hell, how would he survive without the brave, if not foolish, woman he'd taken as a mate? He glanced at the door separating them. Why hadn't the witch come out yet? She was supposed to apply some bandages or chant or some shit. How long did that take? Unless there was a problem. Lena might be dying. He took a step forward, then locked his knees. No. Verna had said she'd yell if she needed help. He had to be patient. Damn hard to do when his sanity was slipping into the abyss with each minute that passed. And what are you going to feel once the female dies? Cade's question from the day before repeated in Devon's mind. He wasn't certain what he'd feel. He only knew he didn't want Lena to die. His pulse kicked up, the first signs of a breakdown surfacing. Dizziness made the floor feel as if it were undulating, and the walls closed in on him. Black dots danced over his vision. He stumbled toward the door and pressed his nose to the door jamb. Although laced with agony, the calming scent he was fast becoming addicted to seeped into his lungs. The fog cleared. Sanity returned. He dragged in a few more deep breaths of Lena's fragrance, then pushed away from the door. Molly. He had to focus on Molly. They still had no clue where the child was being kept. Cade and Xander had scoured the town but couldn't pick up her scent anywhere. He quickened his strides. Nothing was working out as expected. Their trip to Delaware was supposed to have been a quick retrieval. Instead, he'd lost an innocent and nearly killed a beautiful human. Damn! Lena had slipped back into his thoughts. He stopped his frantic pacing and stared out the window at the end of the hall. Focusing on the red and white flowers lining the driveway, he forced himself to think of something besides the gorgeous female he'd mated. The house belonged to one of the human witches in Verna's coven, which meant it came with a nifty spell hiding it from passers-by. If someone looked straight at it, they'd see it and always remember it being here. Most of the harried travelers driving past would never notice the white clapboard home, with its big front porch, or the witches living inside. It made it an ideal place to bring an injured human when hospitals weren't an option. The only problem, Verna wasn't a doctor. Lena needed one. There was only so much natural remedies and chance could do. He spun at the sound of approaching footsteps, took in Cade's straight back and the tick on his jaw, and tensed. "Did you find out anything?" Cade leaned one shoulder against the wall on the other side of the window, an attempt to look relaxed, but the white-knuckled fists at his sides destroyed the pose. "Not much. I tried getting hold of our contact at Shifter Affairs, but it went straight to voicemail. Same with Ella, so I called the main number. Once I dropped Lena's name, the agent clammed up. She told me to go back to Virginia, and they'd send trained task force members in to handle the situation, that this wasn't a case for civilian liaisons, and we should never have been called in the first place. Since when did they start refusing us information? Anytime a shifter child is found, the humans alert the local pride, even if they don't allow us to participate in the retrieval. That's common practice." "That's what I said, and they told me I could file a complaint. Great. Devin sighed. So we're on our own. Maybe not. I left a message for Ella and told Zach he needed to go out to her office. Zach had made Ella, a shifter affairs agent he'd crossed paths with a year ago, his beloved human, but he hadn't spoken to her since. Nobody knew why, but whatever happened had left Zach angry. Devin shook his head. And how did that order go over? He said he would, but the last time I ordered him to go to Ella, he sent Evan instead. Cade pinched his brow. At this point, I don't care who goes, as long as we get the information we need. But we're also going to have to figure out what to do about Lena. If we report her injuries to shifter affairs. No, Devin snapped. Silence stretched while he reined in his cats. The thought of losing Lena to anything or anyone pushed him to the limit of his control. They'll take her away from us. He blew out a rough breath. We won't be able to protect her if she isn't with us. They won't take your mate from you. Relax. Devin focused on her bedroom door. She doesn't know she's my mate, remember? And after the way she reacted in the hotel to the idea of me staying close to her, I'm not sure the knowledge will be welcome. Figure out a way to convince her. You need to soul bond to her, Devin. You won't survive her death. Devin tore his gaze from the slab of wood separating him from Lena. I won't take the choice out of her hands. Cade muttered under his breath about stubborn cats. Okay, but you need to at least tell her that you're mates. She has a right to know. I will, once she's not fighting for her life. I don't want to upset her. Cade stared at him for a long moment, then inclined his head slightly. So be it. But if turning to shifter affairs is the only way to save her life, we do it. I won't risk losing you to grief. Devin turned away to hide his expression, unsure whether relief or uncertainty would show. Time to change the subject. Did you find out anything about the human Xander found murdered inside the home? The remains of the older humans were Lena's parents, but shifter affairs didn't offer anything useful on them. Just the basics, age, address, phone number. That got me nothing on a web search, and Xander was ordered off the property before he'd gotten the chance to snoop. While Devin hadn't seen the remains, Xander had described their mutilated bodies. Devin's assessment of the lion shifters had been right. They were sick, exactly as Edmund had been, and were probably part of the growing number of single shifters who begun to view humans as their playthings. Besides being cruel, their games threatened to expose all shifters, an inevitable event the shifter community and human government was trying desperately to postpone. What about Lena? Any info? She's single, works at the State Museum, and has one sister, Gwendolyn, but I can't find anything on Molly. No adoption records. I called in a few favors outside shifter affairs. Hopefully we'll come up with more. Before Devin could ask anything else, the door to Lena's bedroom opened. He pivoted to face the human witch, or as she preferred to be called, Wiccan. Is Lena okay? Verna closed the door behind her with a soft click. The young woman should be dead, but she's got a strong will to survive. If she makes it through the night, I think she'll be fine. Devin advanced on her. What do you mean, if she makes it? She has to live. Verna crossed her arms and raised one slender black brow. If she's that important, why did you bring her to me? I'm not a doctor, you know. Tend to her wounds with the gifts the goddesses gave you, then take your maid and get out of my house. Devin tensed. You know? Of course. I can see your dark aura twined with hers. His dark aura. That confirmed what he'd always suspected about himself. He was a breath away from turning feral. Is it hurting her? Staining her? He stepped forward. Is that why she's so sick? He'd kill himself. No way did he want his hell to become hers. Yeah, then why am I thinking about soul bonding to her? She's sick because your tie to her stopped her from dying. Do you understand? Vera motioned behind her. Death tasted her, and now it's hungry. It will fight you for her. That is why her infection has spread so quickly. Death wants to claim her life while it still can. Death. Verna talked about the phenomenon as if it was a real entity, but Devin didn't bother arguing. The witches believed many things shifters didn't. To Verna and her sisters, everything was a balancing act, good and bad, darkness and light, heaven and hell. So what if he cheated death by saving Lena? She didn't deserve to die. Wouldn't, either. Not if he could help it. What about the piece of my soul she holds? Am I corrupting my mate? He'd be more likely to believe that than some nonsense about death wanting to feast on Lena. Well, Verna gentled her voice, You're part of her. Of course it's going to affect her. Devon pivoted on his heel and paced from one end of the hall to the other. His low growl matched the ones echoing in his head. He hurt Lena by mating her. Fucking contaminated her. What the hell kind of male was he? He stopped in front of Verna. How do I cut myself out of her? Why would you want to do that? Devon motioned to Lena's door. Because I'm hurting her. Staining her with my fucked up soul. Then take a piece of hers. She'll balance you, at least somewhat. Are you saying she can heal me? Verna tilted her head. Sympathy softened her features. Not heal exactly. Soothe. But that's not going to happen with the fragile bond you share. She'll always be exposed to my craziness if I soul bond her. She won't be able to escape it. Verna frowned. No, she won't. But obviously she loves you enough that she's willing to accept a piece of your damaged soul. Why wouldn't she want to help you shoulder your pain for eternity? His shoulders slumped, and his gut knotted. He was an asshole. Worse than that. A low-life piece of shit that didn't deserve to live. He dirtied his mate. Devon scrubbed a hand down his face. Answer me, Verna. Can I cut myself out of her or not? I suppose. Just do the opposite of what you did to mate her. But you need to realize the shock of losing you will hurt her more than anything she might experience because she's your mate. Without you, she won't be whole. Verna pursed her lips, then laid a hand over her heart. You'll be leaving her with a hole in her soul. You might even shatter hers completely when you yank your piece back, and that kind of trauma will kill her. She's only human, you know. Devon inhaled slowly in an attempt to remain calm. Lena's scent filled his lungs, and a sense of rightness swept over him. He focused on that, and turned his back on Verna. He had nothing else to say to the witch who'd exposed the depths of his sin. He flung the door open, and his throat squeezed at the sight Lena made. Pasty skin had replaced the healthy glow she'd had earlier in the morning. Cracked lips were parted slightly as she panted. Dark circles had spread under her spiky lashes, and the rapid movement of her eyes betrayed the unease of her rest. But it was the tiny lines by the mouth he'd kissed and the eyes he'd watched haze with desire hours ago that hurt the most. She was in pain, and it was his fault. Tell Mira we've been delayed, and I'll call her when I can. He reached for the blanket's edge, then stilled with his fingers fisted around the satiny trim. Do not mention anything about Lena. Kate stepped into the room. Devon bared his fangs. No way would he allow another male, leader or not, near his mate while she slept. Crossing his arms over his chest, Kate stopped. If you don't tell Mira about Lena until later, she'll be upset. Devon slipped under the covers, careful to keep Lena's body hidden from Cade's view, and wrapped his arms around her. She sighed but didn't wake. He took a moment to ponder how small the female he held was, and how nicely she fit into the shelter of his larger frame. It left him with the impression he could protect her from everything. A tempting notion for a male who constantly let down everyone in his life, including the woman in his arms. Mira has never cared who I took as a lover. Why would she care about Lena? Because Lena is not a random one-night stand. She's your mate, and you're in that bed with her because you care about her. Devon slid his hand over the bandage on her belly. Being my mate isn't a role she chose, so I'm not going to introduce her as such, and of course I care. I'm the one who injured her in the first place. But you saved her. Cade pressed the heel of his hands to his temples. It's not your fault that your mind is fragmented. Blame Mira's rapist in the prison where you were held for that. Devon rubbed his chin over Lena's head. The soft brush of her hair against his skin tickled, giving him something to focus on besides his many failures. My past doesn't excuse my actions. I shouldn't have hurt her. I allowed my rage to rule and blacked out. Lena called me on it too. I didn't even know I'd clawed her. She could have died before I even realized what I'd done. Fine, feel guilty all you want, but every minute you spend with her will intensify your possessiveness. Cade narrowed his eyes, the warning clear. You need to focus on earning her trust and acceptance, not regretting the past. You heard Verna. Lena might die if you break your bond. I've no intentions of cutting myself out of her. I refuse to hurt her any more than I already have. Cade breathed a sigh. Good. Then work on winning her over. Seduce her, wine and dine her, grovel. I don't care how you do it, but you will earn your mate's love and tie her completely to you. I'll talk to Lena.
Not a lie, he would talk to her. It simply wouldn't be about soul bonding. Kate pulled the door shut. Before it blocked him completely, he muttered, "An aversion is as bad as a lie. I'm letting it go for Lena's sake. She needs your comfort, not to listen to me lecture." Devon didn't need it either. He knew exactly what was at stake. Lena. After she woke, he'd get to know her before deciding on whether he was even going to bring up their bond or let her walk away, no strings attached. If she woke. His chest squeezed. He sat up and pressed his balled fist against the pain. Hoping to chase the disturbing response away, he lifted a lock of Lena's hair to his nose and inhaled. The vice-like grip eased. His rapid breaths slowed. He let the strands sift through his fingers and turned his attention to Lena, where it belonged. The concoction of herbs the witch had given Lena left her in a relaxed state, easing her pain. It had helped some, but not enough. A fever still ravaged her body, leaving her weak and in misery. He lifted her loose shirt and traced the edge of her bandage. Carefully, he peeled the gauze back, exposing the wound. Red and swollen, an infection puffed the skin around the scabs. His pulse quickened. The glands associated with his cats filled his mouth with saliva, their possessive demands mixed with the man's need to care for his mate. He resisted, shoving hard against their forceful wills and reminding them who was boss. The consequence of licking her wounds was too great, emotionally and physically. His compulsion to stay close to her would be difficult to resist, but she'd be drawn to him without understanding that it was his scent luring her close. Besides, Verna had said she thought Lena would be fine. There was no reason to intervene. Not yet, at least. He would not take the choice out of Lena's hands. If she didn't want him, he'd walk. She'd be stuck with a piece of him, but that would beat being stuck with all of him. He reached for the ointment and fresh gauze on the nightstand to cover the wound again. The locket he wore swung with the movement. He left the supplies where they were and slipped the chain over his head. Sisters. He traced the word with his thumb. I love Molly, and I'll protect her with my life if I have to. She turned herself into bait. That was why she'd stayed, to lead the threat away from her sisters. She'd been willing to face death to protect them, just as he had done for Mira. He looked over Lena's small body and couldn't get rid of the memory of her clutching the tiny rock. She'd refused to give up then, but nothing she did now would help her. He could, though. All it would take was a little saliva and some more blood. His gods-given gifts, meant for those humans important to him, and Lena's significance grew with every moment he spent with her. Not simply as a mate, but as a female he respected. Devon. His name breathed in a pained voice tightened the noose around his chest. Worse than last time. It felt like his heart might burst. He ignored his discomfort and laid his palm over her forehead. Her skin burned hotter than it had been in the car. His gut churned. I'm here. She blinked several times before focusing on him. Everything hurts. He pressed kisses to her face, hoping to ease her. She sighed and rested a trembling hand against his chest. I know. You'll be better soon. Her chocolate-colored eyes locked onto his. The wave of awareness he'd experienced the first time he'd looked into them washed over him. His heart skipped a beat before pounding hard. I see the lie in your eyes. She fisted his shirt. Tell me the truth. Am I dying? His body jerked from the force of his cats trying to claw their way out. He tuned out their roaring and focused on the small, brave woman waiting for his answer. No, my sweet Lena. I won't allow that to happen. He kissed her softly, and she opened to him. Even sick and knowing he'd been the cause of her discomfort, she welcomed his touch. The rightness she brought rolled through him, filling him with peace. Obviously, she loves you enough that she's willing to accept a piece of your damaged soul. Why wouldn't she want to help you shoulder your pain for eternity? Verna's words repeated in his head. Lena didn't love him, but there was something between them. He'd felt it even before he'd mated her. A connection. All shifters were promised peace in the form of a true mate. Did that apply to damaged males? He didn't know, but with Lena's small hands on him, he couldn't help but think it did. If he were going to be blessed with a mate, she'd have to be strong and brave. She'd have to be tough enough to take his shit and fling it back at him. She'd have to tame him, be the center of his world. He pulled back and captured Lena's gaze. Strength emanated from her despite her pain. He wanted to get lost in her, protect her, please her.
Work on winning her over. Seduce her. Wine and dine her. Grovel. I don't care how you do it, but you will earn your mate's love. Cade's order skipped through Devon's mind. Yes, he wanted to win Lena's love. He wanted her to willingly walk through time at his side. It was a damn selfish thing to desire. That didn't stop him from yearning for it or her. He also didn't have any idea how he'd prove he was worthy when he wasn't, but he had to at least try. You're not going to die. Do you believe me? She nodded. Good. Close your eyes. I'll take care of you. She did, sighing softly, and he extended one clawed nail. He slit the shirt she wore to give him better access, and wiped the remainder of the ointment away with a soft towel he found folded neatly on the nightstand. With that done, he lowered his mouth to her belly and licked. As he tended her wounds, he accepted he was sealing more than just his scent in her body with the intimate act. He only hoped Lena would find something about him to love. Chapter 7. Lena woke with a smile on her face and stretched out her hand, seeking Devon's warmth. Cold sheets met her fingertips. Her heart sank. He hadn't left her side all night. Why would he now? She fisted the bedding and groaned. The stupid feminine emotions she could never keep completely locked away always crept up at the worst possible times and with the worst possible men. She should be glad he wasn't here, not feel abandoned or unwanted. Without him hovering, escape became a very real possibility. She gingerly pushed her body into a sitting position, expecting dizziness to make the world spin. It didn't. An unfamiliar room came into focus. She studied it, noting the single door and window before turning her attention to her body. Her stomach felt tender, more achy than anything. It wouldn't stop her from running. She'd exercised through worse. The mental pep talk didn't help. She couldn't make herself move. Her attention remained locked on the evidence of the accident she'd barely survived, or what was left of it. With a shaky finger, she traced the thin, white slashes sweeping across her stomach. No scab. No wide scar. He'd healed her. All left her as muddled as when she'd first woken. The man might be a vicious predator, but he had a great bedside manner. Each time she'd regained consciousness, he'd helped her drink more of the rich, hot chocolate he promised would make her feel better. Amazingly, it had, and remembering the gentle way he'd cared for her, pressing cold cloths to her burning skin and repeatedly licking her wounds made her belly quiver, a reaction that had nothing to do with her injuries. If she didn't know he had an ulterior motive to making sure she lived, she'd delude herself into thinking she mattered to him. Lena shook her head, trying to get thoughts of the man out of it. Hard to do when the bed smelled of evergreen and moss. Actually, she swore his scent clung to her skin too. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to move when all she wanted was to lie down and bury her face in the pillow they'd shared. His muffled, deep timbre reached her ears. A breathy sigh slipped past her lips. He hadn't left her. What was wrong with her? Knowing her kidnapper was close should not fill her with elation. Dread, fear, those were the appropriate responses to have for a man who'd hurt her, accident or not. Of course, nothing about Devon or her reaction to him made sense. The rules got tossed out the window, or maybe they had been knocked out of her head back in those woods. Actually, she wasn't even sure he was her kidnapper. Savior, maybe? She clenched her teeth. Focus. She needed to focus. Her feelings didn't matter. She didn't matter. Gwen and Molly did. Her promise to her stepdad did. Nothing else. Her stepdad's face flashed before her. Gray hair, a few wrinkles, and a warm, welcoming smile. Sorrow swept through her, making her chest tight and blurring her vision. The loss of him and her mom was sharp. They had been incredible people, and her stepdad had been her hero. Not just because he'd welcomed her into his life and treated her as a daughter from day one. He had been honorable and strong, a noble modern-day warrior. Lena knew he'd seen hell and had walked through depravity each time he had gone on a rescue mission. The horrid memories had been a part of him, influencing everything he had done, but he hadn't let them choke him. People had been counting on him to keep his cool and act. So he had. That was what she would do too. She threw off the sheet, her heart pounding hard as the full scope of her situation registered. Devon had left her alone. Did that mean he trusted her? Or that he didn't think she could escape? Or that he really did want to take care of her?
A quick peek out the window answered her question. Cade, the frightening shifter who could have been a model, stood as a sentinel in the driveway, ensuring she wouldn't get away. He'd be on her as soon as she opened the window. That left the door. She threw her legs over the sides, toes meeting the soft plush carpet, and froze. Devon's one-sided conversation drifted to her from the hallway. She couldn't make out more than a few words of it, but as soon as he finished his call, he'd be back. For a brief moment, she considered searching for a weapon. She dismissed it in the next breath. The thought of actually hurting Devon churned her stomach. She glanced at the nightstand and grinned. A phone. She grabbed it, punched in Gwen's cell number, but hesitated with her finger over the call button. The line could be bugged. Her fingers trembled, heart and mind warring. She wanted to believe in Devon. Not all shifters were corrupt or control freaks. Taking a chance, she hit the button. "Hello?" Gwen's hesitant voice came over the line. "Gwen, it's me." "Oh, thank goodness. Are you okay?" That was a matter of opinion. Lena blew out a breath. "Yes, sweetie. Don't worry about me. How are you and Molly?" Gwen cleared her throat. "Safe, but worried sick about you. What happened? I got that text and... Look, I don't have much time to talk. I'm with the second set of shifters who showed up. They said they want to help us and... Are they associated with shifter affairs?" Were they? Lena nibbled her lip. Her gut instinct said no. Otherwise they would have taken her to a hospital or a government-run safe house, or maybe turned her over to the colonel who'd sold them out. "I don't think so. I get a civilian vibe from them. Do you believe they can help us?" The hope in Gwen's voice added to Lena's anxiety. Her little sister was too sweet and sheltered to deal with the horrors of the world. Lena hated that she'd put her in this situation. She also hated the reason they had to hide Molly from those who were supposed to protect her. Unfortunately, there wasn't much Lena could do about it. She wasn't the one who'd tortured a child to the point of shattering her mind, or betrayed her by selling her to a family who only wanted her genes. "I want to trust them." Lena lowered her voice more. "But I'm not sure. Let me talk to them. If they seem sincere, we'll come pick you up. But if you don't hear from me by tomorrow morning, get out of town." "I'm not at the hotel. I decided we'd be safer at... No, don't tell me." In case she was wrong, and Devon wasn't the sweet man she thought he was. It wouldn't be the first time she'd been wrong about a guy. "The phone might be bugged. Text me later this afternoon on my work cell and let me know." "Okay. Be safe. Love you. Love you too." Lena ended the call, setting the phone on the nightstand, then plopped on the bed to wait for Devon. Several minutes passed before the doorknob turned and the scent of evergreen and moss swept into the room. The soft click of the bedroom door sounded overly loud in her ears. She froze, suddenly very aware of her racing pulse. Nerves or anticipation? She sighed. With the way her body reacted to Devon, probably both. The bed dipped as he crawled toward her. He skimmed his fingers across her shoulder, then down her arm to linger at her wrist. "Morning, Lena. How are you feeling?" His rumbly voice made her stomach flutter. She clenched her hands until her nails dug into her palms. The bite of pain distracted her from thinking about the man she should fear, but couldn't help desiring. "Better." She swallowed hard. I want to..." Strong hands lifted hers, and the slight contact zapped her thoughts. The unexplainable mix of emotions, lust, affection, confusion, anxiety, returned. She couldn't get her mind to work. Everything seemed fuzzy. Eyes closed, she shook her head, trying to clear it of the fog. The words she sought solidified into a thought. "Talk. I want to talk." "Me too. We have a lot to talk about." Instead of asking any of the questions she knew he had, he gently pulled back her fingers, kissing each one, before pressing his mouth to her palm. His touch branded her and filled her with warmth. "My sisters, I called them." They needed to start this conversation somewhere. "Are they safe?" His question and the emotion laced into it eased some of her tension. She nodded. "They're safe." A long moment passed while Devon brushed his cheek back and forth over her inner wrist. "You're not going to tell me where they are yet, are you?" She shook her head. "Look at me." Unable to resist him, she opened her eyes, and his breathtaking ones stared back at her. Strands of patchwork hair framed the face that had occupied her dreams all night. Harshly cut cheekbones, up-tilted eyes, and the wider, flatter nose made it unique, a mixture of beauty and power. Devon was the type of man you never forgot. One glimpse and you were hooked. He knelt next to her on the wrinkled sheets, looking deliciously hot with his disheveled hair, bare chest, and loose sweats. She let her gaze travel over him, from his bulging biceps to the lips she wanted on hers. "You can trust me." She wanted to. "I need to make sure." He stretched on the bed next to her and pulled her into his arms. He didn't say anything. He simply held her. The tension in her limbs drained, and she relaxed in his embrace exactly as she'd done in the hotel. She didn't know how long they snuggled, but finally he placed his palm over her heart. "The answer is here. Do you feel it?" Did she? I don't know what I feel." He rolled her and carefully straddled her. With his large body propped above hers, she was reminded of what she had in bed with her. A dangerous predator, one who'd hurt her. She waited for the fear to rise. It didn't. Desire did. With the heat in his eyes directed on her, she burned. Never in her life had she experienced lust as powerful as what Devon could stir within her. Sure, she'd felt desire before. If that had been all she felt with Devon, she could have ignored it. What gripped her wasn't a simple case of horniness. It was more, a complete fascination that could consume her. That scared her, because she could see herself snuggled in bed with Devon forever. If he had been human, she'd embrace that fate. Shifters, though, were an entirely different breed, and their version of love equated ownership. Her ex-lovers taught her that aspect of shifter culture. He parted his mouth slightly and dragged in a deep breath. A shudder racked his frame. He bent his head so his breath warmed her neck. "You tempt me. Do you know that?" His voice reached inside her and ignited the fire that had been simmering since she woke. Awareness whipped through her to settle low in her belly. She didn't understand what was wrong with her. She wanted to fuck him, hold him close, and run away from him all at the same time. He brushed his lips over her cheek. "I want to take care of you, my mate." He exhaled and energy skipped through her. "Tell me what you need, and I'll give it to you." She linked her arms around his neck. "I don't know what I need. That's the truth." "But you know I can give it to you." "Yes, and I don't understand why I feel so certain of that." He dragged his knuckles over the top of her breast, right over her heart. "I'm here. That's why." Her breath rushed out. She covered his hand. "I don't know you." "You will. For now, I want you to sleep." He drew her against his body. "Let everything go, and just let me hold you." She didn't have time to sleep. She needed answers, both to what Devon's intentions toward Molly truly were, and to why Lena felt so out of sorts, as if her mind wasn't quite right. She couldn't help but think it had something to do with that drink Devon kept giving her. Maybe he was drugging her. No, that thought didn't feel right. The more she tried to reach an answer, however, the more her ideas spun, swirling in her mind and leaving her dizzy. How was she supposed to make any decisions on Devon's trustworthiness when her mind felt so foggy? She didn't have an answer to that. Sleep seemed the safer option at the moment. It beat the unsettling suspicion creeping into her head. Devon would be mistake number 3, and one she'd never escape, because she'd throw herself at him and beg him to keep her. To want her. Chapter 8. Devon brushed a lock of Lena's hair from her cheek and gently kissed her closed eyelids. With his forehead pressed to hers, he tamped down in his lust. He'd never wanted to join his body with a female as much as he did with Lena. The desire to ride her hard and long, while her inner muscles milked his cock over and over, consumed him. The knock on the door tore his thoughts away from Lena and tensed his body. Cade was the only other male in the house at the moment. Xander was wandering the nearby towns looking for Molly, and Devon didn't want his pride leader anywhere near Lena. The door opened, and Cade leaned against the door jamb. "We need to talk." Devon brushed his lips over Lena's cheek, then sat up, pulling the blanket over her body. "About what?" "Let's see. About Molly, for starters. We still have no idea where she is. There was a report filed describing a confrontation between a young woman and a robber whose description meets the lion shifter from yesterday morning. According to witnesses, they struggled and a gun went off. The female grabbed a little girl and ran before the cops arrived." Devon's chest tightened. He glanced at the locket sitting on the nightstand and cursed as the text message he'd read took on a new meaning.
Gwen had shot the shifter Kate had beaten up the day before.
Did they find the weapon?
No. One witness said they saw the woman holding it, the other claiming the robber had it. But since he also took off before the paramedics could assess his injuries, there's no evidence. Xander's looking for her, but it's as if Gwen disappeared.
Was he able to pick up Molly's scent?
No. He didn't even smell the male lion. Too much time had passed.
Did the witnesses describe the little girl?
White blonde hair, adorable cherub face, and pale blue eyes. Fits Molly's description. Cade sighed. You've got to get Lena to talk. I'm worried for them. That other lion has Gwen's scent, and if she's not covering it up, and I didn't kill him... Devon glanced at Lena. She appeared so delicate asleep, yet had a core of steel.
If Gwen is anything like her sister, she'll be fine until we can find her. And if Gwen decides to sacrifice herself too?
You never did find out the details of their plan B, or who this Vader is. We need to find him. The sooner the better.
Agreed. I'll wake Lena in a few minutes and see if I can't get her to talk.
Talk. Shit. She had wanted to talk, but he convinced her to sleep. He grabbed the phone and turned it on. Verna's voice filled the line as she discussed mushrooms with someone. Pressing redial wouldn't do him any good. Devon hit the end button and dropped the phone on the nightstand. He met Cade's gaze.
She did say she called her sister, and they were safe. I don't suppose... No, I didn't get Gwen's number. I got distracted. I'm surprised you got that much info from her. Let it alone. I almost lost her last night. I needed the reassurance of her touch as much as she needed mine.
Cade dipped his head in acknowledgement, but didn't say anything else. He also didn't leave.
What else is bugging you?
Mira has called 3 times, wondering what's wrong with you.
Damn twin bond.
She senses your anxiety. I keep blowing her off, but this last time she asked me point blank if it had to do with a woman.
What did you say?
Nothing. I pretended you were calling for me and hung up. Shaking his head, Devon fought his amusement and failed. His chuckle shook his chest, stirring Lena.
Devon.
She reached for him and dug her nails into his arm.
And that's my cue.
Remember what I said, Devon. Time is of the essence. The door clicked closed. Devon covered her hands and brushed his lips to her jaw.
Hey, beautiful. I was wondering how long you were going to sleep on me.
Eyes squeezed shut and nose scrunched, she squirmed, stretching her limbs and looking unbelievably adorable. And hot. Odd that she could pull off both without trying. Many women made an attempt to fit into a role they wanted the world to see, especially in the presence of a man. Lena's barely awake state meant her mannerisms were genuine. That fascinated him. She was either extremely comfortable in her own skin, or didn't care what other people thought, or felt at ease in her mate's presence. He wanted that, for her to respond naturally to him, knowing she was safe and desired.
Sleep? She groaned. I don't have time to sleep. Your body needs it. You're still recovering.
You're right, but I have responsibilities. I shouldn't let myself be swayed by confusing emotions or some silly need to sleep in your arms. She scooted across the bed and gingerly sat up, then glanced over her shoulder. Let's talk about Molly, like we should have in the first place.
We will. But this, he laid his palm over her heart, won't go away.
I have no idea what you're trying to imply, but there is nothing between us except some crazy attraction. It's understandable. She shrugged off his touch and stood, then smoothed her hand over her wrinkled clothes. I've been sleeping in your arms,
and I've enjoyed holding you.
He went to her and brushed his fingertips over her arm, needing to touch her.
I wish it had been under better circumstances.
Well, like I said yesterday, I don't do relationships, and I certainly don't cuddle. And his pride's goddess probably knew that about Lena, just as his goddess understood he wouldn't have gotten to know Lena had they not been thrown together. He twined their fingers. He enjoyed holding her hand and feeling the connection between them. It grew every minute, or maybe that was his possessiveness, but either way it felt right.
You'll need to reconsider your stance where I'm concerned.
Lena didn't shake off his touch this time. She stared at their joined hands. And why is that? Because they were mated, and he wanted to earn her love. He wanted to soul bond to her, marry her, lock her to his side any way he could, freaking worship the ground she walked on. He was a fool for yearning to gain her acceptance. Once she learned about his many failures, she'd laugh in his face then walk away. No matter how many times he'd reminded himself of the truth, he couldn't stop the craving. The hope.
Because I'm drawn to you. He pressed his thumb into her palm. And I like how you look in my arms. She parted her lips on a sigh and swayed toward him. He bent, so they were left staring into each other's eyes from inches away. Need darkened her brown orbs. There was desire in her gaze, but that wasn't all he saw. She felt their connection, he was sure of it. Lena licked her lips. Maybe that's because you've held me so long. Could be. Doesn't matter. I know what I want. He caught her lower lip between his teeth and nibbled on it. To explore this connection between us. See where it takes us. Discover the pleasure we can give each other. The only thing I want to think about now is Molly. Not me, not you, not us. And when Molly is safe, then what? Are you going to pretend you never met me? Ignore this thing between us? I'm going to... She rubbed a hand against her chest, right over her heart. It's not going to influence me. But you're going to remember me, how it felt to be in my arms. Of course I'll remember you. And yearn for me. He rested his hand at her lower back and drew her closer, so their bodies touched, for how I can make you feel. She curled her fingers around the back of his neck and held him still while she pressed her lips to his ear. You're doing it again. His hand moved to her bottom, smoothing his palm over her firm butt cheeks. Doing what? Distracting us. Us. The single word soothed him when he hadn't realized he'd allowed anxiety to tense him. Am I now? Yes. We need to talk about what happened yesterday with Molly, not what we've done since. You're right. He lifted her and urged her to wrap her legs around his waist. She did, and linked her hands at the back of his neck. What happened then? Tell me. She studied him, eye to eye, dominant to dominant. Seeing the strength in her gaze made him respect her more. Many humans instinctually feared him, sensing the crazed predator. Not Lena. She treated him as her equal. Finally she nodded. His breath escaped in a rush. He hadn't realized how important it was to him that she trusted him with the truth. My mother overheard Molly's private teacher, Janet, talking with... She cracked her jaw. A man who used to work with my stepdad, about Molly's unusual... skills, and how important it'd be to study them more closely. A look of rage settled over Lena's features. Janet didn't say anything incriminating, but Mom's instincts kicked in. She called me, asking if Gwen and I could take Molly for the day while my stepdad investigated. You were too late. No, and that's the shitty thing. She looked imploringly at him. We stood there talking about Molly, then everything went downhill. If we left with Molly as soon as we got there, none of this would have happened. You can't blame yourself. You didn't know there was a threat. I should have. And why do you think that? If your mother didn't overhear anything, you had no reason to suspect those males were coming. She shook her head. Molly told us we needed to go. I said we would in a few minutes. He sighed. Molly must have sensed the approaching danger. But they showed up before you could. Yes. Once we learned why they were there, my stepdad grabbed a gun and shot one of the lion shifters, and my mom started beating another one with a frying pan when he reached for Molly. Silence descended when she blinked rapidly. Tough woman, he said to fill the void. Lena gave him a watery smile. She was. But it only succeeded in angering him. He turned on her, and while he... She cleared her throat. While he attacked her, I used the distraction to grab Molly and run. But they cornered us in the kitchen. He said I could go with him or die like my parents did. Where was Gwen? While I was talking to my parents, she went up to Molly's room to pack some things for her. They didn't know she was in the house. And that's when I showed up. She nodded. Why did you run from me? She dropped her head to his shoulder. He automatically rubbed her back. The stiffness in her muscles lessened under his caresses. I can't blindly trust anyone, not where Molly is concerned. She's special. Besides, how was I supposed to know you wanted to protect her? Yeah, Molly was special. She and Megan were the last of their kind. While not royals, they were prized for their coloring, and hated. Humans weren't the only ones driven by jealousy. But I attacked them, pushed the fight away from you and Molly. It doesn't matter now. I made a decision and sent them off, but my sisters need me. I can't protect them from here, don't you understand? I need to go to them. Without him. That was what she was getting at. And how exactly are you going to protect them? Sure, you can hide, but for how long? That other lion has Gwen's scent. He'll use it to track her down. Wolves aren't the only ones who can follow a scent trail.
I understand that. I'll figure out a way to protect them both.
No, they would figure out a way. His pride is known for their cruelty to women, humans and shifters alike. You don't want to know what he'd do to Gwen as punishment. I'd hate to see your sister suffer that fate, but she will. Cats are notoriously stubborn. If that lion wants Gwen, he'll get her, and he'll punish her for running from him. Lena's eyes widened, the only response she gave him. And what about Molly? Do you think the Crisbin pride is going to give up on her? Female white lions breed pure, no matter what the coloring of her mate. If their alpha wants his grandkids to be white cubs, he'll keep coming after Molly until he gets her.
I have to be careful who I turn to for help.
You can trust me. I'm a field liaison with Shifter Affairs. And if the human government learned of what he had done to Lena, he could kiss his role goodbye. Colonel Mallory might have vouched for him before, using his position to override the Shifter Council's warnings about Devon's mental state. But nothing the humans said would save Devon from the consequences of his own actions.
I'm not involving them.
Lena shook her head.
I can't. Please don't ask why.
Although he wanted to know more, he nodded. The hard look she wore warned him she wouldn't tell him anything. Okay, I won't. But you didn't answer me. Do you trust me?
I want to. I really do, but I can't. Not yet.
Lena looked imploringly at him.
I need more than just your word.
Oh, yeah. He had a long way to go to winning her over, where Molly was concerned, and in respect to any future he might have with Lena. Would it help to talk to Molly's twin? Her eyes widened.
She's alive?
Obviously, Lena knew about Megan. That stoked his curiosity, considering Megan had kept the knowledge of her twin a secret, but he filed the info away to discuss with her later. And safe. Devon set Lena on her feet and walked across the room to where he'd left his cell on the dresser. With it on speakerphone, he dialed. Yeah? Josh answered in his rough voice. It's me. Where's your bundle of trouble? With Mira and Jazz. They're having a girls' day. You know, dress up and stuff. I got out of it since I have to be at the bar in a couple of hours to get a delivery. Josh chuckled. But Megan promised to style my hair later. Can't wait. He glanced at Lena and saw hope bloom in her eyes. She wanted to believe him. He was glad he could follow through with his promise. Okay, I'll call over there. Hey, any word on Molly? Megan woke up crying for her again last night. Said she was afraid for her. He ran a hand through his hair and considered how much to say. He didn't want to get Josh's hopes up, but they were so close. All he had to do was get one gorgeous human to trust him. Glancing at his little mate sent his pulse racing, a response Devon had never had around a female, unless they were fucking. All it took was watching Lena nibble on her bottom lip. He cleared his throat. I have a lead. We'll see if it pans out. Josh's sigh filled the line. Okay. Keep me in the loop. Will do. Devon ended the call. Before he could dial Jazz's number, the phone he held rang. He groaned at the sight of the name displayed on the screen. Knowing better than to ignore the call, he answered. Hey, love.
What's wrong?
Royals bred multiples as the norm, and as with humans, twins were close, often sensing the other's emotions. Normally he was thankful, as his tie to Mira allowed him to keep an eye on her. At the moment, he wished he could turn it off. Nothing. I'm fine.
Don't you lie to me, Devon. What's going on? Do you have a woman with you?
He closed his eyes and rubbed the back of his neck. No. Mira made a low, derisive sound. I mean, yes. I have a woman who can lead us to Molly, but she doesn't trust us. I was hoping to talk to Megan so she can confirm we're not abusers or anything.
And what's this human's name?
His twin sounded pissed off. She hated being lied to, and both he and Kate had deceived her. He cleared his throat. Lena?
Lena, huh? Well, put the human on. I want to talk to her.
Mira, leave it alone.
I will not.
Mira had no right to question him, especially about Lena, but he couldn't tell Mira that without admitting what had happened. He didn't want to deal with her concern for his mind or her anger over his treatment of Lena. We will discuss this later. Do you understand me? I want to talk to Megan. Put her on. After a moment, sounds of laughter filled the room.
Uncle Devon! Megan squealed. You're missing out on all the fun. I'm giving Uncle Rafe a makeover.
Devin grinned. How does he look?
Gorgeous, of course. I gave him pigtails and hot pink nails.
Lena chuckled, and Megan asked,
Who's that?
He glanced over his shoulder and winked at Lena. Lena. She's Molly's human sister and...
Does she know where Molly is?
Yes. Lena's protected her, and we're going to bring Molly home to you. Megan squealed again.
Lena's staying too?
Yes. At least he hoped she would.
Is she nice?
Yes. He swept his gaze over Lena. Pretty, too.
Then she can come live with me, Molly, and Uncle Josh. Maybe he'll think she's pretty too and marry her. I want to have a real family with lots of brothers and sisters.
Lena's eyes widened, and her plump lips formed a perfect O. He chuckled at the utter look of shock on her face. No, Lena's not going to move in with Josh.
Oh, is she going to come live with you and Mira then?
Megan asked. He tensed. He hadn't gotten the chance to discuss anything with Lena. Because of the bite on her shoulder, he had the right to invoke mating law, which guaranteed him complete control over Lena, from where she lived to who she could associate with. Hell, it even gave him the right to pick her meals for her. Few males took it to that extreme, but many embraced the protective nature of it, guarding their mate 24/7. It wasn't a surprise why shifter males clung to the right. A shifter could only take one mate, whether a breeding partner or a soul-bonded partner, but the antiquated practice didn't take into account whether or not the female chose to be a mate. And Lena didn't pick him. She also didn't do relationships. I'm not discussing my plans with you, kiddo. I'll see you in a couple of days, okay?
Okay, hurry up and bring Molly home. I'm going to need her real soon, Megan said, clicking off.
He put the phone on mute so he didn't have to deal with his twin and faced Lena. She stood stiffly with her hands linked in front of her stomach. He slid the phone into his back pocket. Megan likes to talk. Apparently so does Mira. That she does. All the females in my life like to talk. He rubbed at his neck where he still felt warm. So, do you believe me? Are you going to tell me how to find Molly? The pissed-off look on her face didn't bode well for him. He studied her, looking for a clue to her sudden mood change, but before he could figure it out, she exhaled roughly.
I'm not exactly sure where she is.
Not sure? Then how can you know they're safe? Lena wrapped her arms around her chest.
I told Gwen not to tell me. After seeing what those other shifters were capable of, I decided caution was best.
How are you supposed to know where to meet them?
Gwen is supposed to text me.
He groaned as he remembered the mangled cell. Your phone's dead.
Not that one. Do you think I'm stupid? She huffed. Gwen is texting my work phone. That one is at my house.
Great. Okay. Get showered. I'll make us breakfast to eat on the way, and we'll get out of here. He waited until she was close to him before pulling her stiff body into his arms. Instead of relaxing into his embrace, as she'd done earlier, she tensed more. He didn't like her body language. What's wrong?
Nothing.
The single word landed between them with the force of a sledgehammer. Living with Mira had warned him of the dangers of that particular response. Nothing often meant something big, and if you didn't figure it out, you were screwed. I'm going to protect you and your sisters.
Okay.
And that was another word that signaled trouble. I meant what I said earlier. You and I aren't done. I want you. Her eyes narrowed, her only response. She pushed away from him. The bathroom door slammed in his face. He stared at it, wondering what he'd done to put that angry look on her face, and what it would take to turn it into lust. Chapter 9. Gwen stood in front of Molly, grateful her little sister couldn't see the expression on her face. It probably showed a mix of desire, awe, and wariness. The sight of the raven-haired man striding across the dock left her mind riddled with a slew of inappropriate thoughts, all involving him worshipping Gwen, and taking her to heights she'd never known. She couldn't help it. The man was a walking sex god. He had a body to drool for, tall, built, and deliciously tan. But it was the outfit he wore that sparked the naughty fantasies playing in her head. A white t-shirt with a black widow spider gracing the front of it clung to his chest, showcasing the muscles packed onto his frame. While most men would have added a well-fitting pair of jeans to draw a woman's gaze to his ass, he'd chosen a kilt. A black kilt with a silver chain as a belt, to be exact. Black socks and boots completed the outfit that she was sure had fried a few of her brain cells. Molly had scented him, recognizing him as a shifter the moment he'd gotten out of his car. A royal, that was what she'd called him. Gwen had never heard the term before, but she knew what she'd call him. Trouble, with a capital T. She swept her gaze over him. He might be a shifter, but he was striking. The type of man that dominated any room he was in, yet didn't care if all eyes were on him. She knew another man like that. Vader. They looked similar too, with the harsh cut to their cheekbones. Although she didn't want the guy in the kilt to find them, part of her wished he'd look at her. She'd bet money a single glance from him would send her up in flames. She groaned inwardly. Wrong time, wrong place, and wrong man for those thoughts. She blew out a rough breath. The man stopped mid-step. Slowly he turned his head in a predatory survey of the area. Gwen dropped to her knees, pulling Molly with her, so the side of the boat they'd been hiding on blocked them from view. Her heart raced. Sweat dampened her palms. She wiped them on her legs and tried to ignore the flush that left her body sensitized and on fire. Deep breaths cooled the burn, but not the confusion. Another shifter, another case of instant lust. She had to have some masochistic tendencies. It was the only explanation for her crazy reaction to men she couldn't have. She pressed a finger to her lips, urging Molly to stay quiet. There was no need for the warning. Her adopted sister hadn't said anything to her since before those other shifters showed up at their parents' house. Molly smoothed out the picture she'd been drawing. Under the word royal, she wrote something and handed the sheet to Gwen. Gwen took the paper from Molly's hand and read it. Run, Gwen. Run. Don't let him catch you. Gwen glanced from the words written in perfect cursive to her sister's face. 5 years old, but sometimes Molly acted so much older. In the time Molly had lived with them, they tried to give her the childhood she'd missed out on. Although hesitant at first, as if she hadn't known how to act, she'd slipped into many of the behaviors expected of a preschooler. But there were times when Gwen couldn't help wondering if Molly had only been acting. Her history was sketchy. Her adoptive parents were murdered nearly a year ago, and Molly's kidnappers had sent her to an illegal experimental center that exploited shifters. Shifter affairs had raided the place 6 months prior and retrieved her, but Molly's unresponsive state had left the counselors wary. They had recommended she be placed in a shifter-run center for evaluation, a death sentence for many. Lena had taken the little girl home with her for the night, and the next day Molly had shown up with a blue crayon, a coloring book, and a smile on her face. Gwen didn't know how Lena did it, but she'd likely saved Molly's life. Shifter affairs had allowed Molly to live with them on one condition. If Molly regressed, she'd be admitted to the holding center immediately. The government couldn't take the chance the general shifter population would learn about Molly's unexplainable peculiarities, or at least that was the reasoning for their harsh order. As much as Gwen hated to admit it, the picture in her hands of 3 highly detailed wolf pups, one black, one gray, and one white, lying by a fire, shouldn't have come from a child who hadn't known how to write when she was brought to their home a few months ago. Gwen wished she would have cornered Vader to find out what had been done to Molly, but Gwen could never form coherent sentences around the man. His scent fried her brain and left her in a state of arousal and shame. She shoved away the thoughts of Lena's ex-boyfriend, the one who still tried to rekindle his relationship with Lena whenever he got the chance, and forced a smile for Molly. Gwen scribbled her reply. As far and as fast as I can. Molly inclined her head slightly, as if pleased with Gwen's answer, then walked down the steps leading to the rooms below the deck. Gwen peeked over the side and easily picked the shifter's broad back out of the throng of people milling around the waterfront. She pressed a hand against the ache in her chest and whispered, As far and as fast as I can. Chapter 10. Devon finally understood the expression, if looks could kill. He'd only been locked in the car with Lena for 5 minutes, and the tension was too much to ignore. She stared out the window with a scowl on her face and fire in her eyes. Every so often she'd work her jaw, she'd ground her teeth, and her nostrils would flare. Yep, she was pissed. But about what? What's wrong, Lena? She smiled, bared her teeth. Nothing? That damn word again. He pulled into the parking lot of a defunct store and turned off the car. Bullshit. You're angry. Tell me why. She blew out an exaggerated breath, stirring tendrils of her hair. Oh, where to start? She paused as she tapped one slender finger against her chin. Maybe it has something to do with learning that a shifter plans to move me into his house without my permission. Or now, let's see. More of that finger-tapping had him gripping the steering wheel as his cats paced, upset by her mood. Maybe I don't like being played. He stared at her for a moment, then frowned. How did I play you? You fed me those lines about us having a connection. We do have a connection. Lust is not a connection. He leaned over and pressed his parted lips to hers but didn't kiss her. He shared air with her, an intimate show of affection only the closest of lovers engaged in. Desire built, but it wasn't the only emotion settling over him. The rightness only his mate could offer him gripped him too. It is more. Can't you feel it? Brows turned down and confusion in her eyes. She turned her head. Stop. I don't want to hear any more lines. Fine. Don't listen. Feel. He kissed her. Lena resisted for only a moment before she twined her tongue with his, welcoming the raw kiss with abandon. He'd always considered kissing a waste of time when there were other things he could be doing to a woman. Lena, though? He couldn't get enough of her. She tasted of sin and candy, her flavor bordering on ambrosia, and one he feared he'd already become addicted to. With one hand holding her head, he delved deeper. He needed to be a part of her life, not just hover in the shadows. He wanted her to call him mate. He refused to lose the one female who'd succeeded in picking up the pieces of his shattered mind and building them up around her. He pulled back and stared into her soft brown eyes. Peace settled over him. His breaths slowed. A different kind of hunger rose, one that made him want to worship Lena, his gift, forever. He brushed his thumb over her lower lip. Let me love you. She turned her head. Back off. I do not fuck men who are already involved with someone else. Her rebuttal didn't make sense to his sex-starved brain. He picked apart each word and considered its meaning before finally stringing them back together. Then it clicked, but he couldn't understand why she'd accuse him of cheating. He'd have to be in a relationship before he could sneak around. I'm not involved with anyone. Then who's Mira? He laughed and sat back, relieved he could put her mind at ease. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through the photo album until he found the picture he wanted. He handed the cell to her. That's Mira. Lena's brows scrunched. She glanced from the photo to him. Mira's your twin? Yeah. She's really pretty, too, don't you think? With the phone in hand, Lena studied the picture intently. She's beautiful. She scrolled through a few more photos of them at Rafe's mating celebration. Your friends are all very tall. He shrugged. Shifters generally are. She paused on a picture of him with the Wolf sisters, Anne and Jill. They'd become his lovers over the past month, and their shared intimacy was obvious from the photo. Anne had her hands in his hair while she kissed him. Jill's were down his pants. Shit. He'd forgotten Kate had taken the photo. They'd both enjoyed the wolves that night. He hadn't deleted the photo because it reminded him of an extremely enjoyable encounter. No longer. Guilt landed hard in his gut. He shouldn't feel bad for what he'd done. He'd just met Lena. But yeah, he felt dirty. Cheap. Lena handed the phone back without saying another word. He wasn't sure what to make of her dismissal. Although he'd scented her anger, she smelled agitated since Mira's phone call earlier. He focused on Lena's profile. No expression to judge her mood, but a tic had developed along her jaw. He rubbed his. Anne and Jill are just friends. She folded her arms. Okay. The words slashed him. He straightened in his seat. They don't mean anything to me. He grimaced at how cold that sounded. I mean, they're my friends. Well, technically they're my lovers, but the sex doesn't mean anything. And yeah, that made him sound like an asshole. Shit. I mean... Lena tilted her head and peered at him from under spiky lashes. You don't owe me an explanation. I don't care who you fuck. And why did that sound like a blow-off? Anne and Jill are wolf shifters who like to have a little fun. Seriously, I don't care. There's nothing wrong with having a few fuck buddies. She looked out the side window. Can we just go? We're wasting time. While he didn't want to drop the conversation when he didn't think Lena understood him, she was right. Finding Molly and Gwen had to be their main priority. After that, well, he'd make sure she understood his intentions because his decision was made. He wasn't giving up on them. That meant more than just Lena finding something about him to love. He would prove he was worthy of her. Only problem, he wasn't. Wasn't going to stop him. He'd find a way to be the male she needed. Lena wasn't going to leave him. Chapter 11. Jealousy was an emotion Lena had never felt before, even when she'd been engaged. Still, she knew that was what made her stomach churn. Wasn't that ironic? She was jealous over a shifter, not a man, who'd nearly killed her and refused to allow her to leave him. Crazy or not, she hated thinking of Devon with another woman, let alone two. What was it about him that sparked the uncharacteristic reaction? She stole another glance at Devon as he drove. He'd dyed his hair black and wore dark brown contacts. He'd said they were specially made for those individuals who needed a little extra camouflage. The getup did make him look human, only he'd accomplished that by hiding his fantasy-worthy traits. Maybe if she hadn't seen his true form, she wouldn't be as bothered by the contacts or his plain hair. The man was deliciously hot, with or without the ugly disguise. It was only that with the alterations he'd made, he looked wrong. She didn't know how else to put it. "Why do you dye your hair?" He scrunched his brows, the confused expression utterly adorable on his tough guy face. "Because it makes me appear human. I don't like being stared at. It agitates my cats." She considered his explanation. It made sense, for his eyes. They were different. Beautiful, but different. His hair, though? "Lots of people have funky hair. I doubt yours would get more than a second glance." He grinned, the lift of his lips revealing fangs. "Do you like my hair?" She shrugged and glanced away. Not quickly enough. Heat flushed her cheeks at Devon's warm chuckle. "Don't worry. It's the washout kind of dye. And even if it wasn't, shifting would negate it. I'll always return to the body I was born with. We don't scar either." She wished she could say the same. At least she'd survived Devon's accidental blow. Back in those woods, she thought she was dying. Actually, she was pretty sure she'd seen the notorious white light calling her home. As soon as she'd reached for it, Devon's voice had filled her head. Well, his bellowed order not to leave him. Geez, even then, she'd been unable to deny him. Not that she could complain. Breathing was one of her favorite pastimes. Actually, she had a lot to thank him for, saving her from those other shifters, healing her wounds, starring in her fantasies. The man and her response to him confused her. She knew not to get involved with shifters. Her experiences with first Rick, her ex-fiancé, and then Vader, had proven what a bad idea it was to get involved with their kind. Both men, well, wolf shifters, had used and controlled her. Different men, different reasons. In the end, it came down to one thing. She'd been a means to an end for them. Rick had wanted a promotion. Vader had wanted Gwen. Now Devon wanted Molly. Hoping to distract herself from thinking about Devon, she latched onto his earlier comment and hopefully a safer topic. "How many cats do you have? Molly says she only has a lion." "3. A lion, jaguar, and tiger. I'm considered a royal because of it." While Rick only housed a gray wolf, Vader had 3. A gray, black, and an Arctic. Only he'd never used the term royal. He'd explained that having multiple animals made them immortal, and meant they were direct descendants of the goddesses, whereas the single shifters, such as Rick, were mortal. He'd never taken his explanation further, nor had she asked. The less she talked to that particular man, the better. "A royal? What, so you're a prince?" "The single shifters think so. I never gave it much thought until I met you. Now I'm glad to have the privileges that come with the title." "What privileges?" He caressed her thigh. "Our healing abilities, for one. I took it for granted. Without it, I would have lost you back in those woods." She replayed his words and frowned. Sure, he'd licked her wounds, the following day. She figured that, along with the drink he'd given her, had helped. Had he done the same after the attack? "How did your healing ability help me?" He pulled into her driveway and turned off the car. "I shared a piece of my..." He shifted his gaze to her shoulder. "I shared my strength and blood with you." He opened the car door and got out without saying another word. She sat there, too stunned by his revelation to follow. The jumbled pieces of the last day and a half finally clicked. She covered her mouth to muffle the gasp. It wasn't hot chocolate Devon had given her. It was his blood. She drunk from him, had savored the rich liquid, and hungered for it still. She closed her eyes and allowed the memory of being held against Devon's chest to resurface. She'd clutched his wrist to her mouth, groaning as his blood slid down her throat. He'd whispered wicked things to her, and the one promise he'd made repeatedly as he licked her wounds quickened her pulse. You're mine, Lena. Mine. Never letting you go. 5 years ago, she would have loved for a man as tempting as Devon to make such a heated declaration. A couple of heartbreaks later, she knew better. Men lied, cheated, and used. And Devon? Nope. She wasn't falling for his romantic, fated crap. He could drop his bullshit lines on someone else. She was no longer the naive woman who fell for them. She opened her eyes and was greeted by the sight of Devon kneeling by the open window, his arms folded on the frame and an aroused, drowsy look on his face. Her body went into instant meltdown. Are you disgusted now? I should be. He traced her lower lip. But you're not. She shook her head. Why did you do it? He opened the car door and took her hand, rubbing soothing circles into her palm. I told you, because if I didn't you would have died. I pierced organs. He rubbed his neck. Then you got an infection. You scared me. It was touch and go last night. She didn't know what to say. He'd stopped her from dying and leaving her little sisters alone to face the future. A simple thank you would never be enough. Did it hurt you? I would have given my life for yours if I could have. His confession rocked her, leaving her feeling incredibly special. Why? You don't know me. I do, Lena. I recognize you the moment I looked into your eyes. What are you talking about? I know I've never met you. I would have remembered. He urged her to stand, then shut the car door behind her. Let's go in. Aren't you going to answer? Yes, but not now. Molly comes first. He glanced at her. Remember? He used her own reasoning against her. As much as she wanted to hear his answer, he was right. I do. She shrugged, trying to pull off a casual tone. It was one she didn't feel. Devon affected her in ways she was having trouble cataloging. It left her uneasy. He nodded, then led the way to the front stoop and unlocked the door. It swung open with his push, but he blocked her from entering with an arm across the entrance. With his lips parted, he inhaled deeply, then snarled. The tiny hairs on her arm stood up. He tugged her inside. The door slammed, the lock clicking with a snap. He backed her into the spot between the hall table and the bookshelf next to it. Several human males have been in your home recently. Stay here while I investigate. She opened her mouth to tell him not to worry. She'd thrown a party a couple of nights ago, but didn't get the chance. Long strides took him across the room. She swallowed the words and watched him jog up the stairs, thoroughly enjoying the way his butt looked in the jeans he wore. She shook her head to clear it of the image. The blinking light on her answering machine caught her attention. She headed toward it. Devon's heavy footsteps echoed from the floor above along with his curse. She ignored him and reached for the play button. Hey sis, it's me. I know you told me not to call here. It's just that Molly noticed another one of those men close by. He was asking the dock workers about us, so I decided it'd be best to move, not wait until we met up with you. Gwen's exhaled breath sounded shaky. So we're leaving now. I'll text you later today once I have all the details figured out, and let you know where we're at. Praying you're safe. Love you. When was that message left? Lena glanced toward the stairs and found Devon standing there, with her pillow clutched in his hand and a murderous glare on his face. She would have asked him why he looked ready to strangle her pillow, but the demand in his tone was one she couldn't deny. A couple of hours ago. He tightened his grip on the pillow, and feathers fluttered to the floor. Where's the cell she's supposed to text? Lena hurried across the room and dug the phone from the desk drawer. Her heart sank. No text. Call her. His commanding tone struck a nerve. So did her obedient response to it, but not enough to argue. She dialed. No answer. She didn't bother leaving a voicemail. Gwen never remembered her PIN to access it. Lena sent a quick text that went unanswered. Devon snatched the cell out of her hand and slid it back into his pocket. I'll hold this until she responds. She fisted her hands. Don't even think about leaving me behind. Gwen won't hand Molly over to you without my approval. You still need me. Damn right I do, woman. The guttural words slammed into her. She took a step back and studied his narrowed eyes and tightly drawn mouth. Limbs taut, he vibrated with barely restrained anger. What's your problem? He threw the mutilated pillow on the floor by her feet. Who's been in your bed? She glanced from the loose feathers to the furious shifter. Excuse me? Who has been sharing your bed, Lena? Tell me. Now. Disappointment slammed into her. Devin was exactly the same as Rick and Vader, tugging her heartstrings, and he thought it gave him the right to control her life. She returned his scowl and cursed her laziness for not changing the pillowcase with the sheets. She crossed her arms over her chest. "It's none of your goddamn business." The door opened before he could respond. She groaned when she saw who stood there with a bottle of wine and a bag from his restaurant. Great. Just her luck. Mark, her on-again, off-again Italian chef lover, looked from Devin to her and back again. "Hey, Lena, I thought we had a lunch date." Mark grinned, his gaze slowly perusing Devin's body. "We doing a threesome today?" Fangs filled Devin's mouth, the tips showing. His chest rumbled with a sound somewhere between a snarl, cough, and growl. Not a noise any human would make. Her throat tightened. She pressed her hands to his chest and glared at him, warning him without words to rein in his cats. He slid his gaze to her and blinked. Not exactly a confirmation he was in charge. She took it as one anyway and peeked over her shoulder. She forced a smile. "Is it Thursday already? I forgot you were coming over." "Who's your friend?" Devin growled in a barely recognizable voice. Not good. Neither was the heat seeping into her palms. She knew enough about shifters to know what the rise in body temperature meant. His inner animals were close, and the subtle vibrations along his skin warned her he barely kept them from taking over his body. She squeezed his arms and waited until he looked at her. "Are you okay?" Instead of answering her, he tucked her into his side and faced Mark. "Who the hell are you?" Mark put the lunch he'd brought on the hall table. He folded his arms and widened his stance. "Mark, who are you?" Devin settled his hand over her bottom and massaged her butt cheeks gently. It was a move that screamed, "Mine." "Devin, Lena's boyfriend." She gasped. Mark laughed. "That's a good one. Lena likes variety in her life. She wouldn't settle down for you no matter how good the sex is." Mark shook his head. "Sorry, man, but Lena isn't girlfriend material. She's a friend with benefits kind of girl." Devin tipped her head back with a hand wrapped in her hair. He leaned over her, so only his hold on her body stopped her from falling backward. "Is that true, sweetheart? Do you have a lot of lovers?" Lying would diffuse the situation, but his attitude annoyed her. He was one to talk, considering he had Anne and Jill, his own set of fuck buddies. He had no right to judge her. She took a deep breath, prepared for his criticism, and declared, "Yeah, I do." Devin grinned as if that was the answer he wanted. "Well, you see, that's going to be a problem, lover. I don't share." Fisting his shirt so she wouldn't fall, she gave in to a fit of laughter. His bemused expression only added to her amusement. "First off, we haven't had intercourse. Second, maybe you should tell Anne and Jill about the no-sharing rule. I got the impression they don't mind. They're just friends, and so are Mark, and Larry, and—" Devin cut her words off with a scorching kiss, taking the lead in demanding her submission. She fought his dominance, biting and doing a little growling of her own. Not the smartest move. The sound obviously turned him on. Big time. Another snarl and he lifted her, hands on her hips. He backed her into the wall, trapping her with his body. The evidence of his excitement pushed against her thigh, the bulge growing the more she resisted him. She dug her nails into scalp, maybe to punish him, maybe to challenge him, maybe to excite him. Her rough treatment succeeded in tearing an explicit curse from him before he was delving deeper, kissing her as if he wanted to crawl inside her. Sharp fangs cut both their tongues, and the taste of his blood accomplished what his dominant kiss couldn't. She sighed and gave herself up to the passion, welcoming him. After a moment, he moaned, easing his punishing kiss, and curled their tongues in a dance only Devin could deliver. On and on they kissed. Each stroke sent heat whipping through her. Her lower belly warmed. She wanted to feel his hands on her body, to hold his cock inside her, to hear his moans in her ear. She squirmed against him, hating their height difference that prevented her from rubbing against his trapped erection. "Lena." He broke the kiss long enough to breathe her name against her lips before he resumed the erotic melding of their mouths. Hearing the raw need in his voice turned a switch inside her, one that made her want to satisfy him, leaving him sated and content. She whimpered and pulled him closer. In one quick move, he slipped his hand past the waistband of her loose pants and under her panties. He cupped her mound, the heat of his palm branding her, and toyed with the short curls hiding her sacs. If he'd just move a little lower, she'd be in heaven. As if he'd heard her, he dragged his fingertips through her wetness and poised his fingers at her opening. Mark cleared his throat. She froze, but Devon continued to stroke her, teasing and arousing her. Lena, this is damn sexy to watch, but is it what you want? I got the impression you didn't want to fuck this guy. Devon licked her lips, a seductive swipe of his roughened tongue she shouldn't find arousing, but did. Oh, she does. In fact. He rubbed his chin over her scarred shoulder, covered by her shirt. She shivered and he grinned. When I'm done with her, she'll never, ever want to leave my side. She stared at Devon wide-eyed, while Mark laughed in the background. He knew her history. She'd used it as a reason to keep things casual between them. Devon slid his gaze to Mark. Is there a problem? Where did you find this guy, Lena? Never want to leave his side? He's delusional. She shoved hard against Devon's chest. He didn't budge. She blew out a breath and leaned to the side in order to see Mark over Devon's wide chest. Look, today's not a good day. How about I call you later? I'll make up for this, promise. Like hell you will. You will never take another lover to your bed. Devon glared at Mark. If you ever come around Lena again, you're going to regret it. Is that clear, Mark? Mark chuckled and gave Devon a cocky two-finger salute. Sure, man. Call me, babe. Once the door closed behind him, she leveled a fierce scowl at Devon. Who do you think you are? You can't walk into my life and order me around. A lopsided smile spread over his face, a sensual look ruined by the condescending chuckle rumbling his chest. With his hips pinning her to the wall, he roughly tugged the collar of her t-shirt down and exposed her shoulder, the intent in his expression clear. Any more of his wicked kisses, and she'd be his willing slave. The man turned seduction into an art form. A single glance and her hormones went haywire. She pushed against him. Let me go. No, I like you right where you are. Actually, he swiped his tongue over his upper lip. I like it better once my cock's inside you. I am not having sex with... Enough, Lena. Look at me. She did, the sharp tone compelling her. You will be mine today, and after I'm done with you, you'll never even look at another male. You'll be too busy begging me for my dick. He leaned closer until his eyes became her world. End of discussion. She shoved him until her muscles strained. No luck. She'd have an easier time moving a mountain. End of discussion? You can't just order me to fuck you. Now let me go. I don't have to order you. You want me. My cock. My arms around you. You want to ride me hard until I fill you up. Until you tremble for me. Until you fall asleep with your damn head pillowed on my chest, too sated to move. You're full of yourself. You know that? She fought a smile. His confidence was sexy. I'm telling the truth. Yeah? Well, I don't believe it. You're a guy. Interchangeable. Replaceable. She didn't believe her words for a minute. No man had come close to competing with how Devon made her feel. That's so. A challenge shone in his gaze. She wanted to accept it. Make him prove himself. The thought came out of nowhere, yet it appealed to her. Lena dragged the tip of her tongue along her upper lip. Yes, that's so. Gaze locked to hers, he slid his hand into her pants and over her mound. With languid swipes, he stroked her clit. Energy zinged through her, settling in her womb. She turned her head to hide how much the simple touch affected her. You're wet. He pressed his mouth to her ear and slipped his finger between her lower lips on a slow downward swipe, pushing at her opening, but not breaching her sex. Excited. I don't think it'll take much to get you off. I might have to make you come multiple times to prove my point. It might take hours until I'm satisfied you understand me. Hours. Her womb quivered at the thought of being at Devon's mercy for hours, while her mind slammed a brake on her raging desires. I changed my mind. We don't have time to indulge in sex. My sisters are... Not here. Unless we're going to wander the town, we aren't going to find them. We need to wait for Gwen to text. And while we're waiting, we might as well use our time getting to know each other. He had a point, at least about Gwen. As much as Lena hated to admit it, Gwen was on her own until she contacted them. But we... No buts. You and I need this time together before reality pulls us back.
No, we don't. The reality is that you're a walking sex god whose touch turns me into a sex-starved woman. That's it. Nothing more.
His smile widened. I'm glad you find me pleasing.
I'm sure any woman you touch would feel the same.
You're the one in my arms. You're the one...
It's lust, and mindless sex is not how I want to spend my time.
How do you want to spend it?
Sleeping.
She dropped her head to his chest.
Not what you wanted to hear, right?
It was the truth, though. Her body might be humming in need for release, but she was tired. Not surprising considering all that had happened to her, physically and emotionally. No, it's not. I want to worship you, but your request is one I can accommodate. He brushed his lips over her neck. As long as you sleep in my arms.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Because the longer she spent in his embrace, the more jumbled her thoughts and emotions grew. It is. My touch makes you stronger, and your touch soothes me. We can both benefit from a little cuddling. But first I need to take care of you, ease the lust I stirred within you. Before she could respond, he pushed his finger deeper into her core and brushed the edge of his fingertip over her G-spot. She trembled. Do you like that? She bit her cheek to stop the moan threatening to escape. His confident chuckle shook her body, adding to the strumming of his finger. A shaky breath slipped past her lips. She pressed them together to stop any more from emerging. Yeah, I'd say you do. She fisted his shirt. The battle raged within her, the same one she'd been fighting ever since she woke in bed with him. Who was she kidding? She'd felt the pull to him the first moment she'd laid eyes on him.
I do, but...
A second finger joined the first, and her rebuttal turned into a groan. Once again her uncertainties faded in the face of the passion he evoked. He fucked her slowly with his fingers. Each thrust took her higher. Her muscles tensed, and tiny tremors danced along her core to her womb. Her scalp tingled, and her belly quivered. She was already so highly aroused, it didn't take much to push her to the edge. With a few rolling thrusts of his fingers, she was right there. He pulled his fingers out of her pussy and laid them against her inner thigh. Her release denied. You will fuck me, Lena, and when you do, you'll beg for what only I can give you. He bent his head to her shoulder, and a hungry groan escaped him as he studied the scar he'd given her. What was it with Devon on that particular spot? One glance at the evidence of his bite, and desire hazed his eyes. Fangs filled his mouth, and his cock jerked against her thigh. She could ask herself the same question. As soon as he touched the raised points, lust seized her. Once I finish what I started, this will mean more to you than a simple scar. He nipped the spot he teased ruthlessly only hours ago. Tingles shot straight to her clit. The bundle of nerves thumped as if connected to the mark. Another nibble, and her core clenched. It'll mark you as my female. He turned his head so they were eye to eye. Do you understand what that means? She shook her head, even though she suspected the answer. Although neither Rick nor Vader had bitten her, they'd still called her my female. She was theirs, exclusively. It means no other male will ever touch you. It'll be my cock that gives you release, my arms that hold you, my name on your lips. Only mine. Forever.
And how are you going to accomplish that? Put a collar on me?
Vader had once told her some shifter males trained their mates with shock collars. Won't need one. You'll be my willing partner. Never want to leave my side. He brushed his lips over the scar on her shoulder.
No. The first chance I get, I'm running from you.
The desperate words rushed from her mouth. Fear brought them to the surface. She didn't want to belong to another man. Twice was enough. He sucked hard on the scar. She jerked in his arms, electric pulses shooting straight to her core. He dragged his fangs over her scarred collarbone, and his exhalation bathed the skin in warmth, easing the tightness in her muscles and reigniting the passion that had dimmed while they talked. She didn't understand why it felt so good for him to touch her there. Maybe it was seeing his reaction, but as her breasts grew heavy and moisture pooled low, she stopped caring. Later. She'd think about it later. Right now, she needed to come. Each flick of his tongue sent her higher. In a part of her mind, she understood what he was doing to her wasn't normal. The rest of her cared little, as long as she got the release she craved. She wrapped her fingers around the back of his neck and used her hold on him to urge him closer. He latched his mouth over her shoulder and pressed each of his fangs against her skin. She closed her eyes, waiting for the pleasure he could give her. But he didn't send her over the edge. He stilled, waited. His name, that was what he wanted. She considered denying him, but couldn't do it. Something elemental within her stopped her. "Devin, please." Instead of giving her what she craved, he eased back, so his lips brushed against her skin. "I can't let that happen, Lena. We're connected. Close your eyes and reach inside yourself. Tell me you feel our bond, that you want to explore it." She wasn't sure what she felt. Ever since waking in bed with him, her emotions and thoughts had swung from one extreme to the other. Separating them was growing impossible. The more she tried, the more agitated she became. Her mind was fragmented. The thought struck her as odd, but accurate. It also added to the confusion gripping her. She couldn't help but wonder if Devin was the reason. Actually, he was the reason. It was the accident he'd caused that landed her in his arms to begin with. He slid his fingers along her cleft, tracing her drenched lips. "Answer me." "No. Don't make demands. Just let me come." His rough grunt almost made her take the words back. He didn't give her the chance. He pressed his open mouth to her shoulder and sucked at the same time as he stroked her clit. She careened into an orgasm that stole the color from the world around her. Pleasure whipped through her in waves that encompassed her body, from the roots of her hair to her toes. On and on. The pleasure rolled over her until she wanted to beg him to let her go. As if sensing her discomfort, he brought her down with slow strokes to her clit. She sagged against him. Only his hold stopped her body from slumping in a boneless heap on the ground. He scooped her up and cradled her in his arms. She snuggled into his embrace and closed her eyes. He pressed a gentle, almost chaste kiss to her cheek. "All right, my little female. No demands. Sleep. You're safe with me." Was she? She couldn't make her mind work to figure it out, but with his strong arms holding her, she wasn't positive it mattered. He would make good on his promise and never let her go, whether or not she wanted to stay with him. Chapter 12. Lena woke to Devin's cock poking at her backside, and his fingers skimming along her belly, right above the waistband of her pants. "Are you awake, my little female?" The lust in his voice slipped through her, leaving heat behind. She squeezed her eyes shut against the instant wave of desire. "I suppose." "And you feel okay? No pain, no achiness?" She focused on her body. The energy skipping through her matched what she'd experienced the last time she'd awakened after sleeping the night in Devin's arms. "Yes, I feel fine." Better than fine, actually. She was fairly certain she could have run a marathon. "Good. It's killed me to hold you while you slept." She glanced over her shoulder. "I thought you enjoyed holding me." "I do, but—" He slid his hand under her pants and toyed with the short hairs covering her sex. "I want to lose myself in you." He pushed 2 fingers into her core. She gasped, and her inner muscles gripped him. Another controlled thrust, and she shuddered. "Devin, what are you—" "Shh. Close your eyes. Let me make you feel good." She reached back and touched hot skin. Oh, God. She was in bed with a naked, aroused man. And this time she wasn't hurt or sick. Her body went into instant meltdown at the possibilities open to them. She shook her head to clear it of the lusty thoughts. "My sister's... the phone. We have to check." "I did. No messages. The cell's on the dresser. We'll hear your sister's text when it comes in." He skimmed his lips along her jaw. His breath heated her skin. "But I can't wait any longer. Need to be inside you." She whimpered at the stark desire in his voice and bit her cheek while his fingers kept pumping into her center. She couldn't get her mind to work. "Devin, this..." The frustration over being unable to focus her thoughts and make sense of her emotions reared its ugly head again. Why was this happening to her? It didn't feel like a concussion. She'd had those before. This was something else. She didn't like it. "We can't have sex." He nibbled over the spot where he'd bitten her. "Sure we can." Another surge of desire swamped her, and she panted. Every breath she took filled her lungs with evergreen and moss. "I barely know you." With his lips brushing her ear, he whispered, "Your soul remembers me." He licked the rim of her ear. If it didn't, this wouldn't feel so right. The man knew exactly what to say and do to mess with her heart. At least his words focused her jumbled thoughts. If she focused on Devon, she felt fine. Normal. She opened her mouth to tell him how she felt, but he brushed his finger over the sensitive spot along her inner wall. Her words faded on a moan. He worked her body, as if he knew her every trigger point. Each caress stimulated her more. Every pleased sound he made sent the butterflies in her belly to flight. The way he nuzzled her shoulder and the slow strokes of his cock against her bottom aroused her more. Trying to regain control of the situation before she begged him to fuck her, exactly as he'd promised she would, she grabbed his hip, purposely digging her nails into him. He groaned and pushed his rigid length against her. What? No demands to get my submission? Not that he needed any. The man could seduce a nun. No demands. He nipped her shoulder. If you want me to stop, I will. I'm not sure what I want. Hadn't she said something similar the last time she was in bed with him? Well, I know what I want. He delivered another small bite and a swirl of his tongue to the scar on her shoulder, and she moaned. To lose myself in you, worship you, make you soar. But you don't know me, and I'm not sure I want to get involved with a shifter who... I know more than you think, but more importantly, I know what you are to me. And that is? He shoved her pants down along with her underwear and used his foot to drag them off her legs. His erection slid over her skin as he moved, and her breath rushed out. Lust took over. There was something about feeling a man's hard cock rubbing along her inner thighs that stirred primitive urges within her, ones where she craved being dominated, commanded, used. She wanted him to take his pleasure from her, ride her hard and long until he exploded within her. Mine. With his parted lips, he mapped a path along her cheek to her mouth, then simply breathed. Her thoughts scattered, and her heart swelled. Emotions she had no business feeling wrapped around her. Devon, He drew her lower lip into his mouth and sucked gently on it, a tug she felt in her womb. He released her tender flesh a moment later. You are mine, Lena, every delicious inch of you, and I know you feel our connection too. Otherwise you wouldn't have slept in my arms. I was tired. You trusted me. Subconsciously or not, you knew I would follow through with my promise, to watch over you, and be here when you woke. Where would you have gone? We're waiting on Gwen. He stilled the movement of his fingers. Yes, we're waiting on Gwen to text you on a phone I could have taken while you slept. She sucked in a rough breath. She'd never considered that. Or maybe Devon was right, and she had subconsciously trusted him. Why didn't you? He rubbed his chin back and forth over the scar on her shoulder. I told you. We're connected, didn't I? Her pulse raced. Those silly dreams she knew better than to give life rose. Maybe Devon was different, and the little show earlier with Mark was a one-off. Didn't I, Lena? She shook her head and tried to stop the longing from taking root. Yes, but... The smack of his heel against her wet lips stopped her words. He rolled his fingers inside her, stretching her, stroking her. Her eyelids fluttered closed. The last of her resistance faded. She shifted her bottom, and he pressed his thumb against her clit while his fingers massaged her achy core. Good. Now tell me you want this. Yes, I want this. He stilled his hand. Then show me. She did as he ordered. She tilted her hips and rocked over his prodding fingers. That's right. Fuck yourself. He licked her neck. Want you hot, drenched. He slipped his other hand around her waist, holding her tightly against him. Her breath shortened, while his steady one stirred the strands of her hair. She quickened the pace, and he rolled his fingers inside her on each deep push. The twist of his spread fingers ignited the sensitive nerve endings along her core. Her inner muscles tightened. She wanted to come around his cock, not his fingers. She wanted him to share in her pleasure. He didn't give her the chance to voice her needs. He took her to the edge and ordered, Come for me. A hard thrust that smacked against her wet lips sent her over. The orgasm rolled through her. She writhed on his impaling fingers, and he kept stroking, thrusting, urging her to experience the ecstasy at his hands for as long as possible. Tremors racked her body. Her breath wheezed out. Too much. She thrashed, trying to get away. He held her in place and brought her down, his slower strokes soothing the quivering muscles. As the last of the ripples traveled along her core, he yanked his hand away and pushed her onto her back. He nudged her thighs with his knee, and she spread her legs, welcoming him closer. He knelt within the space she offered and gripped the hem of her shirt. She obliged him, helping take it off. The sports bra she'd worn went with it, tossed somewhere across the room. She lay before him, naked and open for his pleasure. He swept his gaze over her, lingering on her breasts, and her nerves kicked in. She was thin, too thin according to some lovers she'd taken. She didn't have a body made to cushion a man, or even one that elicited a double take. How did Devon view her? Slowly, as if afraid she'd scramble away, Devon lowered his hips until his cock pressed against her inner thigh, yanking her away from her self-destructive thoughts and focusing her on her soon-to-be lover. Propped on his elbows, he stared at her with swirling kaleidoscope eyes. No white showed in his breathtaking orbs. She'd never seen a shifter's eyes completely colored. She didn't know what it meant, but the effect was mesmerizing. She couldn't have torn her gaze from his if she tried. I never thought I'd find you. He brushed his thumb over her bottom lip, and some inexplicable emotion settled over her. I want to finish this thing between us, tie you to me, once and for all. She hadn't known Devon long, but the reverent expression he wore did funny things to her heart. She lowered her gaze to his lips. She couldn't handle the emotions building within her heart. Lena. The longing in his voice compelled her to look at him. She met his captivating eyes. He grinned, and the force behind his smile left her weak inside. Slowly he adjusted his body, so he straddled her. He swept his gaze over her to settle on her breasts, and ran a single finger from her lower belly to the edge of her ribcage. I want to join us. Now. He brushed the strands of her loose hair off her shoulder to expose the scar there. With a feather-like touch of his fingertips, he drew a circle around the mark. But I won't. Why get me naked, then? Her throat squeezed, trapping the words inside. He'd been so eager to fuck her until he'd undressed her, and got a good look at her body. Guess she got her answer to his opinion of her non-existent curves. She covered her chest with one arm and tried to roll away. He stopped her with a hand on her shoulder. Where do you think you're going? You just said... He swallowed her words with an all-consuming kiss that made her forget why she'd been embarrassed. Her muscles relaxed. She moved her arm from hiding her breasts to holding Devon close while he twined their tongues. He groaned his approval and rolled his hips. The length of his cock stroked along her lower lips. She arched into him, but when he lined the head to her entrance a second time, reality set in. She pushed firmly against his chest. Devon, stop. His confused expression was even sexier with lust hazing his kitty-cat eyes and the tips of fangs denting his lip. Why? Did you change your mind? Don't you want me to fuck you? Yes. Oh God, I want you. But you need a condom. He grinned. The sensual lift to his mouth showed off those pointy canines. Gorgeous. He was absolutely beautiful. I can't get you pregnant, and I don't have any diseases. You're safe with me. She believed him, but a sudden wave of nerves left her hesitant. She traced his pecs and tried to voice her thoughts. I've never had sex without any protection. That's an intimacy I haven't shared with a man. An expression she couldn't describe settled over his features. Pride, maybe? Excitement? He didn't give her a chance to figure it out. He moved his hips slightly, so the head of his cock slipped between her swollen lower lips. Good. My seed will be the first and last you'll ever take. With that promise, he thrust home, and she gasped. The burn in her muscles confirmed what she'd already suspected. Devon's cock was the largest she'd ever had. She wrapped her arms around his neck and held him close while her body adjusted. The pain eased, pleasure replacing it. He propped himself on bent elbows and nudged her cheek with his until she focused on his face. His breathtaking eyes locked to hers. He held her gaze and withdrew, dragging his shaft through her core. With her inner muscles quivering, she clutched his biceps and waited for his rod to reconnect her to him. He didn't fill her, though. He studied her with a small smile playing on his lips. Desperate for him, and knowing what he waited for, she begged.
Please, please, Devin. I need you.
He grinned and slammed back in, the force sliding her up the bed. He fucked her with long, sure, and steady strokes, the pace slower than she would have liked, but it was all her tender core could handle. The deep thrusts loosened her muscles and encouraged her to open to him. With his fresh, woodsy scent filling her lungs and the silken steel shaft stretching her core, it was impossible not to accept him fully. He became her world. She drank in his perfection, searing his image into her mind. She never wanted to forget the way Devin looked at her. Hunger, lust, appreciation. Each powerful emotion mixed with a rawness stamped on his face. Her heart skipped a beat. Butterflies took flight. She tried to stop the responses. It was too dangerous to allow softer feelings to rise. Sex, the physical act, that was what she needed to focus on, but with the deep look of awe in her lover's eyes, combined with the carnal desire stamped there, her resistance crumbled. Part of her couldn't believe a man as wickedly hot as Devin would wear such an expression of reverence for her. Needing to touch him and remind herself he was real, she laid a hand against his smooth cheek. He turned his head and flicked his roughened tongue over her flesh. She shivered. Hoping to stop the swell of feelings, she dug her fingernails into his ass. "Harder, Devin. Fuck me harder." He sat back and lifted her legs, pulling them against his chest. His cock filled her completely, stretching her impossibly more, and a burn spread through her inner muscles that threatened to ruin the moment. With his arms wrapped around her calves, he stilled and nibbled on her ankle, giving her the chance to adjust to the new position. The tiny sting from his sharp teeth sent shivers down her leg and distracted her from the fullness in her core. "You feel good." He delivered another nip to her leg, and she squirmed over his rigid length. "Better than any woman ever has." His praise brought a smile to her lips. "Does knowing how well you compliment me please you?" "Yes." More than she thought it would. She wanted to be special, to be worshipped and treated as if she was the only woman in the world. "Then know this." He waited until she met his gaze. "You're more than just a lover. You're my gift." I... She didn't know what to say. "Don't say anything. Just enjoy this. Me. Us." He rubbed his cheek against her calf. "Ready for more?" "Yes, please. I want all of you." "Then you can have me." A pleased smile settled over his face. "And I get you. Forever." The possessiveness in that one word planted a seed of doubt about what they were doing. He didn't give it a chance to take hold. He tightened his grip on her legs and drove his cock into her. Her breath escaped on a gasp. Anxiety faded as lust took over. Their position tightened the glide of his cock. He stroked her once, then twice more. The burn in her core eased. Pleasure replaced it. She fisted the sheets and gave herself over to Devin completely, allowing him to take what he wanted from her. "That's good, my little female." He twined their fingers. "Put your trust in me." She gripped his hand tighter and swept her gaze over the length of his body. Everything about him excited her. His bulging arm gently locked around her legs. The way his tree-trunk thighs flexed to drive his erection into her. And his abs, his rigid stomach bunched with each stroke. She couldn't tear her eyes from him. He was strength and power, a male in his prime. Hers. He was hers. She tightened her inner muscles, eager to hold him close. He groaned. So damn tight. So hot. With her ankles gripped in his hands, he held her open and gazed at the spot where they were joined. She did too. The sight of his thick erection captured between her lower lips tore a whimper from her throat. Slowly he pulled the rigid length back. His shaft glistened, the sight exciting her even more. He stilled for a long moment, then seated his dick on a hard thrust. She moaned his name. "You're perfect." His churning yellow and green eyes focused on her face. "Knew you'd be my one." The praise excited her. She dug her fingers into his legs and used the leverage to raise her bottom, to help him fuck her. He leaned over her, changing the angle of his thrusts. Vibrations whipped through her womb with each stroke. He drove her higher and higher, her muscles coiling with each hard drive of his cock into her body. A wicked glint shone in his eyes. He lifted one corner of his mouth, exposing a fang. The sight of his non-human side whipped her excitement higher. She squeezed her muscles with each thrust and groaned as he pulled back. Over and over, he stroked her from the inside out. Every time she cried out in pleasure, he adjusted his thrusts to hit her trigger points. Whether her responses guided him or his own experience, the result was the same. Sheer ecstasy, more than she'd ever known. "Devin, more. He released her legs, letting them drop to the side, and grabbed her hips. An animalistic mask slid over his features. In place of the softer emotions from moments ago, primal ones showed. Possession. Ownership. They didn't exactly surprise her. She'd welcomed him into her body, knowing he planned to move her into his house and never let her go. Her own reaction was startling. A primitive urge to run. It didn't make sense. She wanted to fuck him, knew what he was, craved his body, and the release he'd give her would be mind-blowing. She instinctively knew that. So why would she want to escape before she experienced heaven? She had no clue, but the emotion grew the longer he fucked her. She bucked and pushed at him but couldn't move him. Bearing huge canines, he growled and pressed his palm against her lower belly, holding her still for his possession. The counter-pressure to his thrusts was too much, yet not enough. Sensations whipped through her. The push and drag, the wonderful feeling of fullness, of completeness. Each stroke tamed her until she gave herself over to him. Resistance was no longer an option. Neither was running. Not when he made her feel so alive. So damn good. Releasing his firm grip on her hips, he covered her body. Their slick stomachs touched, and the rubbing of his chest over her breasts pebbled her nipples, making the points ache. She squirmed helplessly under him, stimulating herself more. "Devin," she begged, not sure what she was asking for, only knowing she needed something else from him. He kissed her in answer, a tender brush of lips that left her weak. She wrapped her arms around his neck and held him close. He made love to her mouth, and the rolling thrusts of his tongue matched his driving cock. The perfectly choreographed dance they shared was one she'd never experienced with another. They moved together so well it was hard to believe it was their first time. Over and over he stroked until the muscles under her hands tensed. He stilled with his erection lodged deep. "Fuck yes," he grunted, and hot blasts of his seed filled her womb. The jerking of his cock threw her into an orgasm strong enough to seize her body. Every muscle clenched. Her cry got stuck in her throat. Time stretched as she hung somewhere between heaven and earth, Devin and reality. Her name, groaned in his rough voice, yanked her down. Waves swept through her body, rolling from where they were joined to her fingers and toes. The release slowed, bringing her down from the high. Her eyelids fluttered closed. With her body sated from the intense release, she reached for the blessed darkness. His snarl ripped it away. He pulled his penis from her body and flipped her to her stomach. Letting out an oomph, she automatically scrambled to get away but didn't get far. He dragged her hips up and rammed his cock back into her core. His entry sent her tumbling over again. She screamed while his fingers massaged her hips. He held her locked to him while she came apart around his cock. Her muscles quivered, pain and pleasure mixing. She whimpered, overwhelmed by the sensations he evoked. The soft stroke of his thumb over her hip calmed her and centered her wayward emotions, allowing her to enjoy the release he'd given her. Propped on her elbows, she writhed around the hard shaft, piercing her. Once the ripples eased, he withdrew slowly and slammed forward. Her breath escaped in a rush. He fucked her hard, and each slap of his groin to her bottom tore a rough grunt from her throat. No longer content to simply feel Devin's passion, she pushed against him, grinding her hips to his. He took the hint and countered her, so each drive became a rolling thrust. They moved together, fucking each other, loving each other. "Devin, so good." A growled moan met her praise. He tightened his hold on her hips and took her roughly. He pounded into her, and the thumps from his full strokes built a different kind of orgasm. One centered deep in her lower belly. She moaned from the sheer bliss. The muscles of her core tightened. He shortened the thrusts, hitting the end of her womb over and over. Ripples of pleasure traveled from her cervix. They built, one on top of the other, until the peak loomed in front of her. So close. So far away. Each driving stroke pushed it further out of reach. Please, please, more need to come. He murmured his approval against her neck. The praise wrapped around her and warmed her as much as accepting his release had. He kissed his way down the length of her throat and latched his mouth over his bite mark. She bent her head, encouraging him to nibble there. Fangs dented the skin, and the memory of the passion she'd experienced the last time he nipped her there sent her over the edge. He thrust once more and filled her a second time. Her core clenched tightly around his shaft, milking him dry. She relished the sensation of his teeth holding her still, of his erection spilling his pleasure deep inside her. Heaven. He was her heaven. The wonderful feeling faded. Pain overtook the sweet rapture of her orgasm. She screamed, but he kept grinding the tips of his canines into her shoulder. Fire raced through her veins. Tears filled her eyes, and agony whipped through her. She yanked away from him, dropping her upper body to the bed, and his fangs pulled free. She clammed a hand over her shoulder. Something warm met her touch. Blood. Her blood. "Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God!" she sobbed. His cock slipped from her core, and he laid a hand on her lower back. "Lena?" She scrambled away from him. The world swayed, but she used the headboard to pull herself into a sitting position. Distress showed on Devon's expressive face. She ignored his wide, concerned eyes. "You bit me!" He crawled toward her. She slid her bottom over the bed until she reached the edge of the mattress. He stopped, sat on his bent legs, and fisted his hands at his side. "I know. I got carried away." She stared at him wide-eyed. "You got carried away?" He cursed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Coming inside you triggered my instincts. I couldn't help biting you. I want—" "Sex does not involve biting, you crazy man." He crawled toward her. She scooted away and fell off the bed. Her ass hit the floor, but Devon landed next to her and swept her into his arms before she could get away. She squirmed and shoved at his chest, but couldn't budge him. He tightened his grip and curled her closer, so his hot chest pressed against her cheek. "Calm down, before you hurt yourself." "Hurt myself?" She fisted her hand and blew out a breath. "You already took care of that." "I'm sorry." He nuzzled against the top of her head. "It doesn't hurt anymore, does it?" Did it? She closed her eyes and tried to focus. She couldn't concentrate. Each beat of her heart echoed in the wound, worse than it had before. He climbed onto the bed and sat with her cradled in his lap. She snuggled against his chest, needing to be close to him. The compulsion didn't make sense. He'd just bitten her. She should not want to be anywhere near him. But she did. Couldn't imagine being anywhere else. He stroked her arms, and she relaxed under the soothing caresses. "It thumps," she finally said. He gently lifted her hand and lowered his mouth to her shoulder. She tensed, but he stilled with his lips a hairbreadth from the sight. The warmth of his breath lessened the thudding. "Be calm. You're safe with me." She snorted, but when she opened her mouth to deny him, she couldn't. She did feel safe in his arms. She also couldn't lie to him. The words got stuck in her throat. With flicks of his tongue, he licked the blood away. Desire returned, more intensely than before. She leaned back to give him better access. Each rough swipe sent sparks down her spine, and she squirmed under the delicious sensations. He pressed his fangs into her skin, and her womb clenched. All thoughts of running were replaced by a craving she couldn't ignore. She yearned to feel his shaft filling her with his seed again, claiming her over and over. What was wrong with her? She grabbed fistfuls of his hair and tugged his head away. "Stop! No more biting. I've had quite enough pain for one day." He licked the spot once more and eased back so his lips brushed the wound. "Am I hurting you?" The butterfly caress of his mouth sent another whipping bolt of lust through her body that settled low in her belly. She scrambled out of his lap. He reached for her, but she held up a hand to warn him off. "I didn't know getting bitten was part of fucking you." "I told you. I got carried away. Being inside you made me want to finish claiming you." He waved to her shoulder. "I didn't mean to bite you again." Her heart raced. He didn't mean to do a lot of things. She scooted farther back. I wanted to fuck you, not be claimed by you. A twinge of guilt gripped her. Hadn't she fantasized about that? Being his? He stared at her with his gorgeous feline eyes for a long moment before grabbing her hand and tugging her against him. She struggled helplessly. With his arms banded around her chest, he tumbled them to the bed. Stop freaking out, Lena. You need to listen to me. Fine, I'm listening. Start talking. I made a mistake by allowing my instincts to rule, but it doesn't change anything. He pressed his nose to the spot below her ear. I want the world to know you're mine. My mate. Mate. The word triggered a memory she didn't want to recall. It came back to her anyway. Rick handing her a small velvet box and grunting. Here you go, babe. Your dad expects me to give you a ring and make you my wife since I won't let you go. Don't know why. To a shifter, only a mate counts, and you'll never be mine. Rick's blue eyes faded, and Vader's sated hazel eyes stared down at her. You know what this means, don't you, lover? I get to mate you now. Once I do, I'll never let you out of my sight. Not again. She couldn't deal with another possessive shifter. I don't want to be your mate. I only wanted to be loved, worshipped, treated as if she were special to him. She pressed the heels of her palms to her eyes. She was pathetic. Damaged, that was what she was. Messed up because of one bad relationship after another. Devon gently grasped her wrists and pulled her hands away from her face. He didn't speak. Didn't ask what she'd meant to say. He kissed her, slowly, reverently, completely. Finally, he eased back and cupped her face between his hands. I shouldn't have taken the sex as far as I did, but I can't change what I am, and my instincts where you're concerned are stronger than I've ever dealt with. He brushed his thumb over the corner of her mouth. Why don't you rest? I'll wake you the minute Gwen texts. I shouldn't. What if... Your sisters will need you to be calm when we pick them up. Get some sleep and let the worry over what's happening between us go for the moment. Promise me. He pressed his finger to her lips. I promise you that you and your sisters are safe with me. I'll protect you. Trust me. Trust him. She had put her trust in him minutes ago. He'd broken it. Didn't he? She pursed her lips and closed her eyes, trying to get her mind to work. He'd never actually said he wasn't going to bite her. He'd made her feel good. That was what he'd implied, and sex with him had made her feel good. The bite, not so much. Ugh. Could she really fault him for his instincts? She knew shifters dealt with some crazy primal drives. That was why things never worked out with Rick or Vader. Would they kill this thing with Devon, too? Did she even want to see where this went? You feel our bond, don't you, Lena? Devon breathed the words against her cheek. It's incredibly rare, so very powerful. It's something to fight for, Lena. Don't let us slip through your fingers. Us. That word did crazy things to her heart, stirring dreams she'd long given up on. There was only one choice she could make. She nodded and settled on the bed with the pillow that smelled of Devon clutched to her chest. He lingered next to the bed, his hand on her hip, for a long moment before slipping from the room. The door clicked closed, and she buried her nose in the pillow, needing his scent in her lungs. Too bad it didn't clear the fog in her head. Her mind felt as if it was unraveling. Now she knew how Molly felt. Maybe they could share her crayons. Chapter 13. Devon waited until Lena fell asleep before returning to her room. He made his way to the bed and brushed his fingertips over the 4 raised brands seared into Lena's shoulder. His bite, the savage claim worn by all mated females, looked beautiful against Lena's lightly tanned skin. Seeing it should have filled him with peace, pride, and happiness. It didn't. The churning in his gut threatened to consume him. He'd screwed up. He hadn't meant to bite her again, as much as he wanted it. They didn't have time to soul bond, not while her sisters were out there unprotected. However, finding release inside Lena's body, an intimacy he'd never experienced with another lover either, stirred his possessive instincts. He'd simply wanted to finish what he'd started. All other thoughts had gotten pushed to the side. He knelt next to the bed and studied Lena's face. Gorgeous. She was the one woman he'd always longed for, but never thought he'd find. No other would take her place. Unfortunately, she also claimed she didn't want him. Yes, it was best she'd pulled away. She'd end up hating him for making her exist with not only his fragmented soul, but those of the spirits bound to him. His lion snapped at him while the others growled. Their disapproval of his realization was obvious. He sent them soothing thoughts, but they wanted the luxury of moving through Lena's body and soul, claiming her petite frame as theirs. Everything about her, from her dainty fingers to her tiny feet, intrigued them. They literally sat on their haunches and waited for her to speak. Quite frankly, they didn't care if she was ranting or moaning his name, as long as they got to hear her voice. She was his true mate. They didn't want to lose her. Neither did he. After the way she'd reacted, however, he had to ensure she not only wanted to soul bond to him, but understood the process and knew exactly what she was signing up for. Yes, waiting was best. His predators snarled, not approving of his reasoning, but he knew of one thing, guaranteed to ease their anger. Lena. He drank in her profile, the slope of her nose, the freckles on her cheeks, and the plump lips he'd just kissed. His lion calmed and lay down, resting its big head on its paws. The others followed suit. He grinned. What would Lena say if she knew she could tame his wild, unstable cats? He usually spent most of his waking hours reminding them they couldn't rip the throats out of people who annoyed them, which was just about everyone besides his family. He inhaled, needing to feel the tingles skip down his spine that her scent caused. His amusement faded, replaced by an ache only Lena spurred. He stood instead of giving in to the lust. He'd messed up enough for one day. Besides, he wanted to call Cade. Lena's fear of involving shifter affairs left him unsettled. The small group of humans and shifters had one goal: to protect shifters. Why wouldn't they do the same for Molly? But they hadn't, not completely. Although their contact at the department had reached out to them, he'd never followed through with his promise of sending agents out to protect her. Devon couldn't help but wonder why. He retreated to the hallway, then dialed Cade. "Any word from Gwen?" Cade asked the moment the call connected. "No text yet. Is everything okay there?" Devon rolled his shoulders. The mistake he'd made with Lena wasn't something he wanted to share with his alpha. "Yeah, Lena's sleeping. Her body is still recovering. Understandable. A human often requires days to fully recover from a mating. It's impressive that Lena's even moving around already." Devon grinned. "She's tough. To be your mate, she'll have to be." "True." He glanced at the door, separating him from her. "She is also protective. We already know that. That crazy stunt she pulled in order to protect her sisters proves that. But I think her fear stems from more than just an untrustworthy shifter getting his hands on Molly." "Explain." "She doesn't want shifter affairs to know anything about Molly. She wouldn't talk about why, and I didn't push her for the reason. I'm still finding my way with her." "You think she was betrayed by them?" "Yes. Lena said Molly's private teacher, Janet, was talking to someone about Molly's special skills and how important it was to study them." Cade grunted. "What?" Devon prompted. "That's the second time I've heard about Molly's special skills today. It makes me wonder what they are. Who else was talking about her?" "Colonel Mallory. He called me to follow up on my complaint about the lack of help the Virginia office was offering me." "Colonel Mallory called you? Not his assistant?" Devon propped his shoulder against the wall, facing the window at the end of the hall. "Yes, shocked me too. But he explained that Molly's situation was delicate. Although he didn't come right out and say it, he implied that Molly wouldn't be allowed to live in a normal civilian household, including ours." "Why the hell not?" Devon glanced over his shoulder at Lena's bedroom door, then lowered his voice. "He had to have given you a reason. Apparently Molly was kidnapped after she and Megan were handed over to their human guardians. Molly was then transferred to another facility before being rescued by Shifter Affairs. And we weren't notified? The experimental center was out of our jurisdiction. Colonel Mallory said the Shifter Council was notified, though. After evaluating Molly, they decided reintroduction into Shifter life wasn't in her best interest." "Because of Molly's special skills?" "Yes." "Did Colonel Mallory say what they are?" "No. He said the information was confidential, and we were to hand Molly over the minute we found her, so she could be evaluated." "Studied, you mean? Same difference." "Colonel Mallory ordered us to hand her over." Devon wasn't sure if he were more shocked over the assumption they'd simply obey the command, or angry that the humans would treat the little girl as if she was a test subject. "He's always been the firm voice in shifter-related issues, working tirelessly on our behalf." "True. He vouched for me, Cade. That's an obligation that's difficult to ignore. It's a tiny rectangle of paper that's been laminated. It doesn't mean anything. You're a member of the Alexander Pride. As long as I'm a liaison, you will be involved in every rescue mission we go on. It does mean something. He stuck his neck out for me, believed in me. And what? Does that mean you trust him where Molly is concerned? Yes. I'm sure he has a reason for wanting us to hand Molly over. We're not handing her over. Of course not, but I will meet him. We need to find out how far her condition has progressed, and depending on what I learn once I see her, we might have to take additional action. Keep her secluded until she adjusts, you mean? The stress from being around strangers might send her over the edge, turning her feral. He'd seen other kids suffer that fate, and it had broken his heart. If he could prevent Molly from slipping into that state of no return, he would. Her age would help in her rehabilitation, especially if she was surrounded by a supportive pride. Devon knew he would have benefited from one. Yes, it might be dangerous if we don't. Okay then, but are you sure it's wise for you to go? Maybe Rafe or I should talk to him. If his reason for getting his hands on Molly aren't in her best interest, your cats might have a problem. And urged Devon to kill Colonel Mallory. I'm sure. He wanted the benefit of his cat's assessment. The last time he'd met the human, they hadn't alerted Devon to any questionable behavior. He wanted to figure out where the Colonel's request came from. Will you contact him and find out where he wants to meet? I'll call him, but if Colonel Mallory wants to talk about Molly, he can do so on our lands. That'll work. If Molly needs more help than we can give her, I'm calling in that human doctor to come and work with her. Cade's tone left no room for discussion. The doctor in New York? The human mate to a bear royal who'd proven himself loyal to the Alexander Pride was one of the few people Devon tolerated outside their family, but her treatment program for abused shifters was nothing short of a miracle. The only problem, she rarely accepted new patients. Yes. I think that's a good idea. I'll call her in a few minutes and see if she can see Molly. The sound of cracking knuckles jerked Devon's attention to Lena's bedroom. The door stood half open, but he didn't see Lena. I've got to go. I'll call as soon as I have Molly's location. Good. We'll meet you then. Devon ended the call and made his way to the bedroom. Lena sat on the bed wearing a tank top and shorts. She followed his approach with her gaze but didn't say anything. She didn't have to speak. Her thinned lips and the hardened glint to her eyes told him everything he needed to know. She was still upset about what had happened between them. Do you want to talk about? He motioned to her shoulder. What I did? No. You believe me when I say I got carried away, right? It won't happen again. At least not until she was ready to become his soul-bonded mate. Okay. He hated those single-word answers that had double meanings. Devon knelt on the bed next to her and curled his hand around the back of her neck. She stiffened but didn't pull away. He leaned in and kissed her. She remained passive for a moment before she twined her tongue with his. Her sigh settled over him, easing the wariness her posture had elicited. He brushed his lips over hers, breaking their kiss, then sat back. Why don't you get a shower, so you'll be ready to leave when your sister texts? Okay. She didn't climb off the bed, though. She pushed to her knees and wrapped her arms around his shoulders, then kissed him. The raw kiss instantly aroused him. He settled his hands on her hips and debated whether they had time to indulge in each other again, but he didn't get the chance to take the kiss any further. She shoved away from him, knocking him backward, and strode for the bathroom. The door slammed behind her. Groaning, he dropped onto the bed, wondering what had happened. The woman confused him. She also excited him on every damn level and kept his mind occupied. He grinned. Life with Lena would be nothing short of heaven. After 10 minutes, Devon gave up waiting for Lena to get out of the bathroom and headed downstairs. His stomach growled. He'd been too concerned about Lena these past 2 nights to eat much. The lack of food had finally caught up to him. He wandered into the kitchen. The sunny yellow walls were covered in artwork. He grinned at the collection beautifully displayed in frames as if the creator was a world-renowned artist. Hell, maybe Molly would be one day, and these early pieces would be as prized by the world as they obviously were to Lena. He stepped closer to examine them. The first few were sloppily colored, random strokes that didn't come close to filling in the lines of the coloring page. Going by the dates written on them, Molly's skills had increased significantly over the 6-month period. So had her handwriting. Molly had signed her name, Molly Elizabeth Burnett, to each picture, first in uneven print, then in a swooping cursive many adults would struggle to achieve. He studied each, pride welling, but stopped dead at the last frame. His heart skipped a beat. 2 lion cubs were drawn in pencil, one on each side of a jagged line. The detail was superb. Yeah, he hadn't expected to see that coming from a 5-year-old, but it was the image sketched above each that caught his attention and jerked his inner animal's focus from their surroundings to the drawing. One side showed an infinity symbol, the other a string with an open pair of scissors poised to cut it. It was downright beautiful and chilled him to the bone. Devon traced Molly's name, and the unending line then glanced at the question mark over the second little lion. He didn't understand why Molly hadn't used Megan's name, but filed the information away to contemplate later. One thing he did get from the display, though: Molly was lucky she'd found her way into Lena's family. Turning away from the wall, his gaze zeroed in on the fridge and the promise of food. He opened it and frowned. His woman didn't eat. 4 yogurts, enough green stuff to feed an army, a gallon of watered-down milk, and a carton of egg whites. He ate 3 of the little yogurt cups, he had to leave something for Lena, and drank the milk. With his hunger quenched for the moment, he explored his mate's small home. It was clean, neat, and comfy. Other than the few framed photos and the display in the kitchen, there wasn't much to give him a clue about who Lena was, or what she liked to do. The house could have belonged to anyone. There were no books, magazines, or movies anywhere. Since she didn't have a television, he wasn't too surprised about the last. But still, she had to have some interests. Not seeing any bothered him, but he found his first clue to her hobbies as soon as he walked into the library and discovered a mini museum. Pieces of pottery and statues sat proudly displayed behind glass. Framed yellow documents hung on the walls, and row upon row of books filled a floor-to-ceiling bookshelf. He looked at the dual diplomas, one for anthropology, one for the study of ancient religions, and grinned. Lena was smart and beautiful. The soft click of shoes announced Lena's presence. He turned, a smile on his face, took one look at the woman standing in the doorway, and frowned. She had the same body and warm chocolate eyes, but that was where the similarities to the female he had mated ended. The waves of her hair were straightened and parted to one side of her face. Makeup covered up the freckles. Her plump, moist lips were coated in lipstick. The spiky lashes he'd found sexy were transformed into long, curled black swoops, and a red, sleeveless turtleneck covered his matebite. Sure, she was beautiful. No matter what she did to her body or what she wore, he'd think the same. But she didn't need any of the alterations. More importantly, though, the makeup and hair products covered up her scent, the one he needed to breathe in. "What's with all this?" He motioned toward her. I got dressed?" She swept a hand down her body, as if he needed the visual. Devon crossed his arms, frowned some more. "And that's what getting dressed involves?" Lena glanced at her outfit and brushed at the cotton as if it were dirty. Her reaction struck him as odd. He smelled the detergent she'd used. The shirt was clean. She peeked at him through her lashes. Anxiety swirled in her warm brown eyes. He scowled harder. He didn't enjoy seeing her upset. "What's wrong with this outfit?" Lena tugged at the hem. "It's what I normally wear, but She swallowed hard. "I can put something nicer on if you want." Ridiculous. He strode across the room. "The clothes are fine. It's just that..." He pressed his nose to her hair, inhaling deeply, and gagged. The scent of chemicals drowned out her rich fragrance. "It's just that you stink." Lena blinked at him. Her mouth hung open. She snapped it closed. "I don't stink! I just showered, and everything I use is natural, top of the line." Shit. Not the response he wanted. He ran a hand over his head. "I'm sure that stuff is expensive, but I don't like how it smells on you. I like the natural Lena, not the made-up one." The animosity she'd worn a moment ago faded. "Really?" He pulled her against him and buried his nose at the base of her hairline. Her unaltered scent seeped into his lungs, calming him. The effect she had on him was immediate, intense. She had no clue what power she held. That knowledge would come with the discussion about how he'd given her a piece of his soul to save her life. The past few hours had convinced him the talk needed to happen soon. With the way he kept screwing things up with her, he'd lose her before he could even explain their bond. While they waited for Gwen's text wasn't the right time for it, though. In a couple of days, once her sisters were safe, then he'd tell her. Surely he could censor his words that long, and resist biting her again. He considered what to say to fix the mess his comments had caused. At the moment, he regretted not spending more time with humans. Lena didn't act the same as any of the shifter females he knew. "I'm sorry if I was rude. I didn't mean to be, but he didn't want to admit how much he needed to breathe in her scent. She'd want to know why. Nope. He'd keep his mental issues to himself for the moment. You're much prettier without all this stuff. She laughed softly and massaged his scalp. I think you're the first man who has ever said that to me. He smiled against her skin and enjoyed the little shiver of her body in response. I keep telling you that I'm not a man. You can't hold me to the same standards. When I have a female in my arms, I want the scent of woman to fill my head, not makeup or hair products. I want to be able to lick her skin and drink in her perfection without man-made enhancements tainting the experience. I want you exactly as your God made you. She sighed, her body relaxing into his. I enjoy dressing nicely. I won't change that for you. Then be warned. I might find ways to get you out of your clothes so I can get my fix. Your fix? You. He nibbled on her neck. Your scent does crazy things to me. Lena tipped her head to give him better access. You confuse me. I know. I apologize for that. I'm crazy and should have been put down years ago. I'm complicated. I'm learning that. What about the makeup? Is that a necessity? I wouldn't want to consistently ruin it by kissing you. She grinned and glanced at the floor. No, it's not a necessity. Then, will you please wash it off? I will if you answer one question. What do you want to know? I overheard you on the phone. Is the doctor you mentioned associated with shifter affairs? In a roundabout way. Her mate was a shifter affairs liaison too. Yes, but you trust this doctor then? Yes, and Colonel Mallory? Colonel Mallory has worked tirelessly to get funding for shifter affairs and increase the level of protection shifters are given. Why wouldn't I? Plus, Colonel Mallory didn't look at him and see a shifter that should be put down. But Devon did wonder about the top-secret mystery involving Molly, and if it had anything to do with the comments made about her a few weeks prior. The shifter who tried to kill Rafe's mate, Jazz, had said Molly was the only successful subject that came out of the experimental facility where she'd been born. That comment, combined with the infinity symbol Molly had drawn over the line depicting herself, suggested the scientists had succeeded in their main goal, to extend a royal's immortality to the mortal single shifters. Two questions remained. How did they pull it off? And what would the ability do to Molly? Instinct told him the stolen gift wouldn't come without a price. Molly's best interest is my top concern. Devon squeezed Lena's hand. Trust me when I say I'll do what's best for her. And that includes taking her to doctors to evaluate her condition? Of course. Lena's mood, after he'd gotten off the phone with Cade, made sense. Her protective instincts must have flared. Yes, if her mind is damaged, she'll need to be evaluated. The doctor in New York had a wonderful program established for rescued shifters involving pet therapy and music. For some kids it worked, for some it didn't. Success depended on the shifter. He wouldn't know what would help Molly, or how much therapy she'd need until he spent time with her. I see. Lena walked away without another word. Her tone made him wary. Where are you going? To wash this stinky gunk off my face like you asked? Hey. He grasped her wrist, stopping her from climbing the stairs. If you want to leave it on, then do so. I'll survive. He grinned. It'll give me an excuse to lock you to my side. No, that won't be very convenient. I'll shower. She yanked her hand free and jogged up the stairs. He followed her to the bedroom. From the dresser, she pulled a pair of capris and another sleeveless turtleneck, black instead of red, and headed to the bathroom. He grabbed the door before she closed it. If you have any more of that coconut shampoo, you should use it. I liked how that smelled on you. Got it. Coconut shampoo and unscented soap. Be out in a jiffy. He grinned. Perfect. I'll order us some pizzas for lunch. Devon waited a few minutes more, enjoying the sounds of her moving around the bathroom, but his stomach growled. He left Lena to her bath and went in search of a phone book. Chapter 14. Lena clenched her hands so hard she left half-moon circles in her palm. She forced her fingers to relax before she drew blood. Devon would smell it and come barreling into the bathroom. If he did, she'd likely hurl the stupid coconut shampoo bottle at his head for being such a pompous ass. She didn't normally consider herself a violent person, but hurting the man prowling around her house sounded like a great idea. Except he had the phone Gwen was supposed to text to. Why hadn't she? Worry for her sisters, mixed with the frustration already churning her gut after overhearing Devon's phone conversation. He knew Colonel Mallory, believed him, was going to hand Molly over to him for an evaluation. Damn the man. Despite the fact that Devon had bitten her and confused her on every level, she'd trusted him where Molly was concerned. His worry for her had seemed genuine. Had it been a ploy to get information? She pressed the heels of her palms to her burning eyes. Maybe Devon didn't know Colonel Mallory had sold Molly out. Her stepdad hadn't suspected anything either. Could she take that chance with a man who'd muddled her thoughts ever since she'd woken in bed with him? He'd already proven he would go back on his promises if his instincts were triggered. What would his primitive side feel when he met Molly? She was an anomaly. And not quite right in the head. Then again, neither was Lena. Not anymore. Since the accident, Lena had swung from one extreme to the other. One moment she wanted to wrap herself around Devon and never let him go. The other she wanted to run from him. The intense lust he stirred within her, the uncharacteristic possessiveness she felt toward him, and the overwhelming desire to please him didn't help matters. Even with the wariness over her reaction to him, she still wanted to climb in bed with him. What was wrong with her? Eyes closed, she slid down the side of the shower and huddled on the tile floor. A jumble of emotions flowed through her. She couldn't focus on any of them. The more she tried, the more her heart raced. She wrapped her arms around her knees and rocked. A memory flitted to her from the mess of thoughts bouncing in her head. Molly doing the same thing. Lena focused on Molly's image. The confusing emotions gripping her faded, and determination settled over her. She embraced it, wrapped it around her, let it guide her. Molly needed her. Lena wouldn't fail her baby sister. As much as she wanted to trust Devon, she couldn't risk it. Once he had his hands on Molly, she wouldn't be able to stop him from handing her over. Not unless she told him why Molly couldn't go to the evaluation center. The Shifter Council had warned her family that all shifters, mortal and immortal, would fear Molly, view her as an abomination. Guilt churned Lena's stomach for the doubt creeping into her mind. But the stakes were too high. Lena recalled the conversations she'd had with Molly about what the scientists had done to her. Conjured the many pictures Molly had drawn to express herself when she hadn't been able to make the right words come out. And remembered the promise she'd made to her stepdad. Protect Molly at all costs. As much as it pained her, she couldn't take the chance Devon wouldn't betray Molly, on purpose or by accident. Molly mattered more than anything. That left only one choice, the one she'd been avoiding. She'd have to involve Vader, the wolf shifter who'd rescued Molly, and the only other shifter aside from the Shifter Council who knew about Molly's powers. Lena squirted the coconut shampoo into her hand and scrubbed at her hair. She didn't want to go to an ex-lover and ask for help. She avoided Vader as much as possible. But he'd gone to the Shifter Council and fought for Molly, so that she could live a normal life with Lena's family. He'd won on one condition. If, for any reason, Molly slipped into a recessive state, she was to be admitted into the confinement center for evaluation. No questions, no hesitation. Because of what had been done to her, she was a walking time bomb, or so the great, wise Shifter elders had claimed. Lena had scoffed at their ridiculous concern. After she had set Molly down and talked to her as if she was an adult, Molly had turned into the perfect child. Lena had worried she'd scar Molly at first, with the blunt facts of her fate if she didn't meet the Shifter's expectations, but Lena had seen the annoyance on Molly's face when people talked to her in the sing-song voice the counselors recommended they use on her. Lena's tactics had worked, and the Shifter Council and Shifter Affairs had backed off, allowing Molly to remain with Lena's family. Lena was glad. From what she'd heard, few people ever left the evaluation centers alive. The problem with abused shifters was that not only did the person need counseling, so did their animals. Healing both person and beast proved close to impossible. Their animals didn't respond to traditional methods of counseling, and nobody had been able to find the magic trigger that calmed them. So the abused victims, like Molly, faced a lifetime of confinement or death if they couldn't keep their animals under control. Neither option was acceptable. Lena had to strike a deal with Vader, getting his promise to help them. And if he thought to double-cross her, she'd find a way to kill him, even if she had to tie him up and chop off his head. No one threatened her family. A bitter laugh crawled up her throat. Maybe she was a violent person after all. The thought didn't bother her, not if it kept those she loved safe. She stepped out of the shower and wrapped a towel around her body. The humid room smelled of coconut and cocoa butter, her favorite scents next to evergreen and moss. She inhaled and luxuriated in the soothing fragrances. The tension in her limbs eased. She let out a shaky breath. Another inhalation, and the fragrant reminders of the outdoors filled her lungs. Everything would be fine. She had a plan. Next to a detailed list, a mental strategy was the next best thing. And keeping her goal, protecting Molly, at the center of her mind, allowed her to focus. As long as Devon didn't touch or look at her, she'd be fine. A heavy fist pounded on the bathroom door. "We got your sister's text, but it doesn't make sense. It's just a bunch of letters," Devon announced through the closed door. She smiled. "Showtime." "That's because it's in code. Let me finish up and I'll come decipher it." She yanked on clothes and stepped out of the bathroom. Her heart skipped a beat at the sight that met her. Devon reclined on her bed, leaning against the headboard and looking decadently sexy. The edges of a button-down shirt hung open, displaying washboard abs and heavily muscled pecs. One leg was bent, the fabric of his jeans stretched tautly over tree-trunk-sized thighs. Between one heartbeat and the next, her plan to run from him morphed into a consideration over how quickly she could get his clothes off. She steadied herself against the door jamb. She had to focus on Molly, making sure she was safe, not letting her wayward emotions control her. The reminder helped. She straightened, but Devon made a hungry sound low in his throat, yanking her attention right back to him. The muscles in his neck strained as he gripped the headboard hard enough to make the wood groan. Releasing the solid oak before it snapped, he sat up, his mouth-watering abs bunched with the move. Delicious. The man might turn her into a hot mess, but he was a sight to behold. "You're beautiful." Her cheeks warmed. She quickly dropped her gaze before she did something she'd regret, like fling herself at him. "Thanks. I put a little lotion on. It's cocoa butter. I think you'll like it." And why did she care? She was running as soon as she could. The bed squeaked. She didn't look at him. Her willpower wasn't the greatest at the moment. It wouldn't take much to convince her to change her mind about leaving him. His bare feet came into view. With one long finger, he tipped up her chin and kissed her. His tongue twined with hers in a rolling thrust that was as invasive as sex. A rough sound of pleasure spilled from him to her. Hearing it sparked the need to please him. She slipped her fingers into his hair and held him close. "You taste as good as you look," he whispered against her lips before kissing her harder, deeper. Desire surged. Her knees gave out. She never met the floor. The arm banded around her waist held her up, as if her weight meant nothing to him. He slid his hand down to cup one butt cheek and massage the flesh. He used his hold to lift her. She wrapped her legs around his waist and gave herself up to the decadent kiss, needing his touch. He lowered her to the bed, covering her body with his. Despite their height differences, they fit together as if made for each other, his hips to hers, and their mouths locked in passion. He skimmed his fingers under her shirt, danced them along her ribcage and unhooked her bra. The release of the material plumping her breasts jerked her back to reality. They couldn't have sex. Not again. She'd never survive leaving him. Breaking the kiss, she pushed him back. "Gwen, need to find my sisters," he cursed. "Right. Sisters, then sex." She might not be able to indulge Devon again, but she loved how he couldn't string enough words together to form a sentence. He barely looked in control, chest rising and falling roughly. Dilated eyes focused on her lips, and short fangs filled his mouth. Pleased with her power over him, she trailed her finger down the center of his chest, the hair there light and unbelievably soft. He snagged her wrist, brought it to his mouth, and placed a scorching kiss to her palm. "Can't wait to get inside you again. Think I'll stay there forever." Why did he have to sound so sincere when he said that? It made her question whether or not she was doing the right thing by running from him. But damn it, she couldn't risk Molly. Not for a man who confused her on every level. Not for a man who said he'd hand Molly over, to be evaluated. Not for a man who'd proven he was ruled by his instincts. She brushed her lips against his cheek and climbed off the bed. Her heart raced when she picked up the notepad from the desk. She stared at the jumble of letters, the secret language she and Gwen had developed when they were kids. A cartoon gave them the idea. Their stepdad encouraged them by teaching them Morse code. Then her and Gwen's imagination took over. They'd created a secret code even their stepdad couldn't break. Or at least, he never gave them any indication he had. He told them he was proud of them. Lena would prove to him he'd be in this situation too. They would protect Molly. Failure wasn't an option. Plan B had Gwen picking a spot to lay low while they figured out what to do next. Not the greatest escape scenario. The couple of minutes they'd had together hadn't offered the opportunity to discuss the pros and cons of the choice. They'd had to act. It looked like her baby sister was doing the best she could. Her heart swelled. Gwen rarely took charge of anything. She was a follower, not a leader. Gwen had chosen to hide out in Alaska, where the last remaining family member, their stepdad's sister Maggie, ran a lodge. Although it wasn't the place Lena would have chosen, she could guess why Gwen had. Alaska was a neutral zone. No pride, clan, or wolf pack was allowed to claim it. Actually, when she thought of it that way, it'd be the best place to hide. It might even be the best place to stay. Not at Maggie's, though. Somewhere farther north. There were villages up there that rarely saw outsiders. "Well, where are they?" Devin asked. "Virginia. We have a small cabin up in the woods." The lie landed like a brick in her stomach. "The Alexander Pride used to live in Virginia." "Is that your pride?" "Yes. We moved to West Virginia a few weeks ago. That's where Molly's sister was living. We didn't want to uproot her." "Oh." Doubt crept into her mind. If Devin's family would go to that length for Megan, wouldn't they do the same for Molly? But he wanted to meet with Colonel Mallory and have Molly evaluated, to see how far her condition has progressed. And when Molly refused to talk to him, he'd assume the worst. "Give me the address. I'll call Cade, and he'll send some shifters out there." Her hands shook as she scribbled on the paper, fearing he'd scent her deception. He gave no indication he questioned her response or the violent trembling in her body. He took the paper and planted a chaste kiss on her lips. "We'll get them home safe. I promise." She forced a smile. "Okay." He was out the door before she finished speaking. She blew out a breath and put her plan into motion. She turned the stereo onto something sultry and gritty, hoping to mislead him into thinking she was merely waiting for him. With that done, she grabbed her wallet and slipped out the back door. In a crouch, she hurried down the driveway, past the black sports car, then ran before she allowed her heart to rule her life. Chapter 15. Gwen held the needle cover between her teeth and tapped the syringe against the side of her wrist to get the air bubbles out. Molly watched her without saying a word. Gwen smiled, hoping to reassure her sister. "Don't worry, kiddo. Our guide said it's only a 45-minute drive to Maggie's lodge. She's expecting us and has a room already set up just for you. I told her how much you like homemade waffles, so she's promised to have a batch ready for us when we get there." Molly blinked big, pale blue eyes at her. Over the time they had hidden on her boyfriend's private boat, Gwen had tried everything to get her to talk. Nothing had worked. She honestly couldn't blame Molly for being upset. So was Gwen. Her stomach churned with the memory of what those lion shifters did to their parents. Gwen had stood at the top of the stairs, too far away to help, but Lena had shielded Molly's eyes against the sight of their mother being attacked. Too bad she couldn't have blocked out the screams or her stepfather's bellows as he tried to fight his way to his wife's side. When the shifters had unleashed their claws. No, Gwen couldn't think about it anymore. Those horrible minutes had sickened her. Only they had affected Molly more, changed her, and Gwen hated seeing the deadened look in her little sister's pretty eyes as a result. She wiped Molly's arm with an alcohol pad, more to get the dirt off than for sight prep, and injected the chemical that masked her cat's scent. Gwen looked over the remaining supply and tried to stay calm. With the decreased dose she'd been using, they might have enough for another day. Once they were safely inside the lodge, Molly's scent wouldn't be as noticeable. Besides, it was the neutral zone. No shifters were allowed to live there. Not bothering to put a bandage on since the little pinprick would heal completely in seconds, Gwen put the supplies away and helped Molly into her light jacket. Late summer in Alaska wasn't exactly cold, but compared to the 80-degree weather they'd left behind, it was chilly. Molly didn't seem to mind the temperature, but stood still while Gwen fussed with the sleeves, rolling them so they didn't cover her fingers. The too-long jacket was the only one they could find in the small store they'd stopped at in Anchorage. Gwen grasped Molly's hand, adjusted her heavy backpack, and slipped out of the bathroom. Gwen grinned at their handsome guide. "We're all ready." The blonde hunk motioned toward a tall, silver-haired man leaning against a dented SUV. "I've got to head back into town, so Andy will take you out of Maggie's place. He just started a couple of days ago,
but he knows the way, and has got your bags already loaded." The guide smiled at her. "You're in good hands." Molly's grip tightened, squeezing Gwen's fingers. Gwen met her sister's eyes. The panic etched into them, sped Gwen's pulse. "Do you have to go to the bathroom after all?" Molly nodded. Once in the restroom, Gwen knelt and gripped Molly's shoulders. "What's wrong?" Instead of speaking, Molly pulled a blue crayon from the side pocket of the bag and wrote one word on the wall. Bear. Dread landed hard in her gut, churning it, until the small dinner they'd had threatened to come up. So much for the darn neutral zone. She swallowed hard and allowed self-pity to rise for a moment before she had to put on a responsible hat and become Molly's protector again. She should be back in her dorm enjoying her first semester of grad school, not running from hordes of shifters who wanted to destroy her little sister's future. Life, however, wasn't always fair, and she wasn't one to run from a problem, even if she had no idea how to solve it. She dug out her cell. No service. Great. Just great. She took a deep breath to settle her nerves and considered her choices. Okay. She paused and took another steadying breath. He won't smell anything funny with the shot I just gave you. It'll be okay. It's only a short drive, and I still have Lena's present. She took Molly's hand and gave it a comforting squeeze. Let's get this over with. Devon ended the call and grinned. Lena's cabin was only 30 minutes from Xander's Packlands. Xander's brothers, along with a couple of his sisters, were already headed out there to pick up Gwen and Molly. Devon could reunite Lena with her sisters before the day was over. As soon as he did, he was taking his little human to bed. He felt like a newly matured male who'd realized what was so great about slipping between a female's thighs, but the only legs he could see when he closed his eyes belonged to the woman upstairs. He'd had hundreds of pairs of legs wrapped around his waist. Couldn't fathom why he'd bothered with any of them. None of those females had been Lena. "Lena, I've got good news," he called out. Silence met him. He cursed and took the stairs 3 at a time. The sensual blast of music that hit him when he opened the door would have made a great background to their lovemaking, if the female he needed more than his next breath was actually here. "Lena?" Devon ran out the back door and caught her scent on the breeze. It took every ounce of control he had to stop his cats from emerging. Her quaint little neighborhood didn't have enough shrubbery to hide him from passers-by. Instead, he followed on foot to the spot she must have gotten into a car. He stared at the curb, and the truth slammed into him. She'd left him. Devon pulled out his phone, dropped it twice, thankful Mira had insisted he get one of those cases for it, but finally managed to dial Cade. "Yeah," Cade mumbled. "She's gone." "What?" Claws emerged and tiny hairs poked through his skin. His lion's body slithered under his muscles, pushing, trying to get out. Its head slammed into his chest, fangs gnawed on his insides. He couldn't let his lion out. After what he'd done to Lena, he didn't trust himself to lose control. The swing sets and family dogs in the yards he'd passed reminded him of the danger he posed. He wasn't stable, wasn't fit to be around people, wasn't worthy of Lena. She must have realized it, must have sensed how fucked up he was. He had to get her back, to convince her she could soothe him. All she had to do was stay with him. He felt normal when he could breathe her in. "Lena ran while I was on the phone with you. She left me," he growled, his voice more animal than man. An older human with age spots covering his face frowned, no doubt hearing Devon's bellowed words. The male grabbed his cane and shuffled down the driveway across the street from where Devon stood. His lion, which had been trying to break free, turned its head and focused on the approaching human. The approaching threat. His lion bared its fangs, and its low, menacing growl crawled up its throat, shaking Devon's body. Fuck no. He refused to harm another human. He took the only option he could. He ran toward Lena's house. Once inside her home, he slid down the closed door. Hair sprouted over his body, and longer fangs filled his mouth. Colors faded from the world, and so did his grip on the lion's leash. "Help me." He dropped the phone as the big cat burst free. His roar of outrage shook the walls. He heard Cade's curses, an order to shut up. He would have liked to do exactly that. It wasn't going to happen. The best he could do was stay away from the windows and pray Lena's neighbors didn't investigate. Chapter 16.
Gwen wondered if the bear shifter sitting next to her could scent her fear. After exchanging pleasantries, he'd focused on driving over the bumpy, barely passable terrain. If she hadn't driven down the road several times before, she would have feared he was taking them somewhere else. But Maggie enjoyed the seclusion. Surprisingly, her small lodge did very well, as it catered to the rich and famous seeking a little adventure. Gwen blew out a rough breath. Only a little bit longer, and they'd be safe. She hoped so, at least. She'd been questioning her decision to leave with a bear shifter, but she didn't have any other choice, not unless she wanted to wait a couple of hours for one of the rental cars to be returned. With the supply of chemicals from Molly dwindling, Gwen couldn't have risked waiting. It would be fine. The words she repeated didn't help. Only knowing they were 10 miles from the lodge did. Well, that and the silence from the bear shifter. The shot she'd given Molly seemed to be doing its job. Gwen only prayed the reduced dose didn't wear off before they got to their destination. The man put the SUV into park once they reached the fork in the road. He inhaled deeply, not a good sign, and turned toward her. "Why are you so afraid, young lady?" Gwen blinked hopefully innocent eyes at him. "I'm not." "Fear has a certain fragrance to it. Did you know that? I can almost taste it on my tongue, and I have to be honest with you." A grin spread across his face. "I like it." She cleared her throat. "And then let me be honest with you. You're acting bizarre and it's scaring my little sister. You better knock it off before I'm forced to do something we'll both regret." "That little girl isn't your sister, but if you want to pretend she is, then suit yourself." He started driving. The wrong way. She pointed. "The lodge is that way." "Oh, we aren't going there. 3 days driving this route and I caught myself a hot young nurse, and now you two? Not bad pickings." Gwen swallowed hard and slipped her hand into the pocket of her jacket while Molly stared straight ahead with her small hands clenched into tight fists. The sight stabbed Gwen in the heart. It also gave her the courage to do what had to be done. Tightening her grip on the gun, thankful she'd remembered her stepdad's lesson on how to clean it to mask the smell of gun oil, she said, "Forgive me, then, because you've left me no choice." The bear shifter looked at her, a confused expression on her face. In one move, she aimed and fired a single round. Red blossomed between the man's eyes. He fell forward. The car careened down a small hill. She screamed while the SUV picked up speed. Shoving the dead man off the wheel, she gripped it and tried to steer the vehicle to safety. Failed. A huge tree crunched the front of the grille. The car jerked with a loss of momentum. Airbags deployed. Dust and noxious gas filled the compartment. Gagging, she covered her nose and turned to Molly. Blood coated one side of her face. She stared out the window, not even bothering to push her soaked hair out of her eyes. Gwen did it for her and blew the dust from her cheeks. "Are you okay, honey?" Molly nodded. Her refusal to speak terrified Gwen. Her stepdad had said many shifter children who'd been abused as severely as Molly had weren't salvageable. They became crazed, suffering memory lapses while their animals ruled and couldn't control their aggression. They were a danger to the world around them. Feral was what he'd called them. That was why they had to protect Molly. Molly was just a little kid, though. A 5-year-old who couldn't be a danger to anyone. She just needed more therapy or something. She'd be fine. Gwen held Molly's chin and waited until she focused her pale blue eyes on Gwen. A chill ran down Gwen's spine. She ignored the ice slithering in her veins. "Sweetie, are you sure you're okay?" Molly dipped her head, never taking her gaze off Gwen. Gwen turned away, her sister's intense stare unnerving her, and focused on the bear shifter. His slumped form could only mean one thing. She pressed her fingers to his neck. No pulse. He was dead. She was a murderer. Gwen covered her mouth to hold back the sob. She stared at the blood on the man's face for a long time. Molly squeezed her wrist, breaking the trance. Gwen shook her head to clear it of the fog. Breaking down would have to happen later. She had to get Molly to safety. After that, she didn't want to think about what would happen to her. She opened the passenger door and helped Molly out. Her hands trembled. Molly's didn't. She really tried not to read into the lack of response, but couldn't stop her worry from taking root. Her sister should feel something. There were no tears over the man's death, no sobbing, no questions, nothing. Shit. Gwen rubbed her thumb over the small fingers she held and assessed their situation. One look at the front of the SUV, and she knew she wouldn't be able to drive it out of here. Smoke billowed from the engine. The driver's side was crunched, and the front tire was popped. She reached for her cell, turned it on, and stared at the black screen. She tried the button again. Nothing. The battery was dead. It had been searching for service too long. She'd meant to turn it off. She'd forgotten. Ditzy, that's what everyone called her, even her family. Well, except Lena. She simply treated Gwen as if she were a sheltered, naive girl. Regret left a bitter taste in her mouth, both for her leaving the phone on and for not asserting herself. She straightened her spine. Okay, looks like we're walking. Molly stared at her with blank eyes. Gwen blew out a rough breath and grabbed the sawed-off shotgun she found under the driver's seat. She hefted the backpack, crammed full with the few useful items she'd found in the car. Once done, she plastered a smile on her face and turned away from the evidence of her sin. Let's get moving, sweetie. It'll be dark soon. With Molly's hand in hers, she headed back up to the road and prayed they make it to safety before anyone came looking for the man she'd killed. In his lion form, Devon peeked out the window. A black car drove up Lena's road. A growl rumbled his chest, his cat's response, not his. He wished he could say he was in charge. He wasn't, not completely, but with each passing minute he gained ground. He retreated to a spot in the kitchen where there wasn't as much destruction. Seeing the evidence of his breakdown shamed him. After he'd called Cade, he'd lost control over his primal side. His lion had taken over, leaving him in the darkness. When he'd finally surfaced, he found Lena's lovely home in shreds. Literally, her furniture was reduced to piles of stuffing. The walls were gouged, the curtains hung in strips. The only things not destroyed were the pictures of her family, Molly's artwork, Lena's cute library, and the bed they'd made love in. Everything else, totaled. The front door opened, pulling him out of his remorseful contemplations. Snarls fell from his lion's mouth, its body poised to attack. Oh, hell no. Lena's house was one thing. It was stuff. Material objects could be replaced. His friends could not. He yanked on the tether linking the lion's spirit to his and tightened his control over the animal. Cade's curses rang out. Devon cringed, his remorse increasing. Through his lion's eyes, he took in his pride leader's cautious approach. Cade entered the kitchen with arms spread wide, an attempt to appear less threatening. It was a lie. Cade was as vicious as him, but Devon appreciated the attempt. What happened? Devon considered answering through his cat. All royal females could reach out to one another telepathically when they were close to each other. Few did, unless they were mated or siblings. Their animal spirits were territorial of everything, including the hosts they inhabited. They didn't like hearing another's voice in their head. Although it'd be easier to stay in his lion's body than face his friend's pitying expression in his human form, Devon shifted and propped his weary frame against the cabinets. Lena left me. Cade raised a blonde brow. So you decided to trash her house? Apparently. Devon scrubbed a hand down his face. You were right. I'll never survive Lena's death. Cade crouched in front of him. You're going to soul bond to her. If I can convince her to accept me, but I'm not doing a very good job of winning her over. He motioned to the destroyed house. And this isn't going to help. The house will be fine. We'll hire some shifter contractors to remodel it. It's not the money. It's the fact that I destroyed her house in a fit of rage. In despair, actually, but blaming it on his anger didn't seem quite as pathetic. She doesn't need to know. She's moving to West Virginia with us. Considering she ran from me, I'm guessing she won't be too fond of the idea of moving into my place. Mating law guarantees you the right to hold her close until you can win her over. Invoke it. He snorted. Oh yeah, that'll go over well. She won't care if the law's been in place since shifters were created. She'll curse me out, then leave. Cade's shoulders slumped. She's not your true mate, then, is she? That's the thing. He propped his elbow on his knee and glanced at the small photo of Lena and her sisters on the fridge. She is my true mate. She bridges me, and when I'm with her, I'm in control. When I'm not, I'm back to dealing with the same struggles I've dealt with for centuries. Sympathy flared in Cade's eyes. Seeing it pissed Devon off. He stood and strode across the room to where his lion had left the single yogurt cup on the table, like a damn offering to his mate. Except Lena didn't want to be his. He grabbed the plastic container and flung it. White cream splattered over the sunny yellow walls. Fully aware there were lion shifters in town, she'd run from him. She must have thought facing them was a better fate than staying with him. Her mate. The one man who'd worship her until the world ended. The truth tightened his throat, making it hard to breathe. His heart knocked hard against his ribcage. Darkness crept over his vision. He fell to his knees and held his head in his hands. A groan ripped from his throat as he tugged at his hair, hoping the pain would help him avoid the blackout. It didn't. The damn ache in his chest grew, made thinking impossible. Lena's scent seeped through the haze, stronger than the lingering fragrance that clung to everything in the house. She'd come back. The blackness cleared. Sanity returned. He swung his head looking for her chocolate eyes and tanned skin. "Lena!" She wasn't there. Cade stood in the doorway to the kitchen with a worn, stuffed jaguar. He held it out. Devon's heart skipped a beat as he realized what Cade held. Devon laughed, the sound bitter and a little demented. He was, wasn't he? Fucking crazed, not fit to live, and sure as hell not worthy of heaven. He took the toy, pressed it to his burning eyes. His mate's scent clung to the thing, heavy, rich, and decadent. Like a 2-year-old, he clutched it as if it was his lifeline. I screwed up. Big time. He pressed the stuffed jaguar harder against his eyes. The damn burn pricked them again. She either doesn't recognize our connection or doesn't want me. You've known the woman a few days, and she's been unconscious most of that time. I think you're jumping to conclusions about what she wants. Devon pulled the toy away from his face and met Cade's gaze. I told her I wanted her. She allowed me into her body, took my seed. But I got carried away and bit her again. She freaked out, said she didn't want me as a mate, only a lover. You bit her as in you tried to finish the mating, or as in the sex got rough? As in, I wanted to finish our bond, but she pulled away. I just broke the skin. Cade cursed. She didn't know what you'd planned? No. I haven't even broached the topic of what mating involves. What I did was purely instinctual, possessive. When I came inside her, it was like experiencing heaven. So I've heard. Rafe said the same. Cade ran a hand through his hair. I'll call Shifter Affairs and let them know you're invoking mating law, in case Lena decides to call the cops claiming you've kidnapped her or something. I'm going to give her the choice of exploring our bond or walking. Devon crossed his arms, letting his pride leader see his determination. I won't invoke mating law. Cade pinched the bridge of his nose. You just said you needed her and won't survive her death. Now you're telling me you're going to give her the option of leaving you? You're not making sense. Yes, I am. The rightness of his thoughts settled over him. She's afraid to be trapped in a relationship. I learned that today. And he wouldn't go into the episode with Mark, either, or his jealous reaction to it. I'm going to prove to her I can love her without suffocating her, or whatever it is she fears about committing to a male. A contemplative look settled over Cade's face. And if it doesn't work? He shrugged. I figure out something else. I'm not giving up on her. She's my true mate, my other half. She needs me as much as I need her. A low chuckle rumbled Cade's chest. I've heard countless stories about the determination our males experience once they met their true mate. But after watching first Rafe and now you, I'm not sure it's a fate I want. Why not? Because Lena is the center of your world. And, Devon raised a brow, that's how it should be, I suppose. But it's not a fate I can embrace. For me, the pride must come first. I can't allow a female to distract me from my duties. Your father was mated to his true mate, and he was committed to the pride. True, but the world has changed since he was alive, and so has our pride's role in it. What do you mean? The Alexander goddess appeared to me right after I became Alpha. She told me I had to remain diligent and strong, because our family has been chosen to change the world. Cade picked up the mangled yogurt cup and studied it. I can't do that if I have a female demanding my attention. I'd be better off with a breeding partner. A true mate makes a male stronger. Look at me. When Lena's with me, I'm almost sane. I don't doubt that, but the goddess entrusted me with more than our family. The fate of all shifters sits on my shoulders. I can't risk failure. You're not alone. Our pride might be small, but we'll help any way we can. I know. Cade stood and tossed the yogurt container in the trash. Come on, let's see if we can track down your mate before she shows up in Virginia. That was assuming she'd given Devon the correct address. If she hadn't... Devon clutched the stuffed jaguar tighter. No, he wouldn't allow the thought to surface. He would find her. He had to. Chapter 17. The elevator doors swished closed, offering Lena a moment of privacy. She slumped against the wall and pressed her fist to her chest, right over her heart. It ached as if she'd left a piece of it behind with Devon. Sure, Devon's kisses did things to her other guys couldn't come close to achieving, even during sex. One of those wicked licks from his roughened tongue could hurl her into an orgasm, and the sex they'd shared. Mind-blowing. Except for the biting part of it, that was. Even remembering the pain didn't dim the memory. The sheer passion he delivered made those few seconds of discomfort insignificant. Devon tasted of sin, and his scent conjured images of all the naughty things they could do together naked. However, missing a man who wasn't really a man, just for the sinful promises he could deliver, went way beyond normal for her. She was not a clingy woman. One cock was as good as the next. Yearning for him was just a latent effect of the blood he'd shared with her. There, that was a logical conclusion, and one she desperately hoped were true. Otherwise, she was in big trouble. Too bad she didn't believe her rationalizations for a minute. She missed Devon, plain and simple, and after this mess was over, and Molly was safe, maybe he'd give her another chance, if she ever laid eyes on him again. Other than his pride name and the knowledge he lived in West Virginia, she wouldn't know how to find him. She couldn't think about that now. More important matters needed to be secured. She dragged in a deep breath and hit the button for the basement. Most billionaires would live in a penthouse of some high-rise, not below a less than reputable strip club. Only Vader wasn't a man. He wasn't exactly sane either. Difficult and moody described him best. He reminded her of a PMSing woman, but he had the claws to strike out at the world when it pissed him off. She giggled, the light-hearted sound chasing away the desperation choking her. Lena dragged her fingers through her hair and tugged at the knots. Her mind flashed to those moments back in the hotel, when Devon had finger-combed her tangles out, smoothing the locks with a gentleness few men showed. She groaned. Everything circled back to him. She hoped her jumbled thoughts would ease once she was away from him. They hadn't. On top of her yin-yanging emotions, a desperation she couldn't quite explain had settled over her. She couldn't help thinking she'd lose everything, her sanity included, if she didn't return to Devon's side. The doors opened. The sounds of moans and grunting carried through the apartment. She grimaced. Great. 3 o'clock in the afternoon and Vader was screwing somebody. The creaking of the bed stopped long enough for Vader to yell, "Be out in a minute, lover. Make yourself at home." She ground her teeth so hard she feared the edges would wear down. A bottle of tequila and a broken heart had landed her in his bed 5 years ago. Ever since, he constantly reminded her of their shared intimacy. She'd tried to make it work. Vader had seemed so attentive at first. He'd acted as if he'd wanted her, hadn't even minded when she said no to more sex after the first few weeks. Little had she known it was because he'd fucked the wrong brunette and felt guilty. Lena walked across the cavernous room to the inviting leather sofa in the far corner. A TV hung on the wall with a bra dangling precariously from the corner. A ripped condom wrapper was tossed on the end table, and a red lacy bikini lay discarded on the floor. She kicked the panties into the corner and sat without hesitation. Vader never dirtied his furniture or his personal bed with the many women he fucked. He had a separate room dedicated just for meaningless sex. Her ex-fiancé Rick had introduced her to Vader. They'd both worked on her stepdad's task force. She learned a lot about the secret world of non-humans when her mother fell in love with Stephen Burnett. Some days she wished her mom had never met the hardened federal agent, but the love in her eyes whenever they'd glanced at each other was enough to make any girl sigh. She'd envied her mom, and the longing for a love as deep as her mom and stepdad had shared had set Lena down a path she wished she'd never taken. A decade later, all she had to show for it was a lot of broken dreams. She pushed away thoughts of her parents, otherwise the tears would start. She didn't have time for them. Later. Breakdowns needed to happen when she was alone, not in front of a badass wolf who'd use it as an excuse to comfort her. Not happening. Vader's idea of consoling her would likely involve his cock, or maybe some sex toys. Just because the relationship never made it past the 2-month mark didn't mean he still didn't try to get in her pants. She studied the big bed visible through the open door to Vader's bedroom. When she'd woken up there 5 years ago, he'd informed her she was the first female he'd ever taken to his own room. After she'd ended things, he'd sworn he'd never let another woman between the sheets. 5 years later, she was still avoiding him. The other bedroom door opened. Vader emerged from it, looking sated and relaxed. His hair stood in jagged spikes, no doubt from the Barbie-shaped girl clinging to his arm. The black robe he wore showed an impressive chest and the edge of his inner thigh as he walked. He was shorter than Devon, although not by much, but the muscles layered on his body were as thick and stacked as Devon's. Vader was by far one of the sexiest men she'd ever met. As she looked him over, she felt nothing. No lust, longing, or curiosity over what it would feel like to fuck him without a condom, the way she had with Devon. The only thing bothering her was the stupid ache in her heart and the compulsion urging her to return to Devon. Vader ushered the blonde, double D-cup sex toy out the door without bothering to retrieve her panties or bra. The woman tried to steal a kiss. He gripped her by the shoulders and set her in the elevator. "You know the rules, Betty. No kissing allowed." He'd kissed Lena the night she'd ended up here. Over and over he'd claimed her mouth, twining their tongues as if he'd meant to crawl inside her. But his kisses didn't come close to the dirty, raw ones Devon handed out. Vader grimaced once the elevator door closed. "Let me get a shower. I hate smelling females on my skin." He'd made similar comments before. She'd never given them much thought until Devon had flipped out over the scent of her makeup. "If you don't like how they smell, why screw them?" Vader walked toward the bathroom, with a swagger she couldn't help but appreciate. "It passes the time." "What? Are you waiting for the right woman to come along?" "Something like that." The door closed with a soft click behind him. She shook her head. 5 years had passed since their pathetic attempt at a relationship. Some days she doubted everything she thought she knew about him and why they hadn't worked. It certainly wasn't because of lack of lust. They'd both felt it, but hadn't acted on it after they called it quits. Of course, her lingering desire for Vader seemed to have finally fizzled. Thank goodness. She couldn't deal with it on top of what she felt for Devon. Vader emerged in a cloud of steam, wearing a pair of loose sleep pants that hung low on his hips. Strands of wet hair replaced the sex-tousled look he'd worn a few minutes ago. He grinned at her with such genuine happiness it tempted her to match it. She did, unable to resist. He motioned to the bedroom. "Are you ready to pick up where we left off?" "Not on your life." He sauntered across the massive room, which was as long as the remodeled warehouse upstairs, but stopped after a few feet. He lifted his head and sniffed before locking his gaze on her. "Did you tangle with a cat, lover?" She snorted and unconsciously pressed her hand to her stomach. "You could say that." A moment later, he was by her side. He shoved up her shirt and cursed a string of vicious death threats in a voice slurred by the huge canine fangs filling his mouth. Devon's cat teeth were nicer. She inwardly groaned. Why did she immediately think of him? "What happened to you?" "Colonel Mallory betrayed us. He struck some deal with the Shifter Council and sold Molly to a bunch of lion shifters. I got caught in the middle of the fight." Claws punched from Vader's fingers. He dug him into the cushions on either side of her. "Colonel Mallory did what?" "You heard me." "Explain everything, Lena, now." "I will, but let me make this clear. If you think to betray us too and take Molly, I'll fight you." She leveled her hardest glower at him. "I'll kill you if I have to. Molly will not live out her life in one of those horrid confinement facilities." "Never." He leaned forward, and his hazel eyes filled her vision. "Those damn places will be shut down if it's the last thing I do." She held completely still as his enraged growls and hot, minty breath bathed her face. Her stomach churned. Not once in all the years they'd known each other had he ever frightened her. Until now. Finally, he sat back, breaking the tense moment, and made a rolling motion with his hand. "Start talking." "A bunch of lion shifters came after Molly." She explained about her mom's suspicions and the promise Lena had made to her stepdad. Protect Molly at any cost. A haunted look settled over Vader's face. "So where is Molly now?" "With Gwen. Another set of shifters showed up. Both groups fought. It gave me the distraction I needed to get Gwen and Molly away from them." "Distraction? What did you do?" "I got in my car and made enough noise that they'd hear me and chase after me, not Gwen and Molly. It worked. The survivors followed me and Gwen slipped out of the back with Molly." Vader gripped her arms and gave her a little shake. "You crazy woman! You turned yourself into bait! What were you thinking?" She straightened her spine. Why did everyone accuse her of being crazy? She'd done what she thought was right at the time.
I was thinking I didn't want some shifter to kidnap my 5-year-old sister. She leaned forward and glared at him. They want to mate her off, not even give her a chance to fall in love. Can you believe that? Unfortunately, I can. He shook his head, disgust and anger darkening his eyes. Molly wouldn't be the first female turned into a breeding partner without her consent. Her shoulders drooped, and she leaned against the back cushions of the sofa. I hate shifter culture. Sometimes, so do I. He shoved her shirt higher, ripping it, and traced the claw mark on her belly. His brows furrowed. He pressed his nose to her stomach and sniffed. Her cheeks heated with the complete invasion of her privacy, but Vader didn't understand the meaning of a personal bubble. She gave up years ago, trying to get him to back off. He'd just hold her hands out of the way and sniff her or rub his cheek against her skin despite her protests. He never hurt her, so she allowed him close as long as he kept his hands away from her private areas. He licked this, as if she needed him to tell her. She'd been there when Devon had laved the wounds and sent her body into meltdown. Yeah, he gave me blood, too. He said... She debated whether or not to say anything else about the injury. No. With the protectiveness Vader had always shown toward her, it wouldn't be a smart move. He'd attack Devon. It wouldn't matter if her wound had been accidental or not. Vader would have Devon's blood. She settled on a partial explanation. He said my organs got pierced. Vader stood and walked to the table at the far end of the couch where a picture of a pretty young woman sat, the mate he'd never gotten to claim. Lena knew the story of her short life by heart. He'd use it to justify his crazy possessiveness. The human girl had been captured and sold to a research facility, like the one Molly had been imprisoned at, and died there. Lena sighed, the empathy she always felt for him rising, but she resisted the urge to comfort him. It never did any good. They'd beaten the subject to death. She understood why he was protective. She hadn't even minded it at first. When it got to the point where she couldn't even open the front door without him by her side, she'd ended things. He traced the edge of the frame before placing it face down on the wood. A first. She'd watched him stare longingly at the picture for hours. She wasn't sure what to make of his actions. You stink, he said without looking at her. She rolled her eyes and snorted. I'm hearing that a lot lately. He glanced over his shoulder, a question in his eyes. Devon told me that I smelled too after I put on makeup. Aw, Vader nodded. Devon Moore. An odd look passed over his face. Jealousy? He blanked his expression before she could be sure. I haven't seen him in ages. No wonder I didn't recognize his scent. Vader swept his gaze over her body. She squirmed under his heated regard. I guess I missed another chance at happiness. Please, don't give me any lines. I'm in no mood. She propped her elbows on her knees. I need your help. Gwen and Molly are at Maggie's lodge. I'm worried. The lion who cornered us said his pride leader paid $3 million for Molly. They're not going to let her go without a fight. She turned her pleading gaze on him. I can't protect her from them, not on my own, and I don't trust shifter affairs. Molly... Lena paused, considering her words. Molly wasn't acting quite normal when Gwen left with her. So, I'm good to use in a fight, but not to take back to your bed. Have you forgotten how good we were together? He grinned, tiny fangs peeking below the line of straight teeth. If you give me another chance, I'll remind you and prove that I'm better than Devon. Open-mouthed, she stared at him. There will be no comparisons. I'm not taking another shifter to bed. So, I am better than him, huh? Not even close. I'm not discussing bedroom gymnastics with you. Would you rather act them out? No. Get your mind out of the gutter for once. You would think after just having sex, you'd be sated enough not to want to jump back into bed. Those women don't mean anything to me. Nothing compares to having my female beneath me. He took her hand, despite her attempt to avoid his grasp, and rubbed her knuckles. I don't care if you smell like cat. Once I bite you, you'll wear my scent. Bite me? She yanked her hand away and scrubbed it on her shorts. No, thank you. One bite is plenty. Wait a minute. Devon bit you? She rolled her shoulder. Yeah, it really hurt too. Vader tugged the neck of her shirt down. He studied the mark for a moment, then turned angry eyes on her. Are you trying to get me killed? Not waiting for an answer, he ran across the room, threw the locks on the door and slid a gun case in front of it. That done, he pivoted on his heel and stalked toward her. Her heart raced, but she didn't run. She'd learned her lesson. Never run from a predator unless you wanted them to catch you. She didn't want Vader to catch her. Ever. Answer me, woman. Are you trying to get me killed? Of course not. His legs brushed her knees. He leaned over her, hands planted on the back of the couch on either side of her head. The derisive look he wore frightened her more than scathing words ever could. She pressed her back into the cushions and held her breath. Could have fooled me. It won't take long for your mate to track you down. He'll be possessive and will try to rip my throat out when he finds you here. He bent so close their noses touched. I'll be forced to fight your male. Is that what you want? There's no way he can track me. He didn't see me leave. I took 3 taxis and a bus on my way here. I'm not stupid. He pushed away from her. Honey, those cats rubbing along the insides of your limbs aren't there as an accessory. They're your link to your feline mate. I know Devon's cats are a bit wild, maybe a little loony, but aren't they upset at all that you ran from him? Lena stared in confusion at Vader for so long, his brows scrunched. Haven't you realized those spirits inside your head are Devon's cats? I don't know what you're talking about. Vader slammed his fist into the brick wall next to the couch over and over, until blood coated it. Finally, he groaned and braced his arms against the wall. What did he say to you? Does he want to keep you? She crossed her arms. It doesn't matter what he wants. He doesn't own me. That's exactly what that mark means. He owns you. Now the only question remaining is, does he want to keep you? Keep me? Lena narrowed her eyes. You know how I feel about shifters who want to keep me. He took a threatening step forward. This has nothing to do with us. Answer me. The harsh tone compelled her to respond. He said he wants the world to know I'm his as soon as we find Molly. Good. Now I don't have to kill him, he sighed. If I have to lose you, I'm glad it'll be to a man who loves you. Maybe he'll let me walk you down the aisle at your wedding since I was close to your dad. I'm not marrying him. He dropped his gaze to her shoulder. Sorry to be the one to tell you, but you already did, at least by shifter standards. Okay, technically you're at the engagement step, since he hasn't tied you to him completely yet, but you're not getting away from a focused kitty in love. You're his. He nodded, as if it were a done deal. You might as well marry him. Humans like that nonsense. No. She stood and planted her fists on her hips. Not only no, hell no. Vader ignored her. He walked to the bar and grabbed his cell. Realizing his intent, she ran after him. She jumped to reach the phone. He smirked and held it higher. Hopping up on the counter, he dialed. She tried climbing up his body, but he wrapped his legs around her waist, locking her in place. With his other hand, he snagged her wrists. She struggled until she heard a muffled greeting. Then she held her breath and stilled, as if not moving would save her. Too late for that. Cade! How's my favorite pride leader? She couldn't hear what Cade said, but Vader winked at her before he continued. So, did you guys lose anything? After a moment, he said, What do I mean? Well, I've got this feisty little brown-eyed beauty between my legs that I was just about to enjoy. Devon bellowed her name. Vader pulled the phone away from his ear and flashed her a shit-eating grin. Don't worry, I'm not letting her get away. She's all yours. He hung up, and she dropped her head to his chest. I hate you, Vader. I really, really hate you. Chuckling, he patted her back. Yeah, I get that a lot. Chapter 18. Like a junkie needing a fix, Devon pressed the stuffed jaguar to his nose and inhaled Lena's scent. He dropped the stupid child's toy in the backseat of the Cuda and cursed, hating his fragmented mind. You doing okay? Xander asked. Devon nodded, not wanting to talk, but the nagging questions kept creeping back into his mind, agitating him once more. Why is Horace here? And how does he know Lena? And why would Lena run to him? Devon kept the last question to himself. No need to draw attention to the truth. His true mate didn't want him. Xander shrugged and turned in the passenger's seat to face him. Horace joined Shifter Affairs as an agent about 30 years ago, after Tabitha died. He obviously knows Lena's family well through his connection to her stepfather. Stephen Burnett. While Devon had been with Lena, Kate had discovered that the human had retired from Shifter Affairs about 6 months ago. Personal reasons. Nobody had known what those were. In light of what had happened, it was easy to guess. He'd left his lifelong career to care for Molly. If Horace is a friend of the family, it makes sense Lena would go to him, Kate said. Devon appreciated his alpha's attempt to calm him. It didn't change anything. Lena had intentionally put herself in danger rather than stay with him. Why did she leave me? Xander rubbed the back of his neck. That's something you'll have to ask her, but she probably doesn't trust you. Probably not. Devon steeled his spine. She'll learn, though. I'll help her. It'll just take some time. Time he didn't have, but he didn't want to dwell on that. It'd be too easy to focus on all the dangers she'd be exposed to as a human. Anything could end her life, but he'd meant what he'd told Cade. Devon would prove to her he wouldn't trap her in a relationship. Of course, shadowing her every move until she agreed to accept his immortality wouldn't convince her of his intentions. He'd have to be subtle, hide in the shadows or something. Xander raised a brow. You do realize she's human, right? The derogatory tone set Devon on edge. He leaned forward. Do you have a problem with that? Figured you would. You don't exactly hold the species in high regard any more than I do. She's my true mate. The goddesses never intended shifters to mate humans. He thumped his chest. My pack's goddess told me that. She's even warned me away from the false lure of them. There's nothing false about what Lena is to me. She's my true mate. She's bridged me and my cats. When we're with her, we're at peace. And what about when you're not? The memory of the elderly human with age spots walking toward him returned. Devon's line had wanted the man's blood. He shook his head. My situation is different. My mind is fragmented. And a true mate should fix you, completely, Devon, not just when you're with her. That's the promise of a true mate. Peace. Verna said that Lena would be able to soothe me, not heal me. Xander rolled his eyes. Witch or not, Verna is human. She doesn't understand shifter matings or what the goddesses have proclaimed. She hasn't spoken to one. I have. Devon glanced at Cade, who remained silent. The same sympathetic look he'd worn at Lena's house was back on his face. Devon met Xander's gaze. It doesn't matter what you or anyone else thinks. Lena is my true mate. Xander sighed, his exasperation clear. Lena isn't your true mate. She's just a woman who's captured your attention. The peace you feel with her is lust. You're focused on her. That fascination is what has brought you a sense of calm near her. Nothing more. Xander's words left Devon with a sick feeling in his gut. Had he misread everything where Lena was concerned? No. He wouldn't allow doubt to sway him. Lena was his one true mate. She'd brought him peace. You don't know what you're talking about. I do. The goddess speaks to me. Then she's lying to you. Our true mates can be human. Look at Rafe. Are you going to tell me he's not at peace? Between us, I'll say it. Not to Rafe. He's happy. Who am I to destroy that? But I consider you to be my brother. I won't censor my thoughts for you. Like them or not, they're true. I've had too many conversations with my pack's goddess not to believe them. She hasn't abandoned us like the Alexander Pride's goddess has. Xander wouldn't lie. Devon knew that, but that didn't mean the goddess hadn't. She'd want her royal lineage to continue. Mating a human didn't allow for that. The species difference prevented conception, but then again, Xander's pack goddess, along with all the other goddesses who'd birthed the first royals, wanted them to be happy. It was why they'd given all shifter males the option of tying their true mates to them for all time. Something about Xander's explanation didn't mesh. But what? And who was lying? Devon grabbed the stuffed jaguar and held it against his face again. Lena's scent seeped into his lungs, chasing away the doubts Xander's words had brought. Until you meet your true mate, you won't understand. I have. Twice. Both times she's been human. Xander leveled a hard glare at him. You know what I did? Obviously not mated her either time. You got that right. I ran as far and as fast as I could in the opposite direction. No way am I binding a human to my soul. Xander cracked his jaw. I'll wait patiently until I find a shifter female who can give me everything, including peace. You're a fool. No, I'm simply not going to settle. Those two human girls might have held the soul of my true mate, but they were in the wrong body. Humans are reborn. Eventually my true mate's soul will end up in a shifter female's body. When it does, I'll claim her. Then you better hope she's not claimed by another male first. It'll be karma, as far as I'm concerned. And if it's another royal who snags her, you'll be shit out of luck. Devon smirked. You'll curse yourself eternally for letting her slip through your fingers. My goddess won't allow that to happen. She told me to be patient. I'd have everything I ever wanted, if I would only wait. Yeah? Devon raised a brow. And you never heard a single shifter comment and how they can remember glimpses of their past lives? That it's those memories that guide them to their true mates even if circumstances prevent them from mating? Xander pressed his lips in a tight line but didn't respond. What makes you think your true mate won't retain any memories of you? Devon leaned forward. And how you walked away from her, just because she'd been born a human. Xander cracked his jaw. I never told her she was my true mate. What? Didn't she sense the connection? She was human. To her it was lust. Devon snorted. You're positive about that? Xander glared at him, but didn't speak. You should ask Jazz how she felt in Rafe's presence the first time they met. From what I understand, their bond grew stronger with every moment they spent together. Devon paused for a moment, then asked, How long did you spend with your human true mate each time? It doesn't matter. Even if she had been a shifter, she wouldn't have been ready to be an alpha's mate. She was too sweet, too damn soft. Xander glanced out the car window. Pack life is different than pride life. Strength matters. If either my mate or I show signs of weakness, I'll be challenged for the role of alpha. And if I won't give it up willingly, my brothers or cousins would fight me to the death for it. To save her life, you'd give up your role. You'd give up everything. Cade caught Xander's gaze in the rearview mirror. You'd live for her, literally. Anything you had to do in order to ensure her safety. Possibly, Xander shrugged. Doesn't matter. A human can't give me kids. That requirement isn't one I can ignore. You only became alpha 30 years ago, Devon grinned. The math doesn't add up, my friend. Not unless you were involved with teenagers, which I know you wouldn't have been. You met her at least once while you were merely a dominant. You could have mated her, allowed one of your brothers to take over as alpha. Xander whipped his head and leveled an almost crazed look at Devon. Did you hear me when I said she was too sweet? She was the girl who hid in the shadows, only speaking when someone spoke to her. It had taken me months to get her to even look me in the eye when I talked to her. Years before she would even tell me what she enjoyed in bed. That's not the kind of woman who'd flourish in a pack. The other females would label her weak and treat her as such. Years? You spent years with her, then walked away? Devon shook his head. You're not a fool. You're stupid. Who the hell are you to judge me? I'm your friend, and I'm telling you her soul will remember you. Don't be surprised if the next time you meet her, she takes one look at you and runs. Enough. Cade's voice dropped between them, putting an end to the argument. Xander's situation has nothing to do with yours. His choices, his consequences. As your alpha, I'm concerned with you. Lena is your true mate. She'll always be your true mate. This life, the next, the one after that. But this is the only lifetime where she'll hold a piece of your soul. Cade parked the car in the packed lot of Sandra's Gentleman Club, then cut the engine. You're not a single shifter, remember? There are no do-overs for royals, no rebirths, and no way for you to reclaim the piece of your soul you gave her when she dies. She'll leave you with a permanent hole in your soul, and no way to mate her again if you cross paths in another lifetime. Devon slid his sunglasses on, the brown contacts long gone, then got out of the car without responding. He was done with this conversation. There was nothing more to discuss. He knew exactly what was at stake. Lena, the small female with the heart of a warrior. He would earn her love and acceptance. She would not slip through his fingers. If he failed to do so, then he deserved an eternity alone. Chapter 19. Lena paced the length of Vader's apartment. The annoying man had left the gun case in front of the elevator door, so she couldn't escape, and had padlocked the door to the stairs. Hands fisted on her hips, she pivoted and glared at him. If he kills me, it's your fault. Vader flashed a wicked grin and grabbed a lock of her hair. She slapped his hands away. He chuckled. Unless you die from multiple orgasms, killing you won't be on his to-do list. Devon wants you back. I doubt you'll ever get away from him after this. So you're selling me into slavery. Thanks a lot, Vader. I thought you were my friend. The naughty smile faded, replaced by a fierce look she rarely saw him wear. The tightness in his jaw kicked up her pulse. She locked her knees to avoid backing away from him. He hated when she called him friend. I am. Otherwise I would have run for the hills as soon as I scented cat on you. You reek of Devon. He didn't need to apply his scent so deeply, but he did. That male is literally imprinted on your body. You're never getting rid of him. She fisted her hair so hard, she was surprised chunks didn't come out. I don't want him. The lie slipped from her lips with ease, but her heart squeezed tight.
Truth was, she wanted him any way she could take him. Really? Then why do you smell guilty now? She scrunched her nose and took a few steps back. You can't know that. Yes, I can, and I do. A canine's sense of smell is better than a cat's. She vibrated, her confusion mixing with fear. How would she ever survive without Devon? She stomped her foot, a very childish act, but she didn't care. It's the whole ownership, I'm keeping you forever thing that has me mad. Or at least that was all she'd be telling Vader about. Her emotions, the fogginess in her mind, and the need to run back to Devon weren't subjects she'd be discussing with the next lover. He reached a hand toward her, but let it fall with a sigh. Don't throw away a promise of forever. Love doesn't come around often. He doesn't love me. He lusts after me. There's a difference. Another lie. Another wave of guilt. While Devon hadn't used the word love, she'd seen a similar devotion in his eyes. You're right. There is a difference, but... Vader motioned to her shoulder. To go to the length he did to save your life convinces me his feelings for you are deeper than a simple case of horniness. Lena had explained what Devon had said about the bite, how he'd used it to share his strength with her and stop her from dying. Vader had only grunted in response. It's just a bite. But it wasn't. Even Lena understood that. Devon's touch made it come alive, spreading pure pleasure through her body. No, it's not. Has Devon talked to you about mating? I want the world to know you're mine, my mate. Devon's words skipped through her mind, warming her from the inside out. Devon was planning to hand Molly over to Colonel Mallory, she said to remind herself of why she'd left Devon to begin with. She didn't want to talk about her feelings anymore. The confusing mix of emotions hadn't lessened in the time she'd been separated from him. The only bonus was that without his heated gaze on her, she could lie about how she felt. That's why you left him, isn't it? Yes. She stood straighter. Do you blame me? Devon has proven he'll act on his instincts when push comes to shove. I don't know what those instincts will be once he sees Molly, but I do know he was talking about taking Molly to see some doctor. He wanted her evaluated because they might have to take drastic measures. I don't want to know what they'd be. But she already knew. Death or confinement. And you didn't explain how Colonel Mallory was the one who betrayed her? Doubt twisted her guilt at Vader's question, along with a healthy dose of regret. She raised her chin. I couldn't take the chance. You warned me other shifters would fear and hate Molly. What I feel for Devon isn't enough to convince me to risk Molly's life. Ask him about his past. Trust me on this. Devon would never betray Molly. Or you. She rubbed at her chest. Vader's conviction rang true. Okay, maybe I should have talked to him more, but it doesn't change the fact that he plans on moving me into his house without even The groan of the elevator stopped her words. She retreated to a spot behind the bar. Vader shoved the heavy gun case out of the way, as if it weighed next to nothing. The ding of the elevator's arrival rang out. Heart pounding hard, she clutched the countertop. The wood-paneled doors opened, and there he was. Devon stood ramrod straight, a pair of sunglasses shielding his kitty eyes, and Joe, her stuffed jaguar, clutched in his hand. She'd picked up the little toy after Rick had moved out 5 years ago. Sleeping alone had been impossible. She'd felt silly at the time, but her jaguar had made the nights alone bearable. Lena. He dropped the toy and strode toward her. She backed into the living room. Her legs smacked into a chair. A predator had her in his sight. She glanced from his hardened expression to the open elevator. Her only escape. Instincts took over. She shoved the stool at him and ran for the exit. Devon's curse rang out, followed by a crash. She made it past the kitchen where Vader leaned nonchalantly against the counter with a smirk on his face, then stumbled to a halt. Devon was suddenly in front of her, lips raised in a snarl. She glanced from his glowing, completely yellow feline eyes to the slowly closing elevator doors and bolted under his outstretched arm. With one hand he snagged her around the waist and yanked her against him. Lena. He wrapped his body around hers, curling his frame so his nose pressed into the base of her neck. He inhaled loudly, then brushed his open mouth over her skin. His warm exhale heated her body, easing the tightness in her limbs. He didn't say anything else, didn't yell, didn't demand an explanation. He simply held her. She curled her fingers around his forearm. The hushed words of the other men drifted to her. Vader, likely telling them about Molly. But all she could focus on was Devon and the way he held her, as if she was a treasure he'd lost. After a long moment, he eased back, so she was staring into his eyes. "Don't ever leave me again without talking to me first." "I had to. Molly comes first, and I couldn't trust you with her." Devon dropped his hands. "What is that supposed to mean? Do you think I'd hurt her?" "Not intentionally, but—" "I thought you understood that what happened to you was an accident." "I do, but—" He fisted his hands. "But you assumed I'd lash out again. Maybe hurt Molly this time. Is that it?" "Wait." Vader stepped in front of her. "Back up. Who hurt you?" "It was an accident." "Who struck the blow? Tell me now." Vader's order demanded her instant obedience. She crossed her arms over her chest. "It doesn't matter who did it." "Yes, it does. Tell me." "Go ahead, Lena." Devon stepped to her side. "If it's the reason you left me, then say it." It wasn't. Not exactly. She didn't get the chance to say anything. Vader slid his gaze from her to Devon, then curled his upper lip, revealing a fang. Her heart skipped a beat. Vader appeared ready to attack Devon, exactly as she'd feared. "I ran because you did it, didn't you?" Vader asked Devon. "You nearly gutted her." "Yeah, I hurt her, but I—" Vader punched him, stopping whatever Devon was about to say. Devon's body jerked, and the power behind Vader's fist sent Devon flying across the room. Vader followed him down, pummeling Devon's face until something broke, the sound of cracking bone making her cringe. Devon returned to the attack, an animalistic roar ripping from his throat. They rolled across the hardwood floor, smashing furniture in their path. The retro 70s apartment, with its lava lamps, funky sculptures, and artwork, was ruined as the two big men fought in a fast, vicious fight that should have killed one of them. Devon's claws swiped Vader's side. Blood sprayed. Vader didn't flinch. Instead, he increased the intensity of the fight until she couldn't follow their movements. They slammed into the gun case. The metal chest that stood as tall as a man flipped and pinned Devon's legs. Time stood still. She watched helplessly as Vader's clawed hand tore gashes across Devon's stomach. Another arc of red spewed over Vader's face. Devon groaned. The sound twisted her gut. She couldn't take it anymore. She ran forward. Cade pulled her into his arms before she reached Devon. Cade held her firmly, arms banded around her waist. "Stay out of this. You'll only succeed in getting yourself killed. Then Devon will completely lose his mind." She squirmed anyway, desperate to get to Devon's side. Another roar rang out. Devon shoved the heavy case off him and staggered to his feet, but Vader leapt on his back. Devon fell to his knees with a partially shifted wolf gnawing at his shoulder. A chuffing sound fell from Devon's bloody lips. He was hurt. Lines of pain etched his face. She had to help him, but Cade's grip never lessened. He even sighed as if her struggles were nothing but a nuisance. Lena gave up trying to break Cade's hold and screamed, "Stop!" Amazingly, they did. Both men turned to look at her. Devon glanced from her face to the man holding her and growled with long, wide fangs bared. Cade released her and stepped back. She was left standing there, more confused than ever. Devon stood and advanced slowly, no sign of pain in the graceful way he moved. A predatory glint darkened his eyes. The whites had returned to them, but it didn't dim the wickedness contained within him. It added to it. There was no blaming his primitive allure on his cats. The man watched her, and with blood and sweat coating his muscles, he looked wild, untamed. With his gaze locked on her, she got the impression she'd been labeled as his prey. Or maybe the prize he'd won. Either way, the careful stalking sped her pulse. She held up her hand and matched his steps backward. He stopped, a hurt expression stamped on his face. "Please don't," she pleaded with her eyes, hoping he'd see her confusion and give her space. Seeing him hurt stirred up too many emotions, none of them ones she knew what to do with. "Although I've known about shifters for a while, I obviously don't know the rules of your world." "Then let me explain them." She shook her head. "Unless they involve Molly, I don't want to hear them. I am not a part of your world." "You are." Devon focused on her shoulder. "You'll always be a part of this world, and my life." Lena clamped her hand over the scar Devon stared longingly at. "No, I'm not."
Vader said this is equivalent to an engagement, but it's not one I accepted. I'm breaking it.
For now, at least. They could reevaluate later. Devon closed the distance between them, ignoring her outstretched arm. He tipped her chin up with blood-coated fingers. Don't say stuff like that. Let's go somewhere private and talk. She pushed away his hand and scrubbed at the wetness on her jaw. The sight of him covered in the evidence of the fight bothered her. She might be confused by her reactions toward him, but she didn't want him hurt. Ever.
You're all sweaty and bloody. Go get cleaned up.
Lena stepped away from him before she gave in to the desire to tend to his cuts. After grabbing her stuffed jaguar, she picked her way through Vader's trashed apartment. Lena? She glanced over her shoulder, worry still simmering in her gut, but the first stirrings of awareness sparked too. Devon's breath came in pants, chest heaving and drawing attention to the muscle packed onto his frame. He looked powerful, a male in his prime. He appeared capable of taking on the world, or loving her all night. He glanced from her shoulder to her face. The yellow of his eyes spread, overtaking the white, and short fangs dented his lip. I won't give up on us. We will find our way and be stronger together than we ever were apart. That's my promise to you. She rolled her eyes to hide how the heat of his vow affected her.
There is no us, no we. We are not a couple. There is Devon, and there is Lena.
She pointed first at him, then at herself. Separate entities. He chuckled, one corner of his mouth lifting, and her lower belly warmed. There will be, Lena, and once you accept that, you'll be glad I pursued you. Lena stared at him, unable to come up with any sharp retort. She huffed out a frustrated breath and retreated to Vader's bedroom. With the door closed behind her, she touched her jaw. The heat of Devon's fingers still lingered there. She feared he was right. Chapter 20. Horace got up in Devon's face as soon as the door closed behind her.
What were you thinking? You could have killed her.
Devon squeezed his eyes shut. It didn't stop the memory from replaying. Lena falling and not getting to her in time. The fight, the rage, and the betrayal in her eyes. The scent of her fear filled his nostrils. Her pained cries echoed in his ears. And the blood. I wasn't thinking. It was Edmund's descendants who were trying to buy Molly. That knowledge pushed me to the edge. But when one of the Crisbin males hurt Lena, I lost my grip on reality. Devon opened his eyes and met the wolf shifter's gaze. I didn't mean to hurt her. She got in the way. Horace backed up and scrubbed a hand down his face. So you mated her to save her life? Yes. How far did you take it? Did you take a piece of her soul too? Devon's cat stirred. Something about Horace's tone bothered them. Devon studied the other male, looking for the reason behind their unease but seeing none. What does it matter to you? Just answer me. Why? Horace smirked. Because. There was interest in Horace's expression. That was what had prompted the question. The Wolf Royal wanted to steal her away. Devon advanced on him until they were face to face. It's none of your goddamn business. That female, he waved toward the bedroom Lena had retreated to, is mine. You come between us, and I'll rip your goddamn fucking head off. I don't have to. Lena came to me. A sneer spread over Horace's face. And when she does the next time you piss her off, I'll welcome her with open arms. It'll take a lot more than smelling your stench on her to stop my dick from rising. He lunged at Horace, but Cade blocked Devon from attacking the other male. Enough, Horace. Devon is right. Stay out of this. A flush stained Horace's cheeks. Don't call me by that god's awful name. Xander pushed off from the section of the wall he'd been leaning against. He brushed a hand over his favorite t-shirt with its advertisement for Josh's bar. Splatters of blood dotted it. Why? Horace Vladimir Winchester is a good strong name. Your pappy would roll over in his grave if he heard you say that. Horace cringed. It's not good when you're a wolf trying to fit in with humans. Lena's stepdad gave me the nickname Vader. It stuck. That's what I go by now. So, you know Lena from working with her dad? Devon asked. Horace, a.k.a. Vader, gave him a scathing look as he blatantly let his disgust show. claws sprang from the male's hands, and blood dripped from where he impaled his own palms with the sharp talons. Yes, Lena and I are close. Devon watched the other male pace, his strides quickening with each loop around the bar, and an ugly suspicion grew. How close? Vader pivoted and took a threatening step forward. It means she is important to me, and I will not allow any male to keep her unless she's willing, mate or not. You don't have the right. She wears my bite, not yours. Yeah? Are you invoking mating law? Vader grinned. 'Cause that'll only help me. She'll see me as her savior when I get her away from you, and reward me properly. Cade stepped into Devon's line of sight before he could respond to Vader. Cade didn't touch Devon, but his tense body suggested it took a lot not to. Remember your plan. After seeing what happened here, I agree it's a good one. Devon nodded, then walked toward the bathroom. Keep Vader away from my female. I'm going to get a shower. Chapter 21. Lena pivoted at the sound of the door opening. Devon entered, closed it behind him, and leaned against the wood. He swept his hungry gaze over her. She did the same, and greedily took in every delicious inch of his powerful frame. The pair of exercise shorts hanging low in his hips didn't leave much to the imagination, and the sight of his impressive body aroused her instantly, flipping a switch inside her. No sign of his tussle with Vader showed on his bare chest. There were no wounds, no bruises. Nothing. Had she not witnessed it, she never would have known he'd been in a fight. She understood what that meant. He was powerful. All multi-shifters were. But with Devon, there was a subtle difference, a primal edge no shifter she'd met had carried. Dangerous. The word could have been tattooed on his forehead. Even if he had come with a warning label, she wouldn't have been able to resist him. She was caught, enthralled by his beauty and his aura. Fresh from the shower, a few droplets of water dripped from his towel-dried hair. She followed the path of one as it slid over his shoulder, down a heavily muscled pec, to his well-defined abs. The ridges there intrigued her, and so did the flat, dark discs on his chest. She licked her lips as she imaged nipping them until they pebbled. She hadn't gotten the chance to explore him earlier. She let her gaze travel over him, head to feet, and accepted the truth. Despite everything, Devon meant more to her than a casual lover. Yes, her feelings toward him still confused her, but watching him fight Vader brought one fact to light. She didn't want him to die. Ever. She simply didn't think she'd survive knowing Devon wasn't somewhere in the world, happy and safe. Hey. He hadn't used her name or any form of endearment, but the emotion laced into the word warmed her belly and quickened her pulse. Her attraction to him was intense, immediate, and inexplicable. That hadn't changed in the few hours they'd been separated. The only difference was the ache in her chest, or more accurately, the lack of it. The pain that had plagued her after she'd run from him had disappeared. Maybe guilt had caused the physical ailment, she didn't know. Didn't care. She felt good with Devon's gaze on her. It was a feeling she was beginning to crave. She cleared her throat. What are you doing here? You told me to get cleaned up, he shrugged. I did. Did Vader tell you about Molly? He nodded absently, his gaze focused on her chest before traveling down to her feet. He reversed the direction he'd taken, leaving a burning path, before meeting her eyes. Cade is arranging for a private plane to fly us to Alaska. He'll let us know when it's time to go. She let out a relieved breath. Good. I tried Gwen's cell again. No answer. So I called Maggie, but Gwen and Molly haven't arrived yet. She'll call as soon as they get there. She said the recent bout of rain has made travel difficult. Maybe they got stuck, flat tire or something. His unblinking stare unnerved her. Heat crept up her neck. Lena crossed her arms over her chest. You were talking about taking Molly to see a shifter affairs doctor. I won't allow it. Molly will not be institutionalized or studied or whatever the government wants to do with her. Dr. Missy Reed is the mate to a royal who is a liaison to shifter affairs. She's not associated with them per se. Her mate is, but only as much as I am. You didn't give me the chance to explain. Her shoulder slumped. And Colonel Mallory? You said you trusted him. Is there a reason why I shouldn't? He's the one who betrayed us. He showed up with those lion shifters, took a suitcase of money from them, then left us alone to face them. Devon curled his fists, but no rage showed on his face. Determination did. The calculating look chilled her. Then he'll pay for it. She wanted that, but not at the expense of Devon's future. You can't hurt him. The government won't believe he betrayed us. There's no evidence. You'll be treated as a murderer. A small smile graced his face. Does my fate concern you? Yes. That's why I was trying to prevent the fight between you and Vader. I knew he'd react that way. Vader can't defeat me. I'm too strong. He could have ripped your throat out while you were stuck under that gun case. It wouldn't have mattered how strong you were then. Kate or Xander would have stopped him. And what if they weren't there? She looked imploringly at him. I've never seen Vader act that way. There was murder in his eyes. It didn't happen. Let's worry about our future, not the past, okay? No, let's not. Our is the same as we. Do I need to explain again why that label doesn't apply? She hoped not. It'd be a lie. There was a we where they were concerned. She just didn't understand it. The confusion over their connection, the one Devon had insisted they shared, jumbled her thoughts. And that was another lie. When Devon looked at her, she knew exactly what she wanted. Him. She inwardly sighed. It was the minute he wasn't close that her mind unraveled, letting all her doubts surface. If you want to hear yourself talk, you can. I don't need a repeat. I heard you perfectly fine the first time. Stubbornness was stamped on his expression. Seeing it brought his vow back to her. You're mine, Lena, mine. Never letting you go. She forced herself to recall the fights with Rick and Vader, the crazy rules they'd insisted she follow, and the jealousy they'd shown whenever a guy so much as looked at her. She did not want that kind of life. Devon had already shown his possessive nature toward her. His attitude had angered her. It still did. Unfortunately, her annoyance with him didn't kill the urge riding under her to wrap her arms around his waist, locking him to her so she didn't lose him. Which turned her into a hypocrite. If she didn't want him to be possessive of her, she couldn't think the same of him. But she did. All she had to do was remember that picture of him with Jill and Anne, and she wanted to hunt them down and hiss at them, warning them away from Devon. The man was turning her into a crazy woman. Space. That was what she needed. Once the threat to her sisters passed, she'd be calmer and in a better position to try to figure out Devon, to understand them and the bond he insisted they shared. I'm not moving in with you after we get Molly back. I'll get an apartment or something until I'm sure she's going to be safe and happy, and then I'm returning to Delaware. I have a job, friends. I'll visit Molly, call her. Actually, she'd look for a job near where Molly would be living, but Devon didn't need to know that. Not yet, at least. Not until she figured out their connection. She waited for his reaction. Didn't get one. He simply studied her with his hauntingly beautiful eyes. She shifted her stance and planted balled fists on her hips. So, why are you still in here with me? Didn't I make myself clear? At this point in my life, I don't want to be anyone's girlfriend, wife, mate, or their little human female. Her outburst didn't appear to upset him. The raw sexual heat never left his eyes. Beloved human. What? He licked his lips. The term is beloved human, but my little female works too. At least as far as I'm concerned. Both mean you're treasured and placed above all others. And you are, Lena. You're special to me. I'll always be drawn to you. Need you. A wave of warmth flowed through her. She tugged at the hem of the black t-shirt Vader had lent her after destroying hers. She'd tied the excess in a side knot, but couldn't do anything about the wide neck. It slid down one shoulder and exposed Devon's bite. Although it felt better not to have the material rubbing against it, the scar throbbed in his presence. She yanked at the shirt, covering the bite, and peered at the plush black carpet. Please, don't hide my mark. It looks beautiful on you. She glanced into his eyes. Sincerity shone there. He couldn't be serious, could he? She dismissed his comment with a small shake of her head. Beautiful? Scars couldn't be beautiful. It looks like a big cat gnawed on me. Devon advanced on her, chin lowered and muscles coiled, as if ready to pounce. The predator stalked her, and the forceful glint to his eyes warned her not to run. While part of her wanted to turn tail and flee, as she'd done moments ago, she locked her knees. Escape wasn't an option, not anymore. He stopped, a foot separating them. I want to introduce you as my mate. Lena blew out a strained breath. We've known each other a couple of days, I know.
and I understand you're not looking for a relationship at this point in your life. He gently took her hand and kissed each of her fingers before pressing it against his chest and covering it with his. Warmth seeped into her cold fingers. But the past cannot be changed. No, it can't, but I'm a part of you. He lowered his head and blew a warm breath of air over her scarred shoulder. Her inner muscles quivered. Don't you feel me? I'm not sure what I feel. I keep telling you that. He traced her jaw from ear to chin before rubbing his thumb along her bottom lip. So you have, and I'm not doing a very good job of helping you figure it out. Helping me figure it out? What's that supposed to mean? There's no hidden meaning. I'm trying to guide you, show you our bond, let you see how good it can be. Devon grinned. I can always tell you what it is you feel, but somehow I don't think that would go over well. She fought a smile. No, it wouldn't. Then I'll continue to urge you to explore our bond, so that you'll figure out what your soul is trying to tell you. He caressed her mouth as she spoke. The slow, seductive swipe of his finger weakened her. If he kept touching her, she'd end up begging him for a lesson, so long as it involved them naked. She nipped at his finger. He groaned. Hunger flashed in his eyes. It spiked hers, and reminded her why he needed to stop touching her. As soon as you get your hands on me, all I want is sex. I can't think about anything else. Good. I'll have to touch you more often. The seductive whisper against her ear sped her pulse. She gripped his biceps, and the sensation of hard muscles under her fingers ignited her passion. He flicked his tongue over the hickey he'd left on her throat, a reminder of one of their wicked kissing sessions. She moaned. I like that sound. He nipped at the sensitive flesh, then sucked on her skin. She arched into his hold with a sigh. Hickeys weren't something many grown women walked around wearing, but she'd always loved them. There was something intensely primal about wearing the evidence of a man's passion. He released her neck and nibbled his way to her ear. You shouldn't do that, Devon. He captured her tender lobe between his teeth and tugged. More arousal flowed to coat her lower lips. The sensation of wetness grew uncomfortable with her drenched thong pressing against her cleft. Why? Because I bruise easily. I'll be wearing that hickey for a long time, and hickeys are so... sexy. He brushed the tender skin with his lips. A shiver ran down her spine. I like seeing my mark on you. Males will know you're taken when they see it. Isn't that what the bite on my shoulder means? That we're engaged or some nonsense? That was what Vader had said. He backed them up until the bed pressed against her legs. Uh-huh, but humans won't know the significance of it. The hickey is something they'll understand. What they'll think is that I'm easy. He gave her one of those confused frowns that stoked the flames of arousal lit by her being near him. It also tugged at her heart and hinted at the man behind the dangerous aura he held wrapped around him. It tempted her to uncover the hidden facets of Devon's personality. But you liked it. Yes, I enjoy your mouth on me. But I don't like to have the signs visible. He caressed the edges of the bruise. Will you let me mark you in other places? Her skin tingled as she imagined how good it'd feel to have him suck on the more sensitive parts of her body. She shook her head to clear it of those lusty thoughts. They were talking, and her mind was clear, not jumping from one extreme to the other. She didn't want to waste her chance to gain some insight on the man who seemed so determined to hold her close. We are not a couple. We slept in each other's arms because I was hurt, and we had sex because we were both horny. Neither of those reasons means we're in a relationship. But we could be. I'd like to get to know you, see where this goes. With gentle hands, he urged her to kneel on the bed, then climbed up so they were facing each other, his hands on her hips, hers on his shoulders. Slowly he bent his head to hers. The cautious approach made her breathing quicken. Will you give us a chance? She held her breath and studied him. He watched her patiently with a look of hunger and reverence on his face. A chance. She wanted to be loved, worshipped. Those desires hadn't changed, no matter how many times her heart had been broken. Fear was what kept her from reaching for love again. But if she didn't take a leap, she'd never experience a love as deep as the one her mom had known. Yes. Her answer came out as a breath of sound, but it brought a smile to Devon's mouth. Good, because I need to kiss you. I've missed you. He pressed his lips against hers. She opened to him and he slipped inside.
The tenderness he showed her with the slow, gentle strokes drained the tension from her limbs. Over and over, he kissed her until she gave herself to him, submitting to his demands. She arched closer, letting him support her. Tightening his hold on her, he skimmed his hands over her back, up her sides, then down to her bottom to mold her butt cheeks before repeating the exploration. His movements grew frantic, his caresses firmed, and nails dented her tender flesh. With a tug, he slammed their bodies flush against each other. He swallowed her gasp and shoved a growl down her throat. Vibrations traveled from him to her. She moaned and clutched at his hair, his back, anything she could grab. Devon's raw kisses were fast becoming necessary. It had only been a few hours since she'd been in his embrace, but it felt longer. Too long. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Her back met the mattress. She relished the weight of his body pinning hers down and the thick ridge of his erection pressed against her thigh. With her flat on her back, she expected him to attack her senses, seduce her with more frantic caresses until she was crazed and desperate for him. He didn't. He revered her with each gentle touch, the feather-light strokes of his fingertips along the length of her hickey-covered neck conveying his adoration. Devon made her feel special, desired, and wanted. She widened her legs, inviting him to take what he wanted from her. He settled in the space she'd made without breaking the drugging, sensual kiss, and rolled his hips. His hard length pressed against her jeans-covered mound, rubbing her clit and exciting her more. She countered his dance until they were grinding against each other in a simulation of sex. He brushed his knuckles against the edge of her breast on the slow, downward journey, running his long fingers over her belly to grip the hem of her shirt. She sucked in a breath. He shoved the material up and caressed the lacy edge of her bra. A moment later, the fabric jerked with his tug. She groaned, the sound muffled by his mouth over hers. He stroked her sensitive flesh, and she shivered as tingles spread across her skin. Excitement rose. She couldn't wait to be at his mercy, to experience his passion, to give him what he needed to feel good. He didn't leave her wondering over what he'd do to her for long. With the edge of one roughened finger, he circled her nipple once, twice, before flicking the hardened tip. She gasped, the sensation catching her off guard. Ever so gently, he massaged her breast and manipulated the erect peak, rolling, tugging, and squeezing the butt until she trembled, arching her back and pushing her needy flesh into his hands, silently begging for more. Releasing her, he yanked at her tee. She raised her arms for him. The shirt went sailing across the room. With her breath caught in her throat, she watched Devon lower his mouth to one tender breast. He laved the nipple with unhurried swipes of his flattened tongue. Sparks skipped across her skin, and tingles spread from her clit to her womb. He almost could have had his head between her thighs. Every inch of her body came alive, and all he'd done was lick her breast with his slightly roughened tongue, a sign of his feline nature, and one she'd noticed only emerged when he too was excited. No matter what caused it, her reaction to his laving left her wriggling to escape his wicked mouth. She hovered on the point of too much and not enough. She grabbed a fistful of hair and tugged. "Stop that." Without lifting his head, he raised his gaze to hers, so he stared at her through a few wayward strands of colorful hair. The long lashes surrounding those vibrant yellow orbs should have made him look feminine. They didn't. The harsh cut to his cheekbones and the animalistic hunger reflected in his eyes depicted his true nature. Seeing Devon's primal side turned her on as quickly as it had the last time they were in bed together. "No, you don't want me to stop." With his gaze locked on her face, he touched the tip of his tongue to her nipple, then laved the peak. Her breath rushed out. "You want me to tease your breasts until you're whimpering and desperate for my dick, don't you?" "You want me begging? Is that it?" One corner of his mouth lifted into a lopsided smile. "Not always. Some days I'll want you to make me crazed, but today you will beg me for release." Before she could respond, he latched his mouth over her nipple and sucked hard, the sensation tugging on her clit. More licks from his talented tongue, and the slow grind of his hips added to the stimulation. Whimpers fell from her mouth. Under Devon's direction, her body hummed. He pushed her closer to the edge. For a moment, she thought she'd actually orgasm from his focused attentions, but he released her and quickly undid the buttons on her capris. He made no move to take them off. Instead, he rubbed his cheek against her chest. "You're perfect for me." "Am I?" "Yes, the woman I never knew I wanted."
That doesn't exactly sound like a compliment. He adjusted his body over hers, pushing his cock more firmly against her sex.
It is. You fit me.
She laughed. You're over a foot taller than me. He pressed his lips to hers and rocked into her, showing her exactly how well they fit.
Doesn't seem to be a problem for me.
She held his face in her hands and stroked his jaw with her thumbs. That's only because you're flexible. I'm tiny compared to you.
You are strength in a compact package.
She giggled, the light-hearted sound nowhere close to being sexy, but his words made her happy. He covered one of her hands, urging her to release him, then pressed his open mouth to her palm.
That was my first thought when I saw you back in those woods. You impressed me, still do. Beautiful, strong, passionate, everything a male could ask for in a female.
The look in his eyes, awe and desire, supported his words. She sifted through the strands of his hair, fisting a handful to direct his lips back to hers. His groan rolled through her, and the wicked way he took her mouth left her breathless. He smoothed a hand down her side again to rest over the edge of her capris, and flexed his fingers, the gentle massage at odds with the untamed kiss. After a moment, he slid his fingers around to her lower back and under the waistband. He caressed her bottom, squeezing each cheek before tracing the seam, reaching lower, and slipping his fingers between her thighs, where she was dripping in welcome for him. He groaned, the sound so primal and rough, she trembled in the face of his primitive hunger. He yanked his hand from her pants. With a rough tug on her capris, he jerked them down, along with her thong, until the material hung around her knees. With the barrier gone, he plunged his fingers deep inside her core. He fucked her with his fingers, pumping them into her and smacking his palm against her wet lower lips. She was drenched, hot, excited. Every rough thrust reverberated through her, and the sounds of his fingers pounding into her were proof of how much he affected her. The squishing noises embarrassed her, but obviously excited Devon. Short fangs filled his mouth. The sharp edges cut her tongue as he tried to crawl inside. The bite of pain added to the physical stimulation of his prodding fingers. A switch flipped inside her. She suddenly felt as desperate as the man directing her pleasure. She needed him, all of him. She widened her legs as far as her capris would allow, lifted her bottom, and fucked his hand. He broke the kiss, but kept working her sex with his thrusting fingers.
Say it, Lena.
She shivered at the rawness of his rough voice. The hint of his dangerous persona returned, with the glowing, full yellow eyes focused on her. More arousal flowed, soaking his hand, and heaviness settled low. Please, Devon, I need you. Your fingers, your cock, your mouth. Give me anything. Everything.
Good.
He plunged a third finger into her core.
Now come for me.
And she did. She gasped his name, the best she could do when her body seized tight. Waves of pleasure rolled through her, from the mark on her shoulder to her toes. The orgasm lasted forever, but not long enough. She dropped her head to the bed and grinned. The man worked her body as if he owned it. Contentment settled over her. She wanted to close her eyes and sleep. Devon kissed her cheek.
Are you tired?
A little. He pulled his fingers from her body and licked them, sucking on each as if he was savoring the taste of her arousal.
Then I'll leave you alone, so you can rest.
She grasped his wrist before he could climb off the bed. But you didn't get to enjoy yourself. He laid his hand over her lower belly.
I did. I love seeing you lost to passion.
I like hearing that, but I'm feeling a little guilty. You've given me a wonderful, mind-blowing orgasm, and you didn't get to join me. She spanned the length of his cloth-encased cock with her hand. I don't think that's very fair. Do you?
You're still recovering. I shouldn't keep arousing you like this, but...
She slipped her hand inside his shorts and fisted him before he could finish speaking. She didn't want to hear what he'd say. It'd be something self-righteous. With her body sated yet tingling with awareness, she didn't want to think about anything beyond what they were doing together.
Lena.
Yes, Devon? She didn't give him a chance to answer. She stroked. The shaft she held swelled more. Her fingers couldn't close around the girth. It didn't dissuade her. She caressed his length with rough, tight strokes.
He panted and thrust into her grip in tandem to her pumping. "Harder," he groaned. "Faster." She complied, pumping and squeezing his shaft. His stomach muscles bunched as he moved with her, and his nostrils flared. He was close. His dilated eyes and parted lips told her that. She covered his balls with her other hand. Hard, tight, heavy. He would cover her with his release. She moved her hand from his balls to his ass and pulled him closer, sandwiching his rigid erection between their bodies. He grabbed fistfuls of her hair and held her in place. It was where she wanted to be. She wanted his cum dripping off her breasts and coating her stomach. "That's good. More. Give me more." She licked his nipple, teasing it into a hard point, then bit, exactly as he'd done to her. His cock jerked. "Lena." He came in bursts that coated their stomachs and her breasts with his seed. Pleasured curses rolled off his tongue as he orgasmed. She savored every one. Finally, he rested his cheek to the top of her head. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Silence descended while they held each other, and a sense of rightness settled over her. It wasn't the first time she'd experienced it in Devon's presence, but there was something different about the moment they shared. Maybe it came from her agreement to give them a chance, or maybe she'd finally heard what he'd been trying to show her. Whatever the reason, happiness wrapped around her. She had no right to feel it while her sisters were still on their own. But she did. A hard knock shook the door and pulled her out of her thoughts. "We'll leave in 10 minutes, Kate announced. "We'll be ready," Devon answered. She tipped her head back. "I think we're going to need to borrow some of Vader's clothes. And send a housekeeper over. He's going to hate smelling us in his bed." She scrunched her nose. Did you have to remind me of how sensitive his nose is?" "Sorry." He held out his hand. "Let's go get a shower." "Both of us?" "Yes." The possessive glint was back in his eyes. She glanced from his face to his open hand, then placed hers in it. "Okay. Together, then." And yes, she liked the sound of that. She only hoped she wasn't setting herself up for another letdown. She wasn't sure whether she could teach herself to live alone again. Chapter 22. Lena glanced from the flat-screen television hung from the roof of the plane to the dining table a few feet away. There was a private bedroom and an office at the end of the cabin, too. The plane was luxurious compared to any she'd flown in before. If she'd gotten on the expensive aircraft 6 months ago, she would have been drooling over the leather furniture and sleek design. She loved all types of transportation from fast cars to boats, but it had taken more willpower than she'd like to admit to follow Devon into the metal death trap. A conversation she'd had with Molly a couple of months ago had terrified her. That was another thing she didn't want to admit but couldn't deny. As much as she loved Molly, her little sister frightened her. Molly's special skills weren't right. No child, or adult for that matter, should be able to see the future, even if it was only in random snapshots. Molly could, though. If that was the extent of her talent, Lena wouldn't be breaking out in a sweat thinking about that night she'd been babysitting her sister. What left Lena trembling inside was remembering the byproduct of Molly's visions. Whenever she had one, she changed. Molly's pupils would overtake her eyes, and her movements would turn jerky. The worst, however, was knowing it wasn't Molly speaking. It was a man that Molly said lived inside her. "Don't get on the plane. It'll destroy you." The warning delivered in his hoarse, deep voice, repeated in Lena's head. With her hands fisted tightly, she took deep breaths as the plane began to move. "Did you sniff the pilot's breath to make sure he's not drunk?" Devon rubbed the top of her thigh, his wicked grin teasing. "Don't worry. The pilot has been flying for a long, long time. He's an expert." She nodded. The plane picked up speed, and she swallowed hard. Cade wore a smirk on his face, and Xander hid a smile behind his hand. Their amusement at her expense annoyed her, just not enough to stop her paranoia. Molly's visions were never wrong. She squeezed her hands tighter. She'd had no choice but to get on the plane. Molly and Gwen needed her. Even if she'd sent Devon with Vader, neither of her sisters would have left with them. Gwen would have taken one look at Vader and run as far and fast as she could in the opposite direction. It was her MO as far as Vader was concerned. She'd talk to him if put on the spot, but otherwise slunk away at the first opportunity. And if Lena told Devon about the vision, he'd likely toss her over her shoulder and take her back to the car, saying they'd drive to Alaska or something. Nope, not happening. She'd wasted enough time. Lena licked her lips.
Has this plane had an inspection lately?
Cade nodded, his eyes twinkling.
What about fuel?
She glanced from Cade to Xander.
Does it have enough fuel?
Devon turned her face to his with gentle fingers on her chin, and waited until she focused on him. You're safe. It's okay. She worried her lower lip between her teeth.
I'm scared.
He brushed his thumb over the spot she'd gnawed on. As soon as we can take our seatbelts off, you'll feel better. These things are choking. She squirmed, the reminder of being trapped in the seat not helping. The cotton shirt rubbed against Devon's bite. Frustrated, she yanked at the neck, lifting the material away from it. Devon motioned to her shoulder with a jerk of his chin. Is it bothering you? Just his gaze on it made the 4 entry points throb. She pulled at the shirt again.
Yes.
She glared at him.
It's driving me nuts.
He turned on the couch they shared, propping a knee on the cushion, and leaned over her body. She tensed, not sure what he was planning. Touching it would only arouse her more, not something she wanted in front of other men, especially an ex-lover. Devon lowered his hand to her shoulder. Her pulse raced and her breathing quickened. Every inch of her body tensed, waiting. He covered the bite with his palm. With his face inches away, she watched in rapt fascination as yellow overtook the white. The sunlight streaming through the windows made his eyes sparkle. She held her breath under his focused study. The mark thumped again, as if it had a heartbeat of its own. Hers slowed to match it, and the last of her tension drained from her limbs. Awareness followed, replacing the unease that had choked her. It wasn't sexual, but it did leave her tingling with excitement. The sense of connection Devon had hinted at, the same one she'd noticed the first moment she'd looked into his eyes, flared between them. He slipped his fingers under the neckline of her shirt and massaged her shoulder. Her pent-up air escaped in a long rush. Better?
Yes.
Good. A satisfied look passed over his face. I'm glad I could help.
How did you do that?
Devon flicked his gaze toward the other men mere feet from them. Now isn't the time to discuss it.
Why not? Vader leaned forward. It'll be a few hours before we arrive. That's plenty of time for Lena to learn. Shut up! Xander snapped.
Lena flinched to the sharp command.
Vader faced him. Don't bother using your alpha tone on me. I'm no longer a member of the Winchester Pack. Your orders mean nothing to me. You will always be a member of the Winchester Pack, and I will always be your alpha. Now shut up and stay out of Devon's business. Why? Because he's your friend? No, because you're being an ass, and your only goal is to cause trouble. My goal is to protect Lena. I don't want her heart broken and her dreams destroyed by your crazy friend. What are you talking about? Lena asked Vader.
Ignore him, Lena.
Cade stretched out his legs and crossed his ankles. He closed his eyes as if he were getting ready for a nap.
It's obvious Vader is only upset over the fact that you're with Devon, not him.
She met Devon's eyes. Nothing showed in his expression. Not anxiety, annoyance, or anger. Devon? Why are you looking at him for answers? It's obvious he has no plans to tell you about how he took your choices away, Vader said. She faced Vader. Took my choices away? What are you talking about? Vader motioned to her shoulder. Stop. Devon's command was calmly spoken, but it had its desired effect. Vader fisted his hands and pressed his mouth in a thin line. Talk to me, Devon. She looked imploringly at him. What does he mean?
Devon unbuckled them both, then held out his hand to her. Let's talk in private. She placed her palm in his, and he twined their fingers. Without meeting anyone's gaze, he led her to the private bedroom. She yanked her hand free the moment the door shut behind them. Start talking. Several heartbeats passed before he walked past her and sat on the edge of the bed. With his elbows on his knees, he leaned forward and clasped his hands loosely in front of him. For a long moment, he stared at the plush tan carpet before raising his gaze to hers. You were dying, Lena.
So you told me.
I did what I had to do in order to save your life. If I had the chance to do it again, I'd make the same choice.
And that was?
I shared my strength with you to halt your slip into death. Then I gave you my blood, so you could heal yourself.
He'd already told her that. What Vader implied about Devon taking her choices away didn't make sense. There had to be more to the story. I'm grateful for that. I wouldn't have wanted to die.
I know. A spark of respect glinted in his eyes. You're a fighter. She tried. In her eyes, it was either fight or let the world walk all over her. Maybe it was from a childhood of being picked on because she was the smallest kid on the playground. Maybe it was her personality. No matter the reason, she refused to be the one kicked around. Living or dying isn't the choice Vader was referring to, is it? Devon shook his head. Her pulse kicked up. She took deep, slow breaths of evergreen and moss-scented air to keep her anxiety at bay. Then what choice is he talking about? Whether or not you want to hold a piece of my soul. She stared at him open-mouthed, unable to form words. The bond I formed with you acted as a lifeline, yanking you back from the cusp of death. I was able to hold you on the precipice until you began to heal yourself. She held a piece of his soul. Memories returned to her. First of him placing his palm over her heart and asking, "The answer is here. Do you feel it?" Then of him dragging his knuckles over the top of her breast, right over her heart, and whispering, "I'm here." That was where their connection stemmed from. She was tied to his soul. Her knees gave out. She fell but never hit the floor. Devon caught her and swept her into his arms. He cradled her against his chest. "I wanted to wait and tell you after we got Molly back. I didn't want it to happen like this." She heard his words but couldn't respond. Everything that had happened since waking up in bed with him at the hotel took on new meaning. The lust, the affection, the attentiveness, the jealousy, it all made sense. For both of them. "None of it is real," he sighed wearily. The sound cut at her heart. She shoved at him, tried to get away, to run, as far and as fast as she could. He tightened his hold on her. "Calm down and listen to me." "No, you played me. Exactly as I'd guessed. None of this meant anything. It was all a lie." She shoved him again and managed to spin her body, but she didn't break his hold. She was held flush against him, chest to chest. "Let me go." "No." Lena pummeled her fists into his chest. He didn't move, didn't stop her, didn't yell. He watched her with patience in his eyes. The sight snuffed out her anger, but not her frustration. She fisted his shirt. "I hate you." He closed his eyes. "Hate me for hurting you, then, and forcing my hand. Don't hate me for finding you." "I don't understand." "You are my mate, Lena." He focused on her face. "The fact that I bit you and gave you a piece of my soul doesn't change that. You've been my mate since the second you were born. We just didn't know it until that moment in the woods." "We? I don't know what you're talking about. I saw an out-of-control shifter who fought as if he was possessed. I did not see my mate, or whatever it is you think I'm supposed to call you." "Didn't you?" Devon raised a brow. "Can you honestly tell me you didn't feel a connection when our gazes locked?" She had felt something. It was the reason she'd pushed from the ground, her arm on fire and every muscle in her body screaming in protest. "It was empathy. You were lost to your rage. I wanted to help you." He wrapped his arms around her, lifting her higher, and held her close with his cheek pillowed on her scarred shoulder. She automatically hooked her legs around his waist, crossing her ankles at the base of his spine. "Mates will instinctively help their partners any way they can. That is why you risked your life for mine." "I didn't plan to risk my life." "And what did you expect would happen when you got between fighting shifters, especially when one was clearly enraged?" "I wasn't thinking, You knew you had to help me. That was your only thought, wasn't it?" She couldn't lie. "Yes." "The mate bond is powerful, Lena, and we are a pair of the lucky ones. We both recognized our connection, maybe not to the same extent, but it was there. Some pairs refuse to see it or to fight for it. They hold other values and needs higher, rather than cherishing the gift given to them by the goddesses." That feeling of being treasured she'd experienced multiple times in Devon's presence returned, stronger than it ever had. "Is that what I am? A gift?" "The greatest of all." "Devon." She kissed him, the only way she knew how to respond. He sighed and gave her control of the kiss. She took it and twined her tongue with his, deepening the dance. On and on they kissed, but desire coiled in her belly the longer they shared their passion. Her body demanded relief. There was only one man who could give it to her. Devon. The need for him didn't erase the shock of his revelations, and it didn't answer all of her questions. She didn't understand what being his mate meant.
She couldn't even say with 100% accuracy it was a role she wanted to fill. But she knew she wanted to experience what only her mate could show her. Heaven. Her feelings for him bordered on obsession, and with him in her arms, she felt whole. The pain in her chest, right over her heart, where the piece of his soul was twined into hers, had faded the moment he'd walked into Vader's apartment. Denying it wouldn't help. She needed Devon as much as he needed her. Yeah, that scared her, except when his mouth stroked hers, and he loved her more completely with only a kiss than any other man ever had. She wasn't sure her fear mattered in the end. The path was too sweet to turn away from. Devon, need you. She didn't care if she sounded desperate. She was. She needed his touch. I'll beg if I have to. Growling, he pressed her against the door. The kiss turned hungry. Fangs filled his mouth, turning the twining of their tongues into a dangerous dance. She automatically adjusted the angle of her strokes, as if she'd kissed him hundreds of times before while he'd sported his cat's fangs. With his hips holding her in place, he ripped her shirt and shoved the tattered cloth away. He ran his hands over her sides before zeroing in on her breasts. Gently, he cupped the slight weight of one and leaned back, nostrils flaring visibly. She raised her gaze from the sight of his huge palm covering her breast to his eyes. Lust darkened the breathtaking orbs. Hunger slackened his rough features. Mine. You are mine, just as I am yours. We are dominants. You are not less than me. Ever. Even if you are on your hands and knees begging for my cock. He narrowed his eyes. Do you understand? You are my perfect complement. My equal. Equal. One word, and her heart turned over. Tears stung her eyes. She blinked the wetness away before he noticed it, and jumped to the wrong conclusions. She nodded. She didn't know how else to respond. She only knew that no man had ever made her feel so special. One corner of his mouth lifted. Her silent answer pleased him. The knowledge filled her with satisfaction. She matched his smile. My perfect little mate. He bent close and licked her lower lip. She opened to him, eager for his kiss. Instead of making love to her mouth, he swiped his rough tongue over her upper lip. His warm breath mixed with hers as he repeated the slow trace. First to the bottom, then to the top. She flicked her tongue out, connected with his, and drew him inside. A deep moan accompanied the twining of his tongue to hers. She relinquished control, letting him lead, letting him worship her. Surrendering to a man had never felt so good. In Devon's hands she'd find heaven. Ecstasy that had no bounds. He massaged her breast while he kissed her so deeply she wondered if he was trying to reconnect with her soul. She arched into him, rubbing her hard nipple into his palm. He rolled the point until it stood erect, and each stroke of his calloused fingertip over the tip sent an equal tingle skipping over her clit. She squirmed. The desire to feel his cock inside her, or at least pressed to the seam of her sex, grew to an unbearable peak. She was aroused, on edge. She needed the extra bit of stimulation. He held her too firmly with his hips, trapping her with his body, and the realization that she was at Devon's mercy made more arousal flow. She ached, deep inside, where only his cock could reach. Stop moving, woman. I can't. I want you to fuck me. He stilled with her nipple held between his thumb and forefinger. Not until you come for me, screaming my name. I'll scream it once you stick your cock inside me. I know you will. I want to hear it before then. He gave a sharp tug on her nipple, and she shuddered. Do you like that? She nodded. He leaned back, a small smirk played on his face. Tell me. I want to hear your voice. Yes. She licked her lips. I like that. He extended one sharp talon and laid the side against the erect peak. She glanced at the wickedly long, slightly curved nail next to her tender skin. No fear, no anxiety, only anticipation. When he didn't move, she slid her gaze to his. He watched her, waiting. She knew what he wanted to hear. Please, Devon, I need you to touch me. His grin widened, showing off those fangs she'd been afraid of that first night. Not anymore. Now they reminded her of passion. He circled the areola with a sharpened point, a light skimming caress that skipped tingles across her chest. A hungry moan fell from his mouth,
drawing her attention there. He swiped his tongue over his upper lip. Whether he knew it or not, he was teasing her. She wanted his mouth on her breasts. "Lick my One flick of his extended claw to her nipple stopped her demand. 2, 3 more, and she was right on the edge of ecstasy. The sharp nails disappeared, and nimble fingers rolled the erect tip. The small tugs connected with her womb, making her inner muscles quiver. He reached behind him and grasped her ankle. The gentle shove urged her to ease her tight grip on his waist. She let her legs fall to the side. Once on her own 2 feet, he dropped to his knees and released her breast. She would have complained about the loss of his touch, except his mouth replaced his palm. The wet swipe of his tongue over the sensitized peak tore a shocked cry from her throat. Another circling caress, and she whimpered. She cradled the back of his head and held him close. "More, please." A growl rumbled in his chest, the sound traveling along the line where his chest pressed to her stomach. She closed her eyes to focus on the sensations. Without the visual distraction, the intensity of his attentions magnified. Strands of his hair brushed her skin, skipping sparks of electricity along her limbs. The heat of his breath over the bud heightened the intensity of the tingles, and his roughened tongue. Each time he dragged it over her flesh, she shivered, lost to the energy humming within her. She trailed her fingertips along the back of his neck. "You're amazing, Devin. Do you know that? Amazing." The satisfactory sound he moaned around the mouthful of her breast brought the tears back to her eyes. Happiness didn't cause them this time. Lust did. The orgasm he built with each nibble and lick grew. Though not as intense as the tightening she'd felt when he'd been inside her, the peak he led her toward was the kind that would make her scalp tingle, leaving her in a wonderful state of relaxed bliss. Devin released her taut nipple and moved to her neglected breast. Although he treated it to the same loving study, his motions quickened. The rapid flicks didn't allow her the chance to catch her breath. He sped her to the edge. Higher he pushed her until the languid release she'd longed for changed, promising to be a full-body experience. He slid his fingers down the slight ridges of her upper belly, over the softness no amount of sit-ups got rid of, and trailed the calloused fingertips lower until he rubbed over her jeans-covered cleft. With the heel of his palm pressed to her clit, he ground rough circles over the bundle of nerves. She whimpered, couldn't get enough of the sweet pressure. "More, please. I need to come." Her plea was met with a murmur of approval that added to the physical stimulation and heightened her emotional cravings. Knowing the man latched to her breast, desired her, pushed her that much closer to the stars. The tugging of his mouth eased. Teeth took the place of lips. He nibbled on her breast, but eased back after a moment. The pregnant pause stretched. She opened her eyes, and his green and brown streaked yellow ones met her gaze. His patchwork hair was pushed back, giving her a perfect view of sharp cheekbones and the rough cut of his jaw. This beautiful man was hers, her mate. She traced his brow, then skimmed her fingertips over the dip in his cheek to where his lips met her breast. "Please, I want what only you can give me. No other man." She held his gaze for a moment, hoping he'd see the awe in her eyes, his focused worship built within her. "Do you understand?" His lips widened slightly in a smile. Then he closed his eyes, hiding those breathtaking orbs, and sucked. She screamed his name as the waves swept over her. Her body shook, and each pull of his mouth whipped another crest through her. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think. On and on the pleasure rolled until slow swipes of his tongue brought her down from the high. When she could drag in air, the fragrance of moss and evergreen filled her lungs. When she opened her eyes, Devin's feline ones filled her vision, and when her legs turned to jelly, he swept her into his embrace. She rested her head against his shirt, the cotton separating them bothering her. She craved his skin touching hers, wanted to wrap herself around him and sleep. He had different ideas, and sleep wasn't part of his plans. She saw that clearly displayed in his hungry expression. He crawled onto the bed, laid her in the center, and sat back on bent legs. For an endless moment, he watched her with the inhuman eyes she saw every time she closed hers. "Soon, you'll accept me fully." He pointed toward the closed door separating them from the other men. Beyond the walls that block our loving from others, you'll proclaim me as your mate, and you'll allow me to announce to the world that you're mine." She opened her mouth. No words came out, not an agreement or a denial. She didn't want to give either. She enjoyed the look of determination on his face. He would have her agreement, and if she didn't give it, he'd convince her it was true. She wanted that, for him to prove to her she was his mate. He popped the button on her capris, then pulled the zipper. She lifted her bottom, and he yanked the denim down her legs. Her panties came off next, leaving her naked on dark green sheets that matched the bold streaks in his eyes. Her breath came in rough pants. She gripped the soft material on the bed and let her gaze roam over the male she'd taken as a lover. As a mate. Male was the right term for him, too. While primal drives consumed them both, Devon wasn't a man. He was more. A shifter, a predator she couldn't wait to take back into her body. Maybe it was the aura of danger surrounding him that appealed to her. Maybe it was the way he watched her. No matter the reason, she wanted him packed inside her, bringing her to release. Over and over. All damn night, until she didn't know where she ended and he began. With unhurried motions, he undressed. He pulled up his t-shirt slowly, revealing miles of tan skin stretched over abs that formed deep grooves between the muscles. A few hairs marked a path down into the simple pair of sweats he wore. The sprinkling of hair drew attention to the outline of his rigid erection. Her fingers itched with a desire to touch the silken steel shaft. When she'd stroked his cock earlier, he'd felt as powerful in her hand as he had when he'd filled her. The veins running the length of the swollen head had betrayed how excited he'd been to be with her. With the impressive bulge tenting the loose sweats, she knew the hidden penis would be just as hard as the last time she'd held it. She ran the tip of her tongue along the roof of her mouth. "Devon, I want—" A low, rumbly growl stopped her words. "I'm hungry, Lena." With his hands grasping her ankles, he widened the space between her legs, exposing her sex to him. His gaze focused on her slick, lower lips. A groan to match the look of carnal lust on his face spilled from his throat. "I want to feast on you." "Oh, God." He slid his gaze up her body to focus on her eyes, leaving a path that tingled as if he'd caressed the upward journey he'd taken with his hands. "Do you want that?" "Yes." "Good. Then let me take my fill." He swiped a finger along her cleft. She arched for him, encouraging him to sink that single digit inside her, anything to ease the lust he stirred within her. He didn't take her offer. He swirled his finger in the arousal coating her opening, then dipped it in to drag more forth. Another circling caress, and he lifted his hands to his lips. He sucked on his finger and closed his eyes on a groan. "You taste good." He captured her gaze. "I look forward to feasting on you every day of our lives." The praise warmed her, but she couldn't acknowledge the consequence of what he stated. Not yet. "Mate or not, I don't know you. I can't agree to a happily ever after so soon." "So you've told me. You're not ready for a relationship at this point in your life. But you will be." He lifted her legs, draping them over his shoulders, and bent his head to lick the path his finger had taken. She closed her eyes, the simple touch making her convictions crumble. "And until you accept us, you will give me everything I need, my little female. Here, in my arms, you will not deny me the promise of passion only my mate can give me." He wasn't asking for her acceptance or her permission. His words were a demand, one she couldn't dismiss. She nodded. "Perfect." He slid his hands under her bottom and tilted her so her sex was inches from his mouth. "Now give me your pleasure, my mate." He didn't offer her the chance to respond. He pushed a flattened tongue into her opening, turning her reply into a long, breathy moan. The roughened flesh stroking against her inner walls was better than any ribbed vibrator she'd ever used. He touched on every nerve. The rolling thrusts quickened, and each time he dipped his tongue inside her, he curled it. More whipping currents danced down her core to her womb, and the low grumble spilling from his mouth reverberated along her core, tightening the muscles. Fangs pushed against her swollen lips, and all the while, he rolled his tongue, exploring her sex as deeply as he'd worshipped her mouth. The rawness of the act wasn't lost on her. From the way he kissed her, she knew this was a favored form of sex for him. He truly enjoyed it, That was what the wonderful sounds of contentment meant, and when he added his thumb to her clit, she came. Hard. She screamed his name, the cry turning into a gasp as the intensity of her orgasm overpowered her. Blackness didn't just dot her vision, it took the light, and she careened into a sea where only ecstasy reigned. She fell into the bliss and let the waves have their way with her, body and soul. The release ended too soon, but not the feeling of contentment or relief. She couldn't tell if the deep sentiment was hers or his, and that left her with one very important revelation. Not only did she have to deal with her feelings, she had to experience his. There was no escaping them, not when his soul was a part of her. So whose mind was unraveling because of it? His or hers? Chapter 23. Devon held Lena until she dozed off. She hadn't asked more questions. He was glad. He'd answered all he wanted for the moment. The difficult aspects of his choice still hung over them. If he had anything to say about it, they wouldn't broach those until after Molly and Gwen were safely returned to Lena. She couldn't deal with the harsh realities of their situation, not on top of everything happening around her. The little display in the main cabin proved it. He hadn't expected the fearless woman who'd narrowly escaped a collision with a train to react the way she had to flying. Sure, fears came in all forms, and to various degrees, but Lena was braver than any human he'd ever met. That strength was one she carried in her soul. He'd seen it when he touched hers. Whatever had caused her anxiety over being on a plane, he was grateful he'd been with her to ease it. Had he not been able to touch her, she would have had to suffer alone. Unacceptable. If he had anything to say about it, his mate would never experience any pain, emotional or physical, ever again. The mystical tether linking souls, whether they were the ones joining a shifter to their animals or a human to her mate, acted the same way. Whenever he closed his eyes and reached for his cats, he saw a coiled leash stretch between them and him. When he touched Lena's soul, he'd seen the same, except the cord linking him to her wasn't complete. It wouldn't be until after he took a piece of her soul and allowed his cats to do the same. Until that happened, he was on the outside looking in, with limited options to help her. Then there was the little matter of his soul's health. It had grown dark during the time he'd been forced to endure the various tortures that were conceived by his jailers. Freedom hadn't eased the damage. Nothing would. Verna had told him that. He believed her, despite what Xander had said. Witches were powerful. They saw the world in ways no one else could, not even the royals who were tied to their goddesses, and Verna had confirmed what he'd always suspected. His soul was dark, and Lena owned a piece of it. What was it doing to her? Thinking about the danger he might have exposed Lena to by mating her brought all those odd sensations he'd felt back in the witch's house to the surface. Guilt caused them, but so did concern. He wanted to help her, exactly as she tried to do when she'd reached for him while he'd been fighting another shifter. It was a consequence of being true mates. He knew it, understood it, even welcomed it. And existing without his brown-eyed angel was similar to imagining his life without the 3 crazy cats that shared his body. Unimaginable. Feral or not, they were his. He loved them. He tossed his sweats to the floor and settled next to the petite woman who tamed him. Her scent surrounded him, soothing the wildness, not healing him. She acted as a bandage for his damaged soul, a balm. If he was honest, that was the way it should be. He might be immortal with a tie to the heavens, but he couldn't change the past. Even if he could, he wasn't sure he would. Doing so would alter his outlook on life. There were definite advantages to being normal, but without the experience of pain and helplessness, he'd never be able to understand what other abused shifters were going through. Had he not lived through hell, he wouldn't have known how to reach all those kids he'd helped rehabilitate over the years. Many still corresponded with him, thanking him for what he'd done for them. Their words weren't necessary. He'd do everything in his power to help an innocent, but he'd be the first to admit their thanks made him feel good, as if he had a reason for living beyond being Mira's guardian. He propped himself on his elbow and looked over his mate's naked body. Lightly tanned skin from the roots of her hair to her toes, not her natural tone. Her healthy glow was sun-kissed. It made him wonder if she lay out naked to get the burnished color, or used one of those tanning places. After seeing all the natural food items she'd had in her fridge, he guessed it was time spent under the warm outside rays. Some humans loved nature and couldn't get enough of the outdoors. From the way Lena had run through those woods that first night, he suspected she was one of those individuals. A good thing. He preferred the outdoors. The past few days with her had been the most time he'd spent under a roof in ages. His cats didn't tolerate confinement well. It reminded them too much of those horrible years spent in a cell, no bigger than an elevator. He closed his eyes on the memories, but they rose from the depths of his mind, wrapped around him, and dropped him in hell. Blessed darkness surrounded him. For months he dreaded the blackness, associating it with pain. Not anymore. He embraced it, even if his cats still hated it. The cloth wrapped tight around his eyes blocked out the sneering faces of his torturers. Smelling their enjoyment of his suffering was one thing. Seeing it and knowing he couldn't stop it was another. Devon listened to the robed attendants chanting, "Repent, atone," as they prepared him for his next round of punishments. He didn't bother begging for mercy or leniency. Never had before, wouldn't today either. It was bad enough they got his screams. A bitter laugh crawled up his throat, but the sound never came out. The ball gag in his mouth muffled the crazed chuckle. Lips stretched wide, he choked on the wet leather. The taste of rawhide churned his stomach and sickened his cats. They suffered more than the man. At 15 winters, he stood as tall as his jailers, yet his cats were cubs, too young to hurt, too young to hate. And they did. They seethed, their rage growing every minute of every day. They snarled and snapped at him, tearing him apart in their useless attempts to escape. He wouldn't let them out. They couldn't help him. Nothing could. He had to take the abuse. If he fought, Mira would take his place. He knew that this was what the others wanted. They wanted her mated to a single shifter. They wanted to mess with her destiny. It was Mira that they wanted to hurt. They said she had no right to choose, no right to be happy. They would take from her what the gods refused to give, and the moment he broke, they would have her. They told him that every time they pulled him from his cell. Never. He'd never let them touch her. He held his vow close and let them do what they wanted to him, but it hurt his cats. Their minds were slowly unraveling, and no amount of soothing strokes or whispered words of encouragement helped. They didn't understand why he wouldn't fight his captors, didn't understand why he allowed them to violate him. The truth wasn't something his animals understood. They only wanted to kill. He'd failed them. He'd failed everyone, beginning with his baby sister, the precious soul with whom he shared a womb. Mira's sobbing followed him here, never left him. He'd found her, afterward, in the middle of a field, the pretty white flowers stained red around her. Trails of tears had marked her dirty, bloody face. Eyes he'd been told matched his had locked onto him. "I tried to stop him, Devon. I tried." "You did, Mira. You stopped him." He'd scooped her up, carried her home. Then he'd come here the next day. He worked his jaw back and forth, couldn't dislodge the ball. Arms strung from the ceiling, legs spread wide. He took Mira's sentence, what she denied her mate, over and over. For this they gave him a gag to dampen his curses. He blocked it out. The grunts, the shame. He curled his spirit around his angry cats, shielding them as best he could. The splash of boiling water on his backside tore a roar from his throat. He swayed, felt himself falling. He reached a hand out to steady himself. Soft skin met his fingers. He reared back and sat on his haunches, waiting for the first sting of the whip. None came. He held his breath, afraid to move, but his lungs burned, forcing him to breathe. He sucked in a lungful of coconut and heaven. Devon opened his eyes, and Lena's face filled his vision. His true mate. He let his gaze roam over her. Wonder filled him, stopping his heart. She truly was his salvation, his sanity. Lena tethered him to the present, letting him remember the past without the accompanying breakdown. The sight of her lovely face pushed the reminder of those unwelcome recollections away. She drew his focus, and he welcomed the distraction she posed. With the tips of his fingers, he traced the supple lines of muscle in her short legs, from her ankle to her thigh. Strength and softness. How she accomplished it, he didn't know. It had to be one of those feminine secrets his twin always told him he wouldn't understand. A damn miracle. That was all he knew. "My maid," he whispered, still awed by the fact that he'd found her. "Devon." She breathed his name, as if in agreement. Warm chocolate eyes met his. She groaned sleepily, the corner of her mouth lifting. He grinned, loving the sexy, drowsy expression she wore. He'd pleased his female, and his chest swelled with the knowledge. Pride, happiness, lust. It was all there, filling him up, chasing away the emptiness he never knew he'd felt. The emotions mixed, blended into one overwhelming desire no other woman would ever be able to sate. He rested his palm over her cheek. "Thank you, my little maid." Lena studied him for a long moment. "For what?" So many things came to mind. "For being you." With a smile on her face, she touched his cheek. "I'm a hot mess, Devin. A product of unfortunate circumstances, too many failed relationships, and a sharp tongue. That's not the sort of woman who deserves to have a man like you look at her as if she was his heaven." "But you are mine." Devin took her hand and kissed the fingers she'd stroked over his skin. "You're my everything." Lena dragged her tongue over her bottom lip. Nerves gave her eyes a hesitant quality. He'd pushed the topic of them too far. Devin gave her a quick kiss, stopping whatever she might have been about to say, then settled behind her. "I'm going to try and sleep some more. We don't know what's waiting for us in Alaska." Lena swallowed loud enough for him to hear her. She drew his arms tighter around her. "You're right. It might destroy us." Not if he had anything to say about it. For the first time in his life, he was excited about the future. They'd rescue Lena's sisters. Then, well, Devin didn't know, but not knowing what the future held didn't worry him. As long as he had Lena with him, he'd face it head on. Chapter 24. Night had fallen, and Gwen had never been more afraid in her life. They'd been walking for hours, and she had no idea where they were. She stopped and rubbed her hands together. While the sun had pushed temperatures into the 60s during the day, the lack of its warmth and the breeze that had picked up left her chilled. Molly didn't seem to mind the cooler air. Not surprising, really, considering her non-human status. Shifters could withstand a lot. Molly was proof of that fact. Gwen pushed aside those unsettling thoughts before they took hold and peered at the night sky. Under the blanket of darkness, she was able to use the stars to guide her. Who knew all those youth groups and scouting trips she'd been forced to go to would actually come in handy? She picked out the constellation she'd chosen as a marker and turned left in the direction she hoped Maggie's lodge was located. Her toe smacked into a rock. She bit her lip to stem the cry of pain. Blinking to clear the tears away, she glanced at her little sister to make sure she was okay. She jerked on Molly's hand, trying to stop her fall. Molly wore the same blank expression she displayed for days. The only change had been when they were with the bear. After that, the empty look had returned. So maybe that was a response, or maybe it was a coincidence. "I'm okay," Gwen whispered, needing to say something. The silence was wearing on her nerves. "It's hard for me to see where we're going. My eyesight isn't as good as yours." Molly tilted her head, and Gwen's breathing quickened at the sign of acknowledgement. "Your lioness heightens your senses. I don't have an animal spirit to help me." Molly took Gwen's hand and tugged. Gwen grinned. "Thanks, sweetie." They walked for a few more minutes in silence before Molly's little hand tightened around hers. Gwen swallowed a yelp as Molly's panicked eyes locked onto hers. Gwen's pulse sped. She didn't hear or see anything, but she trusted Molly's instincts. Her cat fed her information no mere human would pick up on. They were in danger. Not wanting to draw attention to their location by firing off a shot, she dug out a hunting knife. She knelt and Molly threw herself into her arms, nearly knocking her over. She pressed her mouth to Molly's ear. "Don't worry. I'll protect you." Determination steadied the trembling in Gwen's limbs. Molly needed her. Gwen wouldn't fail her. She scanned the area and strained to listen for clues. Other than the hooting of an owl and their sawing breaths, all was silent. Minutes passed without any sign of the shifter she knew had to be stalking them. Her mind went over all the horrible scenarios that could befall them if they were captured. Her belly clenched. She wasn't naive. She knew exactly what those shifters would do. Rape her and kidnap Molly. How shifters had ended up here, she didn't know. Alaska was supposed to be the neutral zone. It was where the Shifter Council met with the human government, because it was too far from any one animal group's stomping grounds. Those were the facts she'd based her decision to come here on, and they were fucking wrong. She cringed at the curse in her head. Rarely did swear words pop up in her speech. They fit her mood, though. Surprisingly, they also gave her strength and helped her focus her rage, another aspect of her personality that didn't peek through often. She was not an angry person, or a violent one. In the days since she'd stood helplessly and watched her parents being attacked, she'd embraced both emotions. If she hadn't, that leering lion shifter back in Delaware would have taken them from the grocery store's parking lot. And the bear a few hours ago? That bastard would have simply driven away with them, delivering them to whatever fate he'd planned. Not happening. Gwen might not be tough, not like Lena, but she was the only one here, and Gwen had made the mistake of getting in an SUV with a shifter. It was her fault they were wandering around these godforsaken woods to begin with. No. She had to focus on the now. The past couldn't be changed. She could only learn from it. Yes, and she had to find a way to save Molly. The consequences of not doing so were ones she refused to accept. But how was she going to fend off a wild animal or a man? She wasn't in very good shape. The only thing she had going for her was desperation. Gwen slipped from under her sister's tight grip and crouched protectively in front of her. Molly reached around Gwen's waist and pointed. Gwen followed the direction she indicated, but didn't see anything. It was too dark. The leather hilt of the knife slipped in her sweat-slickened grip. Movement in the brush up ahead caught her eye. She squeezed the handle tighter. An animal poked its head from the scraggy bushes, the light from the moon seeming to spotlight it. Not a bear, but a wolf. The shifter snarled, her worst fear confirmed. They'd been found. Gwen dropped a hand to the ground to steady herself and held the knife loosely in front of her. Wolves hunted in packs. She waited for more to show their faces. None did. The one who'd spotted them approached in a slinking crawl. Time stood still. Ever so slowly, it closed the distance, its glowing eyes locked onto her. A dozen or so feet away, it stopped for a heartbeat, then rushed forward. Caught off guard, she didn't move fast enough. It smacked into her chest. She crumbled under its weight. Her head hit the hard-packed earth. The thump sent pain radiating down her spine, momentarily blinding her. But she raised an arm in an attempt to protect herself. Her elbow connected with its throat, and it yelped. She used the distraction to shove the knife into its belly. A wash of warm liquid coated her hand. Gwen pressed deeper when resistance met the blade, then yanked upward. The wolf's pained cries pierced the quiet of the night. The animal snapped at her face. She used her free hand to hold its muzzle back. Even with its guts spilling out, the shifter was incredibly strong. Too strong. Her arm quivered. A fanged mouth filled her vision. She was going to fail. She pushed harder, with everything she had. It screeched, its body jerking. She scrambled out from under its body and slammed the bloody knife into its neck. The wolf stopped moving. Panting hard, she fell back on her ass. Gwen turned her head and cursed. Molly stood on the other side of the dead animal, with blood dripping from tiny clawed hands she shouldn't have. Not for another 19 years or so. Single shifters didn't shift until maturity. Molly wasn't a normal single shifter, though. She was special. Feared, even by the scientists who'd created her. Gwen's chest tightened. Her sister stared at the wolf, the blank look on her face chilling. The sight of violence didn't faze the little girl. Molly? When her sister didn't respond, Gwen dropped the knife and approached Molly. Gwen grabbed Molly's arms and shook her. Molly Elizabeth Burnett! Look at me! Black eyes, no white, no color, met hers. If you ever see Molly's eyes turn all black, you need to call me, immediately. If we let her stay like that, or shift too early, we'll lose her to what those scientists did to her. Lena's warning repeated in Gwen's head. Lena had refused to tell her what the experimental center had done to Molly. Nobody would, because they thought she wouldn't be able to handle it. Anger gripped her. Gwen shoved it back and focused on Molly's fathomless black eyes. Stay with me, Molly. You're all I have left. Molly frowned. That's right, Molly. I need you. Who's going to make sure I don't fall? I can't see very well in the dark, remember? White bled into the black until normal eyes met hers again. Gwen let out a relieved breath. Good girl. Now let's go back to the creek we passed earlier. We need to wash this blood off, or it'll draw more of those nasty men. Okay? The indifferent mask was back on Molly's face. Still, it was better than the emerging lioness or looking into those chilling black eyes. Gwen stripped off her bloody coat, took Molly's hand, and allowed the small child to lead the way. Chapter 25. Devon trailed his fingers down Lena's spine. The demand to join their bodies wasn't just a reflection of his intense desire. His cats needed her. Each orgasm opened her soul to them, and teased them with a glimpse of the heaven they'd experience once they could move freely within her body. They loved what they saw, their respect and affection for Lena growing with each shared interaction, whether sexual or not. One question plagued him, though. Would she think the same? Once they soul-bonded, she'd know all his failures. He never wanted to see disdain in her lovely brown eyes when she looked at him. He couldn't atone for his weaknesses, for not saving Mira from Edmund, for not convincing her she wasn't ruined afterward. He'd tried, but failed, over and over. Even taking Mira's punishment hadn't cleared her name. The shifter community despised her. Murderer, they'd called her. Whore, bitch, slut, tease. You name it. His beautiful baby sister had been called it. She'd committed the worst possible crime, killing her mate. It didn't seem to matter that she'd been a teenager at the time and forced into the mating, or that it wasn't complete. Edmund had bitten her, but he hadn't touched her soul in order to shove a piece of his inside. Mira had stopped him, but not before he'd gnawed on her shoulder, scarring her and marking her as his mate. At least in the eyes of the Shifter Council. In the goddess's eyes and from a biological standpoint, Edmund's bite meant nothing. It was simply a scar. Lena stretched in her sleep, drawing Devon's focus to her. She rolled to her side and pillowed her cheek on her folded hands. A slight grin played over her lips, and the rapid movement of her eyes behind the closed lids made him wonder if she dreamt of him. She did enjoy his touch. He could keep her sated. Would it be enough to make up for the fact that she'd made it a worthless, broken male whose cats were as messed up as he was? Could she ever love him? He'd never given much thought to the romantic aspect of mating. His mother despised his father, and so did the mates of his older brothers. He'd accepted that as the norm until he'd seen Rafe and Jasmine interact. He'd begun to realize how disillusioned he'd been. Love made them stronger. They were better together rather than apart. His longtime friend was happier than Devon had ever seen him. Just mentioning Jazz's name brought a smile to his friend's rough face, and Jasmine didn't snap and snarl at him when Rafe reached for her. She went willingly into her mate's arms. Love. He felt it growing within him. How could he not love the female who'd shown him a world beyond the constant rage he'd lived with? Over his lifetime, he'd learned to bury or ignore it, but never had he been able to rise above it. With Lena, he could. My beautiful maid. He brushed his lips over her soft hair before climbing off the bed. As much as he wanted to stay with her, practical matters needed to be handled. They had to plan for Molly's retrieval and her rehabilitation. A quick shower later, and he walked out of the plane's private bedroom. He closed the door behind him with a quick snap so the other males couldn't catch a glimpse of his female's perfect body. Cade crossed his arms across his chest. Well? Well, what? Cade jerked his chin in the direction of the bedroom door. Is your mate okay with the news you shared with her? He rubbed the back of his neck. With the part I told her? Yes. What part did you skip? The implications to me. She doesn't need to know them. You're a damn fool, Cade sneered. You know that? She's going to be angry that you didn't tell her everything. Honesty between couples is important. Yes, it is. But I'm not lying to her. I'm simply choosing not to bother her with all the details. Because no way did he want her to choose him out of guilt. He would not force her to spend her eternity with him. Lena is your true mate. She will be your true mate in her next lifetime, and the one after that. What do you think she's going to do if she finds out you won't ever... Let it go, Cade. You might be my alpha, but this is my choice. Vader, who'd been watching the exchange from the couch, approached Devon with his hands fisted at his sides. No, it's not. It's Lena's decision. Haven't you taken enough of her choices away? And if I give her the option now, which one do you think she'd pick? Devon waited a moment, but Vader remained silent. Devon snorted. Exactly. Guilt would direct her. How is that giving her a choice? Vader shook his head. You're treating her as if she was some fragile, stupid female who can't handle the realities of life. Devon took a step toward Vader, bringing them nose to nose. Lena is my mate, not yours. I will make the decisions concerning her, and whether or not she will ever be told the whole story. You're invoking mating law, then, Vader cursed. You're not a fool. You're an idiot with a death wish. Haven't you figured out anything about your so-called true mate?
You hold some antiquated law over her head, and she'll have your balls right before she walks away.
Lena's not his true mate. Xander stretched on the sofa and folded his arms under his head. Devon is just trying to justify his decision to save her life. He's got himself convinced his goddess led him to Lena, and a situation where he wouldn't refuse her. Lena is my true mate. Devon tapped a finger against his forehead. No need to mention his mental issues. The whole shifter community walked on eggshells around him, except for his friends, and apparently the suicidal male in front of him. Her scent and her touch helps this, and she's allowed me to live in peace. Yeah, when you're with her. Xander glanced at him, an imploring look in his eyes. I'm not trying to be cruel, but for both of your sakes, you need to face the facts. Lena is your mate. There's no arguing that. But she's not your true mate. Enjoy her in this lifetime, then let her go. It wouldn't be right to lock her to your side if her true mate is out there. Devon allowed Xander's words to settle over him. He meant them in Devon and Lena's best interest. Devon understood that. But Xander was wrong. Devon met his friend's gaze. And in whose best interest was it to walk away from your true mate, not just once, but twice? Xander stared at him for an endless moment, then closed his eyes. That's what I thought. Devon nodded. Now, I'd appreciate it if everyone would stay out of my business. Devon stepped around Vader. No. Vader grabbed Devon. The only person here I care about is Lena. If there's a chance she's not your true mate, walk away from her. She doesn't need to be hurt by you. Devon glanced at where Vader's fingers were wrapped around Devon's wrist. A displeased sound echoed within him from his tiger, letting him know they didn't appreciate the other male's attitude, but none of his cats fought to get free of Devon's body. It was a first, a damn welcome first, and he had Lena to thank for that. Maybe it was only because her scent hung heavy in the plane. Didn't matter. The lack of rage was a miracle. I won't hurt my mate. Sure, not physically, but what about emotionally? Vader let his derisive glare travel over Devon's body. Are you really going to tell me any cat, especially one who's known for his one-night stands, would be content with Lena? Where was Vader taking the ridiculous argument? Most shifters favored one-off lovers. What did that have to do with Lena? Of course. Why wouldn't I be? She's bound to you in a one-way bond. You have no emotional tie to her without a piece of her soul. Once her body starts to age, are you actually going to tell me you'll be faithful to her? Devon cracked his knuckles. His anger directed him, not the pure fury of his cats. Vader had no right to question his feelings for Lena. She is my mate. Yeah, so what? You'll be tempted to fuck another female after a few weeks. Devon leaned closer, letting the other male see the warning in his eyes. You know nothing about what I want. Lena is mine. End of story. Of course, she's your true mate. How could I forget? Vader rolled his eyes in a mocking gesture. The stories of our notorious one true mate are nothing but myths. Guilt's your motive for being with her. You hurt her. I made a mistake. Exactly. If she hadn't been dying, you wouldn't have given her the time of day. A muffled sob alerted Devon to the cracked bedroom door. It clicked closed, and the lock turned before he could act. He pounded on the surface. Lena, open the door. The rustle of cloth, followed by the soft thump of her back hitting the door, gave him a visual that squeezed his throat. Her pain became his. In his mind's eye, he could see his strong female huddled on the ground. The image sickened him. He was supposed to protect and cherish her, not cause her anguish. Devon pressed his hands to the fake wood separating them. It could have been a mile-long chasm. On his knees, he rested his cheek, near where he heard his female's heart pounding wildly. Let me in, Lena. No, leave me alone. I can't. Swallowing hard, he gathered his thoughts, hoping he could make the right words come out. He'd never been good at expressing himself, or that was what Mira had always told him. You're my mate. My gift from the goddesses. Let me in, and we'll talk about what Vader said. I'm sure you're taking it out of context. Her weary sigh widened the gap between them. I woke the second you slipped from the bed, Devon. I heard everything. There was no taking it out of context. She sucked in a rough breath. Everything that has happened to us is because I got in the way of your claws. You were trying to help me. I'm the one who accidentally injured me, I know. Had that not happened, you would never have taken the path you had. He scraped his clawed hand down the door. The little furrows etched into the surface marked his frustration. "You're right. I never would have given you the time of day." She snorted. "That's what I thought, but not for the reason you think." Lena laughed, the sound bitter. "Is that so?" "Yes. I'm more animal than man sometimes. My cats are—" He tried to come up with something that didn't sound horrible. Couldn't. There was no hiding the truth. She might as well find out how messed up in the head he was. "I'm not whole, Lena. Do you understand?" After a long moment, she cleared her throat. "Yes, I understand." "Good." He turned the doorknob. The door remained locked. "Open the door." "No. I'm going back to bed. I'm tired." Devon rattled the handle. "Lena, let me in." "What part of no don't you understand?" He fisted his hands and took several calming breaths. "Okay, we don't have to talk right now. I'll just hold you while you sleep." Silence met him. "Lena?" He waited for her response. Didn't get one. "Lena, open this goddamn door!" "No, I'm tired. Now leave me alone." "Screw this." He rammed his shoulder into the door as he twisted the handle. The hinges snapped under his weight. He propped the door closed behind him. She took a step back and pointed at him. "Get out!" He grabbed a suitcase and shoved it in front of the door. With their privacy assured, he turned and drank in the sight of his mate. Tousled hair framed a face of an angel. Though her eyes were red-rimmed, she no longer cried. Annoyance simmered in their chocolate depths. She pointed a dainty finger and thrust it in the direction of the door. "Do you have a hearing problem? I said, get out!" He closed the distance between them. She backed up, then huffed and pointed her fine-boned hand in the direction of the door. "Get out!" Yeah, he didn't think so. He stepped next to the bed. "You are a gift. One I never thought I'd find. Not a mistake. Never that." She rolled her eyes. "Ooh, is that some lame attempt at soothing me? Because let me tell you, it's not working." He grinned. Lena wasn't anything like the shifter females he'd known. Well, except for his sister, and she didn't count. "No, it's the truth. I wasn't expecting to find my mate when I came to Delaware. Or anywhere, for that matter. I didn't think I deserved one." She studied him, with undisguised calculation. He could almost see the wheels turning in her head. When her fingers started tapping against her chin, he knew he was in for trouble. And still, he waited anxiously for her to speak. "So, this mate business." She nibbled on a fingernail for a few moments, before letting her finger slip free. "How does that work? Do you have one predestined mate like in those romance novels that are so popular?" She raised her brows. "You know, a big, strong alpha male will spend his whole life searching for that one female meant to be his?" Her lip quivered, as if she fought to maintain her composure. "Or will any old girl do for you?" Yep, he was in trouble. Yes, and no. "Explain." Shifters are promised one true mate. He focused on her shoulder and picked his words carefully. If he didn't, Lena would put two and two together and figure out what he didn't want her to know. But finding her is a challenge. Think of it. One woman out of the billions on the planet in any lifetime. She backed up more, moving to the center of the bed. "You're immortal." He inclined his head. "And living alone for centuries while awaiting a true mate gets lonely." "And to fill your time, you're screwing every woman who'll spread her thighs for you, leaving a string of one-night stands behind?" He ran a hand through his hair. "One-off lovers are common among shifters. We enjoy sex as much as any human male, but shifters avoid commitments because we all hope to find our one true mate. One-night stands fit our needs." "Oh, okay, that makes sense." Her eyes widened. "So, you only slept with Anne and Jill once?" He opened his mouth, the lie on the tip of his tongue, because he saw the trap looming in front of him, but he refused to deceive his female. "Wolf shifters don't count. I can never mate them, and they don't expect anything from me except sex." At her condescending eye roll, he straightened his spine. "And I might have fucked them, but I've never found release inside them. My cats won't let me." The derisive expression faded. She tilted her head as she considered him. "Then why bother?" Her curiosity forced him to answer honestly. "It feels good. Better than my hand. And jerking off on their bodies is nice." She scrunched her nose.
I did not need the visual, Devon.
He crawled on the bed and cupped his female's face in his hands. You're the only female I've ever left my seed inside. Do you understand what that means? That you were incredibly horny and couldn't wait to find a condom? The twinkle in her eyes eased him. He grinned and slid one hand to caress her neck. A shifter male will never mark a womb he doesn't plan on filling with life.
I thought you said we weren't fertile together.
He stilled. The panic in her voice matched the fear that suddenly tainted her soothing fragrance. He licked his lips and focused on uncovering the reason for her anxiety, not his trepidation. We're different species. Children aren't an option for us unless we adopt. But the sentiment is the same. The importance of the act.
Then why?
He pressed a single finger to her lips. No whys. You need to stop questioning my motives and listen to my words. Finding release inside a female also means a male wants to keep the female he's with. She flicked her gaze to the door before meeting his.
Sort of like marking your territory, huh?
Yes, I suppose. But it's more than possessiveness, though that is a part of it. He brushed his lips over her forehead. It's also an intimacy I've only ever shared with my true mate. She pinched her brows and studied him intently.
You keep calling me that. How is a true mate different from a regular mate?
A true mate bridges a shifter, allowing both the man and his animals to live in peace. That's an incredible accomplishment. A miracle, really. It's difficult, sharing a body with other souls. Yes, my cats are animals, but each has its own personality. Each is dominant. They're stubborn, and don't always see the world the way I do. They also don't always get along with each other, but they have no choice. Neither do I. A contemplative look passed over her face.
It was them who controlled you back in those woods. Their instincts.
Yes. Those shifters hurt you and threatened Molly. In my cat's eyes, they deserved to die. I agreed and embraced their need to avenge. She looked down. The guarded expression she wore didn't bode well for him.
I got in your way, and you mated me to save me.
Her tone didn't invite a response. She spoke for herself. Her nod confirmed his guess.
A mate bond is for life. She glanced at him. Right? That's why you want to move me into your house and announce to the world that I'm your mate. You only get one, so you might as well make the best of the situation.
It's true that a mating is for life, but...
And once you announce to the world I'm yours, you can invoke mating law.
Her intent look dared him to lie to her. You're leading this conversation in a direction I don't want to take it. I've no plans of invoking mating law. I won't do that to you.
Yes, I'm directing this conversation, but I'm trying to understand everything, since it's apparent I'm too fragile and stupid to accept the realities of the situation.
Those were Vader's words, not mine.
So you don't think I'm fragile or stupid?
Of course not. You're brave and smart.
I'm glad you feel that way, she smirked. And since you do, tell me everything. What part of this whole mating thing are you hiding from me?
He inwardly cursed. Lying to his mate wasn't an option, but he couldn't tell her the truth. Not yet. I'll tell you everything, soon. But not now. She leaned against the headboard and crossed her arms over her chest.
We still have 2 hours before we get to Alaska. That's plenty of time to share everything.
No, it's not. I need to explain to you about our tie to the heavens, how the single shifters hate us because of it, and how we've been exploited for the abilities the goddess has passed down to us. And once I drop all that on you, I need to tell you about my past, my twin's past, and the prophecy that hangs over her head. He pointedly glanced at the clock. That's not something I can do justice to in the short time we have together.
Then explain to me what mating law is. Surely you can squeeze that into the 2 hours we have.
He took her hand and kissed her knuckles. I can, but I'd rather touch you again. She pressed her hands to his chest.
I want to touch you too, more than I've ever wanted another man. But I need answers. If you don't give them to me, I'll assume the worst.
He sat back. On one condition.
And that is?
You won't hold it against me. I have no plans to invoke it. I respect you too much to ever do that. A bitter sound escaped her.
Great. I'm not going to like it, am I?
No. She matched his position, inching her body closer to his until their knees touched. Such a small connection, but it pleased him. After a moment, she cocked a brow.
Well?
Mating law gives a male complete control over his mate, what she's allowed to eat, who she can talk to, whether or not she's ever allowed out of the house, when and how many children they'll have.
And that's what Molly would have faced had those shifters gotten their hands on her.
Most likely.
Lena fisted her hands. How could they do that? It's demoralizing.
It's a law that was written thousands of years ago. Mates were considered a liability, but a necessity. Few follow the custom now.
Why is a mate a liability?
Because... He picked his words carefully. Because only a mated female can conceive. Lose her, and not only does her mate suffer the loss, but the shifter's pride or pack. Children are precious and rare, especially royal children. In our ancestors' eyes, it was better to protect their mated females than risk something happening to them.
Deciding what a woman can eat goes beyond protecting her. Way beyond.
No, unfortunately it doesn't.
He didn't want to get into the story about their origins, but there was no avoiding at least the basics.
Not all, but many of the single shifters resent us for our immortality. It's not fair in their eyes, but a royal's immortality wasn't meant to be a gift. Neither is our ability to help humans heal. Those things are a consequence of our tie to the goddesses who birthed our ancestors. We carry our goddesses' blood in our veins.
Are royals still hated for their lineage?
By some, yes. In our species' early days, the animosity between the royals and the single shifters was greater, though. Those who allowed the jealousy to rule them sought ways to destroy the royals, and killing our women was the easiest way. We can't be poisoned, but we can be sent into an induced sleep, exactly as a human would be. Once drugged, our animals can't send a warning to others of the danger their hosts are in.
So drug her food and kidnap her.
He cracked his jaw. Yes, and distance negates our ability to connect with each other.
Once they ran far enough, they could do anything they wanted and her mate wouldn't be able to find her. To avoid that, he'd hand-select her food and keep her away from threats. That's where this is going, isn't it?
Devon nodded. The law was meant to protect our females, not punish them. As can happen with many things, it was abused, but the heart of it lives on. A shifter male will guard his mate by any means he can. In our modern age, he must simply do so while remaining understanding of her feelings. She stared at him for a long moment, then laid her hand over his.
And that's why hurting me put that tortured look on your face back in the hotel. You caused me pain.
He gathered her close. If it was possible, I would have given my life for yours.
She remained silent for a long moment, then cleared her throat. No matter what I do, you'll find ways to protect me, even if you have to watch me from the shadows.
The careful tone she used left him wary, but he wouldn't lie. Yes.
This is what Vader meant about taking my choice away.
Not exactly. The guilt landed hard in his gut. He'd said he wouldn't lie, but wasn't a diversion the same thing? And if he did answer completely, she'd be saddled with her own dose of guilt. He was torn. Both choices would destroy her. If you decide being my mate isn't a role you want, then you can walk. I won't stop you. She tipped her head back.
But you'll still watch over me, won't you? If I fall in love with a human and marry him, you'll be close.
Primitive drives swamped him. He wanted to deny her. His promise when she'd lain sick in his arms stopped him. He would earn her love, not force it. If that's the life you choose, I won't interfere. He slipped his hand around the back of her neck and drew her close. But I don't want you to focus on the what-ifs.
What do you want to focus on?
Us. Our growing bond. He kissed her deeply. Eyes closed, he focused on Lena's taste, the soft sounds she made, the way she matched him, but tension slithered into his muscles. Guilt was a dangerous thing. So were diversions, though. If he kept avoiding Lena's questions, he'd lose her. But with her sister still missing, she shouldn't have to deal with the fate of his soul. That decision could wait. He added the guilt to the well he carried. What was a little more? He'd make up for everything as soon as Gwen and Molly were safe. Chapter 26. Lena studied the long fingers twined with hers. What had her life come to? She stood surrounded by shifters while the sexiest one out of the bunch held her hand. She glanced at Devon, her maid. Whether she liked it or not, he was a part of her life. His decision to mate her in order to save her guaranteed it. She couldn't quite decide how she felt about knowing she'd had no say in the matter. In that respect, Molly's vision was right. Getting on the plane had destroyed her plans for the future. Not that she had anything set in stone, but Devon's decision had chosen her path in this lifetime and in every future one. On the other hand, she'd be lying if she said she didn't feel the connection between them. It went beyond their attraction. She did want to explore it. What left her with a sense of confusion and unease was why Devon wouldn't tell her the last detail of mating. Whether or not she'd tie her life to his, not simply hold a piece of his soul. Of course, she might be completely wrong in her assumption, but her thoughts made sense. He was immortal, she was not. After she died, she'd be reborn, but he'd have no way to find her. He'd have to search for her. If they didn't cross paths, they'd both suffer. Alone. The notion chilled her. She couldn't say with 100% certainty she loved Devon. Not yet. They were still strangers, fumbling in the beginnings of a relationship that had been strained since the moment they'd met. But she couldn't imagine the soul-deep emptiness of longing for her true mate. With Devon, she felt right. Without him, she ached, literally. Her heart hurt, as if he'd taken a piece of it with him. In another life, she wouldn't necessarily know what she was missing, but Devon would, and he'd suffer. She never ever wanted him in pain, and she'd bet her life that Devon wouldn't want her to live a life always yearning for him. So why not give her the choice? There had to be something about the process that worried him. On the 45-minute drive from the airport, she'd kept trying to figure out what it might be. With Devon's friends within earshot, she hadn't wanted to bring it up. They needed to broach it, sooner rather than later. The uncertainty wasn't something she wanted to deal with on top of everything else, but she wouldn't cause Devon more stress by pushing the issue in front of others. The incident on the plane had convinced her of that. It would only make him defensive and cause a scene. She had to get him alone. Devon caressed her wrist. "Are you okay?" His concerned gaze focused on her. She nodded and offered a small smile before surveying the empty parking lot of the tour guide agency. They were supposed to meet a shifter familiar with the area, another active member with shifter affairs. He hadn't shown yet, and she hated wasting time on him. She'd been to Alaska a few times before. Whenever they'd visited Maggie's house, they always used a tour guide. It wasn't necessary. They could rent an SUV and drive themselves, but her stepfather had insisted on it. Safer, he'd said. The roads connecting Maggie's lodge to the town were iffy at best. Hopefully Gwen remembered his insistence and didn't try to go it alone. If she had, it might explain why she hadn't made it to Maggie's place. Lena hoped that was the reason. If it wasn't, "You sure?" Devon's question redirected her thoughts to him. She forced another smile, her anxiety not allowing for anything genuine, but he needed the reassurance that she was fine. His tense muscles spoke of how troubled he was, and she refused to add to it. "Just anxious. I thought you said some shifter who lives near here was going to meet us?" "My brother, Dante, lives an hour south. He texted Kay to let him know he's running late. There have been some rumblings of unusual activity up here. He wanted to check in with a few locals who know about us to see what they've heard." A brother? She couldn't wait to meet him. Although it was nice to have met Devon's alpha, she wanted to speak with someone who'd give her some insights on the man, not the Pride member. Alaska isn't very close to West Virginia. Dante isn't a member of the Alexander Pride. Mira and I joined it after we'd left our birth family. The haunted look on his face stopped her from asking more. Another time, she had a more important topic to discuss. She tugged her hand free and ran her fingers through her hair. He glanced from his empty hand to her face and frowned. "Problem?" "No, I have to use the bathroom." He took her hand and walked with her to the lavatory, exactly as she'd expected he would. Away from the other men, she faced him. "You're immortal." He drew his brows together. "Yes, I am." "I'm not." A guarded look settled over him. "This isn't the time to get into this conversation." "You told me that. You need to explain about your goddesses. A past, a prophecy." She stepped closer and rested her palms over his stomach. "But I need to know the answer to one question." "And that is?" "Is there a way to extend my life?" "Yes, but you need to understand exactly what that entails. That's the part of the discussion I don't want to get into now."
I understand that, but I can't help but wonder if it's because you don't want me for eternity. A lie, but one she knew would prompt him to feed her more details. I do. He drew her close. I want that very much. But if I told you I wanted that right now, without hearing your long explanation, you'd deny me. Yes, it's not a simple process. He dragged his fingertips across her belly. It's dangerous, and not a step we can take now. I would require your complete trust, and as much as I hate to say it, I don't have yours yet. It's dangerous? He studied her in silence for so long, she didn't think he'd answer. But finally he nodded. For humans, soul bonding happens at the point of death. I would have to inflict a mortal wound, then tie us for eternity. If you were to resist me at any step of the process, I'd lose you. Her stomach dropped. Oh. He cradled her face, big palms covering her cheeks. I am keeping things from you, about the process and me. I'd hope to give us a chance to strengthen our emotional bond before I drop them on you. Maybe that's selfish of me. He grinned. Okay, I know it is. I want to earn your love, so you won't walk away from me once you realize being with me isn't going to be all flowers and sunshine. Flowers and sunshine? He kissed her slowly, deeply, then eased back. Yes, I'm complicated, remember? His confession made the butterflies in her belly take flight. She licked her lips, savoring his flavor, and nodded. He released her, and she slipped inside the small stall. Her goal of uncovering the reason for his silence hadn't been a complete success, but she'd learned enough to realize he'd spoken the truth back when he licked her wounds. He would never let her go. If it took earning her love to lock her to his side for eternity, he would. His determination sent a primitive thrill through her she hadn't expected to feel. It also left her with a sense of power. Not only would he fight to garner her agreement to be his, he'd do everything in his power to keep her. He'd practically told her that when he explained about the mating law. Even if he hadn't, she felt it in the way he touched her, in the way he worshipped her. Was she okay with that? She let the question settle over her. Hadn't she always wanted to be cherished, to be loved? Devon promised to do both. She didn't delude herself into thinking it'd be easy, but if they could work out their issues, then they'd soar. A chance. That was what he'd asked for. She wanted the same. After taking care of business, she reached for the door handle, anxious to return to his side. The crayon lying on the counter stopped her. Molly loved the color blue. She snatched it, turned for the door once more, and froze. Written on the back was one word that sent dread to her gut. Bear. She yanked the door open and fell into Devon's waiting arms. He smiled at her, then blanched. She couldn't hide her panic. What's wrong? The words rushed out of his mouth. She tugged him into the stall and had to crawl up on the counter so they'd fit, then pointed. He cursed, lifted her into his arms, and kicked behind him. The door splintered. The other men turned, muscles coiled at their dramatic appearance. Vader's eyes glowed, and claws tipped his fingers. He'd been edgy ever since they stepped off the plane, but each shifter focused on them now, looked ready to turn furry at a moment's notice. Gwen and Molly have been spotted by bears, Devon announced. Kay lifted his lips in a snarl. I'll go wake up the owner and get us an SUV to follow them. Call Dante and tell him we're on the move. Xander, the other canine shifter who resembled Vader, pulled out his phone. Helplessness choked her. So did guilt. If she hadn't run from Devon, they might have gotten here before Gwen walked into a shifter's path. Xander slipped his cell back into his pocket. Dante said he'll head up from the south. Hopefully he'll stumble across them. She glanced at the man who'd barely said a word to her since he'd arrived with Cade and Devon at Vader's place. Molly scent is masked. How will he find them? Xander glared at Vader. Gwen's been marked. Dante will be able to pick up on it. Marked? She looked to Vader for confirmation. Vader stared at her for a long moment before he shrugged. The longing in his eyes at the mention of Gwen broke her heart. It was the night after I met the two of you. After Gwen slipped away from the party, and you followed her, I got drunk. Shit-faced drunk. I went back to your parents' house to talk to you, but you weren't there. I passed out on your bed and broke a lamp in the process. Gwen found me. She cut her hand pretty bad on a piece of glass. I licked it. Now my scent is part of her. She's my beloved human. That's why you always tried to hover over her and follow her places. You wanted to protect her. He glanced from her shoulder to her eyes. It doesn't matter why. Gwen always found ways to get away from me. It was obvious she didn't want me near her, so I eventually backed off. She wanted to scream at the stupid man for being such a jerk, because in the face of his devoted attentions, she was pretty sure her little sister had developed a crush on him. Lena squelched the desire. Her rant would have to wait. Do you think the bears will hurt them? Xander gave her shoulder a small squeeze. She tensed, waiting for Devin to throw a fit, since he flipped out whenever Cade or Vader got too close to her. It didn't happen. Devin remained silent. Molly, they'll likely drop into another experimental center. Gwen? He raised his gaze to Devin's. Gwen knows too much. He'll kill her? Lena asked. Xander shook his head. Doubt it. Shifters aren't the only victims of trafficking. If they can make money off her, they will. They'll sell her? A slight dip of Xander's head answered her. She took a deep breath. Her stepdad had worked on more than shifter cases. She knew what happened to women who fell into trafficking rings. As a sex slave? Xander offered a half shrug in response. Devin ran his hands over her arms. If your sister is anything like you, she'll survive no matter what happens. Her throat tightened. She tipped her head back to meet Devin's concerned gaze. Gwen's a virgin. He closed his eyes. No words of encouragement, no promises that it would be all right. She was both glad he didn't feed her any lines and saddened, too. At the moment, she'd grasp onto any lie. The truth hurt. So did knowing it was her fault because she hadn't trusted Devin. Finally, he opened his eyes, and his gaze fed her the strength she needed. We'll take care of her. There are witches who can weave spells that'll dim the horrors of whatever she experiences. Humans are lucky that way. She nodded, because she didn't know what else to do. Yeah, okay. Gwen's tougher than everyone gives her credit for, even me. She'll survive. Lena focused her attention on Xander and Vader, who avoided looking at her. Both men suddenly found interest in the gravel parking lot. Well, what are we doing just standing here? Let's go find them. Devin grasped her chin and gently turned her head until she was staring into his face. We're waiting for Cade to get us a couple of SUVs. The minivan we rented won't get us very far on those back roads. She poked at his chest. He's taking too long. Shift into one of your cats and go get my sisters. Odds are the bears already have Gwen and Molly. Devin took her hand, squeezing gently. We'll hunt them down, but I want you safe first. There is no way I'm going to leave you alone and unprotected. Instead of arguing, he had that stubborn look on his face. She shoved away his hands and focused on the two wolf shifters. Then you two go. Both stared at her with distressed expressions. Neither moved. She waved her hand at them. Shift, damn it! Vader stepped forward, arms crossed and legs spread. Seeing his stubborn stance made her anxiety worse. Why weren't they acting? Every minute that passed was another one that her sisters might be suffering. We're staying together, Lena. End of story. None of us will risk your life. Your situation is too vulnerable right now. What do you mean? The fever is gone and my stomach is healed. She lifted her shirt to expose the thin white lines. I'm fine. Cade stepped next to them, blocking Vader from view. He stared long and hard at Devin. As your alpha, I made this call. Xander agrees with me. She stood on her tiptoes and grabbed Cade's shirt. What call? You hold a piece of Devin's soul. Until he soul bonds with you, your life must be guarded at all costs, even at the expense of your sister's. I refuse to lose him to his grief or insanity. Both will claim him, and I'll have to take his head, because your death will leave him with... Don't say it, Cade. Lena is my mate. Do we have to have this conversation again? Then I'll say it. Vader walked closer. No. Yes. She cut Devin off and focused on Vader. Enough of these damn secrets. Just tell me. Vader met her eyes. If you die, you'll take the piece of Devin's soul you own with you to the grave, but it won't return to him, nor will you carry it into your next lifetime. So even if you do cross paths with Devin again, he won't be able to mate you. Why? Vader gave her a sympathetic look. Because he can only take one mate. He chose to give up his one shot at peace to save your life in this lifetime. Love rushed up. So did guilt and a heaping of doubt. If Xander was right, and she wasn't really Devon's true mate, he'd given up his future for her. If she was his true mate, she'd be a fool to lose him. She glanced at Devon, who watched her with a carefully neutral expression. Is that true? Yes. She fisted her hands until her nails dug into her palms and her arms trembled. She grabbed Devon's hand and yanked him toward where the rental shop owner was fueling the SUV. Once they were far enough from the other men, she tugged on Devon's shoulder until he bent. I don't care how dangerous the mating is. The moment we get Gwen and Molly, I want you to soul bond to me. I will not lose you. You need to know. The only thing I need to know is if you are certain I'm your true mate. Yes, you are my true mate, but good. She kissed him hard, then shoved him away from her before he could add on some stupid qualifier. Nothing he said would matter. Then let's go. I want my sisters found, and if those bears hurt or raped Gwen, I'm going to cut their goddamn dicks off and shove them down their throats. Chapter 27. Not only was Gwen wet and cold, but her stomach kept rumbling. She dug through her backpack, sighed, and pulled out their last candy bar. Here, eat this. We'll rest for a few minutes, then follow the stream. Molly took the chocolate, broke a piece off, and handed it back. Gwen smiled. No, sweetie. You eat it. I can do without the extra calories. I've been meaning to go on a diet anyway. I might as well start now. Her sister, by love if not blood, tilted her head and glanced over Gwen's body, then frowned. She took the candy and ate it. Gwen's smile widened. Molly might not have spoken, but she was interacting more and more. That had to be a good sign. Gwen blew out a frustrated breath. She wished she was as strong as Lena. If her big sister was here, she'd know exactly what to say to snap Molly out of her mood. Lena was good at everything. She never second-guessed herself and always knew exactly how to act to catch a guy's eye. Gwen, on the other hand, she fumbled with everything, most of all her love life. Yes, she had a boyfriend, only he was more a friend than anything. They dated, movies, dinner, hanging out. That was as far as their relationship went. Neither of them felt that spark of desire. They used each other, and for them it worked. John needed a girlfriend so his parents would get off his back about getting married, and she wanted to make a sexy wolf notice her. Not that it worked. Vader had absolutely no interest in her. He only had eyes for Lena. It was way beyond time she accepted the truth. Gwen turned her attention to the most important person in her life. Are you ready? Molly didn't answer, but she stood and offered her hand. Gwen took it. They walked for several minutes before a chilling howl rent the air. The hairs on her arms stood up. She froze while Molly dug blunt nails into Gwen's arm. Molly's distress meant one thing. Another shifter had found them. She'd gotten lucky with the last one. She wouldn't count on it happening again, especially when a second animal answered the chilling call, followed by another. Adrenaline heated her body, staving off the chill that had left her limbs heavy. She dug out the handgun, placed it at her feet, and hefted the sawed-off shotgun she'd been lugging around. She motioned for Molly to get behind her, then knelt and peered into the darkness. Every lesson her stepdad had ever given her came rushing back. Would it be enough? Her hope for a miraculous getaway fizzled when 3 sets of glowing eyes broke the tree line. From behind them stepped a huge black bear. It opened its mouth in a low grunt, and the wolves snarled. Their white teeth gleamed in the light from the full moon. Her chest squeezed. The 2 outer wolves swept out in a crawling lope. They blended into the shadows. Only their freakish eyes showed their location. Her heart pounded. Sweat slickened her grip on the handle. She waited for them to get closer, then fired the shotgun at the one to her right. The kickback knocked her on her ass. Her ears rang from the crack. She aimed at the animal on her left. It leapt, and she fired. A yelp met her efforts. There was no time to celebrate. The third wolf rammed into her and bit her wrist. Pain swept up her arm. The animal whipped its head back and forth. She screamed. The gun fell from her limp fingers. Agony choked her. Her vision blurred. She wanted to curl into a ball and hide from the fire racing through her limb. She couldn't. She had to save Molly. Shift, Molly! Run! Gwen couldn't take her eyes from the animal gnawing on her to see if her sister complied. She searched with her free hand in the wet leaves for a rock, branch, anything to use against the wolf. Her fingers connected with metal. She gripped it and slammed the snout clamped over her wrist with the butt of the handgun. The wolf released her and snarled, a mouthful of bloody teeth inches from her face. She lifted the gun and pulled the trigger. Hot blood sprayed over her face, blinding her. She shoved off the dead weight and rolled away. Liquid dripped into her eyes. She swiped at it with the back of her uninjured hand and blinked the moonlit world into focus. A man with a shaved head and piercings in his face peered down at her. He plucked the gun from her hand and pressed a foot to her chest. "Aren't you a tough one? You're lucky I hated those fuckers, or I'd kill you for offing my business partners." He hefted her up, one hand holding her wrists. She shrieked. Her knees gave out. He let her collapse. With her arms held above her, blood running down their length, he reached forward and squeezed her breast hard with his other hand. She cringed, and his grin widened. She twisted and yanked her arms, desperate to get away. No luck. He tightened his grip. Her vision wavered. A small cry escaped. She tried to keep the sound contained. No way did she want to give him the satisfaction. She couldn't have stopped it, though. She'd never been in more pain in her life. A demented glint brightened his eyes. "That hurt?" She glared at him through the sheen, making his face blurry. He dug sharpened nails into her abused arm. She whimpered, hating the sign of weakness, but couldn't stop it. "Good little human. Get used to it. You got a whole lot more coming." Unable to look into his cruel face any longer, she swept her gaze across the small clearing. She choked back a sob at the scene of carnage. Couldn't think about it, or she'd break down. And glanced around for Molly. "Are you looking for the cub? She shifted and took off just like you told her to." "Well, what are you doing standing here? Aren't you going after her?" So she could pull the knife in her boot and attack him. "Nah, she's no good to me now. Stupid thing you did, girl. Didn't Shifter Affairs tell you why the little brat couldn't take her lioness form?" "No. She was born with the spirit of a royal pride leader attached to her soul. If she shifted before she matured, she'd release him." He sighed. "It's sad, actually. That kind of trauma rips minds and souls apart. Trust me, I know. I've seen the failures." "Why are you telling me this?" "To torture you, I guess." He grinned, and the large silver hook stuck in the middle of his cheek distorted the smile, turning it into a sneer. "You made me waste days chasing you. I've better things to do." The bear shifter tugged her across the ground. She dug her heels in, not caring about the pain churning her stomach or the blood ripping off her elbow. She had to get to Molly and convince her to shift back. She was not lost. She was stronger than everyone gave her credit. "Let me go. I'm no use to you. I'm not a shifter." He glanced at her hand. "Not to me, you're right about that. But you might just be the answer to my little problem." "What problem?" "I need to offer a prize. You're going to be it." Gwen stared at the man, wide-eyed. She didn't understand what he meant, but the way he looked at her promised more pain. She considered reaching for her knife, but dismissed the idea. He held her good hand. It'd be foolish to give up her only weapon. She glanced over her shoulder once more, gaze locked onto the bloody and tattered clothes. The dead wolves littering the ground disturbed her, but it was the shifter's words that chilled her the most. She'd destroyed her little sister's mind. Chapter 28. Devon smelled the horrid stench through the open window. Driving out here, he'd prayed he could have given Lena what she wanted and save her sisters, but the scent of bear blood drifting on the breeze destroyed his hopes. Kate and Vader leapt from the SUV as soon as it stopped, but Xander didn't move from his spot on the vehicle's middle bench seat. "Go with them," Devon waved Xander off. "We'll be fine. Kate and I decided it was best you not lose your mate to death. Neither of us wants to be the one to take your head when you go feral." Xander glanced over his shoulder. "I'm sorry for implying you should let her go. If she brings you peace, even if it's only sometimes, you should embrace that. I'm starting to wonder if perfection is in the eye of the beholder, not what society tells us it should be." Devon could have told him that. He didn't bother, though. If he had to guess, their conversation on the plane must have spurred Xander's change of heart. Or more specifically, Devon's pointed question about why Xander had allowed his true mate to die. Twice. Devon couldn't imagine doing so. Yes, he would have walked away from Lena if she hadn't wanted him, but it would have killed him to do so. He also didn't think he could have gone far. He would have slunk in the shadows and watched over her, waiting for his chance to reclaim her. He glanced at the beautiful woman who'd become so important to him over a matter of days. His mate, the female he never thought he'd find. Needing the skin-on-skin contact with her, he reached for her. His fingers met air. Lena lifted the handle to move the seat and slipped out of the car door. He followed her. "We should stay in the SUV." She glanced at Xander. "Do you smell human blood?" "No." Devon took her hand. "Come on, let's get back in." She shook off his hold. "I was speaking to Xander. You know, the wolf who has a better sense of smell?" "Devon's right. No blood." Cade jogged toward them. "No sign of them. The crash happened a while ago. Engine's cold. But I scented another bear and several wolf shifters. Footprints show that Gwen and Molly ran off, but I doubt they got far. The shifters followed them." Lena turned panicked eyes on Devon. "We're too late." He tucked her into his side and asked Cade, "Did you recognize them? The bears from the Ulgren clan. The wolves are from the Tanner pack." Devon cursed. It was well known that several of the Ulgren members were connected to shifter trafficking. The Tanner pack didn't have the same reputation, but their lands were close to the area where Devon's pride had relocated. They'd have to remain diligent if there were corrupted shifters living near their new pride lands in West Virginia. "Vader and I are going to shift and go after them." Cade tugged at his shirt, exposing his stomach. "You two take Lena to the Human's Lodge." He glanced her way, a look of sympathy dimming the harshness of his expression. "In case they made it there." "No, I will go. Vader is better in a fight, and we can't risk Lena's life. Besides, I'm better at tracking." With a forced smile on his face, Xander focused on Lena. "I've lots of little nieces and nephews who love to hide from the big bad wolf." "Why don't we all go?" Lena asked. "It'll be faster if you allow Cade and Xander to go. Minutes count," Devon said. Cade popped the button on his jeans. "Wait!" Lena's bellowed command froze Cade's hand. She turned in Devon's arms and gripped his shirt. "You need to go, not Cade." He covered her trembling hands. "Cade will go. I'm staying with you." "You're the one who's been with me." She cleared her throat. "I mean, my scent is on your skin, right?" "Yes." "Molly will recognize it and hopefully feel safer with you." She raised a hand. "Before you start arguing, saying you need to stay here and protect me, listen to me, okay?" Reluctantly, he inclined his head. "Molly's been experimented on." She glanced over her shoulder to look at Vader. He shook his head. "I didn't tell them yet. You might as well, but make it quick." The scientist did something to her before she was born." She lifted her gaze to capture his. Sadness and pain dimmed the warmth he'd grown used to seeing in her brown eyes. "Now she can't die, and there's a spirit living inside her. A man. Sometimes he'll take over, or maybe she lets him talk, I'm not sure. But when he does, he gives us warnings about the future." "He's the ancestor of the Leon Pride." Vader stepped next to Cade. "The scientist killed the last Leon Alpha, then somehow joined the Leon Pride spirit with Molly." "How?" Cade asked. "I don't know all the details, but they have several powerful witches working with them." Vader met Devon's gaze. "I spoke with the Leon ancestor. He gave us a warning, not to allow Molly to shift. Doing so would release him. He'd simply latch on to a new host, but it would destroy Molly. Maybe kill her, or at the very least shatter her mind. He doesn't want that. He wants to protect her." "Impossible." Devon shook his head. "Molly's a single shifter. She won't be able to take her lioness form for decades." "Molly's special. She can't die. Her immortality is already kicked in. We're assuming it's because she hosts the Leon spirit," Vader said. "You must be mistaken. Molly—" Lena squeezed Devon's hand, stopping his words. "Molly's been electrocuted, drowned, and burned, yet she's still alive. Not even a scar to show she's been hurt." She leveled pleading eyes on him. "Please, Devon. Molly's been through too much. If smelling me on you helps—" He pulled her into his embrace and pressed his cheek to her hair, needing her scent and touch to soothe the pain her words stirred. While he didn't fear a breakdown, the memory still sickened him. He knew exactly how it felt to suffer those fates. He undressed and met Cade's gaze. "Protect my mate." Cade inclined his head. "With my life." With that vow, Devon embraced his jaguar and ran into the woods, leaving the best part of him behind.
Chapter 29. Devon panted, his sides heaving. He leapt over a fallen tree and slid down the hill, not bothering to slow his descent or avoid the stream at the bottom. Water splashed around him, and his paws slipped on the moss-covered rock. He dug his claws in and scrambled out, shaking droplets from his fur. With his gaze locked onto Xander's wolf form, Devon followed him across the moonlit forest, the scent and the cool air acting as their guide. He shifted mid-step from jaguar to tiger so he could maintain the intense pace. In front of him, Xander did the same, black fur replacing the gray, as he also took advantage of another wolf's energy reserve. The animals they housed were separate entities, each offering unique traits, skills, and personalities. For royal cubs especially, learning to separate and control each spirit was a lesson in patience. Cats were stubborn and often loners. Housing 3 predators who'd rather not share the same soul with another feline, let alone the man, made it difficult to master their primal sides. By the time maturity hit, most royals had a firm handle on their felines, and their hosts utilized them as a well-oiled team. Molly, on the other hand, Devon wanted to find each person who'd hurt her and kill them, slowly and painfully. Xander shifted and snarled. They fucking have them. Devon parted his mouth and inhaled, tasting the scents on the breeze. Human blood, but that wasn't all. He trotted forward, following the stench, then shifted, and stared at what had Xander's hackles raised. The brutal scene was one he'd never expected. Gwen Burnett, it seemed, was an amazing woman, much like her sister. Xander knelt and sniffed the ground, where blood had soaked through the decayed leaves. She's been hurt, but the amount of blood spilled doesn't suggest a mortal wound. No evidence of rape either. Xander motioned toward the impressions in the soft soil. She walked away from here. Devon zeroed in on the ripped clothes scattered near the tree line. He cursed. Xander followed his gaze. A matching expletive carried through the night. Xander leapt over a dead body and ran into the woods. After a few moments, he returned. The cub took off, but wasn't followed. Because she was worthless now. Devon peered from one trail of tiny paw prints to the shuffling human footprints. 2 females he'd sworn to protect. The choices pressed down on him until his cats whined. They were just as torn. There was a chance they could save Gwen before she was killed. The bloody skirmish hadn't happened that long ago. But Molly was out there too. Alone. He glanced at the tiny paw prints. Shifting would have released the Leon spirit and destroyed Molly's mind. She'd most likely turn feral. Lena's words came back to him. Please, Devon. She's been through too much. I'm going after Molly. Xander gave him a small nod. Then Gwen is mine. Be safe, my friend. And you too. Devon embraced his lion and followed the cub's tracks. As he left the wolf he considered a brother, he couldn't shake the feeling that his choice had sealed Xander's fate too. Devon tilted his head and listened. There. The rapid heartbeat betrayed Molly's presence. She was sneaky and faster than he'd expected. She was also playing with him. He'd been around enough cubs to recognize the signs, and if he had to guess, she was enjoying herself. In a surprise move, Molly, in her lioness form, darted behind him and nipped his flank. He spun. No cub. Only a few fluttering leaves marked the path she'd taken. Before he could follow, Molly leapt on his back and bit his neck before once again running off. He grinned. And yeah, lions looked demented when they smiled, but he couldn't contain his amusement, especially when the little lioness charmed his cats too. Her games also confirmed a very important fact. Molly's mind hadn't been shattered when she'd shifted. She also hadn't lost the Leon spirit. The aura of its pride surrounded her. She was safe, mentally and physically. Whether because of her strength of will or the influence of the Leon ancestor she housed, Devon couldn't say. He didn't care either. Molly's well-being was all that mattered. He lay on his stomach, his paws stretched out in front of him, and waited. He thumped his tail. The cub darted out, jumped on the tuft of hair, then scrambled back into the woods. After a few minutes, she inched closer and swatted at his tail, not retreating. He flicked the tip, and she playfully pounced at the moving target. Whenever she captured it, tiny sharp baby teeth gnawed at it. He bared his fangs, not to frighten the cub, but to let her know he could stop her if he wanted. It was an, I'm in charge, and I'm only allowing you to use my tail as your teething toy because I want to display. Molly growled, gaze on the tip of his tail. then advanced in a crawling stalk. She stilled for a long moment in front of his face, head lowered and bottom in the air. He grinned again. He couldn't help it. Her antics were about the cutest thing he'd seen in a long time. Another rumble crawled up her throat. She bounded onto his back, and promptly tumbled over the side. The thump to her head didn't dissuade her. Within a moment, she was right back, snapping at his flank and snarling as she playfully attacked him. As Molly continued her mock assault, he opened the common telepathic pathway all royal felines shared. He was some distance from Cade, and didn't know if he could connect to him, but wanted to tell him he'd found Molly. "Cade, I found Molly." The faintest flicker of life teased the edges of his psyche, and it didn't come from Cade. His pride leader was out of range. Devon peeked at Molly over his shoulder. She turned her small, nearly white head and met his gaze. Ice replaced the youthful spunk in the pale blue orbs locked to his. "Molly?" He waited, didn't get a response. "Answer me, little one. I need to know you're okay." A dominant stared back at him. Molly, the little girl, was the one who held his gaze, not her lioness. She slowly turned her head and clammed her mouth over his tail. "Molly, we have to go home. Lena's waiting for you. She's worried about you, and when we get there, I want you to shift and hug her. She needs your arms around her." Nothing. Molly didn't acknowledge him. "You can't stay in your lioness form forever, Molly. You'll forget what it's like to be a child." She hopped onto his back and bit at his shoulder. He sighed. "Ignore me all you want, but I know Molly, the little girl, is listening to me. I won't give up on you. I'll keep bugging you until you shift." He stood, and Molly slid down his side, taking a good chunk of hair with her. He nudged her with his nose, then took a few steps. The cub didn't follow. She stretched, spine bowing, and tail swishing in the air. A full-body wiggle shook her torso before she sprawled in the leaves as if she didn't have a care in the world. Droopy eyes focused on him. She yawned. Great. She wanted to nap while Lena was worried sick. He stepped closer and gave Molly another nudge. She didn't move. Okay. He'd seen lionesses carry their young all the time. How hard could it be? After the third try, he decided there was a reason male lions didn't do this. Molly kept squirming. Too afraid he'd hurt her, he couldn't get a good grip. There was only one thing left to do. He shifted and scooped the sleeping cub into his arms. It would take longer walking on two legs, but he didn't have a choice, not unless Molly decided to wake up and follow along. He stroked her head. The little bundle in his arms was adorable. He only prayed that the child would soon retake control. If the Shifter Council or Shifter Affairs learned she had shifted, they'd send enforcers out to collect her, to have her evaluated, studied. Who knew what they'd do to her? She was special, more so than even the royals. She shouldn't exist. Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot Devon could do to stop the government, whether it was the human one or the Shifter side. Except keep her hidden. If nobody knew about her, they couldn't take her. It wasn't the greatest option, but at the moment, he'd take any he could get. Chapter 30. Devon glanced at the cub as they walked. Molly had woken after the first 15 minutes, a little catnap, and leapt from his arms. He'd shifted and had been prepared to chase her, but she hadn't taken off. She'd stayed with him, except the trek back to the road was taking longer than he would have liked. Everything amused her, and she kept stopping to play. Her paws crunched on some dry leaves, enough of a distraction to hold her pace. She backtracked and pounced on the brittle pile. He dropped to his belly and studied her. She acted like a cub, not a child. The knowledge threatened to extinguish that flicker of hope for Molly's recovery, but through his lion's eyes, he saw more. Molly was strong, not simply because of the aura surrounding her. It was her. She was a dominant. Given the chance, she'd be an alpha female of her own pride. A good thing, considering she housed the Leon spirit. Questions surfaced, all involving Molly and the bastards who thought to play God. Those individuals who hated the royals didn't seem to care that royals had never been given the option of whether they wanted to be special. They were born with a tie to the heavens. Not their fault. Not their choice. Not their sin. And neither did Molly. She didn't choose her fate. If Devon had to guess, though, the Leon spirit had chosen her, merging with her in the way of a pride leader or pack alpha. That was what had saved Molly's mind from shattering. Somehow he didn't think the witches or scientists would be happy with Molly or the Leon spirit's choice. Actually, many shifters wouldn't be either. Females had very few rights in traditional shifter culture. If word got out a female child would one day grow up to be the leader of her own pride, there'd be anarchy. And if any thought to hurt her because of it, they'd die. A growl rumbled in his chest, his fury surfacing. Molly paused in her play to peek at him. She didn't cower. She looked from him to the woods around them, one lip raised in a silent snarl. Her tense body spoke of rage, not fear. He was glad, yet not. Her reaction bothered him. It wasn't the response any child should have. She appeared ready to attack whatever threat hovered close. The sight angered him more, but he kept the emotion in check. He pushed aside the need for revenge and nudged her, hoping to reassure both cub and child. Pale blue eyes met his for a long moment before she turned her focus back to the leaves. He gave her another gentle shove and trotted forward. The pitter-patter of her paws in the noisiest path she could find assured him she followed. Although he didn't like having her behind him, she refused to walk beside him. He didn't worry. His animals were on alert. Several minutes later, he stopped and dragged in a deep breath. The scent drifting on the breeze eased the last of his anxiety. Lena. His beautiful female scrambled down the hill, Cade at her side. The edges of her jacket flapped open as she ran. Brown eyes met his, then she turned her gaze to Molly. Her expression fell. Devon picked up the pace, but Molly ran. She scooted through his front legs and sprinted into Lena's arms. His mate hugged her sister's lioness close and stood, a look of defeat slackening her lovely features. She forced a smile that never reached her eyes. Thank you, Devon. He took his human form, then grabbed the pair of sweats Cade tossed him and yanked them on. There was so much he wanted to say, but all he managed was a single nod, the sense of failure too deep to offer more. Vader jogged toward them, fangs and claws bared, the scent of his rage sweeping out ahead of him. Devon's cats reacted to the approaching wolf and hissed. The human side of him recognized the other male's pain, so Devon tugged on each animal's leash, reminding them to behave. Each feline backed off, immediately. Vader turned toward Lena. Where's Before he could finish, Molly bared her fangs. A baby growl accompanied the vicious display, and she jumped from Lena's embrace at the approaching male. Lena cried out, and Vader let out an oomph as the cub connected with his chest. Devon rushed to Lena's side while Cade moved around her and pulled a snarling Molly off Vader. Devon choked back a curse. Lena had been cut by Molly's claws. Let me see. He gently lifted her arm and used a sharpened nail to cut the sleeve of her jacket off at the elbow. She grimaced as he tugged the material away. One deep slash ran down her forearm, despite the material covering it. Great. Another scar. Her tight voice betrayed her pain, the only outward sign. She looked past him to where Molly's lion form huddled in Cade's arms. The cub lifted her head and settled her blue eyes on Lena. He glanced between the two, seeing the remorse and guilt written on their expressions, and shook his head. No, you won't scar. He licked the wounds, laving the worst until it stopped bleeding. Her sigh assured him the numbing agent in his saliva blocked the sting. Better? Lena nodded, and he lifted her shirt, exposing the long scratch crossing over the wide scars left on her belly. They have Gwen, don't they? With the tip of his tongue to Lena's skin, he lifted his gaze to hers. The distress reflected there was the kind that left its mark. He licked the small cut closed and inclined his head slightly. Do not blame yourself. Fire flashed in the chocolate depths of her eyes. And who should I blame? I wasted hours. She grabbed his biceps. We could have gotten here in time to prevent this, but we didn't, because I was too busy acting like a selfish brat. He carefully pulled her hands off his arms and held them between his. They trembled, and he hated the sign of her agitation. The past cannot be changed. You made a decision and acted on it. There's no sense beating yourself up over it. So? I should shrug it off as a bad choice and move on? Is that what you're telling me? Molly whimpered, and both he and Lena whipped their heads in her direction. The small cub cowered in Cade's hold, only a pair of eyes peeking over his arm. Oh, sweetie, I'm sorry. Lena rushed toward her. Devon grasped her wrist before she made contact. She turned confused eyes to him. You need to be careful. She hurt you once already. It was an accident. Lena tugged her hand free. Molly won't do it again. She just got startled. Look. She pointed toward where Vader stood next to Molly, petting her. Everything's fine. Devin maneuvered his body between Lena and Molly. Yes, but I don't want to take a chance it'll happen again. He crossed his arms, leveling a firm look on her. What if she nicks an artery next time? She dropped fisted hands to her sides. And you'll save me, and it'll give you an excuse to finish our bond. I meant what I said earlier. I will not risk losing you. I would save you before your life was threatened. That's a non-issue. What I want you to understand is that while Molly is in her cub form, primal instincts rule her. Until she shifts, she's a threat to you. Molly, your little sister, might not mean to hurt you, but her cat very well might. Cade cleared his throat, stopping the conversation. Did Xander go after Gwen? Devin nodded. She's been hurt. Lena gasped, and he quickly added. She walked away, so that suggests it wasn't anything life-threatening. Her injury will slow the bear shifter down and give Xander the chance to catch up to them. Lena swallowed hard and straightened her spine. He could almost see her, locking down her emotions. Good. Then they'll be back soon. Hopefully. But we're not waiting here. It's late, and it's starting to rain. He held up a hand. No arguments. We need to get Molly out of the elements and see if we can't convince her to shift back. Vader can stay here until they get back. Dante arrived a little while ago. He already took off after Xander. Cade tilted his head in Vader's direction. The male, who'd been staring at Lena with a guarded expression, glowered and stormed toward the parked car. I'm not putting Xander and Vader together. Lena glanced from Cade to Vader's retreating back. What's their problem? Devin took Lena's hand and followed Cade out of the woods. Bad blood. Questions sparked in her eyes, but that was the only explanation she'd get. He'd brought up enough unsettling memories for one night. Besides, no matter where the fault lay, his loyalty would always remain with Xander. Chapter 31. Lena watched the first rays of the sun brighten the sky. Streaks of red and orange blended with the bluish gray and caused a splash of color to greet the world. She loved sunrises, often woke for the sole purpose of enjoying the living palette that painted itself over the landscape. Today she barely acknowledged the wonder of another day. All she could think about was how many hours had passed since the SUV carrying her family had crashed, and what hell Gwen had endured over the span of time. They'd arrived at Maggie's lodge almost an hour ago. In that time, she'd stood on the sidelines and listened to Devin and Kay try to convince Molly to shift, to no avail. After Molly had fallen asleep, they'd moved on to discussing the medical facilities where Molly had been kept. As soon as Kate had started relaying the horrors of what had occurred there, Devin had ushered Lena out. She hadn't argued either. Although she'd heard the stories firsthand from Molly, she didn't need a repeat. Shifters weren't the only inhabitants in those atrocious places. With Gwen missing, Lena couldn't help inserting her sweet sister's image in place of those victims. Thinking of Molly there was bad enough. It gave her nightmares, the kind that made her curl into a ball, clutching her stuffed jaguar and yanking the covers over her head. Only knowing the Leon ancestor had shielded Molly, physically and mentally, from all those horrors, had stopped Lena from losing control completely. But Gwen didn't have anyone to protect her. The door clicked closed, and Devin's scent wrapped around her, cocooning her in a blanket of evergreen and moss. The rapid beat of her heart slowed, and the anxiety that had grown the second she'd left him in the kitchen with Cade eased. 20 minutes, that was all they'd been separated. It could have been years. He'd only been a few rooms away, yet she couldn't stop wondering if he was still close by, if he was alive. Determination rooted her to the spot by the window, when all she wanted to do was go back to him. He had needed time with Cade to discuss Gwen's situation. Goodness knew she wouldn't have been any help. Guilt stopped her from looking at the problem logically. Devin stepped behind her. Warmth radiated along her back first, then his breath stirred the tendrils of her hair. Thick arms wrapped around her waist. He nuzzled her cheek, the only way she could describe the gentle nudging, circular caress. It wasn't something a human would do, but Devin wasn't human. That undeniable fact made their relationship challenging, to say the least. Complicated was more like it, and also something she didn't want to deal with, not while tragedy loomed over them. Too bad life wouldn't stop so she could wallow in self-pity or worry. But she didn't have to deal with it alone. She had a mate. A part of her she'd never known was missing. She covered Devin's hands and drew them tighter around her. Why? Devin released the lock of hair he'd been toying with. Why what?
Why didn't you tell me? He rested his chin on her shoulder. She didn't know how he could pull off such a thing. The man was over a foot taller than she was. He did, though, and his contented sigh told her he enjoyed holding her this way. You need to be more specific. I should have told you many things sooner than I had. She turned in his embrace, ran her hands over the expanse of his chest, and studied his expressive face. About what would happen if I die. I wanted you to pick me willingly, because of how you felt, not out of guilt. I already made one decision that would affect your life. It seemed wrong to coerce you into one that would affect you for an eternity. On the one hand, his silence was noble. On the other, he'd acted selfishly. Didn't you think about what I would experience if I'd lost you? He rolled his shoulder. If he hadn't been holding her waist, he'd be rubbing at his neck, too. She'd watched the sign of his nerves too often over the past few days, not to know it for what it was. You want honesty. That'd be nice. More of the shoulder rolling preceded a long, weary sigh. I was more concerned about what you'd experience if I soul-bonded us than any longing you might have encountered in another life. Excuse me? I thought you wanted to protect me. My mental well-being is a part of that. In another life, there are different forms of love, Lena. Some are based on friendship, some on familiarity, others on obligation. Love, the deep and complete kind true mates can experience, isn't necessary for happiness. It's a gift, and sometimes it's best left unwrapped. She understood love wasn't black and white. Part of her still loved Vader and Rick. The hurt they'd caused her only changed it, dimming it, and leaving her with a well of sadness. Had I not walked into your life, you would have met a human and lived out your life with him. You would have been happy, maybe had a minivan full of kids and dozens of grandkids. He covered her heart. But you would still have been my true mate. You simply wouldn't have known it. But I would have always felt incomplete. He nodded. Just as I've been, for 3 centuries. Then why would you want to experience an eternity of that? I know I don't. Do you remember when we were on the plane and I said I wasn't whole? Yes. He tapped a single finger to his skull. Here. I'm not sane. He snorted. Actually, I'm probably a breath away from being labeled feral. I've spent the last few days with you. You're not crazy. Stubborn and possessive, yes. Not crazy. He grinned, but the smile held no warmth. Sadness tinged it. That's because I've been with you. The truth is my mind is shattered, but I'm different around you. Your touch, your scent, your voice. Everything about you has kept me together. You've gathered the pieces of my broken mind and built them up around you. He brushed his thumb over the corner of her mouth. Before you, only stubbornness and my obligations kept me functioning. That's all it was, too. I didn't live. I moved through life, always fighting my crazed cats and their instincts. Even in sleep I suffered. Not any longer. You've healed me, given me peace. She didn't know what to say. His revelation made her feel special and wanted, everything she'd always wanted from a man. It also broke her heart. Once we soul bond, my unstable cats and my splintered mind become yours. You'll never escape them. You'll be forced to share every moment of pain with me. He held her face in his hands. That is why I didn't tell you. And that is why I would have walked away. I thought it'd be kinder to you, to allow you to live with the longing, than suffer in my hell. The yin-yanging emotions she'd experienced near him after the attack, the inability to focus, the jealousy, the possessiveness, they were his. She'd shared them because of the piece of his soul she carried. He'd been dealing with those emotions for 300 years. Worse than she had. She only held a piece of his soul. She wanted to tell him how much she respected him, how frustrated she was that he hadn't told her everything in the first place, how she wanted to hunt down whoever had hurt him and make them suffer. She'd bet that was the reason, too. What caused your mind to splinter? He withdrew from her, the warmth fading from his eyes. He dropped his hands and made his way to the door. We'll talk more later. I need to check on Molly. The door opened and he walked out. He'd admitted that her presence soothed him, but he still didn't believe she was tough enough to handle the truth. And until he treated her as his equal, telling her everything, maybe it was best they held off on soul bonding. It didn't mean she'd walk away. Devon might have fought for them, urging her to feel their connection and know it was real. But she would fight for him.
His past had damaged him. She'd seen that in his expression moments ago. Until he came to terms with it, he'd never be whole. Chapter 32. Devon paced the length of the downstairs from the kitchen to the entryway. He needed space to work through the mess of emotions, his and his cat's, before he screwed things up with Lena. He'd avoided her all evening. It wasn't fair to her, but he couldn't come up with a response to her question that didn't involve a lie. She wanted to know about his past. It was her right. She was his true mate. There was no reason not to tell her, especially since she would share in his memories once they soul-bonded. Then she'd be able to relive every horrid encounter if she wanted, seeing the tortures and abuse through his eyes. The memory sickened him, angered him, left him feeling helpless. None of those reasons were what had prompted him to walk away from her, though. It was the fact he hadn't saved Mira that he wanted to hide from Lena. That shamed him. If only he hadn't fallen for his nanny's lie, he would have been able to stop Edmund from hurting Mira. But no. Give him a plate of sweet cakes and a jug of milk, and he ignored his duty to his twin. Pathetic. That was what he'd been. Devon quickened his pace, but no answer came to him. He couldn't change the past. He had to accept it and move on. There was no forgiving his neglect, nor did he want to be absolved of his sin. He simply couldn't let the guilt choke him any longer. He had done everything in his power to make up for not saving Mira, serving her sentence, defending her, taking her away from their birth family to spare her their ridicule, uplifting her when depression brought her down. He would continue to do those things, but allowing his failure to shadow his soul would only hurt Lena. She deserved happiness, light, joy, all the good things in life. He would bring them to her, not make her sulk in the shadows with him. He made his way to the living room, where he'd left Lena with Molly and Vader. The presence of the other male no longer bothered Devon. The wolf shifter cared for Lena. Devon suspected it was because they'd been involved in the past. The details weren't something he needed to know. Lena was with Devon, and she wanted to be his for eternity. A commitment of that magnitude didn't allow for jealousy. Lena sat on the edge of the sofa, with a sleeping Molly curled next to her. Still in her cub form, Molly looked small on the huge sectional. A shifter's animal didn't grow as quickly as its host, and Molly's lioness was about the size of a 9-week-old cub. Asleep, she looked content and at peace. Actually, she had while she'd been awake, too. Only that moment with Vader in the woods had she shown the predator side of her persona. Devon glanced from the ball of white fur to Lena. The sunshine streaming through the window brought out the highlights in her hair, a range of hues from blonde to dark brown. Drawn to her, he ambled to the couch. The silky strands of her hair were spread over her back. He ran his hands over the russet and wheat strands. A wave of contentment swept through him. All it had taken was a simple touch. Amazing. He gave in to his craving for her and lifted a lock of hair to his nose. Coconut and Lena. His personal heaven. Eyes closed, he took a moment to enjoy the peace and sanity she restored. He never thought he'd have a mate, a female to share his life with, the good and the bad. The warm feeling in his chest spread. He understood what it was. Love. It had taken root some time between when she looked into his eyes and asked if she was dying, and the moment she told him she wouldn't let him go. He let her hair slip through his fingers. Where's Vader? He went into the kitchen to make a tray of Molly's favorite foods. We were hoping to coax her into shifting so she could eat them. Lena motioned to the zonked-out cub. She fell asleep the minute he left. She's had a busy afternoon. Playing and ignoring us. That's tough work for a little cub. Lena stroked Molly's back. The cub didn't react. A good thing. It meant she felt safe. She won't acknowledge me. Lena's statement was laced with pain. Molly's in there. Lena stood and walked to the far end of the room. Devon followed her and leaned against the wall next to her. I'm worried about her. Lena glanced at him. Vader was telling me the longer she stays in her animal form, the harder it will be to return to her human one. He's right. Our animals are meant to complement us, not rule us. They normally live in... How could he describe a mystical realm to someone who'd never walked through one? When I close my eyes and open myself to my cats, I can look into their world. It's a part of me, but it doesn't exist within me. He glanced at her to judge her reaction. She studied him with open curiosity. I suppose I'm the doorway to it. When they're not in this world, they live here. When I shift and give them access to my world, I go there and look through their eyes to know what's going on. Depending on how much control I give them, I can either exert my will completely over them, or I can get lost in their world, giving them free rein. Molly, he motioned toward her, is watching, but only absently. If something in our world catches her attention, she'll stop what she's doing and focus on it, but otherwise, she's engrossed in her cat's world. If she's not careful, she might not find her way out. That's a danger all shifters face, no matter their age. But for kids, it's more dangerous. They want to play, and it's refreshing to let everything go and do that. Lena looked from Molly to him. How do I help her? Patience and stubbornness. Sometimes it takes trial and error before we hit on the trigger that'll draw her back. But there is one, and I'll find it. I won't give up on her. Lena swallowed hard. You've worked with other kids before. Yes. Devin lowered his voice and picked his words carefully in case their sleeping cub wasn't actually asleep. I know where they're coming from. I spent 3 decades suffering unimaginable situations, including some of the things you described about Molly's treatment. Lena stepped in front of him, but not quickly enough to block the sight of Molly's pale blue feline eyes focusing on him. That's why... He pressed a finger to her lips, stopping her words, then leaned close and whispered into her ear. Do not react, but your little sister has found something interesting to draw her attention. Us. He eased back. It's a time I'd rather not talk about at the moment, but surviving it made me stronger. They couldn't break me, and they didn't break Molly. I'm very proud of her. I'll tell her that as soon as she decides to return to us. Lena smiled at him. Love shone in her eyes. Me too. I'm proud of both of you. He wrapped his arms around Lena and looked over her head at Molly. The force of her personality burned in her eyes. Oh yes, she was in there, and she'd grow into a force to be reckoned with. The living room door banged open. Maggie, the older human female Devin had only briefly spoken with, stood in the hall. She pointed toward the windows. They're back. A tear rolled down her cheek. But Gwen isn't with them. Oh no. Lena covered her mouth. Devin glanced at Molly, who'd backed into the corner of the sofa. Molly, stay here with Maggie and watch over her. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Molly's posture eased. Not an acknowledgement, but it might as well have been. It also gave him the opening he'd need to get through to the little girl. She was a dominant. He'd treat her as such. Chapter 33. Devin followed Lena down the hall, but gently grasped her wrist before she reached the entryway. He stepped in front of her and flung open the door. A steady, cold rain fell, the wind whipping through the yard. Unfazed by the storm, Dante and Xander walked naked across the yard. The sight of them alone meant only one thing. They'd lost another female. Lena shoved a pile of clothes at him. He took the sweats and tossed them onto the porch. She tried to squeeze past him, but he tucked her, face first against his chest, so she couldn't see the other male's nakedness. Can't breathe, her muffled voice called out. He eased his hold and slid his hand into Lena's hair to hold her still until both males were covered. Dante stepped next to them and pulled Lena from his arms. Devin offered no resistance. With Dante's short black hair, hard black eyes, and harsh expression, Dante looked every ounce the predator he was. Yet the gentle way he enfolded Lena in his arms showed a side of his personality he reserved for family. Anyone else who found themselves in the same position usually died. Assassins were like that, though. They used any means to take out their prey. Welcome to the family, sister. Dante released her after giving her cheeks a kiss. Hands on her waist, he lifted her and held a dangling Lena in front of him. The sight of Lena's wide eyes and open mouth tore a chuckle from Devin's throat. Dante leveled his icy stare on him. Problem? Devin shook his head and took his female, setting Lena on her feet next to him. No, just forgot how much I've missed my little brother. Dante was the only other member of his birth pride besides Mira that Devin spoke to. Of course, that was probably because he'd left their pride lands shortly after Devin and Mira had. It's been much too long since you visited. I've been busy. Lena glanced between them, questions in her eyes, but what came out of her mouth killed the joy seeing his sibling brought. You were too late, weren't you? Vader skidded down the hall before Dante could answer. Where's Gwen? Dante, in his usual bluntness, said, "She's dead." Lena groaned. The tears he'd seen simmering in her eyes all morning fell. Devon cradled her against his chest. He turned his attention to his brother and Xander. "What happened?" "We found where they'd most likely—" Xander closed his eyes. "Killed her." "Are you sure?" Vader asked. "Yes," Xander nodded. "I scented Gwen's blood and the stench of death." "The Winchester Alpha is right. It's a good assumption without actually witnessing the act." Dante shrugged. "Although there were other humans in the warehouse, it could have been one of them who died, I suppose. But Gwen's blood coated the mattress we found." Lena scrubbed at her tears. "Did you find her body?" Dante shook his head. "Then—" Lena straightened. "She could still be alive, right?" Dante sighed. "That amount of blood—" Lena buried her face against Devon's shirt and choked on a sob. He rubbed her back and glanced at Dante. "No body means she might still be alive." Maggie stepped into the hall, with Molly's cub form in her arms. "The place was deserted, I assume?" Devon inwardly cursed. "Molly shouldn't be—" "Yeah," Dante cut Devon off. "We scouted the area, picked up their trail, but it ended abruptly. They must have gotten into a helicopter or plane." "Then there's hope." Lena tipped her head back. "Right?" Devon ran a finger down her cheek. "Yeah, there's hope." "Did you check out the site where they're building the safe house?" Maggie asked. At Dante's nod, she tapped a single finger against her chin. What about the old mining village?" "I didn't think of it. Nobody's lived there for years." Anger tightened Dante's expression. "Exactly," Maggie nodded. "Makes it a perfect hideout for criminals, wouldn't you say?" "Yeah, it would." Dante walked toward the phone on the hall table. "I'll make a quick call to the Shifter Council to let them know we have the kid, then I'll head out there." Lena stiffened. "Maggie, please take Molly upstairs." Lena waited until they were out of sight, then slowly turned her head and glared at Dante. "And why would you do that, brother?" Dante narrowed his eyes, leveling a look on her most humans would cower under. "There are protocols to follow, sister." She shoved out of Devon's arms and stepped closer to Dante. "No, those elders of yours sold her. If it wasn't for Devon, she'd be gone." She poked one single finger at Dante's chest. "I don't care if we have to lie and pretend that Molly is just a regular lioness. We're keeping her, hidden and safe. Nobody will ever threaten her again." Devon rested his hand on her shoulder. "Of course we are. Dante just didn't understand the situation before. He does now." With his gaze locked to Lena's, Dante nodded. "So I do." Vader pushed past Dante. "I'm going after Gwen." "No, I am." Xander shoved Vader back. The two males glared at each other, lips lifted in matching snarls. "This is no time for your alpha bullshit. If you're so concerned about Gwen, then we both go." Vader challenged his alpha. "Fine." Xander stepped out of his pants, then jogged into the woods with Vader at his side. "Fighting wolves. This'll be fun." Sarcasm dripped from Dante's words, but he followed behind them. Devon faced Lena. "I'm going too. Cade will protect you." She kissed him, a quick peck on the lips. "Bring my sister home." He squeezed her hand, instead of answering, then ran after Dante and the others. Devon refused to lie to his mate, and the odds they'd find Gwen alive were slim. Dante's judgment of the amount of Gwen's blood soaking the mattress was probably a good indicator of her fate. Devon picked up the bloody gauze and sniffed it. Gwen's scent clung to it. Why bandage her wounds if they planned on killing her? "Killing her might have been an accident," Vader answered. Devon surveyed the abandoned cabin. On the table in the corner sat a nearly empty bottle of vodka, more bandages, and a broken piece of wood. He walked toward the display and picked up the snapped tree limb. The bark had been stripped from it, and the impression of teeth showed in the soft wood. He ran his fingertip over the indentions. They tried to help her. Vader snatched the piece of wood. "How badly was she hurt?" "I don't know, but at least they're tending her wounds. It'll give us time to find her." "If she doesn't bleed to death first?" Vader fisted handfuls of his hair. "Why would she get into a car with a shifter in the first place?" "She probably thought that with Molly's scent masked, they were safe." Vader dropped the gnawed piece of wood and picked his way through the debris littering the floor. And if the bear didn't notice Molly's shifter status, he would have picked up my scent and known they were important to a royal. She didn't know she was your beloved human? With his fingers gripping the edge of the door, Vader froze. His claws slipped free and embedded into the wood. No, she didn't know anything. Gwen avoided me as if I carried the plague. I figured she hated me for getting involved with her sister. You're drawn to her, Vader snorted. You can say that, but like I said, she didn't feel the same, so I let her go. Devon sighed. He didn't bother telling the other male that he should have pursued Gwen if he'd wanted her. What was done was done. Come on, let's catch up to Xander and Dante. They'd split up before reaching the abandoned village. They'd seen smoke billowing in the distance and had gone to investigate. When I find her, I'm telling her everything, Vader announced in a determined voice. Good. Gwen might be angry, but she deserves the truth. Devon leapt the length of the porch and jogged down the rutted street, avoiding the puddles. Xander emerged from the tree line as they approached. One look at his ashen face, and Devon knew. Vader wouldn't get the chance to explain anything. They were too late. The plane crashed. Xander swallowed hard. It's still in flames. Devon closed the door to Lena's bedroom softly behind him. Lena slept on her stomach, her silky hair spread over her back. Moonlight cast a faint glow over her, making her look ethereal, more an angel than a siren. He drank in the sight of her. His mate was everything he could have asked for. She was fearless and brave, a survivor. He respected and loved her for that, and he hated that he would destroy her with his news. He stripped on the way across the room and sat on the edge of the mattress, facing the open window. He didn't know how long he stared at the swaying tree branches, but the bed creaked and a delicate hand pressed against his back. You didn't find her. He hung his head, letting the regret wash over him. Another squeak and Lena laid her cheek against his back. Wetness trailed down his spine. He turned and pulled his mate into his lap. With her cradled in his arms, he said, Gwen's dead. Lena didn't argue, didn't yell, didn't say anything. She cried, pitiful sobs that broke his heart. He held her, rubbed her back, and let her grieve. When the tears finally slowed, he kissed the trail away. He crawled onto the bed and curled his body around hers. I'm sorry, Angel. A long moment passed before she whispered, The Leon spirit was right. He spoke to you? A couple of months ago. He told me not to get on the plane, that it would destroy me. Once I realized he wasn't talking about a plane crash, I'd assumed he'd meant what I overheard on the plane. That it hurt, made my heart ache. She traced his pecs, idly, as if she needed to do something, while her gaze was locked on some distant point across the room. I was wrong. It's this. Learning I failed my sisters. You can't blame yourself. Devon? Yes. I don't want to talk anymore. Will you just hold me? He kissed her temple. Of course. Devon settled behind her on the bed and held her tightly. There wasn't anything he could say while she choked on guilt. He understood that. He'd listened to countless attempts over his lifetime as his loved ones tried to help him cope with his guilt. None of those conversations had helped. He'd only pretended that they had, so his friends and family wouldn't suffer with him. Only Lena had guided him past the crippling effects of his guilt. He'd do the same for her. Chapter 34. Devon stole a quick peek at Lena before focusing on the dirt driveway leading up to his house in West Virginia. The same deadened expression she'd worn the past week slackened her features. He'd hoped bringing her to his Pride Lands would help. So far it hadn't. Her pain beat at him, and he didn't know what to do to erase it. He tried to get her to talk about her job, her hobbies, her favorite movies, anything to remind her that life was waiting for her. Nothing had worked. Even being with Molly hadn't helped. Considering the little girl hadn't shifted back into her human form yet, Devon wasn't all that surprised, but he'd hoped Lena would have at least tried to remain positive for Molly's sake. Lena hadn't. She'd slunk away every time Molly was near and retreated to her bedroom, and slept. She'd claimed she was tired, that she was still recovering from her wounds. Devon knew better. She was suffering with depression, choked by her guilt. He parked the car. We're here. You live in a trailer?
I've only been in West Virginia for a little over a month. Mira and I had an RV when we first relocated here, but it was too small. I upgraded.
He chuckled, remembering his twins' glower when the humans delivered the beat-up box of metal.
This is only temporary. Our home is under construction, but it'll be a few more months before we can move in. The builders in this area aren't staffed to meet the number of jobs they've been contracted for since Kate and Xander decided to move their families here.
I thought cats and dogs didn't get along. Why would you want to live so close to each other?
Lena's smile appeared forced, but at least she was trying to lighten the mood.
Devon returned her grin, letting warmth fill his expression.
We don't always, but there are benefits to living close to one another, protection and security being the biggest motivators. Although our animals guide our choices, they don't rule us. Friendships count, and a lot of the younger wolves grew up with our pride. I'm more concerned over the reaction from the local packs, once they realize not only has a royal pride moved close to them, but a royal pack.
They haven't figured it out?
Packs rarely leave their territory, so unless we announce it, or they stumble upon us, they won't know. Kate has a meeting scheduled with one of the Kagan dominants later this month. Sean Reynolds. He's young, barely matured. Kate thinks contacting Sean will be our best bet to avoiding a pack war. The younger generations are usually more willing to make alliances.
She turned in her seat, a concerned look on her face. Will they try to hurt you? Because if they do, we should make plans to move or something. We can't have them starting some war or alert shifter affairs to our business. We don't want them anywhere near Molly.
The noose that had been slowly choking him eased. He'd found his way through Lena's depression. She had the soul of a fighter and the heart of an alpha female. She was meant to protect. Gwen's death and the loss of Molly to her cat form had destroyed Lena's confidence in herself. Devon lifted Lena's hand to his mouth and kissed her in her wrist. Her pulse was steady, strong. He met her gaze. They might be angry, but they won't come at us directly. They won't want to cause problems any more than we do. This is their home, too. They'll want to protect their holdings. Kate's going to make Sean a business deal, from what I understand.
So what? Do you just plan to hide here? She raised a brow. Because that's not the smartest move.
Do you have a suggestion?
I agree with Cade about making allies, but it should be with both the shifters in this area and the locals. Be friendly, help them, get involved in community stuff. We want them to see us as their friends, not something to fear.
Us. The single word warmed him. He grinned. I think that's a wonderful idea. I'll need your help, though. I'm not very good around humans.
You got it. She slipped out of the car and scanned the area. Will you show me around your place?
Devon joined her and hooked an arm around her back. Sure, then we can go get some dinner.
He opened the trailer's door and tasted the scents in the air, sighing in relief. Empty. Since he wasn't ready to deal with Mira's reaction to Lena, he'd called ahead of time and ordered her out. Cade had suggested he tell his sister about mating Lena before arriving. Devon had thought that was a conversation best had in person. That way he could take his twins' verbal lashing like a man. Even if he had mated Lena to save her life, he'd still taken the choice out of her hands. That would hit too close to home for Mira, especially once she learned he hadn't been sure Lena was his true mate until after the fact. Lena slipped past him and glanced around, her gaze skipping over the articles in the room. He studied her neutral expression and waited for some kind of reaction. Got none. While he had a substantial portfolio, he rarely tapped into it. Material things didn't mean much to him. The 30-year-old trailer served its purpose. Besides, he rarely used the place unless it was raining anyway. He loved spending his days surrounded by nature. While I'd originally planned to build a small 2-bedroom home, we can meet with the builders and select something bigger, or a private house just for us, if you don't want to live with my twin. Money isn't a problem. If you want a mansion with a garage full of those fancy sports cars you like, you can have it. I grew up in a small apartment. She motioned toward the ugly brown couch. This is fine. For now, I want you comfortable, and I want Molly to have plenty of room to play. We'll stop by Kate's house later and grab the packet of building plans he has. Why does Molly need a lot of space? I talked with Megan's human guardian, Josh, about having both girls spend the weekends here. It'll give me a chance to work with Molly, and it helps out Josh, too, since he usually spends every weekend at his bar. She made a non-committal sound and her shoulders slumped, and the sight angered him. He wanted to take all her guilt away, make her happy. He couldn't. Not overnight. The clue she gave him a few moments ago would help, though. He just had to be patient. In the face of her sadness, It wasn't enough. I know talking about Molly upsets you, but you can't give up on her. She'll sense your doubt, and it'll make reaching her that much more difficult. Lena turned away. I hadn't realized I was letting it show. I'm sorry. It's understandable. You're depressed. She wheeled around, and her long hair whipped out, arcing around her as if it were a living entity. Depressed? I'm not depressed. I'm angry at those shifters who killed Gwen, the sadists who hurt Molly, and the people at Shifter Affairs who were supposed to protect us. Hands fisted, she advanced on him. But the person I'm most angry with is you. If she'd said those same words to him immediately after the accident, he would have assumed she was implying that she hated him for mating her. The events since had convinced him of her commitment to him and her feelings. She cared for him, maybe loved him. Why she focused her animosity on him, however, was a mystery, one that needed to be solved. Me? Yes, you. Are you going to tell me why? She scrunched her nose and looked at him, as if he was something wretched she might have stepped in. You made me fall in love. You showed me what it was like to be happy, to be wanted. Even when I ran, you followed me. You held me, loved me, worshipped me. It's not right, and it shouldn't have happened. Because your sisters were alone. She pressed her palms to her eyes. Because they'll never experience the same. Molly will. She'll recover. I'm proof of that. He gently tugged her hands from her face and met her eyes. I was hauled away at the age of 15 and spent 30 years suffering various tortures. I emerged crazed, a breath away from turning feral. Only my obligation to Mira stopped me from turning completely feral. But I wasn't whole, and I wasn't sane. I lived like that for close to 3 centuries. Until I met you. And Gwen? He waited a moment until Lena raised her brows slightly. If she's Vader's true mate, she'll be reborn for him. They'll keep getting chances until they get it right. But they might not find each other. When their spirits have grown, and they've dealt with whatever has kept them apart, they will. I believe that. I never did trust the goddess's influence in our lives. But after meeting you, I do. Devin, I want... She stared at him for a long moment, not finishing either sentence, then licked her lips. Kiss me. I've missed your passion. I've missed us. Because while she'd grieved, he'd been her anchor, her supporter, and her friend. The role of her lover had been shelved. He bent his head and pressed his lips to hers. He poured his devotion into the melding of their mouths, trying to show her how important she was to him. He ran his hand over her spine to settle at the dip above her ass, then tugged her closer, bending her backward so he could continue kissing her. Everything about her petite body appealed to him. She fit him, complimenting him in ways he never knew needed a balance. Her smile lightened his soul, her laugh eased the pain in his heart, and her kisses delivered a passion he'd never known was possible. He broke their wild kiss, and gazed into the face of the female who'd succeeded in capturing him. His mate, his world, his love. He wanted to tell her, but he didn't want to put her on the spot. Saying I love you obligated the other person to say the words back. She wasn't ready, not after admitting she felt guilty for being in love. You're the most beautiful female I've ever seen. She gave him a small smile and tugged at his t-shirt. He obliged her, taking it off. On her tiptoes, she kissed her way across his chest to the flat discs. She nipped at the sensitive points until they stood erect. Satisfaction sparking in her eyes, she flashed a wicked grin, then dropped to her knees. The sight of the hungry, dazed expression on her face turned a switch inside him. He panted, his body tightening in anticipation. With her hands on his stomach, she pushed and he stumbled. His back met the wall. Entranced, he watched as she popped the button on his jeans. The sound of the zipper descending nearly undid him. His erect shaft sprang free from its tight confinement. What are you doing? He asked, even though he knew. He wanted to hear her voice. Fulfilling my fantasy? No, it was his, but it could wait. He linked his fingers around her slender wrist. Lena? She met his gaze. If this is meant to be an apology for yelling at me, don't do it. You're hurting, and your emotions are running high. I don't blame you, and I won't hold it against you. The smile that lit up her face slammed into him, leaving him unsteady on his feet. He widened his stance and pressed his back against the wall. "It's not. I'm doing this to show you how I feel." That she loved him. The truth was there, in her expression, her touch, and her tone. "Lena." He brushed the loose wisps of hair from her cheek. She leaned into his touch, closing her eyes on a soft sigh, before turning her attention to undressing him. With the utmost care, she removed his shoes and drew the denim down his legs. She urged him to step out of them. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed his jeans behind her. Naked, in front of his fully clothed female, a sensation of vulnerability washed over him. It was an odd reaction. He was a shifter, immensely stronger than the mortal petite female at his feet, yet there was no denying the feeling. Lena had him right where she wanted him, and going by the look on her face, knew it. The softer emotions Lena stirred in him turned hotter as she traced the length of his calf with feather-light caresses. Each brush of her fingertips excited him more. He closed his eyes and focused on the sensation, swallowing hard as she repeated the exploration on his other leg. Her breath bathed the length of his penis. He shifted his hips, pushing his throbbing dick forward. She dropped her hands. He opened his eyes, but she bent her head toward his jutting cock before he could complain about the loss of touch. Her hair tickled the shaft. The wet swipe of her tongue skipped energy across his skin, and the nip of her teeth tore a groan from his chest. "That's good," he moaned, and her approving murmur preceded another playful bite. "More, baby. More." She nuzzled against his erection in answer. Electricity skipped down his spine. Hands on his thighs, she urged his legs farther apart. He complied, and braced his body with palms flattened against the wall. He wanted to fist her hair and bring her tempting mouth to his aching dick, but he waited in eager anticipation of her ministrations. The siren had plans for him. No way would he miss out on experiencing everything she'd give him by rushing her. She kissed and nibbled her way to the base of his penis. With her soft hands, she cupped his balls and blew warm air on the swollen head. "Don't tease me." She did, though. With her mouth a hairbreadth away from his shaft, she mapped a path to his balls, leaving a burn in her wake. After placing a chaste kiss on his scrotum, she reversed her path with her tongue. An animalistic sound escaped him. He dropped his head against the wall. Wetness and heat covered the head of his cock. Heaven. He savored the swirl of her tongue as she traced the ridge. She sucked him into her mouth. He cursed, groaned, and growled all at the same time. The sensation was better than any he'd ever experienced with another woman. It was Lena who knelt in front of him and licked his cock as if it was her favorite flavor of ice cream, not some female he wouldn't even remember the next day. It made the whole experience better. She drew him into her mouth, the head of his erection meeting the back of her throat. Surprised she'd take so much of him at once, he stilled his hips so he wouldn't hurt her. Females avoided swallowing his length, but Lena wasn't just any female. She was his female. As if she knew what he'd always fantasized about, she relaxed her throat and took him deeper. "Fuck, Lena." Devon focused on his mate. Her head was bent slightly to the side so she could swallow him, and the curve of her hollow cheek drew his gaze to the side of her rosy lips, stretched around his girth. His hips jerked of their own volition, and she moved with him, as if she was so attuned to him that she anticipated the involuntary thrust. Unable to help himself, he fisted his hands in the mass of her brown waves. With controlled movements, he fucked her mouth. She welcomed him, savored him, loved him as she worshipped his cock. She didn't hide it. That floored him. He didn't know what to do with the realization, but he didn't get the chance to ponder it. She hummed. The vibrations whipped along the length of his shaft, and he came, hard. His seed spilled down his female's throat. She greedily sucked him dry, then released him on a groan. Rapture. It turned her already beautiful face into one of angelic proportions, his personal goddess. His hands shook as he slid them to her shoulders. "Lena, I... The words wouldn't come out, so he tugged her closer. She slipped her hands around him and cupped his ass. "Same here, Devon. Same here." With her cheek pillowed against his stomach and his half-erect shaft pressed between them, he closed his eyes and enjoyed his little slice of heaven. Chapter 35. For the first time in days, Devon felt confident everything would work out. Molly hadn't shifted back into her human form yet, but she was interacting more and even responding to their directions, and Lena's mood had improved significantly since the encounter they'd shared earlier in the day. Yes, they would all need time, but they'd heal and emerge stronger. He tucked Lena against him and surveyed the packed bar. The Black Widow didn't have much competition in the area. Even if it had, he was positive the place would still be full of people. The dark paneled walls combined with minimum lighting, a few wall sconces, instilled an ambience of mystery. There were plenty of corners where lovers could cuddle or booths for groups to socialize. A mix of local sports memorabilia and images of classic cars, two areas of great interest to the tavern's founder, decorated the walls. The bar itself gleamed. The highly polished counter never appeared cluttered. Empty glasses were always removed and square napkins trashed. Bottles of liquor, all dusted and organized by popularity, lined the back shelves. Several beer taps offering local brands and the standard domestic offerings served the needs of most customers, while microbrews, imports, and mixed drinks satisfied the rest. Devon surveyed the room and enjoyed the sense of pride settling over him. He turned to Lena to gauge a reaction. "Well, what do you think?" She nodded. "It's nice. It's also mine." Her brows rose. "You own a bar?" "Co-own, but yeah. Just signed the agreement a few weeks back. I can't say I've helped much in the daily operations." He shrugged. "I guess I'm more of a financial backer, but I hope to get more involved." She studied the bar with intense scrutiny. His muscles locked as he waited for her reaction. She faced him, grinning. He released a breath. "I really like it, Devon. It's classy and looks popular. You should be proud." He returned the smile. "I am, but this is all Josh's handiwork. The male's a stickler for perfection." Her smile turned into an amused smirk. "Josh, the guy Megan wanted me to marry and have lots of kids with?" "Yes. Look, there's something I need to tell you about Josh. A few weeks ago, The back of his neck itched as embarrassment replaced the sense of pride he'd experienced showing off the bar. He rubbed at the annoying sensation. "Before you came into my life, I had trouble controlling my moods, and Movement caught Devon's eye. Josh strode purposely toward them, with a wide, welcoming smile on his face. At a little over 6 feet, Josh was tall, and if the attention he received from the opposite sex was any indication, attractive. Piercing blue eyes met Devon's dead on, a response that had surprised him at first. Although human, Josh was an alpha, not simply a dominant. He greeted his peers as such. Once Devon nodded, acknowledging him, Josh turned his attention to Lena, surprise flickering in his eyes. Josh's gaze settled on the proprietary way Devon held Lena with an arm wrapped around her waist. One corner of Josh's mouth quirked higher, and he swept a casual glance over her body. Devon tensed but calmed when the human showed no sign of sexual interest. Curiosity, not lust. Good. Devon wouldn't have to beat Mira's beloved human. Again. "Josh, this is Lena. Lena, Josh. Hi, Lena." Lena stared at Josh open-mouthed. He knew what stunned her, the ugly scar running down Josh's cheek. "Did you get attacked?" Josh met his gaze. "You could say that." Devon's warning look didn't faze the human. Josh's grin widened. Devon snapped his teeth together. "It's just a small scratch. No biggie." Josh touched his cheek. "Yeah, it adds character." He focused on Lena and shrugged. "And it's what I get for pissing off Devon." She slowly turned her head and stared at him. Anger didn't hover in her eyes, neither did disgust. He couldn't decipher it, but her look pierced him. "This is what you were talking about, isn't it?" Not the scar. Devon had never mentioned it. She was referring to his rage. That was what her expression meant. "Yes." She twined her fingers with his. "It won't happen again." No condemnation or warning tinged her voice. Determination did. She would make sure he never lost control. Her firm grip backed her vow. "You're right. I now have a perfect cure for my bad moods." She smiled at him, then faced Josh. "The doctors couldn't help you?" "It didn't get tended to quick enough." Devon cracked his jaw. "If he'd gone to the hospital and gotten stitches, it wouldn't be as obvious. And I would have looked weak for doing so. Nah, I wasn't doing that." A shit-eating grin spread over Josh's face. "Besides, once Mira kissed my boo-boo, it felt so much better." Devon growled, mindful to keep the sound low so as not to alert the other humans that there was a predator in their midst. Are you looking for another beating? Josh chuckled. Just stating the facts. Stay away from Mira. Josh stepped closer, eyes narrowing. Why? Because I'm human? Or because she'll finally learn what it's like to be respected by a man, instead of being treated like an object? Back off, Josh. Lena stepped next to Josh and crossed her arms over her chest. I think that's a very good question. Which is it, Devin? He glanced between the two humans who were important to him. No matter what answer he gave, he'd piss them off. He settled on the truth. Getting involved with Mira is a disaster waiting to happen. Lena tilted her head. And why is that? The curiosity on her face demanded an answer. Too bad it wasn't one she'd like hearing. He slid his attention to Josh. What happens if you fall in love with her? Are you going to marry her? Devin lifted a brow. Come on. 50 years from now, when you're old and wrinkled, Mira will still look the same. And when you die, her heart will break. Is that what you want? No, that's not what I want. But don't you think she deserves a little happiness? Sure I do. But it won't be with you. Devin shook his head. How many times do I have to say it? You cannot break the rules of the heavens. Josh stepped even closer, until they were inches apart. I like breaking rules, Devin. Been doing it all my life. Yeah, well, this one will just kill you. You're not the first human male to try. The gods have spoken. Your gods aren't mine. I don't give a shit what they've decreed. I'll make my own rules. Lena stepped between them and shoved with a hand at both of their chests. She wasn't strong enough to move either of them, but they both backed up. She settled her annoyed gaze on him. Enough. I came here to eat, not watch two stubborn asses fight. Oh, I like her, the familiar voice of his twin exclaimed. Devin turned and opened his arms. Mira wrapped hers around him. He rested his cheek over her head. Hey, love. Mira gave him one last squeeze before separating them and stepping closer to Josh. She smiled, a shy smile, not a look he'd ever seen his sister wear except around the human. Devin wasn't an expert on relationships. Look at how he'd screwed things up with Lena. But Mira acted as if the sun and moon revolved around Josh. Something would have to be done about her infatuation before it turned deadly. He just didn't know what. Trying to keep them apart had only made their attraction grow. Hi, Josh. You look nice tonight, Mira purred. Josh twirled a lock of her hair, but kept an appropriate distance from her. After the many arguments he'd gotten into with Devin, he knew better. You too, Mira. I'm glad you could come out tonight. With Josh's attention centered on her, Mira beamed. She inched closer so her side touched his. Devin pushed back his anger. He didn't want to start a fight with Josh in front of Lena. Besides, the arguments didn't do any good. Josh wouldn't accept the fact that he could never be with Mira. Biology and the gods' mandate prevented it. Mira inspected Lena head to toe, focusing on Devin's arm wrapped around her. Mira's brows pinched. She inhaled deeply, lips parted, then flicked her gaze to him. You're together? Yes. He tucked Lena closer and gave his twin a warning look. It didn't deter her. Mira glanced at Lena. Devin couldn't see her expression, but Lena's raised brow and straightened shoulders suggested it wasn't a welcoming one. No doubt his mate was ready to defend him, or stake her claim. You're lovers? Mira asked Lena. I'm moving in with Devin. Lena hadn't acknowledged their bond, but he wasn't surprised. He told her he wanted to announce it. Mira tilted her head and studied Lena for a long moment. I must say I'm surprised he chose to get involved with you. Not only are you human, but you're so fragile and small. Lena's fearless and brave, strength in a compact, beautiful package, Devin added before Lena opened her mouth. Mira wasn't much better around humans than he was, but he was learning. She would too. Mira lifted her gaze to his and held it for a long moment before Josh stepped between them, effectively stopping the battle of wills. Mira sensed Devin was hiding something where Lena was concerned. Devin could see it in Mira's eyes. She knew him too well to blindly believe he'd simply decided to make Lena his live-in lover. Mira had been his confidant and conscience for too long. She knew his yearnings and his doubts. They were the same ones that had plagued him after mating Lena. That his damaged soul would hurt her, that no female should have to share his crazed cats. Most importantly, that he didn't deserve peace. Lena had eradicated every one of those beliefs. Let's go sit and have a drink. Josh's fingertips touched Mira's arm lightly before he motioned them toward the booth in the back corner of the main bar. Devon urged Lena to slide in and sat next to her, tucking her into his side. Josh scooted next to Mira and leaned forward, elbows on the tabletop. Megan wants to know why she can't see her sister. I'm running out of excuses. I'll come over and talk to her. Maybe she can get through to Molly. Because if she couldn't, Devon was going to beseech Molly to shift and help her sister because nobody else could. It wasn't a lie either. Megan did need help. Instead of being born with a royal feline ancestor as Molly had been, Megan was partially linked to the ancestor of a single shifter wolf pack. Devon suspected the species difference was the cause of her problems. I can't wait to meet Megan. Lena smiled, but her grin drooped a moment later. Molly often talked about her and the hospital they'd lived in. Josh sat up straighter. Did she talk about the woman who smuggled them out of that place? Nurse Ryan? Lena nodded. Yes, but the details haven't helped locate her. Molly wants her found. She loves her. So does Megan. Josh traced a watermark on the table. Does Molly ever talk about what happened to them while they lived there? Lena squeezed Devon's hand under the table. Offering comfort or taking it, he couldn't be sure. They weren't hurt, if that's what you're asking. They were just segregated from everyone except Ryan. She tutored them, cared for them, and played with them. She was their only connection to humanity. She did a fine job, too, if Megan is any indicator. She's a great kid. Josh's pride was easy to pick up on. After Josh's brother was killed, he'd become Megan's guardian, and he treated her as if she was his child. Megan's a sweetheart, that's for sure, but she also has a dominant streak. Yeah, Devon was proud of the little girl, too. Everyone in the pride had become wrapped around her little finger. Molly's the same, loving and protective. Lena's proud grin drooped. And once she shifts, it'll be fun to watch them together. Silence descended at the reminder of Molly's situation. Finally, Mira turned to Lena. You're more than just Devon's lover, aren't you? Lena peeked at him. He nodded. There was no point in delaying the conversation. The stubborn look on Mira's face warned she wouldn't back off until she had answers. She faced Mira. Yes, I'm his mate. His... Mira shifted her gaze from Lena to him. Mate? The bar wasn't the right place to discuss the events leading up to his decision. Then again, maybe it was the perfect spot. Mira likely wouldn't cause a scene. Lena is my true mate. I mated her to save her life, and we planned a soul bond. Instead of stirring Mira's bad memories, longing showed on her face. She cut a quick glance at Josh before meeting Lena's gaze. That's wonderful news. Congratulations. Mira flashed an overly bright smile. When will we be having your mating celebration? Lena didn't respond. She studied the water-stained table as if it was the most fascinating thing in the world. Devon cleared his throat. Soon. I want us to have one of those weddings, like Jazz and Rafe had. The party afterward was fun, and Lena will look lovely in a white gown. Then we should start planning now. Weddings take time to arrange. Nobody in the family expected Devon to take a mate. Our friends from around the world will want to celebrate. Mira covered Lena's hand on the table. I can help. Lena pulled her hand free. There will be no wedding. Why is that? Mira asked. Because unless Molly returns to us fully, I have no family to sit on my side of the church. And my friends? They're not welcome in this world, not fully. I have nobody. Do you understand? Nobody. Lena shoved at him to get out. He did and took her hand. An apology simmered in Mira's eyes, easy enough to see even with her contacts. He inclined his head and followed Lena out the back door. Crowding her against the wall, he sifted his fingers into her hair and cradled her head. Mira didn't mean to upset you. I know that. I'm just having a really hard time trying to think about the future when I've nobody to share it with. You have me. I do, and I'm grateful for that. She pressed a hand to her chest right over her heart. And I know this is depression. My guilt is eating away at me. For everyone's sake, I need to let it go or accept it. I'm just finding it hard to do. My mind keeps drifting to the what-ifs and the shoulda, coulda, wouldas. I know they're not healthy thoughts. I'm trying to ignore them and think positive. She rested her cheek against his chest. But I suck at it. I'm pathetic. No, you're not. It's natural. That's what I keep telling myself. It's not helping. Then let me help you. He tipped up her chin. Soul bond with me, tonight. Once I can move freely in your soul, I can ease you better. You won't be alone, and you'll be able to draw on my strength or seek comfort from me with only a thought. They had already discussed the process. She knew he'd be inflicting a mortal wound, but her trust in him was solid. He didn't worry she'd fight him when the time came.
Tonight? But we've only arrived today.
I don't want to wait. It's killing me to watch you suffer when I know I could bear your pain. I want to shield you from every horror, but without access to your soul, all I have to offer are words and my embrace.
Yes. Tie us together, Devon. She snuggled against him. But I'm not agreeing because I want your help. I'll eventually beat this pain. I want to bond with you, because I don't want to exist without you, not even for another night.
A weight lifted from his shoulders. He kissed her, showing her with each sweep of his tongue how much her words meant to him. Her sigh wrapped around him, and her grip on him tightened. He savored the moment, but eagerness rushed up. He couldn't wait to bind them completely. Even the act itself didn't dim his excitement. Lena trusted him with her life. That was the kind of devotion that males craved. With one last brush of his lips to hers, he broke their kiss. Then we'll tell the others we're leaving.
Aren't more of your friends coming, though? It'd be rude to just up and leave.
They'll understand. He led her to the door. She stopped him with a slight tug on his arm. He glanced at her.
I'd like to meet Rafe's human mate. She licked her lips. So I know what to expect.
Rafe and Jazz's mating hadn't been ideal, but the process was the same. Painful, frightening, and thrilling at the same time. Devon inclined his head. Then you will. Chapter 36. At the sudden silence in the bar, Lena glanced up. Two of the most beautiful people she'd ever seen strolled across the room, drawing looks from men and women alike. The man had to be Cade's twin, Rafe. The woman, however, was too short and soft to be a shifter. She had golden hair, tanned skin, and a body Lena would kill for. Cade entered behind them. His piercing gaze zeroed in on Mira before he stopped his twin with a hand on his shoulder. He whispered something to him, and Rafe also glanced at Mira. Devon's leg tensed under her hand. His lip lifted in a snarl. Luckily, no sound came out.
Are you okay?
She asked him. No, I'm not. Mira reached across the table and lightly touched his hand.
Just because he wants to talk to us doesn't mean he has bad news.
What other kind is there that he'd leave Molly and come out here? Mira flinched. Cade and Rafe approached before any of them could say more.
Where's Molly?
Lena asked Cade. One corner of his mouth lifted in a wry smile. Molly's safe. I wouldn't endanger her, but she's not too happy with me at the moment. I had to use the crate. Her mouth hung open. Lena snapped it closed and glared at him.
You put my sister in a crate? Like a dog?
I gave her the choice. Shift and spend the night watching cartoons with Zack, or be treated as a lion cub. She glared at me, then walked into the crate. It'd surprise me that she'd take that option. But, Cade shrugged, I figure if she gets annoyed enough, she'll shift back. She studied everyone's expression. None looked happy with Cade's statement, but resignation showed too. Every day that passed made Molly's situation more pressing. For that reason alone, she bit back her anger. Desperate measures called for desperate tactics.
Let's hope so, but I don't like it.
Lena let her displeasure bleed into her tone. Neither do I, but we need to get through to her. She's only being stubborn now, but none of us have given up on her. We will do everything we can to help her understand why she has to return to us. Sympathy filled Cade's eyes. You must understand, though, she's tried attacking everyone besides me and Devon. The crate was an unfortunate necessity. I had to come out here tonight, but I have a wolf shifter sitting in the kitchen in case she needs anything. She's safe. Lena nodded, resignation settling in her shoulders. Rafe stepped closer to his twin, his equally piercing gaze on her. Welcome, Lena. I'm Rafe. This is my mate, Jazz. He wrapped an arm around Jazz's shoulders and tucked the woman against his body. We're so very glad to have you as a part of our extended family. Lena grinned. It was impossible not to. The warmth in Rafe's expression was contagious and chased away the uneasiness Molly's situation brought.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to getting to know everyone.
Devon's pride wouldn't take the place of Gwen or her parents, but she couldn't sulk in the shadows any longer. Devon's words to her had convinced her of that. She'd been holding him at arm's length while she'd wallowed in guilt. No longer. She'd take his strength and use his love to patch the crack in her heart. Cade cleared his throat, effectively putting an end to the warm greetings. Devon, I need to speak with you and Mira.
About Molly?
Lena asked. No. Cade closed his eyes and took several deep breaths that visibly calmed him, easing his tense posture. This is something else. Devon leaned close. Do you mind? I won't be long.
Of course not. Go.
Cade motioned toward the employee hallway. Let's use the office. Devon brushed his lips over hers, then slipped from the booth. As they walked away, her gaze landed on Josh, the one person everyone had ignored. The man adored Mira. It was clear from the expression of longing on his face and the way he tracked her every move. But he didn't follow the shifters. He watched Mira until she was out of sight before facing them. I'm going to help out at the bar. Yell if you need anything. Josh strode away. Jazz took the spot he'd vacated.
I hate this. It's not fair. Josh is so in love with Mira, it's not funny.
Rafe took the seat next to Jazz. I know. I wish things could be different, but they're not.
Because Josh is human? Lena asked.
Rafe nodded. Only royal males can take human mates, not royal females.
Why not? If mating just involves a bite and sharing your cats, Mira can do that if she wants.
No, she can't. A shifter female is meant to share in her mate's strength and immortality, not the other way around. She can't give a piece of her soul away, you understand? Rafe raised a brow. Only a male can take it, claiming her, not the other way around. Right or wrong, this is how the gods deemed mating to work, and their decrees cannot be broken, even by them. It's... Rafe pinched his brows, looking as if he was searching for the right words. It's part of their divine law, and since we carry their essence, we're bound by it. It's a mystical line that can't be crossed. If they decide to push it, Josh will die. Mira will rip his soul to shreds if she tries to take a piece of his soul. Lena looked in Josh's direction. He caught her gaze and grinned, but it was a fake smile. It never reached his eyes.
That's unfair.
Sympathy softened Jazz's features.
If you haven't figured it out yet, shifter culture is nothing close to being fair. Some customs are changing, but their tie to the heavens isn't something that'll go away just because we don't agree with it. They hold a piece of their goddess.
Curses rang out, stopping her next question. Rafe slid from the booth and stood in front of it, arms loose at his sides. Vader stormed in, the bar patrons moving for him without prompting. No wonder. An aura of danger clung to him. He wore all black, from his leather jacket to his boots. At his back, 3 other equally tall men dressed in similar clothes followed. But it was his expression that betrayed the predator inside. Fury rolled off him. He stopped near their booth. Where's Devon? Rafe stepped closer to Vader. What do you want to know? Vader dug an envelope from his coat pocket and waved it. Because the council gave me one last job to do before they'd accept my resignation, and I'm here to deliver it so I can get on with my life. With her attention on the manila envelope, she swallowed past the bitter taste in her mouth.
What's in that letter?
He flipped it over, exposing the heavy wax seal. Don't know, and if I break the seal or refuse to deliver this, I'll land myself in shifter jail. Then give it to me. I'll open it. Rafe reached for the envelope, but Vader yanked it back. Sorry, can't. I was ordered to hand deliver it, and we have less than an hour before their enforcers arrive to make sure I followed through. Lena sucked in a rough breath.
They're sending enforcers here? What if they find Molly?
Rafe laid his hand on her shoulder and squeezed gently. They won't. We'll make sure of it. Vader grinned. The council thinks Molly's been kidnapped. They won't be looking for her here. She nodded, but his words didn't ease the noose squeezing her chest. Worry for Devon tightened it more.
Did the Shifter Council give any indication what might be in there?
No, it was a random request and one I couldn't turn down. I signed on with Shifter Affairs for a 50-year term. I still have 20 left to serve. But I can't be a part of them any longer, not after what Colonel Mallory did.
Where is he?
Vader rolled his shoulders. Missing? But I'll find him. When I do, he'll pay for his crime.
Don't kill him, Vader.
Hadn't she warned Devon of the same thing?
The government will retaliate.
Don't concern yourself over me. Worry about your mate. She sensed Devon's approach before he appeared behind Vader, towering over him by a couple of inches. Well, deliver the council's letter. Devon held out a hand. Vader handed it behind him without taking his gaze off her. The apology in his expression bothered her, but Devon's guarded one worried her more. Devon slit the seal, pulled out the single sheet of paper, and read. His nostrils flared. He crumpled the letter in his hand. She scrambled out of the booth and went to him. He automatically engulfed her within his embrace.
What's wrong?
Instead of answering, he tipped her head back and kissed her hard. Her feet left the floor. She linked her arms around his neck while he made love to her mouth. Finally, he broke the kiss and buried his face into her hair. I'm sorry. My mate.
For what?
He set her on her feet without answering. He turned to Mira and stared at her for a long moment. Her expression fell, but she didn't say anything. Take Lena home. Mira nodded. She reached for Lena. Lena evaded Mira's grasp and grabbed Devin's shirt as he stepped away.
Don't walk away from me. What's going on?
He ran his thumb over her lips. Nothing for you to worry about.
Don't give me that crap. Tell me the truth.
It is the truth. He ran gentle fingers through her hair, soothing strokes meant to calm. They didn't. The council is being difficult. I'll deal with it, then come back to you.
What do you mean, come back to me? Where are you going?
Hopefully nowhere, Cade said. He handed the wrinkled letter to Rafe, who read it and cursed.
Give me that!
She reached for the paper. Mira blocked her.
Don't make this difficult.
She watched Devin walk away with Vader and the other men. Panic set in, speeding her pulse.
Devin! Wait!
He didn't stop. Mira pushed her toward the front entrance. Lena gave up trying to fight her. The ache in her chest returned, along with a sense of loss. She should have left the bar with him when he'd asked. Regret left a bitter taste in her mouth. Chapter 37.
Lena, let's go inside.
The muffled words sounded far away. Lena frowned. She knew that voice, but couldn't place it.
Lena.
Somebody shook her shoulders. She blinked. Kaleidoscope eyes came into focus, but they were the wrong ones.
Are you okay?
Mira. The name registered in Lena's fuzzy brain. She pressed a balled fist against her heart and nodded, not because she was fine. The other woman looked so upset. The car door opened. Mira helped her out and led her across the gravel driveway by her hand, as if Lena was a child. That should have bothered her. Lena recognized the act as something that would normally annoy her. Tonight it didn't. Sadness choked her. It was depression, the same feelings of guilt and regret she'd been dealing with since learning Gwen had died. Lena recognized it, but without Devin, she couldn't shake it. He was her strength, her lifeline, her everything. Mira opened the door and ushered her inside. Lena stood there while Mira moved around the small room. She tossed her wallet on the ugly brown couch. The memory of Devin motioning toward it and telling her he wanted them to have enough space for Molly flashed across Lena's mind. Awareness returned, along with a sense of urgency. Devin was supposed to soul bond to her tonight. Love her for an eternity. She grabbed Mira's arm as she walked past.
Why did Devin send me away? We need each other.
Mira crossed her arms over her chest. She studied the shag carpet for a long moment before meeting Lena's eyes.
To protect you. From what?
Guilt.
How is he supposed to do that when he's not with me?
Mira rubbed at her temple.
It's only going to be for a week. He'll be fine. He's survived it before.
Lena's heart skipped a beat. A sick feeling settled over her.
Survived what before? Don't worry about it.
Lena stalked toward Mira until only a few inches separated them.
Too late. Tell me. He doesn't want you to know. Devin is my mate, my true mate. His pain is mine. You will not hide it from me.
Mira blew out a rough breath.
Torture. At 15, Devin took my punishment for killing my rapist. Devin survived 30 years of the horrid treatment. A week will be nothing. He didn't want you to know so you won't feel guilty that...
Mira nibbled on her lip and focused on the burned orange carpet instead of finishing her sentence.
So I won't feel guilty because...
Mira peeked at Lena from under her lashes.
Because you're the reason he's going there. What? One of the witches from the Coven in Delaware reported your injuries to Shifter Affairs, who then informed the Shifter Council. Since Devin has a reputation for being unstable.
Lena finished Mira's thought.
They're using the witch's report as a reason to have him reevaluated.
Mira dropped her gaze to Lena's stomach.
They want him to prove he can still control his cats, and if he can't be trusted not to attack innocents, he doesn't deserve to live. But he's my mate. If he dies, I'll be lost. No, technically, you won't. He never soul bonded to you. You won't die with him.
Lena stumbled backward. She grabbed the edge of the couch to steady herself.
I'll only go through eternity always longing for him.
Mira looked away. The silent confirmation of Lena's assessment angered her, but Lena shoved away the debilitating emotion and wrapped her determination around her. Nobody was allowed to hurt her mate. Nobody. Lena grabbed the car keys and turned toward the door. Mira slammed the wood closed before Lena could get out, then tugged her back into the living room.
You can't go after him. Yes, I can, and I will. I'm going to lie and tell them we're soul-bonded. They won't be able to kill him without hurting me.
Mira made a disgusted noise and shook her head.
They won't care. If they deem Devon a threat, he dies. Your death won't prevent it. In their minds you are nothing to them. A human female can't bear young, so you're worthless. Only in Devon's eyes do you matter.
The front door flew open before Lena could respond. A frazzled man who looked nearly identical to Xander stood in the entryway.
Molly's gone.
Mira whirled around.
What do you mean she's gone? Weren't you watching her?
Of course I was watching her. I went into the kitchen to get her fresh water because she spilled hers. When I got back, the crate and the back door were open. The cub was nowhere to be found, and with her scent masked, there's no trail.
No paw prints?
Mira asked. The guy snorted.
Yeah, right to the road. I don't care what anybody says. That little girl is still in charge, and she just ran away from home.
Mira peered over her shoulder.
Stay here, Lena. We'll bring Molly home. She couldn't have gotten far.
Lena nodded, instinctively knowing Mira would make good on her word. Lena waited for Mira and the other shifter to disappear into the woods before she grabbed the keys to Devon's car. Mira wasn't the only female who'd do whatever she could to uphold a vow. Lena would too. No way would she allow Devon to suffer when she could help him. That was what mates did for each other, the good and the bad. She'd stand by Devon through it all. They were finishing what they'd started. Tonight. No more waiting. And if the Shifter Council did decide to take Devon's head, she wouldn't lose him. They'd just have their eternity in heaven. Or maybe they could run away together, fight the Order. Something. She had no clue what, but she wouldn't sit idly by while they hauled her mate away. She jumped into the car, turned the key and floored it. Gravel dinged off the metal trailer behind her. She cringed, half expecting the sound to alert Mira that she'd left the house. A quick peek in the rearview mirror showed only a cloud of dust, no shifters. Lena focused on the narrow driveway ahead of her and skidded into the main road. Tires squealed. She straightened out the car and pressed the pedal to the floor. Urgency pushed at her. She had to get back to Devon before she lost him. The thought took hold. The Shifter Council didn't always play by the rules. Look at what they'd done to Molly, condoning a prearranged mating. Who was to say they'd abide by whatever they'd stated in that letter? Vader had said they had less than an hour before the enforcers arrived. She glanced at the clock on the dashboard. 20 minutes. Plenty of time. She forced her eyes away from the dash to the windshield. Then screamed. Lena slammed on the brakes and whipped the wheel to the side to avoid the white lion cub in the middle of the road. The car hit something. The thud reverberated in her ears. Crunching metal, breaking glass, and the sound of her screams surrounded her. The car tumbled and her stomach lurched. The seatbelt cut into her neck, and her head bounced against the headrest. Images of tree trunks and dirt flashed quickly as the car rolled. The vehicle finally stopped with a loud thump. Pain stole her breath and silenced her cries. Smoke and dust filled her lungs. Spots danced in front of her eyes, but she fought to stay conscious. She had to get out of the car and go after Molly. Yet when she tried to move, she couldn't. Numbness was spreading across her legs as ice slithered into her veins. She bent her head slightly to look down the length of her body. Chunks of glass, leaves, and dirt covered her. Not surprising. It was the tree branch piercing her stomach that sent dread through her. Blood flowed steadily from around the stick.
No,
she coughed, and pain shot through her body.
Don't want to die.
Scuttling noises, then a flop on the car caught her attention. Molly in her cub form peered through the broken window. Lena forced a smile.
Hey, sister?
Molly whimpered. Her little nose twitched and her pale blue eyes widened.
Don't be upset.
It felt like she had cotton in her mouth.
Not.
Lena closed her eyes to stop Molly's image from going fuzzy.
Your fault.
Lena coughed, then groaned as the stick moved. Pure agony whipped through her. She'd never felt such pain, not even when she'd gotten in the way of Devon's claws. Devon. Her tears slipped free. She was going to die, and they'd lose each other. No second chances. She forced her eyelids apart. The world swayed and she focused on the center image of Molly. Lena swallowed the blood filling her mouth.
Tell Devin I loved him.
Molly scrambled through the broken windshield and licked her cheek. Lena smiled, or tried to. She wasn't sure if she pulled it off.
Love you.
She gathered her strength and mumbled,
Go home to Devin.
Lena watched Molly climb out. Then the darkness took the world away. Chapter 38. Devin listened to the other males arguing around him about how to get around the council's order. He tuned them out. His cats trying to claw their way out of his body captured all his attention. A couple weeks with Lena, and he'd forgotten how draining it was to keep 3 unstable cats under control 24/7. He conjured Lena's face. His cat's aggression eased. Peace flowed through him. He wasn't healed, never would be, but Lena soothed him. He simply needed to keep thoughts of her close. Without the benefits of being soul-bonded with unlimited access to her soul, it was the best he could do. It'd be enough. It was only a week. He could survive a week. He'd prove he was stable, then return home to Lena. Everything would be fine. I'm sorry. I didn't know what was in the letter, Vader said. I understand. Silence stretched. Finally, Vader said, Leave with her. I'll tell the council I couldn't find you. If I do that, their enforcers will search our lands. I can't risk them finding Molly. They might allow me to take your place if I vouch for your sanity. I meant what I said. I don't want to see Lena upset. You getting hurt will do that. Considering I worked with her stepdad for close to 30 years, they might agree, as I'm the closest thing she has to family. I can pull a trump card, act as her guardian. It'll give me the right to protect her. I'd bet the report about Lena's injuries isn't the only thing that prompted them to conduct this evaluation. They're angry with me because I won't order Mira to take a mate. The council has decided that she is to fulfill her prophecy now, whether or not she wants to. Vader cursed. If you were beheaded because they deem you a threat to the humans, she'll be without a guardian. And they can choose who she mates. Devin rolled his shoulders. Yes, I know. It's a chance I have to take. Cade's curse preceded a loud smack. Shouts rang out. Devin jumped to his feet and ran toward the fight. The sight of the gray-haired human dangling feet above the floor stirred Devin's rage. Devin grabbed Colonel Mallory from Cade's hold and slammed the human into the wall, then leaned close and snarled. Fear didn't show in the human's eyes. Regret did. Absently, Devin heard his friends and the bar's bouncers clearing the room, but he kept his attention locked onto the human who'd betrayed Lena and her family. Why did you do it? Colonel Mallory opened his eyes. Because they have my daughter, Ryan. She disappeared close to a decade ago. I thought she was dead. Then she contacted me a little over a year ago. She'd escaped with 2 shifter children. Devin eased his grip on the male's throat. Megan and Molly. Yes, she got them to safety, then took off. I've gotten a few emails and calls from her, enough to assure me she was still alive. But she's gone off the radar. She's trying to find a woman from your pride. Nina. The woman's skittish, afraid of other shifters in the government. She doesn't trust anyone but my daughter, and Ryan is determined to save her. Devin set the older human on his feet. But they recaptured Ryan, didn't they? Yes. They sent me pictures of her, let me talk to her. I was told that I could have her back, if I gave them Molly. Devin balled his fists. So you sold out a child to save her? It wasn't supposed to happen the way it did. I had agents ready to swarm the place, but somebody killed them. The council or the Crisbin Pride. I don't know who. Luckily our contacted Shifter Affairs called us. I'm thankful for that, but it sealed his fate too. He was found dead that same day. Devin took a deep breath and banked his anger. He wanted to punish the colonel for what he'd done. But Devin sympathized with him. The drive to protect a loved one often overruled everything. So why are you here? Do you expect our forgiveness? No. I came to save you from the council's ridiculous order. Colonel Mallory dug a paper from his pocket and handed it to Devin. That's a copy of a letter signed by the president. It's your get-out-of-jail card, and copies are being sent to the council and its human representatives as we speak. Devon scanned the formal document. It cited one of the original laws established between the Shifter Council and the human government that forbid torture or imprisonment without evidence of wrongdoing.
Thank you for this. Colonel Mallory nodded. I know it doesn't make up for what I did, but...
People started screaming, chairs crashed to the floor, and Josh yelled, ordering everyone to stay back. Devon spun. A small white cub ran in. Molly made a beeline right to him. He caught her and pulled her trembling body against his chest.
Molly, what are you doing here?
She burrowed her head into his shirt.
I'm so sorry. I should have stayed home.
Although thrilled she'd spoken to him, her frightened demeanor chilled him. He ran his hand over Molly's back, hoping to calm her.
It's okay, little one. I'm just glad you decided to talk to me. Lena will be so happy.
Lena?
Molly whimpered.
I'm scared. The car crashed. Now Lena's hurt. She's bleeding. So much blood.
Gods, no.
Devon put Molly gently down and ran. He flung the door to the employee parking lot open and stopped dead in his tracks. The enforcers, 7 royal bear shifters known for their callousness, were climbing out of their cars. Devon let his talons slip free.
Get out of my way.
The center male shook his head.
Sorry, can't do that. Council said you need to be collected for evaluation.
He cracked his knuckles.
We're here to pick you up.
Devon would have told him about the letter from the president exonerating him, but Vader slapped a key into his clawed hand. Go. We'll handle this. Devon didn't need to be told twice. He jumped on the bike and took off. He only prayed he'd get there in time to save his mate a second time. Chapter 39. The rumble of the motorcycle between Devon's thighs reverberated through his body, adding to the anxiety tightening his muscles. He passed a car, swerved to miss another, and leaned into the curves when he hit a winding section of the road. Twice he almost lost control of the bike. He didn't care or slow down. He tightened the leash on his raging cats. No time for a breakdown. His female needed him. He wasn't going to let her down. Lena's scent drifted on the breeze, tethering him to his heaven. He latched onto it and let it guide him home.
Gods, please keep her safe.
Not once in his life had he begged for mercy, not even during those years in the Shifter prison's torture chambers. For Lena, he'd get down on his knees, kiss the goddess's feet, do anything if it saved his mate. The first whiff of blood, twined with Lena's fragrance, stopped his heart. He pushed the bike faster. Black, curved slashes marred the road ahead of him, making the whole nightmare real. Devon leapt over the side of the embankment, and the bike skidded out from under him. In front of him, a trail of broken branches led to a mangled piece of metal that used to be his car. It lay on its side with the front bent like an accordion and smoke hazing the air around it, much like the dust cloud had around Lena's sports car the day she became his life, his reason for living. He couldn't lose her. He slid the last few feet and ripped off the passenger door. His eyes locked onto the sight of his beautiful female, slumped against the driver's door. One hand was splayed on the window, next to her face, and the other was bent at an odd angle to her side. Blood covered the body he knew better than his own. He swept his gaze over her and zeroed in on the broken tree limb piercing her stomach. He swallowed down the bile.
Lena?
She didn't move.
Please, Angel. Don't be dead.
Death tasted her, and now it's hungry. It will fight you for her. That is why her infection has spread so quickly. Death wants to claim her life while it still can. Verna's words echoed in Devon's head. The witch had warned him. Death wanted Lena because Devon had stolen her from it. The fucker couldn't have her. She was his. But was he too late? He'd ignored Verna's ramblings, but witches were wise. Even he'd acknowledged that. He should have listened to her, taken extra precautions, done something. He hadn't. Did he fail his mate? Fear swept through him, bringing a wave of dizziness. Darkness encroached, threatening to steal the light. His sanity. No. He snapped his teeth together. He couldn't give in to the madness. He closed his eyes and listened. Her heartbeat, weak and erratic. She was alive. He still had a chance. The little sliver of hope gave him the strength to fight the blackness. Colors returned. Lena's face came into focus. Devon grabbed the edge of the roof and pulled. He grunted as the metal tore away, the sharp edges cutting into his fingers. He tossed the roof aside and ignored the blood running down his forearms. With a flick of his claw, He cut the seatbelt that held Lena into the seat. He hesitated a moment more, not sure what to do. He inhaled, needing the soothing balm Lena was to him. With her he could fight the confusion making his thoughts muddled. An acrid stench burned his nose. Gasoline. Shit. He had to work fast, get her out before the car exploded. He slipped his hands under her thighs and back, then lifted her out as gently as he could. More blood gushed from around the protruding stick. She didn't cry out in pain, didn't acknowledge him. Her head lolled back, the whites of her eyes showing. "No. Please, goddess. Don't take her." Devon carried his true mate, careful not to jar the branch, to a small clearing farther down the hill. With her cradled on his lap, he sliced her shirt to expose the wound. More blood flowed from around the piece of wood. Bubbles. There were bubbles in the liquid. "Lena." He brushed at her dirty cheek, where her tears had left a path. It was dry. "Wake up." Devon heard his friends and family scrambling down the hill. Their curses rang out, and he heard a woman crying. Jazz, maybe? He didn't care. He ignored them and focused on the female who was the center of his universe. He pushed her brown locks back and kissed her cheek. "Please, don't leave me." He stared at her belly, where the stick now bisected the claw mark left there. It had to come out, except he couldn't make his hand move, couldn't bear to cause Lena any more pain. Cade laid a hand on his shoulder. Devon met his friend's eyes. "Make it fast." Cade tilted his head toward the branch. Devon reached for it. Cade grabbed his wrist. "Remember, Lena needs to be awake to understand what's going on." Devon took a calming breath, gripped the wood close to her skin, and yanked. The wet, sucking sound of the branch pulling free sickened him. Her body jerked. She didn't wake, didn't even groan. Panic tightened the noose around his chest, the edges of his vision blurred. The abyss loomed in front of him, threatening to suck him in. He fought the breakdown. His cats prowled restlessly, but they lent him strength instead of panicking. The black faded. Lena's bloody, bruised face filled his vision. Cade knelt next to him and held a balled-up shirt to her stomach to staunch the flow. "Hurry up, she's fading." "Open your eyes, Lena." No response. Devon shook his head to clear the fuzziness and brushed shaky fingers against her cheek. "Damn it, Lena. Wake up. I need you." Her eyelids fluttered. The chocolate eyes he loved focused on him. Her lip quivered as she tried to smile. Blood dribbled over her chin. "Devon." He licked his lip, and something salty met his tongue. He ignored it and his damn runny nose. There were so many things he wanted to say. What came out wasn't one of them. "You were supposed to stay home." Her fingers moved. Her hand didn't. "Didn't mean hurt you." He cursed himself for upsetting her. He'd made so many mistakes where his beautiful woman was concerned. For once, he wished he could say the right thing. "It's okay, sweetheart. I have you now, and I'm going to take care of you. You're going to be okay." She shook her head weakly. "Dying." He stared at her blankly. His words stuck in his throat, and watched her lids close. "No! You can't die!" He tore his wrist with his teeth and pressed it to her lips. "Drink my blood, and take my cats. We'll protect you. No matter how much it hurts, don't let us go." A shaky breath escaped her lips. His blood ran down her chin. "Please, don't leave me. I love you, Lena. Do you understand? I love you more than I ever thought I could love another. You're my world, my life, my future. Please don't make me spend eternity without you." Devon dipped his head, strands of hair that smelled of coconut and Lena sticking to his wet cheeks, and whispered, "I love you. Love you so much." No answer. He pushed back the fear and focused on saving her. He bit her shoulder, reopening the connection to their souls, and surrounded her fading core with his, exactly as he'd done the last time. Instead of giving her a piece of his soul, though, he claimed a piece of her beautiful soul. "Devon." She reached for him with metaphysical arms. "Don't leave me." "I won't. I'm yours for eternity. Now drink from me, and allow my cats to join with you." Her lips moved against his wrist as she latched on and sucked. His cats leapt from him to her, joining them, present and future. They'd never be separated. Soul bonding with his true mate was the most wondrous experience he'd ever shared. Her soul was pure and welcoming. She embraced him with open arms despite his flaws. She knew them. With his soul bared to her, she knew his every weakness, every failure. Yet her love surrounded him.
You're not a failure, Devon. You're the most honorable man I've ever known, and I'm proud to be your mate.
Do you mean it, sweetheart?
Absolutely, my mate. Now hold me. My body feels like it's on fire, and I swear even my fingernails hurt.
He chuckled at his mate's spunk. She was in excruciating pain. His cats shared her agony, but she still managed to make him smile. Okay. I've got you.
And I have you. Forever.
Epilogue. Lena rested her head against Devon's chest and surveyed the new town park. Children played on the monkey bars. Mothers pushed their kids on the swings and teenagers played basketball in the courts. A walking path with empty flower beds lining it curved lazily through a barren section of ground that would be filled with lush grass and flowers come spring. At the end of the stone walkway was a small pond. Weeping willows skirted the edge of the calm water and offered a beautiful backdrop for the wooden gazebo that overlooked the run-down town. Her new home. On the opposite side of the small city, a new community center was being built in honor of her parents. She and Devon would unveil it in a couple of months, just in time for the holidays. Today, however, the park dedicated to Gwen's memory had its official opening, and it was bittersweet. Lena tugged Devon's arm tighter around her.
Gwen would have loved this. It's beautiful.
He brushed strands of her hair off her shoulder and laid his cheek over her mate-bite. She will love it. Lena sighed, and Devon turned her face toward him with a single finger under her chin. She will love it, he repeated. Just because her remains weren't among those found at the plane crash doesn't mean she's still alive. Without a body, I refuse to believe anything else, and she will be found. Lena tried to turn away. He held her in a gentle grip and stared at her until she couldn't help allowing the determination displayed in his eyes to become hers too. There's hope, my mate. We won't give up on her. She gave him the smile she knew he needed.
You're right. We won't.
Devon bent his head and pressed his lips to hers, a chaste kiss that reached inside her heart and filled it with his love. With Dante, Vader, and Xander looking for Gwen, chances are they'll find her soon and get her home in time for the holidays. Lena frowned. She knew Dante and Vader had teamed up and were following a few sketchy leads, but...
Why did Xander go? Doesn't he have a pack to run?
Yeah, and they're not too happy with him at the moment. He's been gone a lot over the past few months. His twin has been shouldering the responsibility, but Xander feels guilty and won't sit idly by while others look for Gwen. He thinks if he hadn't come back to the lodge after finding the empty warehouse, he might have rescued her before she disappeared. Devon released her chin and wrapped his arms tighter around her, cocooning her in his embrace. He gave up on her. Do you understand? Lena snuggled closer and buried her face in the crook of Devon's neck.
I'm glad you didn't give up on me. You helped me see our connection, offered me space when I was afraid of it, and picked up the pieces of my heart after my guilt destroyed me.
He rested his chin on the top of her head. And I'm glad you were brave enough to accept me, every flawed inch of me, especially after what I did to you. I'm sorry our meeting had to happen that way, that it took a deadly mistake to bring us together. But you were the best damn one I've ever made. My beautiful mistake.
No, I was your smartest choice.
Lena tipped her head back.
And you were mine.